I clearly obtained the power of One Punch Man, bolstered by the talent of Superman, yet mocked by my classmates as a useless person. You should know, one punch is all it takes to defeat any monster, and Superman possesses a body of steel and laser eyes. But during Awakening, it's necessary to shout out the hero's true name. Yet no one knows what the names of these two are, so they can only be referred to as the bald one in yellow battle clothes, and the exhibitionist who wears underwear on the outside, resulting in them only receiving 1/10,000,000 of the talent boost. But what they don't know is, I directly shouted out their real names and nicknames, gaining a 100% talent boost from them. At this moment, the homeroom teacher is explaining the classification of talents. The World Awakening Bureau has classified Fire Girl and Iceman as A-level, while the rest, including Big Demon King and Superman, are placed in the lowest tier, and repeatedly warn everyone not to choose them. As a seasoned anime fan on Earth, I was directly laughed at, afraid that a fist would break through dimensions and give him a headache. And just now, the teacher mentioned an important message. That is, during Talent Awakening, one needs to call out the hero's name and gain their approval. In this world, there is no legend of One Punch Teacher in Superman, so people know nothing about them, and can only define them by their appearance. The bald man in yellow battle attire and the exhibitionist wearing underwear on the outside. If this were at the Awakening ceremony, using these names to refer to the two superheroes, if they weren't beaten to death on the spot, they can be considered blessed by their ancestors and all the gods. This also results in the talents they inherit being less than 1 in 10 million of the original talents. It's like someone calling you stupid, and you still have to teach them skills. Isn't that just pure masochism? Fortunately, these two are well known for being good-natured among the superheroes, otherwise there could have been fatalities at the inheritance ceremony. Time quickly arrived at the day of the Awakening ceremony. The first to step onto the stage was Nia Fei from Class 3-1 of the senior year, a boy wearing glasses, his face filled with anticipation, walking towards the Awakening platform. Then countless shadows of heroes appeared and passed by. At this moment, a burst of brilliance flashed, revealing 3 shadows in front of them. Upon closer inspection, they were respectively the C-level power amplification, the B-level shadow clone and the A-level soldier. The audience below was in an uproar, as A-level talent appeared right from the start. Nia Fei on the stage also seemed very excited. Without any hesitation, he directly chose a first-level talent. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed into his body, while at the same time, a chilling cold swept through the entire venue. Then a few more classmates went up, but the most potential among them only had C-level talent, and some with poor talent even failed to awaken directly. When it was Yan Shi's turn, as soon as she stepped onto the Awakening platform, 3 powerful auras emerged. A B-level healer, an A-level fire mage, and an S-level fire spirit. Her immense talent caused the space around her to constantly fluctuate. The scene was in an uproar, and S-level actually appeared. The principal, watching from a distance, suddenly stood up. In all his years of service, he had never seen an S-level talent. You should know that any S-level talent, once grown, can single-handedly withstand 1,000,000 enemies. It looks like the education department's funding is secure this time. At this moment, Yan Shi slowly opened her eyes and then unhesitatingly chose the SG Fire Spirit. Instantly, a wave of scorching energy covered her entire body, followed by a roar. A powerful energy swept everyone off their feet. Yan Shi's spirit form lasted a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. At this moment, the cheers at the scene had reached a climax. She turned around happily and walked off the Awakening platform. As she passed by me, she smiled and said good luck, instantly making all the men jealous. Just half an hour later, it was finally my turn to take the stage. As soon as I stepped onto the Awakening platform, numerous heroes flashed through my mind. Then, a burst of golden light, and 3 figures appeared. From left to right, we have the S-Class God of Slaughter, B-Class Air Control, and the D-Class Fist Demon King. At this moment, the principal is already excited to the point of madness. Another S-Class talent has appeared. This time, it's not just about the Education Bureau's approval, even promotion to a top high school is within reach. I look at the 3 illusions in front of me, my heart filled with excitement. However, my excitement is not because of the S-Class talent. It's because of the bald man in front of me. He's just standing there quietly, yet it's as if he's telling me that there's nothing a fist can't solve. Without hesitation, I shout in my heart, One Punch Man, Great Demon King. And the man whose true name I called out, looks towards me in response. Next, a fist the size of a sandbag appears in front of me in an instant, then transforms into a surge of energy flowing into my body. Feeling the endless power within me, I can't help but swing my fist towards the sky, a powerful fist wind dispersing in all directions. The scene below instantly descends into chaos, but soon there are waves of mocking laughter, ridiculing our top talent for not being chosen. Choosing such a useless waste, this talent is nothing but making oneself bald. Besides that, it's completely useless. The strength of an athlete is simply insignificant. But they have no idea that I called out the true names of the other demon kings, so the power gained from training is a million times that of the original D-class talent. Just as I'm about to step down from the awakening platform, another light flashes, and 3 figures appear in my mind once again. At that moment, I suddenly remembered that I am a time traveler. My soul crossed over into this body, giving it 2 souls. Perhaps this is the reason why I can awaken dual talents. The 3 figures in front of me are respectively the control of the Thunder of Fortune, C-level muscle enhancement and D-level exhibitionist. At this moment, I was ecstatic in my heart, the son of the Nemesis, with a body of steel like Superman. Then I roared his real name, Dachao, in my heart. I saw the shadow of Superman, and it flew towards me in an instant, filling my whole body with a magical power once again. And there was a continuous stream of energy, transmitted from the sun to my body. If the people below knew that I also chose to be an exhibitionist at this time, they would probably think I had completely gone mad. They would probably all think that I had gone completely crazy. Clearly, I am a very special dual talent awakener, yet I chose 2 of the lowest level talents. Although the exhibitionist who wears underwear outside, this talent can increase strength by basking in the sun, but the strength gained is not as fast as eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, so no one would choose it. In this way, I walked down from the stage amidst everyone's ridicule. The enrollment office staff didn't even look at me, as if I were invisible. I sneered. If you knew that what I awakened appears to be at a certain level, but the core is actually a 3S level talent, and there are 2 of them. He doesn't want to dissect me for research right now, so it's a good opportunity to hide my own dog's growth. At this moment, Lu Jing walked over, with a mocking expression, trying to win favor from the crowd. You could have chosen an S-level talent, but you deliberately chose a D-level one. Do you see anyone paying attention to you? As for me, I completely ignored Lu Jing and started a 10-kilometer run on the playground. Lu Jing mistakenly thought I was backing down, so he ran off with a sneer. My abrupt behavior also caught the attention of the host on the stage. The host immediately began broadcasting, "This young man, although awakened with a useless foundation, will become stronger as he grows." Yet he immediately began training, not wasting a single second. His spirit is worth learning from. Ha! At this moment, the entire school was filled with mocking laughter. But only I know that I awakened 2 SSS-level superhuman talents, and moreover, the upgrade methods of the 2 heroes are perfectly matched. Exercising while basking in the sun, the enhancement effect doubled, just when others were mocking me. But there was a girl with pink hair on the side, looking at me with shining eyes, because she awakened in spatial control and amplification of the SG series. This skill not only enriches others' bodies but is also extremely sensitive to space. She clearly felt the fluctuations when I just awakened, definitely not an ordinary ground-level talent that could emanate. Moreover, she sensed 2 such fluctuations, speculating that I might very well have a dual talent. Afterward, she said a few words to the middle-aged person next to her and then left. If I had known the girl's guess at that time, I would have been scared out of my wits. Her terrifying intuition and wisdom almost hit the nail on the head. Then the middle-aged man walked over to me. He then greeted me and said, "Hello, I am Yin Zhengxin, the president of Sanjian University. I would like to invite you to study at our Sanjian University. I believe you are aware that with your Earth-level talent, it's hard to join any university. Not attending university means being a complete novice, unable to enter the nearby instances. I hope you will consider it carefully." My eyes lit up, and I couldn't let this school invitation go to waste. Alright, I agreed. I arrived at the location of Sanjian University with my acceptance letter, but the building in front of me made me doubt my life choices. That's right, 77, Changjiang Road, but looking at the sign at the entrance saying Sanjiang Leather Factory, I gritted my teeth and walked in. I immediately saw Ning Zhen cooking in the corner, the new principal appearing in an instant. A surge of anger rushed to my head. Ning Zhenxing, is this your Sanjiang University? Is this a university? You tricked me here, what's your plan? Ning Zhenxing wiped his hands with an apron, pointed to the girl in the distance, and explained, well, it's like this. That's my daughter, Ning Tong, a master of the S-level spatial control and amplification. Do you know that some talents are prohibited in this world? There is an organization in this world called Divine Law. This organization specializes in hunting down highly talented students. They are able to extract the talents of others and merge them. I used to be a level 7 expert, a situation that might have allowed my daughter to attend a public school. However, due to some reason, all my abilities were damaged. So, for the safety of my daughter, I secretly established a private school. I want you to help me protect her and conceal her true abilities. I was initially impressed by that beautiful girl, but upon hearing the rest, I turned and walked away. Lin Jingxin shouted loudly behind her, "Given your excellent qualifications, I have decided to provide a scholarship of 2,000 yuan per semester, with tuition and accommodation fully covered." I gritted my teeth. This old thief must have thoroughly investigated my family situation. Every move strikes directly at my weak points. Actually, Principal Lin, upon careful observation, our school is quite beautiful. Money is not the issue, I mainly like the style of the school. For the next 3 months, I will come to the school every day. Other than exercising, it's about honing combat teamwork with Mingtong. In the blink of an eye, the school is about to start. After 3 months of training, my physical strength and agility have reached 200 points. I thought about it and decided to bask in the sun through the great super talent. The 190 potential points I obtained have been added to my mental power, thus all my attributes have reached 200 points. In just 3 short months, I have transformed from an ordinary person to a level 4 expert. It's strange to say, even though my attributes have greatly improved, I still feel half dead every time I activate the adventure training method. It's as if there is some kind of power inside me that keeps pushing me to improve. The difficulty of the training method can be roughly understood as being similar to tying sandbags. I feel that as my physical fitness grows stronger, the resistance also becomes more formidable. Ha, look at them, it's been a month and he's still panting after running 10 kilometers every day. I told you, that talent is just a joke. Most people would have improved their physical fitness after persevering for so many days, but he's still panting. But what they don't know is that I once tested myself briefly. Now with just one punch, I can reach 4,000 kilograms and easily penetrate a 5mm thick steel plate. I can even burn my palm with fire, and I only feel a slight warmth. Even a knife on my skin would only leave a shallow white mark. If I were to level up now, I might reach the level of a third-tier dancer. On the second day of school, Principal Ning Jingxin walked into the classroom with a serious expression. This year's approaching instance dungeon has opened early. Today, all students will enter the first approaching instance dungeon, and all approaching instance dungeons share a common point: no items can be brought into the dungeon. All resources must be collected within the approaching instance dungeon, including but not limited to weapons, and points will be awarded based on the strength of the monsters killed. After the instance is completed, settlement will take place, and the points will be exchanged proportionally for potential points. The maximum potential points rewarded for the first instance is 100 points. You can freely allocate them to 4 attributes, pairing up in twos. The team's points will be shared. Students I call out by name, please stand together. As expected, Ning Tong and I were grouped together, and then I held Ning Tong's hand. It's not that I want to take advantage of the girl, it's mainly for the progress of the 2-person team. There must be physical contact. I felt Ning Tong's gentle hand and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll keep you safe." Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in front of me, and I found myself in an unknown space. The first thing I did was to look around. In the not-so-distant distance, I saw several zombies wandering the streets. I secretly hoped it was just a world of the Walking Dead, not a biocrisis. Otherwise, that tyrant, I really don't know if I can defeat it. I was just about to turn around and say something to Ning Tong, but the next moment, I was stunned. So big and so white. At this moment, the two of us were standing naked on the street. I immediately realized what had happened, quickly went to the clothing store across the street, and got 2 sets of clothes. After Ning Tong put on the clothes, her face turned red, and she said, "Because we can't bring anything into the peaceful instance. So from now on, the 2 of us will team up to enter the peaceful instance together. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Next, I think we need to find a shelter. Next is to gather some supplies to get through the upcoming reality of the instance." At this moment, I can't help but give props to Lao Min in my heart. "Principal, no, Dad, please accept your son-in-law's knee. You've long mentioned the benefits, why would I hesitate?" Coming back to my senses, I looked at a 30-story residential building not far away. This building, surrounded by some shorter buildings, has no taller ones nearby. Not only does it provide a broad view, but going downstairs also ensures that there are no blind spots. Any cover is an excellent shelter. Thinking, I took Ning Tong towards this residential building. When we encountered zombies on the way, I punched and smashed their heads. After entering the building, we closed the door and fought our way to the top floor. Since the city's power system had long ceased to operate, I no longer hesitated in the pitch-black space. Ning Tong enthusiastically displayed my strength, punching one zombie after another. But I didn't know that Ning Tong's spatial ability allowed him to clearly sense everything happening in the darkness. Ning Tong's eyes widened in complete shock. I indeed didn't misjudge him, he is even more powerful than I imagined. Although at this moment, I secretly revealed my terrifying strength in the darkness. However, Ning Tong remained calm, as he could sense others' emotions towards him, whether it was innate or due to his mental strength. He has never felt a hint of malice from me, except maybe when I sneak a peek at his body. After clearing the building, I arrived at a tightly closed metal door on the first floor. It was made of thick metal and welded shut in the middle. Opening it would create a huge noise, so I skipped it earlier. Now I can take a good look at what's inside. I gathered all my strength and punched the metal door. The door flew out directly. The whole building was shaking, but I was dumbfounded at that moment. Who did such a despicable thing, hiding such a large group of zombies in the supermarket? Fortunately, the door that flew out just now knocked down a large group. Suddenly, a huge and evil aura descended upon this world, accompanied by a grand voice echoing in the minds of everyone in the instance. Who is slaughtering my people? This isn't good. Could it be an explosion? But just then, that terrifying voice let out a scream, and suddenly the entire nearby world began to shake, followed by a synthetic sound echoing through heaven and earth. Zone 1 is about to collapse completely. Everyone will return in 30 seconds, and nearby rewards will be distributed later. The rewards for killing the boss in this instance will be doubled, and Zone 1 will be permanently closed. At that moment, I, looking dumbfounded, was staring at my fist. The huge starfish I just punched, is it the boss of this instance? I thought I couldn't beat it, so I tried using my fist. I punched the remaining big demon king with all my might, only for it to explode on the spot, leaving me dumbfounded. Beside, Ning Tong looked surprised and explained, "You should already be at level 4, this is just a new mobile phone copy. Even the strongest boss is only at level 3. And now, all the new students, even those with S-level talent, have only reached level 2. This means that ordinary students can survive in this copy, which is already very good. But you can easily kill the boss." After hearing Ning Tong's explanation, I suddenly realized. However, at this time, outside the copy, Principal Ning was crying and holding his head. Because all the students who were still alive in the copies have come out, but they have not seen Ning Tong's figure. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him team up with that stinky kid to enter the nearby copy. Even if it was one of you. Before he could finish his sentence, he found that those students were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at a fool. Principal Ning asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" After an explanation from a student, he finally realized that we were the first place and received additional rewards. It's probably still being settled. As for why the settlement is taking so long, that's because our first place score reached a whopping 183 million points. You should know that the second place only has a little over 500 points, so the settlement is a bit slow. The surviving new students also discussed one after another. It seems that they were able to get first place this time, which is all thanks to Senior Ning. Yeah, that Earth-ranked guy went bald but got stronger. How powerful can he get? I wonder what ability Ning Tong has. If only I could cling onto Ning Tong's thigh. I wonder where that brat got his luck from. This time's reward of 200 potential points might just match up, increasing his potential for a lifetime. After all, the last person with this ability skyrocketed 5 potential points after intense training for 3 years. Perhaps being handsome is also a talent. I wonder what Ning Tong sees in him. Maybe I can do it too. Show me. Do you have an 8-pack, bronze skin, sharp features, and a bright smile? Damn it, we're all classmates. Is it necessary to be so blunt? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the halo. Tong Tong, it's really great that you're okay, otherwise how could Dad go on living? It's okay, Dad. This time's approaching feels very relaxed, like a vacation. Ning Tong comforted Lao Ning while casting a glance at me with those beautiful eyes. Made my heart tremble under her gaze. After the nice event ended, I carried my backpack home. When I got back, I distributed the 200 attribute points from this time. Evenly distributed among 4 attributes, my overall attributes reached 250 points instantly. Sitting in front of the computer, my eyes suddenly felt hot. I instinctively closed my eyes, but when I opened them again, I noticed the walls of the room disappeared. Upon closer inspection, I saw a skeleton cooking in the kitchen. I was so scared. Oh my goodness, where am I when I blink my eyes? But in the next moment, I suddenly realized that the cooking figure looked like my mom. Looking around again, everything still looked familiar. Actually, the walls of the room are still there. It's just that I can't see the walls. The X-ray vision of the great super X-ray vision has awakened. But how do I turn this off? Now, everyone I see looks like a skeleton, truly reaching the realm of Buddhist monks. All obstacles around me disappeared, and half an hour later, I finally mastered this ability to open coffins with ease. Flesh and blood beauties are still the best. I thought to myself. The X-ray vision isn't very precise yet, so let's set a small goal first. Control the X-ray vision to 0. 1 mm on the skin surface, or else seeing everyone as skeletons might drive me crazy. After various attempts, I found out that previously, I could gain 2 potential points from sun exposure in a day, which could be used to upgrade, but now it has become 4 points a day. Not only that, the great super talent seems to be able to be improved based on my attributes. X-ray microscopic heat vision and flying, super breathing steel body, will awaken one by one in the future. Moreover, my 2 talents complement each other. Originally, relying on Superman sunbathing, I wouldn't have awakened so quickly. Yet, there are only 2 points each day, and they need to be distributed to raise all 4 attributes evenly. But with the training from One Punch Man, it's different. Training can steadily increase stamina, agility, and strength every day. Although the 3 attributes cannot improve mental power, they can be enhanced using the potential points gained from Superman sunbathing. By training and sunbathing at the same time, the speed of improvement is countless times faster than others. As for the other side, Lao Nine, Ning Tong, and Tong Tong, next time for the instance dungeon, Dad will find you different partners. That brat is okay in some ways, but his strength is too low. Your safety is not guaranteed. Ning Tong's eyes widened directly. With such thick thighs, others would dream of hugging one. You still want to change partners for me? Do you want me to die faster? But due to his agreement with me, he can't openly say that my strength is powerful. No need to say more, Dad. In this lifetime, I will only enter the instance dungeon with him, unless he doesn't want me. Have you fallen for him? In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed, and the second instance dungeon is about to open. Outside the school, a few people are using binoculars to look into the school, confirming that the target has entered the vicinity. They can send people in to capture them. At this moment, I have already entered the nearby second instance with Ning Tong. After 2 months of training, my attributes have reached a total of 366 points. It may seem like just a slight increase from before, but it's a drastic change. After openly admiring Ning Tong's graceful figure, I went to find 2 sets of clothes nearby to break free from the embarrassing situation. With Ning Tong dressed, although she doesn't mind being seen, her face still blushes under my gaze, even reddening to her ears and neck. I looked around. The few wandering zombies on the street made me think this was still the first spirit police. But the next moment, a licker sprang out from a dark corner, making me realize this might be of a higher level. Like in a biohazard crisis, the zombies are not extinct. After I smashed the licker with a punch, I immediately activated my X-ray vision and scanned the surrounding buildings. The areas not visible around were densely packed with zombies. I identified them through their skeletal structure and movement patterns. In addition to numerous regular zombies, there were many lickers and even a few tyrants mixed in. However, now that I can kill the 3rd stage boss from the previous instance with just 1 punch, I no longer regard these few 3rd stage tyrants highly. I led Ning Tong straight towards a residential building. Ning Tong followed behind me, watching as I smashed a monster with 1 punch, turning it into a bloody mess, unable to help but sigh. Although my talent is still passable, but compared to you, I'm really far behind. I thought that even if my physical strength couldn't match yours, my mental strength would be stronger. But just now, you went through the ceiling and killed a licker that I didn't detect. I lost all my confidence. I comforted you, saying it's okay. Just obediently be my leg pendant, and let me handle all the difficulties. After killing the tyrant just now, I have a better understanding of my strength. If we have the chance, let's try to kill the boss in the dungeon. When Mingtong heard me say this, he trembled. Don't spare the life of the Red Queen. If we accidentally close the level 2 spirit realm, the future awakeners will really be in trouble. I gave him a strange look and said, why are you worried about the Red Queen? I just said I wanted to try. We might not even be able to defeat her. Only then did Ningtong realize that he seemed to have full confidence in the man who saw through him. Then, as an earth level, I slowly cleaned the residential building with Ningtong. Ningtong, at S level, transformed into a counter to help me count: 132 lickers, 3 tyrants, 133 lickers, 3 tyrants. There are a few men in black downstairs at the residential building. Are you sure this is the place? Yes, this is the place. My intuition never fails. Next to me, a man with a leg in a circle formed hand seals, using the art of invisibility. A smooth light spread out, and the figures of several men in black slowly blended into the environment. Now that my invisibility technique is in place, even if that Mengtong is strong, he won't be able to detect us. Let's split up. Next, we will go capture that little white-faced guy, if not him, the little black-faced one. According to the intelligence, the talent of that little black-faced guy is mediocre at best. He's just a waste. relying solely on a handsome face to get by, and it seems that Mengtong cares a lot about him. Once we capture him, we can use him to threaten Lintong. But Lintong's abilities are not to be underestimated. The intelligence indicates he is very strong. We might not be able to handle a direct confrontation. Let's move cautiously, as the black-clothed individuals infiltrate. The further they go, the more uneasy they become. The ground is littered with the bodies of lickers and tyrants, all monsters, like the agile and unmatched second-tier lickers. The physically robust third-tier tyrant is actually the weaker one. Don't be afraid, that woman is very powerful. She can easily kill the nearby third-tier boss. Those lickers and tyrants are just easy kills. But that man is his weak spot. Once we capture him, half of our mission is complete. As they quickly ascend the stairs, a cynical voice sounds ahead of them. What are you sneaky lot up to? Do you think I'm blind? I look at the skeletal remains in front of me with disdain. Didn't you say your ninjutsu wouldn't be discovered by anyone? In theory, it indeed shouldn't be discovered. Maybe it's the eyes of this man that are special. But now it's just him alone. Isn't it just right to catch him first? Several people smirked and surrounded me. I looked speechless. Who sent you here? One of the bone frames answered, that's not something you can know. Raise your hands and surrender obediently, maybe you can avoid getting hurt. I said, have you misunderstood something? Is there a possibility that I am the strongest one? Only a burst of sound was heard. I instantly lunged forward, leaving behind a pit full of cracks in the ground. Instantly, an infinite killing intent rose in my heart, as I punched towards Zayaraizi's head. My fist, with my strength exceeding 300 points and enhanced agility, directly turned into a shadow, carrying endless murderous intent towards him. Zayaraizi hadn't even had time to react when my punch hit him head-on, turning him directly into a sky full of blood mist, shattered by my punch. The flesh and blood sprayed on the surrounding black-clothed people. The other black-clothed individuals were stunned for a moment, then screamed while trying to escape from me using all their limbs. I smiled, revealing my white teeth. Have you figured it out yet? As the crowd felt like they had fallen into hell, my bright smile in front of them was as terrifying as a haunting ghost. They swallowed nervously, completely losing the courage to resist. My punch just now made them realize thoroughly the gap in abilities between them and me. The black-clothed individuals cursed silently in their hearts, thinking about the organization that provided the information. This isn't just a regional waste, it's clearly a monster surpassing the S level, right? Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads as they began pleading with me. But now they realized that it's too late to beg for mercy from me. I won't let them take the information out. Suddenly, after images of my figure appeared, flashing by like lightning. The bodies of the black-clothed individuals in the room turned into blood mist, splattering on the walls and floor with loud bangs. After watching me finish the battle, the sick child voluntarily suggested his idea. Maybe next time, I should go alone. Your talent has more potential than mine. There's no need to risk your bright future for me. I ruffled his hair and said with a smile, silly kid, if I can't even protect you, what's the use of becoming stronger? Don't worry, brother has everything under control. Just help me cover up, take all the blame, and wait for me to take you to new heights. Ning Tong bit his lip, nodded earnestly, and his beautiful big eyes sparkled again. I grinned and asked, so how will you repay me, little brother? Ning Tong widened his eyes, a hint of blush flashed on his smiling face. Tell me, as long as I can do it. I was ecstatic inside, smirking, and said, as long as you can do it, right? Then I hit the jackpot, so in the future, let the principal take care of my breakfast and dinner. Ning Tong suddenly opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word. He was prepared to face some unreasonable demands I might make, but he didn't expect that I only wanted him to handle meals. Why are you so unambitious? Can't a beauty like me compare to a few meals? Ning Tong turned his face away, instantly annoyed and didn't want to talk to me anymore. In the following days, I trained with Ning Tong while killing monsters. Strangely, no matter how many monsters I killed, I never saw the Starry Queen's figure. What I didn't know was that she was just a few dozen kilometers away. A huge spider buried deep in the ground, its 8 long legs trembling. Because the Starry Queen has a skill that can spawn countless baby spiders, and these can control other monsters. When he first saw Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, he was very happy, but he didn't expect that the man would punch and defeat the tyrant he controlled. At this moment, the Crimson Queen didn't even dare to show her eyes above the ground. It's too terrifying. What kind of monster is this, that can defeat the tyrant with just one punch? Help, who will come to my aid? The Crimson Queen lurked underground, letting out a helpless wail. After slaughtering more than 1,000 monsters, I feel a bit bored. I've decided not to go after the Crimson Queen. Let's leave some resources for the junior students. I have a younger sister at home who will awaken and go to college in a few years. It wouldn't be good if we also closed this nearby instance. 3 days later, all survivors in the second spirit realm were transported back to the real world. Ning Tong and I received the maximum reward of 150 points from the second spirit realm. I couldn't help but sneer. The total of my attribute points has reached 1,766. Although there's still a slight gap compared to a 5th rank expert, among college students, I can already outclass them all. After all, no one can obtain over 1,500 attribute points during their college years, and I've only awakened for less than half a year. At this moment, Lao Ning is in the classroom, watching 8 students appear from the teleportation circle. He quickly takes a few steps, grabbing Ning Tong's shoulder, and anxiously says, "Let Dad see if you're hurt." Ning Tong feels a bit embarrassed in front of so many people. "Dad, I'm not injured." The other students around have strange expressions. "We almost died fighting desperately, only to get it in the nearby instance. We were left with just a few or even just a couple of points pitifully. But that stinking kid managed to get 150 potential points by brown nosing." The more everyone thinks about it, the angrier they get, glaring at me with intense flames in their eyes. This dog only relies on his handsome face to win again. 150 potential points. Why does being handsome really give someone a free pass? In the blink of an eye, we have arrived at the day before the third spiritual mirror opens. Teacher Ning is in the classroom, explaining the precautions for the third spiritual mirror. This time, Mirror 3 is a special instance, with groups of 6. Upon entry, powerful armor and weapons will be automatically provided. The armor can withstand a fatal blow once, and this time's tranquility will last for 5 days. After each day's battle, you can choose to return to the real world. However, if you return early, you will only receive 1/5 of the potential points. The classroom erupted, everyone wide-eyed. Is Mirror 3 so humane? Don't want to stay? You can return at any time, although you'll only get 1/5 of the potential points. Still better than nothing. Yuan Peng raised his hand to ask, since the principal placed this tranquility as number 3, there must be more dangerous factors than tranquility number 2. Ning Jingxi nodded and continued, Mirror 3, no one has ever passed the retaliation on the 5th day, so the highest potential points that can currently be obtained is 200 points. This instance, in theory, should be placed near the 15th, but because you can exit at any time, it's placed at number 3. My eyes lit up. No one has cleared it before. The highest is 200 points. Does that mean if we clear it, it's 5 times that? Not to mention the potential rewards on the 5th day, but the rewards for the first 4 days alone can already reach 1,000 points. After Ning Jingxin finished speaking, he called my name. Ning Tong, this time, you two will lead 4 classmates together in the instance. After all, you both have achieved good results in the previous 2 instances, so take some classmates with you. I immediately widened my eyes and looked at Lao Ning. No way, Lao Ning, you've also experienced the tranquil state. How could you let Ning Tong and others team up? Lao Ning immediately saw what I was thinking, so there was no need to pray. Rest assured, once we enter the vicinity of No. 3, everyone will immediately be equipped with antibacterial protection, so there's no need to worry. I nodded in relief, completely letting go of my worries. Ning Tong's pretty face lit up with a smile, and she cast a look at me with an ambiguous meaning. I immediately shot back a fierce look, and our eye contact was seen by everyone. The male classmates were envious and jealous one after another. This guy not only knows how to cozy up to those in power but now even enjoys being held by him. Is there any fairness in this world? Lao Ning couldn't help but cough a few times. These two have reached the stage of openly flirting in the classroom. Doesn't he still see himself as a father, or even a principal? Before long, the instant's teleportation circle emitted a faint yellow light, indicating that No. 3 vicinity had been activated. I held Ning Tong with my left hand, Tang Yu with my right hand, with Ning Tong being on the edge. The reason I positioned myself this way is because only I can hold Ning Tong's delicate hand, and I am prepared in case we enter the vicinity, where Ning Tong might be at risk of exposure. If that happens, I will immediately shield Ning Tong behind me, using my sturdy figure to block any prying eyes. As his vision darkened, when he came to, he found himself and the other 5 individuals in a sealed room. I tried to exert force with my feet, but the ground unexpectedly felt solid. Moreover, at this moment, all 6 of us were automatically dressed in a mysterious black combat suit. There was also a metal ring on our wrists. I looked at the mirror in the room, and the dark combat suit looked quite shabby. I couldn't help but think, if only I could transform into a yellow combat suit like Teacher Chi Yuma's. No sooner had I entertained this thought, the metal ring on my wrist sprayed out yellow threads, enveloping my whole body, and in a moment, my clothes completely changed. Yellow combat suit, red gloves, red boots, white cape, a perfect replica of Teacher Chi Yuma's combat suit. I looked at my hand in amazement, never expecting the metal ring to be so useful. If I could take it with me, I wouldn't be empty-handed next time I entered the vicinity. At this thought, I couldn't help but look at Ming Tong. Ming Tong had spatial abilities, able to create storage space within his body, making him the only one who could carry items back and forth. However, he mentioned last time that his storage space couldn't even fit a piece of clothing. I wondered how much Ming Tong could carry now. If possible, I really wanted to take this ring out of the vicinity. On Ming Tong's side, he also discovered the utility of the metal bracelet, as his black tight-fitting clothes instantly transformed into a set of white sportswear. She looks refreshing and elegant, complemented by her beautiful face and pink long hair, appearing exceptionally pure and beautiful, while others also quickly finish their disguises. Suddenly, a transparent light screen appears in the room, displaying a message that there are only 10 seconds left until the Night of 100 Ghosts begins. Everyone is urged to quickly choose a weapon, leave the safe house, and head to the front line to defend against the ghostly invasion. As the announcement is made, everyone looks towards the nearby weapon rack, which is filled with various cold weapons. I quickly call everyone over. Hurry and choose a suitable weapon. Of course, I am brimming with confidence. After all, my fists are the strongest weapon. As the countdown ends, a purple magic array rises. I pull Ming Tong aside and suggest the idea of bringing the battle attire. The idea of bringing out the bracelets comes to mind. Ming Tong thinks for a moment and responds, after the last encounter, my spiritual power has increased to over 500. The storage space is about a cubic meter in size, so it should be no problem to fit both of our bracelets. Then I'll leave it to you. Once your spiritual power exceeds 10,000, you could probably fit a mountain in there without any issues. When we return to the real world this time, let's do a test to see if we can bring this outfit with us. Ming Tong obediently nods. After all, leave the fighting to me. Ming Tong can keep his spiritual power for more meaningful tasks. I was the first to arrive outdoors, and what I saw was a modern city. The tall buildings were covered with LCD screens and LED lights. Most of the eerie things were crimson, making the night exceptionally terrifying. As the huge bell in the city rang, various strange creatures emerged from every corner of the city. In just a few breaths, the city was filled with all kinds of monsters, and the slaughter began instantly. However, the monsters on the first day were quite weak, mainly relying on scratching and biting attacks. It's worth noting that the awakened individuals who can reach the vicinity of No. 3 all possess a certain level of strength. Now equipped with armor and weapons, they went on a rampage against the monsters. The city was filled with the experience of slaughtering black, foul-smelling monsters. I tested it out. These so-called monsters, despite their name, had quite ordinary strength and no peculiar abilities. With just a light strike from me, they turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. This aspect is similar to what I learned from the anime Slaughter City. The monsters near No. 3, aside from their terrifying appearance, are actually easy to kill. Both physical and elemental attacks can harm them. Except for the final boss, the others are not that formidable. With the appearance of the second wave of monsters, casualties began to occur among the awakened individuals. The number of monsters was simply too high, and some were dragged away by the monsters. They left behind a pool of blood on the ground. I solemnly warned everyone to be careful and not be dragged away by the monsters. Ren Pang and the others nodded in agreement, becoming even more cautious in their actions. I also showed some strength, using continuous normal attacks. Dozens of ghosts in front of me, all stood still in place, then burst open one after another. This made Ren Pang and the others envy, casting admiring glances at Ning Tong. Goddess Ning is too powerful, killing monsters while still having the energy to strengthen the little white collar. Is her hidden talent really so powerful? It would be great if she could strengthen us too. Ning Tong was seen using a dagger in combination with spatial power to fight. The ghosts hit by him also burst open from the inside. He saw Ren Pang and the other three. They cast admiring glances at him. A hint of confusion appeared on his calm pretty face. What are you all looking at me for? My efficiency in killing ghosts isn't much faster than yours. My terrifying speed in killing monsters has also caught the attention of other teams. Goodness, the ghosts are so fragile in front of him, as if they were made of paper, shattered with a light touch. Isn't his awakening a waste-level talent? The white-clothed woman holding the dagger next to him is Ming Tong. It's nothing, just a little white-faced guy who relies on others to enhance his strength. After a whole day of fighting, all the monsters were finally cleared. All the teams had varying degrees of casualties. Then all the teams returned to the rest area through the teleportation array. Right now, Ren Pang and the others are all praising Ning Tong excessively. Ning Tong, your talent is truly powerful. You can even elevate someone with a low-level talent like him. Yes, Ning Tong, can you strengthen me tomorrow too? I want to experience that invincible feeling as well. Ningtong felt extremely awkward, wanting to speak but hesitating. Her expression was one of helplessness. What are you all daydreaming about? He is at least a 5th-tier expert, capable of instantly killing humanoid monsters of demon-level ferocity with a single punch. You want me to enhance you all to his level, but I can't even meet the requirements. Yet, he can't say it directly. Actually, I'm just a pendant. He has always been the one to lift me up. That feeling made him strongly consider casting a space lock on these 4 people in front of him, silencing them all. He could only awkwardly smile politely. Sorry, enhancing abilities requires long-term training and coordination. Besides him, I can't enhance anyone else in a short time. At that moment, a screen popped up in the room, displaying the rankings of the first day's kill points. Room 04060 with 2,387 points, Room 1783 with 1,123 points, and Room 00761. Our room number is 04060, unexpectedly ranking first. I shook my head. These students are not up to par. I only used less than 1% of my strength and effortlessly conquered by Sanjiang City. I had a good rest at the university for a night. Early the next morning, a message popped up on the screen in the room, stating that it was free activity time during the day. You can go out and explore as you please. Remember the entrance to your rest area. Most students choose to rest indoors during the day. After all, with hundreds of thousands of awakened individuals gathered globally, without the constraints of national laws, some people can do anything. But I'm different. I'm used to exercising on my bike every day, soaking up the sun. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't exercise for a day. Over at the camp, a group of people were discussing. Guess what I saw? Did I see the national spirit female ghost? I saw that Huangboy guy from yesterday, exercising. Ha, that's right, it's that bald exercise method. Ha, just mentioning it brings back the image. Does anyone really believe in this exercise method? Ha, hurry and go see. If you're late, you won't be able to see. What's even funnier is that he took off his clothes and exercised naked. Really? The way you put it, I'm interested now. I'll go take a look. How good-looking can Asian men be? I doubt it. A moment later, a girl ran over outside the camp. Sisters, come quickly. Huge benefits, those abs, those chest muscles. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Hey, sisters, super benefits being offered, don't miss out as you pass by. Which part are you referring to as big? Of course, it's the chest muscles. What did you think? I thought it was some charity scheme. Where is the scientific and educational public welfare speculation? Could a few beautiful ladies be involved? The vicinity is not an outlaw place. The Lord will be watching you. I also want to ask, where exactly is the public welfare speculation? Ningtong looked at the message on the screen, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I usually exercise at school, and he is the only one who openly appreciates it. I didn't find it very shocking. Today, I ignored their obstruction and still wanted to exercise in the vicinity. He suddenly felt that something was not right. Sure enough, in just a few minutes of going out, these hooligans even started to provoke trouble. I had heard that foreign girls are very open in that regard, but Ningtong didn't expect them to be shameless to this extent. He exuded a murderous aura all over his body and coldly asked Tangyue, "Where are you going?" Tangyue suddenly turned around, drooling from the corner of her mouth. I felt a bit stuffy in the room and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Ningtong picked up a small knife and said fiercely, "I'm going with you." Tanyue's face stiffened and she weakly said, "Oh, then I won't go." At this moment, I was covered in sweat, which seemed like sweat from exercising, but it was more due to anxiety. All the girls here are foreigners, and I can't understand what they're saying. These infatuated girls ran out, cheering and applauding, making it seem like watching a male strip show in a nightclub. It's too much. Where is the morality? Where are the ethics? Where are the tickets? If you pay, then you can come up and chop. You are too much, wanting to touch that. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day, and the awakened ones were all exhausted after 3 days of bloody battles. As they were finishing cleaning up the monsters on the third day, a loud roar suddenly echoed from the outskirts of the city. The sound was very penetrating, causing some people with weak constitutions to feel dizzy. Soon after, the ground began to shake rhythmically, and the next moment, a huge figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It's the boss of the third day, the bull demon. Can we really defeat this monster? Let's go. Killing him tonight will earn us at least 100 potential points. It's now or never, either he dies or I perish. The classmates with awakened mental and healing talents are using various methods to buff their teammates. Fireballs, lightning strikes, and warships continuously bombard him, surrounded by tens of thousands of awakened individuals. Although the bull demon is tough, he only has strong strength and physical attributes, so the attacks are making him howl in pain repeatedly. There are also awakened individuals with strengthening abilities holding black shields to block his attacks. It's unknown what material the black shield is made of, as it withstands even a blow from a giant axe without breaking. Although after a single blow, the awakened individual will be sent flying, completely losing combat effectiveness, but there are so many awakened individuals. Even if a third-tier awakened individual with strengthening abilities is tough, there are at least 800 of them if not 1,000. Each one blocking a hit can significantly reduce the bull demon's killing power. After observing for a while, they roughly understand the bull demon's strength. If they don't act soon, in just over 10 minutes, the points will belong to someone else. This time, I plan to clear the instance, not for fame or fake points, but because when Liaoning introduced the third spirit mirror, I keenly sensed its uniqueness. No one has been able to clear the third spirit mirror before. Exiting midway only gets you 1/5 of the reward, with a limit of 200 points. If someone can clear the third spirit mirror, obtaining undiscounted potential points, wouldn't they be able to get 1,000 points? Moreover, the 200 points is just the reward limit for the 4th day. If we clear it by the 5th day, regardless, the potential points reward for clearing will definitely be over 1,000. I don't care about 200 points of potential points, but 1,500 points are still worth me striving for. At my current rate of gaining over 300 points of attributes per month, it will take a full 5 months to reach 1,500 points. The sooner I become invincible, the sooner I can shake off the titles of Three Rivers City Pretty Boy and Freeloader. It can even raise the talents of other teachers, like Teacher Dachao, from D rank to S rank. Then, whoever dares to defy me, I'll go and challenge them until everyone submits. Ning Tong nervously asked me, how should I cooperate with you later? There are so many people watching recently, so let's make it look a bit more realistic. I thought for a moment and replied, wait a moment. Just act like you're putting in a lot of effort, as if you're boosting me. It should feel something like giving birth. Ning Tong blushed and playfully punched me, you're dead. How would I know what giving birth feels like? I changed my wording, then, act like you're straining to poop. Xining bit her lip, pinched the soft flesh around my waist fiercely, spouted nonsense, and then Xining, made a scissor hand gesture. After teasing Lingtong's sister, I felt refreshed. With a leap, I soared over 50 meters high, effortlessly standing between the huge horns of the ox demon. I waved friendly to the classmates below, I'm here to help you all. As everyone below admired my handsome face, they greeted me warmly. The boss will die soon if you roll down. Let us score some points. You don't need to, you are already in first place. Leave some points for us. Feeling enraged by someone daring to stand on his head, the ox demon swung a massive bronze axe towards me. I effortlessly dodged and jumped to the nearby rooftop. The ox demon was caught off guard, and the axe struck his large ox head, splitting it into 2 halves instantly. The scene fell silent, everyone's expressions were stunned. After fighting desperately for a while, I jumped onto his head, and he self-destructed. It turns out that the intelligence level of the bull demon is so low? Jiang Chen also expressed extreme speechlessness. Originally, he wanted to jump to the top of the bull demon, pull out its 2 sharp bull horns, and then kill it with 1 punch. After leaving the spiritual realm like this, in case the points are abnormal and reporters come looking for him, it's good to have an excuse. He accidentally discovered the weakness of the bull demon, which allowed him to eliminate it. Unexpectedly, this guy's intelligence is worrying, and he actually committed suicide. I wonder which team will get the points in this situation. With the death of the bull demon, the 3rd day of the Night of 100 Ghosts ended, and teleportation gates appeared beside everyone. Many people were indignant, glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, and then stepped into the teleportation gate of their own team. There was no way, mainly because they couldn't beat the combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. Otherwise, everyone would have the heart to kill Jiang Chen in minutes now. Jiang Chen jumped down from the rooftop, looking at the developed muscles of the bull demon. He hadn't replenished the spirit meat of the fierce beasts for 2 days, feeling hungry all over. Jiang Chen pondered, since the name of the bull demon contains the word bull, it should be considered a bull. I wonder if its meat is edible. Jiang Chen carefully recalled that Master Chiyu seemed to have eaten many strange people, such as the cabbage man, the seaweed man, the mushroom man, the crab man, and so on. Anyway, the strange people who insulted his bald head all became his ingredients. With the physique inherited from Master Chiyu, eating a demon should not be a problem. Without further ado, Jiang Chen tore off a huge leg of the bull, lit a bonfire on the battlefield, and started roasting the bull leg, humming a tune in his mouth. Roasted chicken wings, my favorite. After a while, the latest rankings for the 3rd day were refreshed on the screen. End of the 3rd day, kill score ranking, room 04060103, 4189 points, room 11783, 5224 points, room 00761, 4287 points, room 03487, 3875 points. The score for killing the bull demon reached 1 million points, and it was directly added to Jiang Chen's team. The chat area instantly exploded. Damn it, this guy stole the kill at a critical moment. In the game, this kind of person is called a kill stealer. Middle finger, you dog, you're really lucky. Didn't do anything, but got 1 million points. How can he be so lucky? Under a stroke of luck, the bull demon actually committed suicide. I've been tolerating him for a long time. Actually, he relies on that girl to boost him, that's why he has this strength. He's just a D-grade talent waste. It seems like he didn't go back, leaving only him outside. Great opportunity, damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Anyone want to take him down? Count me in. Me too. After a while, someone on the screen said in horror, "Don't mess with that guy in the yellow clothes and bald head, he's not human." What's wrong? Weren't you going to take him down? Didn't his female companion go back to the rest area? Can't you even beat him alone? No, you can't imagine what we saw. What did you see? If you keep talking like you're squeezing toothpaste, I'll kill you first. That bald guy, he actually roasted and ate the bull demon. When I went, he had already finished gnawing on the bull demon's 2 big legs and was roasting the ribs of the bull demon. Damn, is he human? How dare he eat even demons? Damn, is he that ruthless? Can you eat the bull demon? Isn't he afraid of turning into a demon himself? No way, such a big bull demon, he ate it all by himself? Does he have a bottomless stomach? Ha, he actually has a title, called the glutton of a certain city. Forget it, we can't mess with such a ruthless person. Everyone was indignant, vented for a while, and then it passed. Jiang Chen's behavior of roasting and eating demons completely shocked this group of college freshmen. The person who can kill ghosts, they have seen a lot of them, and dare to barbecue ghosts. Since the existence of the spiritual realm, Jiang Chen is the first one. After eating a whole cow ghost, Jiang Chen patted his stomach satisfied, completely full, and gained 2 more potential points. The quality of the cow ghost's meat is very high, not inferior to the flesh of fierce beasts. In the future, if you can't get the flesh of fierce beasts, find a spiritual realm, slaughter and eat the powerful creatures inside. It's also a good choice. After eating the cow ghost meat, combined with the 3 days of training and sun exposure, Jiang Chen's current attributes are as follows. Constitution, 546 Spirit, 475 Strength, 546 Agility, 546 Potential Points, 240 Talent 1, Shiyu Talent 2, Superman Talent Skill. Penetrating eye. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With these attributes, it should be easy to kill the big boss, Hua Piao. Jiang Chen returned to the rest area, and when everyone saw him return, except for Ning Tong, they all raised their heads in fear and looked at him. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a chicken farm manager, facing a group of trembling weak chicks. Ren Peng swallowed, his Adam's apple moved up and down, his eyes full of fear, and he weakly asked, Lan Gu, they said you roasted and ate the cow ghost, is that true? Jiang Chen took out a small stick and picked his teeth. Yes, what's wrong? Such a big cow, if you don't slaughter and eat it, wouldn't it be a waste? He said with a heavy heart. Cows work very hard. How much grass do they have to eat normally to grow so big? We should be worthy of its meat. Ren Peng's eyes flickered, is that a cow? Clearly, it's a cow ghost. Have you ever seen a cow over 30 meters tall, able to walk upright and wield 2 battle axes? Tang Yu's eyes lit up, eagerly asking Jiang Chen, what does it taste like, Lan Gu? Is there any left? Jiang Chen licked his lips a few times. What else can a cow ghost taste like? It tastes like beef, crispy, bursting with protein content. In the end, there's only a cow whip left. Do you want to eat it? Tang Yu's eyes sparkled, obediently nodding. Cow whip, great, it's very nutritious. It costs several hundred outside for one. Such a big cow whip, it must be worth tens of thousands at least. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. What a tough girl. He can eat cow ghost meat because he has the powerful physique of Teacher Chiyu and Big Chow as a guarantee, so there won't be any mutations. If Tang Yu finishes eating, she is likely to turn into a Lace Lolita ghost and be left in the 3rd spiritual realm forever. Although the idea of a Lace Lolita ghost sounds inexplicably exciting, Jiang Chen quickly stopped Tang Yu. Forget it, I wasn't paying attention just now, they're all burnt. I'll save you some next time if there's something delicious. Tang Yu looked unwilling. Woo, I really wanted to taste the sashimi of cow whip. Ren Peng, Zhang Xinghe, and Liang Yu quickly covered their lower bodies, curled up in the corner, feeling that except for the 3 of them, everyone else in the room was a pervert. Messages popped up on the screen, from surviving classmates discussing the fourth battle tomorrow. Many people have already had thoughts of retreat. The powerful cow ghost today made them realize that tomorrow's battle will definitely be more brutal. The ultimate boss on the fourth day, the Great Tengu, is equivalent to a fifth-order awakened being, at least 5 times stronger than the cow ghost. The Great Tengu also has wings on its back, making it equivalent to a fifth-order enhanced awakened being with flight capabilities, even more difficult to deal with. Not to mention, the Great Tengu also has an indestructible giant sword, especially fond of attacking the neck. Although armor can withstand a fatal attack once, if the sword strikes the neck, the armor is powerless. How can these first and second year students deal with such a powerful ghost? The screen was filled with wailing. My teacher, Elson, is already a fifth-order powerhouse. When he is teaching, he recalls the third spirit realm Great Tengu from years ago, and his face is full of fear. He advises us that even as a fifth-order powerhouse, there is no certainty of survival when facing the Great Tengu. Yes, my teacher also suspects that the third spirit realm grouping was a mistake by the United Spirit Realm Organization. In fact, if we consider the difficulty of the fifth day, the third spirit realm should rank at least after the 15th spirit realm. My dad is a staff member of the United Spirit Realm grouping. I have inquired about this matter with him. The main issue is that the difficulty of obtaining potential points significantly increases in the later spirit realms. Only the first to third spirit realms are relatively safe and controllable places where everyone can earn potential points. If the third spirit realm were really ranked according to the clearance difficulty, it should at least be ranked after the 15th spirit realm. Classmates, if you want to stay, deduct 1 point. If you want to leave, deduct the entire value of pi. Upstairs, you. I'll leave first. Anyway, I can't beat you. Only with life can there be a future. See you next time if fate allows. We're leaving too. Baldy, you better not let me see you again. Baldy in the yellow shirt, I remember your name, you just wait for me. Jiangchen looked puzzled. If you want to leave, just go, why mock me? Do you all not want to continue in the spirit realm next time? Ningtong looked at Jiangchen with a questioning look. Jiangchen asked Ningtong softly, do you want to stay? Ningtong's gaze was firm, without any hesitation. If you stay, I'll stay. Jiangchen nodded. Between him and Ningtong, a tacit understanding had been cultivated over a long period of time. They could understand each other with just a glance. Although the third spirit realm was full of dangers, Jiangchen was confident in leading Ningtong to the end. Especially since Ningtong had accidentally awakened the secret space, a life-saving technique. If Ningtong created a small hidden space for herself, she could at least hold on for 10 hours. If that didn't work, he could still run away with Ningtong and increase the favorability of the girls along the way. With his agility of over 500 points and more than 200 surplus potential points, he could run until he dropped dead. Although he and Ningtong were not in danger, there could be casualties among the other classmates who stayed behind. Jiangchen gathered everyone together, looking serious. Tomorrow, Ningtong and I have decided to persevere for one more night. If you don't want to stay, you can leave the spirit realm tonight. The third spirit realm allowed team members to return individually without affecting the continued battle of other teammates. Ren Peng, Zhang Xinghe, and the others didn't need to stay. After the deductions for the third and fourth days of potential points, they would only be short of 50 points. If they couldn't clear it, it wasn't worth risking so much for 50 potential points. Room 04060 had been at the top of the leaderboard for a long time. Ren Peng and the others returning would at least earn 150 potential points, more than the sum of their previous 2 spirit realms. After discussing it, they expressed their apologies. Brother Lan, Sister Ton, we're going back first. Our strength is still too weak. Even if we stay, we will only be a burden to you. Ningtong comforted them. Classmates don't need to be so polite. Go back and report to the principal that you're safe. Grow quickly, there will be more spirit realms in the future, waiting for us to conquer together. The 4 nodded, waved goodbye to Jiangchen and Ningtong, and silently wished to return. Their figures slowly disappeared in the room, leaving only Jiangchen and Ningtong. Jiangchen suddenly became excited. A private room, just the 2 of us, isn't that like having a room with Ningtong? How could he miss such a good opportunity? Jiangchen's face lit up with a bright smile as he asked Ningtong, shall we do something? Ningtong widened her eyes, do something? Okay, Jiangchen, I didn't misjudge you. As soon as there's one less person, you reveal your true nature. But you're so strong, with just the 2 of us in a room, if you really want to do something, I can't resist. There's a saying, life is like rape, if you can't resist, then lie down and enjoy it. After a long mental workout, Ningtong glanced at Jiangchen, blushing, she lowered her head and made a mosquito-like sound. Jiangchen somehow pulled out a deck of cards from somewhere, grinning. Let's play cards. The loser has to accept the winner's punishment. Ning Tong was even more surprised, widening her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, cards? Punishment? No way, is he really going to play such a vulgar game? Too much, starting off with such frivolity? How can a young lady like me accept this? She thought that tomorrow would be the decisive battle with the great Tengu. Perhaps the two of them would be separated by life and death, but finally she bit her lip and nodded. Forget it, let him have his way. Ugh, can't go on living. Half an hour later, Ning Tong's face was covered with white paper strips, with drawings of little turtles on them. Jiang Chen sighed. Hey, your card skills are too poor, it's not fun, let's stop. Ning Tong felt a cold chill. Jiang Chen, is this the punishment you mentioned? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Well, what else? Or should we switch to brain bursting? Ning Tong raised her head, showing her fair forehead, her eyes full of helplessness, almost biting her silver teeth to pieces, giving you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. She snorted coldly, turned and walked back to her room. Jiang Chen called out to her from behind, softly. Ning Tong, thank you for always being with me, I really appreciate having you by my side, let's climb to the peak together in the future. Ning Tong was stunned, facing away from Jiang Chen, she nodded seriously, walked back to her room, her pretty face blushing like a ripe apple in autumn. Leaning against the wall, with a slight smile on her fair face, she softly said, Jiang Chen, thank you for always being with me too. On the fourth day, as night fell and the countdown ended, the remaining few hundred teams gathered on the square. The teams that dared to stay for the fourth battle were all composed of S-level and A-level awakeners. History has also proven that if one does not have the courage to face the fourth battle in the third spiritual realm, their future achievements will be limited. There are no exceptions. Therefore, the fourth battle in the third spiritual realm is also known as the Proof of the Strong. Students who pass the fourth battle will be sought after by major organizations after graduation. So despite the greater risks, many teams chose to stay, as this is the threshold that must be crossed to become the strongest. Jiang Chen glanced around and noticed Yan Xian was also there. He didn't look much and shifted his gaze away. Yan Xian's eyes flickered with a strange, indescribable meaning. When they graduated from high school, she still vividly remembered Jiang Chen, drenched in sweat after exercising, lying on the ground in a sorry state. And now Jiang Chen had completely transformed into a bald man, wearing yellow battle clothes, his figure exploding after rigorous training. Tonight, he and his female companion, the goddess Ning Tong, dressed in bright colors, one in yellow and one in white, looked like a divine couple. They dared to face millions of demons with just the two of them. The man she had abandoned in the past, had he really reached such a level step by step? Although there were rumors outside that Jiang Chen's current strength was amplified by Ning Tong's gifted abilities, as a 3-year high school classmate, Yan Chen knew very well that Jiang Chen was definitely not the white-faced, soft man as described by outsiders. There must be more to this matter. She didn't have time to think too much, as the vortex appeared in the sky, and the ghosts swarmed out of it. The Slaughter City, the fourth battle, begins. The ghosts on the fourth night were even more powerful, with many new ghosts appearing that had not been seen before. Thunder ghosts, soul-binding ghosts, mother-child ghosts. Some of the ghosts even started using weapons and had the ability to unleash elemental attacks. Most of them were highly intelligent and began speaking human language. Die, once you're dead, you won't feel fear anymore. Give up resistance, join us, and you can have endless life from now on. Let us eat you, human flesh is really delicious. Fortunately, the students left behind were quite capable, with abilities like steel skin, plant parasitism, corpse explosion, high-speed movement, and kinetic absorption, leaving Jiang Chen dazzled. Everyone no longer held back and went all out. Even the support system girls went all out, wielding a black steel pipe and playing accompaniment music. On the battlefield, they showed off their figures, even performing pole dances. This wave was a triple buff of spirit, body, and vision. Many new students had never seen such a scene before, and with strong support, their morale soared, blood surged, and they roared, unleashing their strongest attacks. For a moment, the humans actually gained the upper hand. The actions of the support system girl left Jiang Chen wide-eyed with envy and jealousy. How did his team end up with Zhang Xinghe, a big rough man awakened in the restoration system? But even without the buff, he and Ning Tong felt no pressure at all, and were even a bit bored. Shortly after the fourth battle began, Jiang Chen unleashed a serious punch, blasting thousands of unopened-eyed ghosts into mincemeat. The ghosts in the fourth battle all had decent intelligence, and they were all stunned at that moment. Damn, what kind of monster is this yellow-clothed bald man? With a casual punch, he created a feeling of the world collapsing. Too terrifying, better not mess with him. They even warned each other. Over there, don't mess with that yellow-clothed bald man and the white-clothed long-haired girl. What's wrong? They look delicious.
Delicious my ass, your great-grandfather and great-grandmother were turned into powder by that bald man. Do you understand powder? They're completely dead ghosts. Damn, thanks to the teachings of my great-great-grandfather, I'll go find other humans. The word spread quickly, and soon all the ghosts knew. Don't mess with that yellow-clothed bald man and white-clothed long-haired girl. So, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were dumbfounded as they watched the ghosts crawl and fly past them. Not a single ghost dared to look them in the eye, as if they didn't exist. Jiang Chen tried standing in front of a ghost, and the ghost screamed and ran away without hesitation. Jiang Chen felt speechless. Guys, you're ghosts. Can't you show some professionalism? You're making me embarrassed, making me and Ning Tong look like we're on vacation. He returned to Ning Tong's side, feeling indignant. These ghosts, not a single one can fight. I wanted to earn some points and secure our first place. Ning Tong pursed her lips, smiling as she comforted him. Alright, you're already very strong, give others a chance too. Jiang Chen didn't want to help these students who mocked him. In the end, he could only take out snacks with Ning Tong, eating while cheering for the humans. Hey, chubby boy, you should use water attacks against the thunder ghosts. Water conducts electricity and can counter the thunder ghost's spells. The chubby boy heard Jiang Chen's shout, nodded, and threw a water arrow at the thunder ghost. Next second, the slightly chubby teenager was struck by the powerful thunder brought back by the thunderous body. His hair stood on end, his face blackened, lifeless, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Fu. The teenager uttered 2 letters from his mouth and passed out completely. Jiang Chen sighed. Look, before he left, he had to express his admiration for me. I'm flattered, truly flattered. Ning Tong hesitated. Could it be that he wanted to say fuck? That Sangua brother, oh, you can't understand Chinese. The Sangua classmate was immediately strangled by a ghost and his tongue stuck out as he ascended to the sky. That short-legged loli, do you understand Chinese? You're from the Sakura country, forget it. The short-legged loli from Sakura country was crossed by Jiang Chen, instantly caught by a soul-snatching ghost, kicking her short legs, almost returning to her homeland. Jiang Chen's mouth was like a spotlight. As soon as he targeted a classmate, they were mercilessly attacked by ghosts, facing imminent danger. Ning Tong couldn't bear to watch anymore, covering his mouth with her soft, tender hand. Quietly watch the show, say a few less words. With your mouth, whoever you talk about will die. As the battle continued, human physical and mental strength rapidly declined, and the number of ghosts increased. Humans gradually fell into crisis. The restoration-type girls, seeing the situation was dire, could only grit their teeth and start using their ultimate moves. Activate the holy light mode. The protective suits shrank completely into a ring, some worn around the neck, some around the thighs, performing high-difficulty moves to the music. Handstands, splits, inside splits, outside splits. Every move was executed perfectly, showing off their allure. Ah, my eyes, what did I just see? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, starting to doubt life. Foreign girls were truly open-minded, coupled with being awakened, their figures and looks were top-notch. The level of their dancing was even more blood-pumping than professional pole dancers. No wonder so many people risked their lives to study abroad. Compared to now, the situation in the spirit realm back then was nothing. The restoration-type girls, in order to survive the 4th battle of the 3rd spirit realm, went all out. It was still the holy light mode that dominated. As the girls' dancing became more wild, the music more intense. The classmates also began to howl, their attack power increasing by at least 50%. Ning Tong was also dumbfounded. These women who didn't care about their image, were truly willing to do anything to survive. She angrily covered Jiang Chen's eyes. No peeking. Jiang Chen quickly opened a gap with Ning Tong's small hand. Don't mess around, be careful of ghosts attacking us later, don't be careless. Although Ning Tong was unwilling, she had no choice but to pout her pretty lips, determined in her heart. It's just pole dancing, I can learn that too. The awakened were stimulated to the extreme, each unleashing the last bit of potential within them, escalating the battle once again. Both sides disregarded injuries, fiercely fighting each other. Finally, after paying a painful price, the awakened finally repelled all the ghosts. As the number of awakened decreased, the number of ghosts correspondingly decreased, and there was only one wave, allowing everyone to fight off all the ghosts. The students all sat slumped on the ground, some finding it difficult to even stand up. Most had lost the ability to fight again. Even the restoration-type girls had completely exhausted their mental strength, leaning on the poles, panting heavily. At that moment, a loud flapping of wings was heard in the sky. Coo! 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 A huge humanoid creature flew slowly from a distance, carrying a bright giant sword on its back. Slowly, it arrived in the sky above the city, flapping its huge wings, standing in mid-air. Great Tengu, Slaughter City, 4th battle, the big boss. Its body is not as huge as that of the Nyogue, but when its huge wings spread out,
they are tens of meters long. It wears coarse cloth armor, with a black mask covering its head, and two crimson eyes under the mask emit a chilling light in the pitch-black night sky. The great Tengu draws a huge sword and coldly gazes down at the humans below like a grim reaper.
A massive voice echoes in everyone's mind. Tiny humans, are you ready to meet your end? Finished, it's over.
All the surviving students couldn't help but show a strong sense of despair in their eyes. They never expected the great Tengu to arrive so quickly, appearing to possess high intelligence that rivals humans.
At this moment, the only thought in the students' minds is, could it be impossible for us all to perish here?
The great Tengu sneers at the awakened ones on the ground, coldly saying, "Weakness is your original sin, die, insects."
It flaps its wings and flies into the sky.
The students had read the strategy guide in advance and knew this was the precursor to its attack. Soon, the great Tengu will descend from the sky, flying over the crowd at a rapid pace. Awakened ones attacked by it, if their agility is not above 300, won't have time to dodge and will be split in half by the huge sword. As the great Tengu's figure disappears and even the sound of its wings flapping is completely inaudible, as if it has left the battlefield.
But everyone knows that the current tranquility is just a brief illusion.
When the great Tengu dives, it makes no sound, concealing the huge sword with its wings and its black appearance, resembling a ghost in the dark night. By the time it is seen again, it has already claimed a life and flown back into the night sky.
In the third spirit realm, everyone is at most at the second tier, and all students do not possess the ability to fly.
For the current freshmen in their first and second years, the great Tengu is basically an unsolvable existence. Although everyone has seen pictures of the great Tengu from their teachers, the fear and pressure felt when facing it are completely different from what the teachers described.
Almost everyone is trembling all over. Too terrifying, this monster was born to kill.
Jiang Chen, however, yawned carelessly, not planning to make a move at all. The group of people in front of him who mocked him every day, the bald guy, the pretty boy, the D-grade waist who clung to Ning Tong's thigh, it's not bad that they all died. When he goes all out later, he won't have to hold back anymore and can unleash his full power. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. Although the great Tengu had completely disappeared from others' eyes, through his perspective eyes, he could clearly see the trace of the great Tengu. Like wearing night vision goggles, he could clearly detect the great Tengu's movements. In his eyes, the great Tengu turned into a winged skeleton, hovering in mid-air, searching for its first target. Soon, the great Tengu locked onto its target, its wings wrapped around its body, quickly plummeting downward. Silent, without making a sound, not even emitting a hint of noise, its crimson eyes completely disappeared, like a bloodthirsty bat in the dark night.
Jiang Chen's expression was strange. This guy really doesn't know how to choose his opponents.
From the looks of it, it's coming for him and Ning Tong. With so many soft targets on the ground, why not eat them, but insist on finding a diamond to gnaw on and break your teeth completely? He didn't even think about it. Among all the students, only he and Ning Tong were dressed conspicuously, calm and composed, chatting and laughing, even eating snacks, like a couple on an outing in the countryside. Of course, this immediately caught the attention of the great Tengu. The great Tengu was even more secretly thinking, at least you two should give me, this big boss, some face. I'm not even holding a weapon, and my clothing is a glaring bright yellow. If I don't kill you first, it will seem like I'm afraid of you. Let's start with your bald head. When your bald head and body separate, I'm sure your female companion's expression will be very exciting. Despair, helplessness, collapse, wailing, that's the feeling I like the most. Closer, closer, this bald yellow-clothed man really has no awareness at all.
Hee, you're doomed, Baldy.
Assassination technique 1 sword style.
Instant kill slash.
The great Tengu drew a huge sword from under its wings, flashed in the air, and directly split towards Jiang Chen's head. Everyone's vision went black, suddenly seeing a bright silver light, drawing a lightning bolt in the air, and its target was Jiang Chen, the waist baldy who awakened the D-level talent.
It's over.
Originally, everyone still held a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had maximized their strength during the 100 Ghosts Night Walk just now. If there was still a chance for anyone present, it would be on Jiang Chen and Ning Tong at this crucial moment. But now, the only remaining glimmer of hope is about to be extinguished mercilessly by the great Tengu's sword.
Damn, is there really no chance at all? Everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of despair. Jiang Chen, however, didn't even turn his head.
At the moment when the great Tengu's sword was about to touch his skin, he opened his mouth and bit down. With a crisp sound, the great Tengu's indestructible huge sword was actually shattered inch by inch, bitten through by Jiang Chen, turning into pieces flying in the air. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone on the scene, including Ning Tong, was stunned. Since the great Tengu flew into the sky, it seemed to have disappeared from everyone's perception until the second before it struck. No one noticed it at all. This meant that if the great Tengu chose any one of them as a target, the chosen person would have only one way to die. And now, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen actually bit through the Great Tengu's huge sword, even causing the Great Tengu to spread its wings and stand completely stunned in midair.
Jiang Chen grinned. Who did you provoke? You had to provoke me.
I wasn't planning to make a move, but now you forced me, so don't blame me for being impolite. You attack me, and if I don't kill you, you really let me down from Master Chiyu's inheritance of this powerful talent. Jiang Chen leaped up, taking advantage of the Great Tengu's daze, jumping on its body, grabbing its two huge wings with both hands, and shouting angrily, "Open!" A large amount of blood splattered from midair, and Jiang Chen forcibly tore off the Great Tengu's two huge wings. It howled in pain as Jiang Chen smashed it from midair to the ground. A loud bang echoed in everyone's ears, and a huge deep pit was smashed into the hard ground. Jiang Chen then jumped into the pit, and the entire city of Slaughter seemed to shake like an earthquake.
Bang! 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 It was incessant. The ground kept trembling, accompanied by the Great Tengu's miserable howls. Slowly, the howls grew quieter and weaker, and everything eventually returned to calm. Jiang Chen lightly jumped out of the ground, and the Great Tengu in the pit had completely turned into a puddle of flesh. He clapped his hands, collected the two huge wings of the Great Tengu, and found a girl from the elemental department. Excuse me, can I borrow some fire?
The girl looked dumbfounded, facing the person who bit through the Great Tengu's sword with his mouth and killed the Great Tengu barehanded. She dared not say a word of refusal. She could only reluctantly stand up and start swaying her waist, dancing and singing. I am fire, 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 I am in love with music, don't ask me to stop. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes twitching. I just wanted to borrow some fire to roast chicken wings, there's no need to be so dramatic. The girl looked aggrieved.
But I awaken to the water element.
If you insist on borrowing fire from me, I can only sing and dance rap for you.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
Jiang Chen had to find another classmate from the elemental department, and a blazing bonfire was lit to barbecue the wings of the Great Tengu. Everyone looked at the handsome face illuminated by the bonfire, falling into contemplation. Even though they knew Jiang Chen was borrowing Ning Tong's power, but Jiang Chen could easily kill the Great Tengu, causing everyone present to feel a chill and constantly scrutinize him and Ning Tong. How brave are we, daring to mock wildly, a man who uses monsters as ingredients.
D-level talent? Are you kidding me?
Just being able to eat monster meat without mutating, this talent shouldn't be classified as D-level. The Great Tengu could kill all of us. If he can kill the Great Tengu, then it means he can kill all of us. Ning Tong's talent is too powerful. No, we must immediately report back to the school. We must not allow another 8th level awakener to appear in Hua country. Back in the lounge, many students breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Jiang Chen hadn't eaten enough and might roast and eat them. After all, he had achieved a brilliant record yesterday, eating a whole cow demon by himself.
Everyone chatted on the screen.
Today was too dangerous, luckily those two were here, or we wouldn't have survived.
Yes, what exactly is Ning Tong's talent, to strengthen a D-level waist to this extent?
I don't know, I don't think it's very likely to have such talent. I speculate that there is a possibility of talent combination, their talents combine to create an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 100. The bald man just showed at least a 5th level high stage of strength. More than that, regardless of where his power comes from, if he can bite through a broadsword in one go, he is at least at the 6th level. What is his talent? I become bald and stronger. Next year my brother will awaken too. Let him choose this talent. Ha, without the powerful talent of Ning Tong, your brother will just become a useless baldy. The screen timely displayed today's points. As expected, room 04060 ranked first, with an exaggerated score of over 2 million. End of the 4th day, kill score ranking, room 04060, 215, 4165 points, room 11783, 9224 points, room 00761, 7287 points, room 03487, 6875 points. Everyone fell silent. A few days ago they might have been dissatisfied with this score, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's powerful strength today, they dared not complain about this score again. The main reason was the fear of being killed by Jiang Chen and Ning Tong in the spiritual realm next time. After a while, someone asked everyone on the screen, "Will you stay tomorrow?" Are you kidding? No one has ever survived the 5th day. Why stay? To seek death? Do you think those two people from Hua country will challenge the 5th day? Ha, upstairs, don't joke. As long as they are normal people with no mental problems, they will definitely not choose to stay. Huh, that's true. Well, everyone, goodbye. It was an honor to fight alongside you all. Goodbye everyone. If you have time, come to the United States to play with us. We are from Huaxingdun University. We are from Okamoto University. If you have time,
come to Sakura Country, we will definitely treat you as our honored guests. Students from Sakura Country, I admire your culture of naked body banquets, next time take me to experience it. My sister and my younger sister are professional naked body banquet performers, welcome to experience it. Upstairs, if you say that, I have to come visit you. Chatting happily in the light screen, everyone bid farewell reluctantly. After a life-and-death battle with ghosts and monsters, the remaining few hundred teams suddenly felt a sense of mutual respect. If nothing unexpected happens, the strongest among this year's freshmen should emerge from them. Of course, excluding the two powerful freaks from Hua Country, their level is not something that a freshman could possess. Or rather, college students should not have such strength. Coming to the spirit realm is no different from going on vacation. After finishing the Tiango brand grilled wings, Jiang Chen's potential points increased slightly. Combined with the training of the past 2 days, his attributes have reached Physique, 548, Spirit, 475, Strength, 548, Agility, 548, Potential Points, 245. Jiang Chen returned to the rest area and saw Ning Tong wiping her weapon, looking up at him. What are your plans for tomorrow? Jiang Chen's gaze was firm as he spoke in a deep voice. Of course, it's to defeat the big boss, clear the spirit realm, and obtain the full potential points. How do you feel about it? If you're not confident, you can return first. Inheriting the talents of Saitama and Superman, he did not allow himself to retreat without a fight. Invincibility comes not only from strength but also from mentality. If he really showed such cowardice, perhaps the will of the two heroes would also scorn him. Ning Tong shook her head firmly. I'm not leaving. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly and nodded. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. If we really can't win, I have other plans to ensure our safety. Since he had decided to face the slime head-on tomorrow, there was no need to keep the surplus attribute points. According to predictions, the 7 forms of slime were likely to reach the level of the 6th rank. Jiang Chen must be cautious with his current strength. Since he had surplus potential points, converting them all into his own combat power was the most prudent approach. He evenly distributed all potential points among the 4 attributes. After distribution, his panel showed Physique, 591, Spirit, 591, Strength, 591, Agility, 591, Potential Points, 0. With all 4 attributes breaking through 590, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that everything in front of him was covered in a layer of red. The next moment, 2 red beams shot out from his eyes. The strength of the visual attack completely pierced the sturdy walls of the rest area. As Jiang Chen's gaze shifted, the laser left 2 deep marks on the wall, almost injuring Ning Tong. Jiang Chen quickly closed his eyes. In that short moment, he unexpectedly awakened another talent skill, Heat Vision. Talent 1, Saitama's talent, Talent 2, Superman's talent, Talent Skill 1, Penetrating Eyes, Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision. Ignoring the danger, Ning Tong quickly supported Jiang Chen from the side, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Why did your eyes suddenly turn red and emit a powerful light? Did eating the Tiango's wings make you sick?" Jiang Chen shook his head, stroking Ning Tong's hand and smiling. "It's nothing. I've awakened a new skill again. This skill that suddenly awakened is very powerful, making me lose control for a moment." Ning Tong was shocked, her mouth wide open. As she got to know Jiang Chen better, she increasingly felt that her father's attempt to hide her talent through Jiang Chen was a bit exaggerated. If her talent was a precious S-class hidden talent, what about Jiang Chen's talent? With super high growth attributes and various magical talent skills like penetrating eyes and super sensing, now adding a skill that can emit powerful rays from the eyes, it seems very powerful. This talent could easily be rated as SSS class, right? People die when compared, goods are discarded when compared. Comparing her talent with Jiang Chen's, it's better not to compare at all. If possible, she would choose to go back to the moment of awakening. She would choose without hesitation the talent "I become bald and stronger." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, the sudden awakening of his hot vision, giving him more confidence in tomorrow's battle. Every time the superhuman talent awakens, it is after a significant increase in his attributes. Last time, 4 attributes broke through the 200 mark, this time, 4 attributes broke through the 500 mark. It seems that in the future, he will fly like Superman, possessing all sorts of incredible abilities, which is not impossible. Developing all 4 attributes, he is on the right path. Moreover, the talent of Master Chiyu that he developed is extremely limited, and now he can only look up to the 2 superheroes from a distance. To reach the peak state of Master Chiyu and Great Super, he still has a long way to go. However, the most urgent thing is for him to be able to control his hot vision. Jiang Chen can only keep his eyes closed, otherwise, if he opens his eyes, 2 beams of light will automatically shoot out,
piercing through anyone standing in front of him.
At Sanjiang Private University, Lao Ning was anxiously pacing outside the teleportation circle.
In theory, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong should have returned today, but so far, the teleportation circle seems to be malfunctioning, with no movement at all. He grabbed Rin Pang and asked anxiously, "You said they were doing well, so why haven't they returned yet?" Ren Pang scratched his head and helplessly said, "They are indeed doing well.
Jiang Chen, under the enhancement of Ning Tong, can be said to be invincible.
The four of us have almost been living comfortably in the spirit realm. Don't worry, Principal, they might just play around in the spirit realm after the 4th day and then come out. Nothing will happen."
Lao Ning became even more anxious after Rin Pang spoke. What, play around after the 4th day? What are they playing? A man and a woman, staying in a room with a bathtub and a bed, what else could they be playing? Lao Ning gritted his teeth. "Jiang Chen, you better have taken safety precautions. Otherwise, I will go to your house and have a good talk with your parents."
As the third round of battles ended and a large number of students returned, the online discussions about Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's performance had already caused a huge uproar. Some said that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were just lucky, grabbing the head of the big boss with their luck. No, the head of the cow, easily earning 1 million points. Some began to doubt Jiang Chen's talent, a D-level talent awakener. Why could he digest ghost meat? Previously, there were people who tried to eat ghost meat, but without exception, they all turned into ghosts and stayed in the spirit realm. Except for the awakener of the S-level talent gluttony, it has never been heard of any other talent that can eat ghost meat. If Jiang Chen's D-level talent can digest ghost meat without mutating, then what is the S-level talent gluttony for? However you look at it, Jiang Chen's D-level talent is too strong. Is there a problem with the talent rating? Just from the fact that he can eat ghost meat, the D-level talent I become bald and stronger should not be classified as D-level. Lao Ning asked Rin Pang, "Have all the students from the 4th round of battles returned?" Ren Pang took out his phone, confirmed it, nodded, and was about to speak. Suddenly, Tang Yu rushed over in a hurry. "Principal, something big has happened." Lao Ning's expression stiffened. Could it be that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had an accident as I feared? Tears welled up in his weathered old face. Tang Yu asked in surprise, "Principal, why are you crying?" "The big thing I'm talking about is that many people want to transfer to our school." "Ah?" Lao Ning's face changed instantly from great sorrow to great joy. After Sanjiang City University received funding from the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, Lao Ning suddenly became wealthy and demolished the surrounding residential buildings, providing generous compensation. The surrounding residents were so grateful to Lao Ning that they wished they could set up a longevity tablet to worship him. Sanjiang City University has expanded its campus to over 3,000 mu, boasting luxurious facilities such as a library, laboratories, auditorium, cinema, and various cafeterias. The only problem is that there are too few students. In such a large campus, there are fewer than 30 students, even after Lao Ning recently expanded enrollment, welcoming all awakened individuals regardless of their level. Lao Ning is currently worried about the low student numbers, so he is thrilled when many students suddenly want to transfer to their school. He eagerly asks Tang Yu, "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." Tang Yu looks troubled, hesitates for a moment, and says, "I met some people in the spiritual realm who think highly of Sanjiang City University and want to transfer to our school." Without much thought, Lao Ning continues to inquire, "That's great, Tang Yu. Well done. As the principal, I'll waive your tuition for this semester." "What level of awakened individuals are they, S or A?" Tang Yu becomes even more embarrassed, lowers her head, and whispers, "S or A level." "Ah?" Lao Ning is completely shocked. "What's going on? Are you telling me that in the next spiritual realm, you brought back a bunch of S and A level awakened individuals? Am I dreaming?" While Lao Ning is puzzled, Rin Pang, who knows some hidden truths, softly remarks, "Principal, do you want to ask her why these people are transferring?" As a former 7th level master, Lao Ning keenly senses something unusual. Although the school has good hardware resources, the software resources, especially the teaching staff, are practically non-existent. He turns his gaze to Tang Yu and asks, "Tang Yu, can you tell me why they want to transfer to our school?" Tang Yu can't say a word. She covers her face, feeling ashamed as she crouches on the ground. In the 3rd spiritual realm, she made a mistake and joined an illegal organization called the Huagua Good Buttocks Same Interest Club, a name that is extremely embarrassing. How can she explain to Lao Ning that these transfer students are actually fresh oysters in their ovulation period? They want to come to our school to observe Jiang Chen's naked training up close every day, and some even have undisclosed intentions, attempting to gain an advantage. In other words, whether Lao Ning will kill her or not is uncertain, but if Ning Tong returns, she will definitely be doomed. However, she can't keep it from Lao Ning because these oysters hold her secrets. All mistakes have a bizarre beginning. After the third battle, Jiang Chen had not returned yet, leaving her bored. She sneaked out of the rest area and saw many beautiful women gathered together. Curious, she approached and discovered that they were discussing Jiang Chen's physique. As a senior enthusiast who had observed Jiang Chen up close for nearly half a year, she couldn't resist joining the conversation. While drinking wine and eating snacks, she revealed all the secrets she knew about Jiang Chen. Finally, under the temptation of these ovulating oysters, she even gave out her WeChat ID. As a result, after leaving the spiritual realm, her WeChat was bombarded, and she was threatened that if she didn't help them transfer to Sanjiang University, everything she said in the spiritual realm would be posted online.
Tang Yu is now in a state of collapse. How could these oysters do such a thing? They are all sisters. How could they bear to let her be socially dead? Except for her and Ning Tong, no one else would know those little secrets. Ning Tong would never tell, so who leaked it? It's obvious to everyone.
Tang Yu stammers, her face turning red. They probably admire Senior Ning Tong and Senior Jiang Chen, so they want to join our Sanjiang University.
Ren Ping chuckles on the side. Tang Yu immediately glares at him fiercely.
Lao Ning senses that something is wrong and says sternly,
Tang Yu, tell the truth, the principal won't blame you. Tang Yu could only stammer out the truth.
Actually, they all must be after Jiang Chen's body, that's why they wanted to join our school, to be close to the water's edge and get the moon first. To her surprise, after hearing it, Lao Ning did not blame her, but instead brightened up.
What? Is this Jiang Chen guy so popular?
Well, with his strong muscles, cheerful smile, handsome face, even though he's almost bald now, it doesn't diminish his charm at all. On the contrary, because of the bald head, it adds a special air of masculinity. No wonder these female college students are so infatuated with Jiang Chen. This is actually a good opportunity, with my daughter infatuated with Jiang Chen, unable to extricate herself.
But, what if Jiang Chen changes his mind? Ning Tong will definitely regret it.
She will surely have an epiphany in life. Men, they are all the same. Men only affect the speed at which I draw my sword.
Lao Ning couldn't help but smile, praising Tang Yu.
You did well in this matter. Submit the list of names to me. I'll take a look first. Tang Yu was prepared to face the storm from the principal, but to her surprise, she received approval from Lao Ning instead, leaving her stunned.
Ha? Did well? No, principal, are you so unprincipled? This is acceptable? If these flatterers come to our school, how can we study? The whole school will be in chaos every day. Ren Peng kindly reminded Lao Ning.
Principal, it might not be appropriate to discuss this matter now. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong haven't returned yet. Lao Ning's face immediately turned sorrowful again, grabbing Ren Peng's hand.
Peng, you think they won't be in any danger, right?
Ren Peng patted Lao Ning's back, comforting him. No, with a freak like Jiang Chen around, it's the ghosts and monsters who are in danger.
Earlier, Ren Peng and the others vividly described to Lao Ning how Jiang Chen ate the whole cow demon.
Principal Ning thought for a moment, nodded. Indeed, in decades, there has only been one ruthless person who dares to eat ghosts and monsters. At this moment, Zhang Xingha also ran over, holding a phone, looking nervous.
Principal, something big is not right. Lao Ning couldn't help but laugh at the situation.
What's going on today? Everyone is shouting and screaming, without any sense of composure.
Zhang Xingha, with your calm demeanor, did you also join some illegal organization? Members of the group, collectively coveting the beauty of Jiang Chen or Ning Tong, wanting to join our university?
Lao Ning took the phone and looked at it, his pupils contracted instantly, he couldn't help but exclaim.
Damn, what are they up to?
As the fourth day of the Slaughter City battle ended, everyone except Jiang Chen and Ning Tong returned to the real world.
The matter of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong was thoroughly exposed by the returnees.
Originally, in the third battle, the popularity of the two did not decrease, and in the fourth battle, Jiang Chen's powerful actions completely ignited public opinion. On the phone, the headline read, Sanjiang Private University, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, in the third spiritual realm, killed the great Tengu with one blow, scoring over 2 million points. Who are they really? Below, there were hundreds of words describing the actions of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong in the third spiritual realm. Barbecuing the cow demon, barbecuing the great Tengu wings, were all child's play. It emphasized Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's actions in the fourth day battle, where Jiang Chen bit off a broadsword, tore off the great Tengu's wings barehanded, and finally beat it to death alive.
Countless netizens commented below. Jiang Chen? That Sanjiang City foodie, D-level talent awakener? He actually killed the final boss of the third spiritual realm, the great Tengu, barehanded?
Getting fierce, suddenly having hallucinations. Can someone wake me up? This world is too crazy.
Sanjiang City Joint Private University, what is their background? Why can they take the lead in 3 spiritual realms in a row? Can the ox demon eat? Can the great Tengu also eat? With a D-level talent, why can they eat demons? It's not an S-level talent, gluttony. If Jiang Chen can eat demons, what does it mean for an S-level talent glutton? Who can tell me? Xiaobian, where did you get your information? Is it a lie? Why do I feel like you're writing ghost stories? What's going on? With a D-level talent, I become bald and stronger. Is that so awesome? Next year, let my child choose this talent too. The second hottest search on the list is, International Spirit Realm Organization demands a re-evaluation of the talent ranking of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong in Sanjiang City University. Below it is written that the strength displayed by these two individuals in the spirit realm has reached at least the 6th level, and one of them awakened a D-level talent, which turned out to be I become bald and stronger. However, this man, apart from being bald, exhibited all behaviors in the spirit realm that were clearly abnormal. He killed the innocent ox demon and brutally murdered the innocent great Tengu. He then roasted both of them and ate them all. This despicable behavior is clearly not something a human can do. We strongly suspect that the talent awakened by this man from Huagui is not a D-level talent. In response to this, the Spirit Realm Management Organization of Huagui is suspected of falsifying information, using powerful awakeners to replace students entering the third spirit realm to obtain high scores. This news directly confirms the authenticity of the previous news. And there are people in the comments section who have attached this news with a link on Google. The news on Google has already exceeded 1.25 billion in popularity and is still increasing, about to surpass 1.3 billion. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong have become famous worldwide this time. All signs indicate that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong did indeed kill two major bosses in the third spirit realm in succession, and their scores far exceeded those of their peers at the same time. Those who had doubts about the first news have all shut their mouths. Damn, is that bald teenager really that strong? How is the talent level defined? Why is Jiang Chen, a person with a D-level talent, so powerful? Yeah, if he awakened a D-level talent, are those who awaken S-level talents, A-level talents, all idiots? The Spirit Realm Management Bureau should give an explanation. Why is a person with a D-level talent able to achieve such high scores in 3 consecutive spirit realms? It is said that another awakener in the same team can enhance others, that's why he is so powerful. But that's not reasonable. This time it's a large-scale team spirit realm, and the minimum team standard is S-level or A-level. A D-level awakener outperforms everyone, it doesn't seem quite reasonable. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the Spirit Realm Management Bureau urgently issued a statement. After the first spirit realm ended, we re-evaluated Jiang Chen's talent, and it is indeed a D-level talent. I become bald and stronger. What talent Jiang Chen possesses is not the concern of the International Spirit Realm Organization. Please do not rudely interfere with the growth of students in other countries. Lao Ning looked at the exploding news on his phone, almost all related to Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. He covered his forehead and let out a painful groan. It's over, the two of them caused such a big commotion in the third spirit realm, it seems that his daughter's talent can no longer be hidden. The combination of Ning Tong and Jiang Chen has actually reached the 5th level, far exceeding Lao Ning's expectations. In the third spirit realm, he only managed to conquer the 4th battle, consuming the lives of countless classmates to kill the great Tengu alive. So much so that he now recalls the third spiritual realm with some trepidation. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong actually managed to easily kill the great Tengu, making him somewhat relieved. His daughter has finally grown up, bringing along a D-grade waist, and yet they were able to achieve this level. The entire team, except for Ning Tong, is either C-grade or D-grade, and they were able to pass through the 4th battle of the third spiritual realm. Could it be that their combined talents have some mystery to them? When they return, he must have a good chat with the two of them about this issue. Lao Ning couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It was originally his idea, but now even he himself can't understand the combination of the two. At this moment, Lao Ning's phone rang, and he took it out to see that the caller was Zhang Anping. He answered, with a smile on his face. Hello, Director Zhang, it's me. Oh, it's nothing, it's all thanks to your strong support, Director Zhang, that they have achieved such remarkable results. Oh, the talent test tomorrow? Alright, come pick them up early tomorrow morning. Lao Ning hung up the phone, with a smile on his face, feeling refreshed. On the phone, Zhang Anping first praised him for the achievements he had made in running the school, and even vaguely promised that as long as Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were willing to participate in this talent test, he could personally grant an additional small target to Sanjiang University. Lao Ning naturally agreed, and on top of that, a group of abalone spirits, not to mention S-level and A-level talented female students, wanted to transfer to Sanjiang University. With all these factors combined, he would definitely be able to make Sanjiang University bigger and stronger, and create more glory. Why haven't these two little brats returned yet? Is Jiang Chen that enduring?
Lao Ning looked at the still silent teleportation circle, his eyes twitching a few times.
Jiang Chen and Ning Tan's combination was indeed powerful, so it should be fine.
He would remind his daughter to pay attention to safety and protection, and after they graduate, he could look forward to becoming a grandfather.
Lao Ning thought comfortingly, showing a kind smile. Principal, you looked so creepy when you were laughing just now. Tang, you couldn't help but say. Lao Ning's face darkened, wondering if she knew how to speak. What do you mean by looking creepy when laughing? Clearly, it was a fatherly smile. Your tuition fees are all waived. When Lao Ning woke up early the next day, he was completely shocked to see that the teleportation circle was still silent. He already knew that on the fourth day of the battle, Jiang Chen had ended the Great Tengu and even roasted and ate it. This meant that before the fifth day in the third spiritual realm, there would be no creatures that could threaten the two of them. And at this moment, they had not yet returned to the real world, with only one possibility. That is, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were actually attempting to challenge the final boss on their own. Many students had tried this before, but none had succeeded in returning. What were they thinking, being so reckless and attempting to challenge something that no one had ever accomplished before? Lao Ning's vision darkened, and he almost fainted on the spot. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang inappropriately. Trembling, Lao Ning answered, and it was Zhang Onping.
Principal Ning, the bus is already at the door, just have Jiang Chen and Ning Tong come out and get on the bus. I have sent a strong escort team for security, so you don't need to worry. Trembling, Ning Jingxin revealed a piece of news that shocked Zhang Onping.
Director Zhang, they didn't return yesterday. On the phone, Zhang Onping's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. What? What do you mean? Ning Jingxin hesitated, and voiced his guess.
I suspect that they may have gone to challenge the ultimate boss on the fifth day. In the third spiritual realm, after a night of relentless effort, Jiang Chen finally managed to freely control his heat vision. When he focused his attention on the pineal gland in his brain, his eyes would emit a powerful heat vision. Through simple experiments, the heat vision can almost be described as invincible. It has strong penetrating power and extremely high temperature, capable of completely melting the black shield provided by the spiritual realm. Even the protective suit of the third spiritual realm would be immediately destroyed by the heat vision, rendering the sacrificial function useless. It should be the powerful force of the heat vision that directly breaks through the limit of the sacrificial function. Jiang Chen was in a great mood, seeing that the weather was very good today. He quickly went outside and, with a thought, put away his clothes. Wearing only underwear, he began the Saitama training method, and as the training progressed, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. The attribute points provided by the Superman talent actually reached 1 point per hour, compared to the previous 4 potential points per day, another upgrade. In other words, he can now gain a total of 14 attribute points per day, totaling 420 points per month. Jiang Chen seemed to have discovered the mystery of the Superman talent. With the strengthening of his attributes, his potential points would be obtained more rapidly. The doubling of potential points acquisition would lead to the upgrade of his Superman talent, accelerating the absorption efficiency of solar energy. This would create a positive feedback loop, continuously accelerating. At this rate of acceleration, he would reach the 9th rank in less than 5 years. Jiang Chen faintly speculated that he was previously too weak to fully activate the Superman talent. With the continuous improvement of his attributes, he gradually touched the edge of the Superman talent. After all, what the Superman inheritance gave him was talent, not bloodline. His body had to gradually adapt to the talent of Superman. As his physical fitness gradually approached that of Superman's steel body, all of the various superpowers of Superman would slowly be activated. Who said that enhancement types couldn't fly? With enough attributes, Jiang Chen could not only fly but also survive in outer space without protection. Now, Saitama-sensei's training method seemed a bit lacking, only increasing 6 attribute points per day. However, from what Jiang Chen understood, Saitama was a superhero no less than Superman. In his mind, each had their own strengths, and it was hard to say who was better. It didn't make sense that the Superman talent could provide 8 potential points per day while Saitama's talent could only provide 6 attribute points. There must be some oversight causing Saitama's talent not to be fully activated. But for now, there was no need to worry. The issue with Saitama's talent could be studied slowly later. In this world, no one understood Saitama-sensei better than him. The urgent task at hand was to first kill the slime, obtain the over 1,000 potential points of the third spiritual realm, so that he could increase at least 2 attributes to over 1,000 points. Jiang Chen decided to first increase his spirit to 1,000 points. After all, in the real world, his other identity was Superman, a Superman who couldn't fly. As the sun set and night fell, the Slaughter City, the Fifth War, began. As the sun set in the west, shadows descended like the claws of demons, completely enveloping the entire city. Neon lights in the city lit up, and the air began to be filled with the foul smell of ghosts and monsters. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong waited quietly in the city. As the night of the 100 ghosts began, their hearts calm and undisturbed. Jiang Chen looked at Ning Tong's beautiful face, as pure as the moon, and with a thought, gently embraced her delicate shoulders. Ning Tong blushed, resting her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder.
We didn't go back last night. My dad must be worried. Jiang Chen comforted her. Don't worry, I'll finish the fight quickly, defeat the big boss, and we'll go home. My dad has been through storms and waves, he'll be fine. Ning Tong suddenly widened her eyes, looking at him. Oh, our dad? This title is so embarrassing. How can you say it so naturally?
Ning Tong raised her eyebrows, leaning her head against Jiang Chen's solid chest.
But I like it.
Tonight's Slaughter City is a bit strange. As the huge bell rings, there is no ghost vortex appearing. Accompanied by the clattering footsteps, an old man with big ears, wearing wooden clogs on his feet, hands clasped together, slowly walked over.
Ning Tong looked strangely at the old man, full of doubt, and asked Jiang Chen, "Who is he? Why is he appearing in the city at this time? Where are the ghosts?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "He is the ultimate boss tonight. There shouldn't be any more little ghosts. Others may not know who the old man in front of them is, but he, who is familiar with the plot of the Slaughter City, knows too well. The old man in front of him is the ultimate boss of the fifth battle, Hua Piao. At this moment, he appeared in his first form, laziness. This old man in front of him is so lazy that he can't even be bothered to attack the enemy." Jiang Chen waited for the old man to approach, calmly asking, "Are you alone?"
The old man stood still, raised his head, revealing a strange face similar to a dwarf, with a smirk on his lips.
"I am enough alone.
It has been a long time since a human has reached this level. You are strong, which pleases me, so I helped you skip the previous night of the 100 ghosts." He spoke Chinese fluently, as if it were his native language.
Jiang Chen nodded without surprise. "Good, this way is more enjoyable. Are you sure you want to fight me in this form?"
The old man raised his head, showing a sly smile.
"Kid, you probably don't know what you are about to face."
Before he finished speaking, an infinitely enlarged fist appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, the old man's head instantly shattered. Ning Tong was surprised, her mouth wide open.
This old man in front of her, the big boss of the fifth battle? Was he killed with just one punch by Jiang Chen? It can't be that simple.
The headless body of the old man fell back, but then suddenly stopped in midair, and 7 or 8 identical old men jumped out of his broken body.
The old man said coldly, "It's useless, trying to kill me."
Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen rushed forward and launched a series of normal attacks.
Bang!
The continuous explosions sounded, and the clones of the old man all burst open, turning into filthy blood flowing on the ground.
Jiang Chen said coldly, "Why so much nonsense?" Ning Tong looked at the blood on the ground, then at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but ask, "Is it over?"
This old man doesn't seem that powerful, except for being talkative. He doesn't seem to have any skills. Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not that simple. This ghost named Hua Piao, with 7 forms, is the embodiment of 7 desires. If it were so easy to be killed, no one would have been able to pass this level before." The blood on the ground slowly gathered, and a sharp female voice sneered.
"Ah, very good.
Although I don't know why you know all this, today both you and this woman will die."
Then, large and round, breasts began to grow out of the blood.
With the continuous growth of the breasts, a huge female body gradually formed, composed entirely of breasts, with a beautiful long-haired female head. It was the embodiment of Hua Piao's lustful form. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong both widened their eyes. Although Jiang Chen knew that the lustful form would be covered in breasts all over the body, when he actually saw the giant woman made entirely of breasts in front of him, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. The number and shape of the breasts he saw this time were far more than he had seen in his entire life. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs.
These are so big, they could count as 2. 864 pairs.
Wow, the shape and color are top-notch. Too bad there's no camera. Before he could finish counting the number of breasts, the color domain incarnates, suddenly bursting in midair, countless Mimi flying towards Jiang Chen, wanting to surround and suffocate him. This made Jiang Chen feel very conflicted, as he only needed to use continuous normal attacks to burst these chaotic flying Mimis.
However, in terms of chest size, this kind of service is something no man can resist, right?
To enjoy a massage service of this scale in the past life, you would need at least 10,000 to do so. For a moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a dilemma. Ning Tong looked at the countless huge Mimis dancing in the air, compared to her originally considered very majestic Mimi. Upon comparison, she suddenly felt a bit underdeveloped. Ning Tong felt offended.
Bastards, all of them are bastards, even the final boss is so shameless, trying to compete with me for Jiangchen?
The grievances accumulated in the instance dungeon surged in Ning Tong's heart, and she suddenly felt anger rising from her heart, courage growing in her chest. Her eyes turned azure, she stretched out her hands, and in an instant, all the memes were frozen in midair, bursting continuously. Ning Tong pouted, her long and flowing hair all lifted up, pushing her mental power to the extreme. The giant head of Lust Incarnate also completely burst open, and with Ning Tong's outburst, she directly killed the Lust Incarnate on the spot. In the minds of the two, a deep voice resounded. Hee hee, very good. You have given me too many surprises, now it's time for me to repay you properly. The filthy blood quickly took shape, transforming into a beast-faced humanoid monster covered in tentacles. This is the third form of slime, Fury. Fury is one of slime's strongest forms in terms of combat power, possessing powerful psychic abilities that can immobilize humans and tear them apart in midair. It sneered, extending a hand with 6 fingers, looming over Jiang Chen, attempting to use psychic power to bind and pull Jiang Chen into the air. In the past, this move was unbeatable against humans. As long as their mental attributes did not exceed his, they could not avoid being controlled by his psychic power. However, something unexpected happened to slime. No matter how hard it tried, it could not budge Jiang Chen in the slightest. Impossible. Why? How can a mere human like you be stronger than my psychic power? In response, Jiang Chen delivered a serious punch. A continuously enlarging fist appeared in front of slime. It didn't even have time to react before hearing a loud bang. Slime's fury form burst on the spot, reverting back to filthy blood. A voice roared angrily in the minds of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. Enough, you cannot bear the cost of angering me. The filthy blood then rapidly spun, transforming into a tall naked middle-aged man with bulging muscles, an extremely proud expression, as if he were the king of this world.
This is slime's fourth form, gluttony. Ning Tong couldn't help but comment to Jiang Chen, is he a pervert? He transformed 4 times and still doesn't wear clothes twice?
The tall naked man clenched his fist, took a step forward, and roared angrily at Ning Tong. Before he could finish roaring, Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of him, delivering a serious punch that struck his head fiercely. Slime sneered, his fourth form possessing an absolute evasion skill. Any attack he perceived could not hit him. Therefore, Jiang Chen's blow was destined to be in vain. However, unexpectedly, the skill of absolute evasion suddenly lost its effect in front of Jiang Chen's fist. With a loud bang, the tall naked man completely turned into a headless naked man, falling stiffly to the ground, motionless for a long time. The headless male corpse state of slime, in the minds of the two, was screaming in disbelief. Why, how did you manage to hit me? Jiang Chen coldly chuckled, you may have absolute evasion, but Saitama-sensei's serious punch also has a 100% guaranteed hit attribute. 100% evasion against 100% hit. It seems that Saitama-sensei's serious punch is still more powerful. Ning Tong hesitated and asked Jiang Chen, is it over? I feel like this one is not as powerful as the Great Tengu.
Jiang Chen moved his wrist and looked relaxed.
There should be 3 more forms, but it's almost time. The blood on the ground suddenly floated up and turned into a meatball, with black steel beads appearing on the surface of the meatball. This is the 5th form of the slippery gourd, greed. After charging up, it can instantly shoot out millions of steel balls, indiscriminately attacking all objects within a few kilometers.
This level can only be endured. Jiang Chen said to Ning Tong, hide in the hidden space and come out in 5 minutes.
Ning Tong obediently agreed and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. As the meatball expanded to its limit, with a bang, it completely dispersed, and countless steel beads spread out like a storm, rapidly expanding. The steel beads have strong penetrating power, and the ground, walls, and buildings all became riddled with holes in this storm.
Jiang Chen remained calm and used continuous normal attacks.
His extremely high agility and mental attributes allowed him to see the trajectory of each steel bead, and he smashed all the steel beads flying towards him in the air. 2 minutes later, all the flying steel balls returned at high speed, slowly piecing together into a humanoid monster like building blocks. Its face was entirely made of bones, with crimson light shining in its eyes, and its whole body covered in white bone steel armor. With a breath, white mist slashed through the air like a sharp sword. It covered its forehead with one hand and let out a deafening low laugh. It's been a long time since I unleashed this form, kid, I'll make you die more quickly later. Jiang Chen's expression became serious, as the skeleton monster was the strongest form of the slippery gourd, arrogance.
Only in this form could he feel a hint of threat. Arrogance flashed in front of Jiang Chen, raised a finger, and pointed at Jiang Chen's forehead. Have you ever experienced the power of a god? Jiang Chen sneered. A god? You dare to call yourself a god?
Arrogance opened its big skull mouth and chuckled.
With an immortal life like mine, can't I be called a god? Now, you will pay for your arrogance and ignorance. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he fiercely punched out. Why so much nonsense? You'll know after you fight.
Ning Tong counted silently to 300 and dispersed the hidden space. Suddenly, her ears were filled with loud banging noises, causing her eardrums to ache. Ning Tong quickly used her spatial abilities to shield the location of her eardrums. In front of her, a black-red figure and a yellow figure were colliding at extremely high speeds. When the two figures made contact, the air erupted into violent ripples, creating huge waves in the city.
Ning Tong had to hold onto the electric pole tightly to prevent herself from being blown away.
It was the first time she had seen a monster that could confront Jiang Chen head-on. All the monsters before had been easily killed by Jiang Chen with a single punch. And now, the final boss of the third spiritual realm could actually confront Jiang Chen head-on, making her feel a bit worried. However, Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited as he fought. Since awakening, he had not encountered an opponent who could fight him as long as the arrogance form of the slippery gourd.
Exciting, keep going.
Jiang Chen didn't dodge or evade, exchanging punches one by one with the slippery gourd at high speed. However, the slippery gourd became more and more frightened as they fought. The yellow-clothed bald man in front of him seemed as strong as steel, and all his attacks on Jiang Chen felt like hitting thick steel plates, shaking his bones and flesh. And Jiang Chen's fists hitting his bone steel armor made a constant cracking sound. Gradually, the regeneration speed of its body could no longer keep up with the speed at which Jiang Chen was destroying it. After 5 minutes, the slippery gourd stopped attacking and stood still, letting out a long sigh. Not bad, human, you are very strong. Then, a breeze blew by, and the slippery body gradually turned into powder, drifting in the air.
Ning Tong dared not even breathe, nervously asking Jiang Chen, is he dead?
Jiang Chen raised his head, and there was a huge black shadow in the air, with crimson eyes, coldly staring at them. This was the seventh form of slippery, named Envy, which could emit death rays from its eyes. Anyone hit by the death rays would immediately turn into ashes. Envy's eyes turned red, shooting death rays straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smirked coldly. If he had awakened the heat vision before, it might have been a bit tricky to deal with. But now, this faint light was like a firefly compared to the superhuman heat vision. His eyes gradually turned red as well, emitting a red light several times brighter and stronger than Envy's death rays. The red lights collided in mid-air, causing intense energy clashes and violent air fluctuations. Ning Tong's hair turned yellow from the intense energy, and she quickly erected a spatial barrier to barely stand nearby and watch the battle. Envy's death rays retreated in the face of Jiang Chen's heat vision, and then the heat vision pierced through the head of the black shadow. Slippery let out a helpless roar in midair, the black shadow shattered inch by inch, and disappeared completely. Ning Tong witnessed this earth-shattering battle, her palms sweaty, nervously asking Jiang Chen, he should be dead this time, right?
Jiang Chen shook his head.
In his understanding, Slippery was a kind of existence similar to the world consciousness, meaning as long as the world of the killing city existed, he would not die. In midair, dark clouds gathered, forming a huge monster within the clouds. It stood hundreds of meters tall, completely blocking the moonlight in the night sky and roaring like a bell.
Mortal, you have thoroughly angered me.
Jiang Chen smirked coldly, his eyes turning red again, facing it without fear. Inheriting the talents of Saitama and Superman, he dared to fight even against gods.
Without this invincible mentality, he might as well go home and lie down to die. Any hint of retreat would be an insult to the powerful legacy of these two heroes. After a long time, the giant monster slowly dissipated, and only Jiang Chen heard a deep and grand voice in his mind. You are strong, human, you have earned my respect. We will meet again in the future. As the teleportation gates slowly opened beside them, Ning Tong finally confirmed that they had won the fifth battle. She cheered and hugged Jiang Chen, hanging onto him. We won! You are amazing, Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen smiled lightly, surprised by the ultimate form of Slippery's strength. But in any case, he won this battle, defeating the powerful monster with 7 forms. He also set a record, finally conquering the third spiritual realm. Back in the rest area, the screen displayed, congratulations to the two for clearing the killing city night parade of 100 demons. You will return to the real world in 10 seconds, with the following points. First place, room 04060, 128 million points.
Jiang Chen's face stiffened. Damn, such a high score, how am I going to explain this to the media?
If it was a few million, with the high scores in the first and second spiritual realms, everyone should understand. And he did kill 2 bosses in the third spiritual realm in a row, even though one was a suicide, it was normal to have a high score. When he went back, he could still argue his way out. But this was 10 million points, with the second place only having a few thousand points.
The difference was so huge that anyone could tell they had taken down the big boss of the fifth battle. Ning Tong clearly also thought of this issue, looking worriedly at him. Before the two could react, a beam of light enveloped them. Jiang Chen was in a panic, took off his bracelet, handed it to Ning Tong, and hurriedly said, "Bracelet, bracelet." Ning Tong also suddenly realized, quickly took off her bracelet, and stored the two bracelets in her storage space. The next moment, Jiang Chen stared at her intently. "Tong Tong, it seems like you've developed again." Ning Tong then realized that she was completely naked. She remained calm, confidently showing off her body. How about it, compared to those foreign girls? Jiang Chen's nose instantly started bleeding. He was injured for the first time in the third spirit realm, and it was by Ning Tong before returning. The word lust is truly a double-edged sword. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As the teleportation light faded, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong saw old Ning sitting next to the teleportation circle, wiping his tears and nose. A pile of paper money was burning continuously. "Tong Tong, you died so tragically. I told you not to team up with Jiang Chen, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. What were you thinking, challenging the ultimate boss of the fifth battle? It must be that idiot Jiang Chen who instigated you. That's why you're so confused." Sob, sob, sob. Speaking of sadness, old Ning wiped his tears and nose, truly shedding tears of sorrow. Ning Tong shook her head helplessly, not expecting to see her father in such a state as soon as she came out, completely ruining his image. She covered her face, unable to bear seeing her pitiful old father, and turned to Jiang Chen, whispering in his ear, "If you don't say anything, will my dad be okay after all the hardships he's been through? Won't anything happen to him?" Jiang Chen also couldn't bear to look, not expecting old Ning, a former 7th rank expert, who usually appeared dignified and mature, to cry like this over a trivial matter, completely losing face. However, it was understandable why old Ning was so pessimistic, even starting to burn paper for Ning Tong. Yesterday, Zhang Anping's urgent revelation had left old Ning feeling utterly hopeless. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong went to challenge the fifth day ultimate boss, he was furious. What? According to the latest data from the Spirit Realm detector, the spatial radiation intensity of the third spirit realm far exceeds that of the 10th spirit realm. According to the latest spirit realm measurement method, the third spirit realm should be the 15th spirit realm. What were they thinking, daring to challenge the ultimate boss of the fifth battle? Zhang Anping paused, then ruthlessly delivered another blow, opening up a wound in old Ning's already bleeding heart. The ultimate boss of the third spirit realm, as estimated by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, should be at least 7th rank. Old Ning was stunned when he heard this news, trembling lips. "Director Zhang, is there any way to rescue them from the spirit realm in advance? My daughter has awakened talent, but..." Zhang Anping remained silent for a moment, speaking in a low voice. "You are also a 7th rank expert. You should know very well that once you enter the spirit realm, it will be beyond control. Even a high-level expert with the same talent as your daughter will be powerless to save them." Zhang Anping sighed on the phone. "Old Ning, mourn in peace. I won't say more. Take care of yourself." Later, the students saw the usually calm principal staying up all night next to the teleportation circle. Eventually, he even brought a stack of paper money and started burning it. Ren Peng, Tang Yu, and others felt that the principal's behavior was somewhat absurd and tried to advise him many times in private. "It's not necessary, principal. The combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong is so abnormal that even the final boss on the last day might not be able to handle them. Yeah, maybe the big boss has already been slaughtered by Jiang Chen, turned into a ghostly sashimi." Lao Ning shook his head in despair. He had been to the 7th level before and knew very well the huge gap between a 7th level expert and a 5th level one. "You don't understand the danger of the third spiritual realm, the fifth battle. It's useless, the two of them definitely can't escape." Lao Ning was in despair. Suddenly, he saw his classmates rushing out of the dormitory. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy, and they exclaimed even before the people arrived. "It's Langu, Tongjie. Langu, Tongjie, did you kill the boss of the fifth day? So powerful, tell us how you did it." "Damn, Langu, Tongjie, you are truly stronger than ghosts. Did you turn the boss into sashimi?" Lao Ning was puzzled. "What's wrong with you all? Have you all gone crazy? Or am I missing my daughter too much and having hallucinations?" Ren Peng showed a happy expression and shouted loudly to him. "Principal, look behind you." Lao Ning looked puzzled and turned his head back, his eyes widened instantly. "What did I see? How is this possible? Am I dreaming, or have their spirits come back?" It wasn't until Tang Yu and Ning Tong hugged each other that he confirmed that Jiang Chen and his daughter were not ghosts. They had really broken through the third spiritual realm and returned safely. Lao Ning saw his daughter and Jiang Chen, looking at him with smiles.
Especially Jiang Chen, that teasing smile made Lao Ning unable to resist the urge to go up and pat his bald head. His face turned red, he jumped up, stomped out the fire with a few kicks, coughed, and pretended, "It's cold, I just wanted to warm up by the fire." Then, Lao Ning grabbed Jiang Chen and asked, "Quickly tell me, how did you break through the third spiritual realm in the fifth battle?" Jiang Chen and Ning Tong glanced at each other, nodded subtly. When they came out, Jiang Chen had already prepared his script. He coughed, cleared his throat, and began to use his innate talent, the true, random bullshit technique. Jiang Chen looked serious, as if recalling that terrifying scene, which made him feel extremely scared. He squinted, recalling that scene. "Ah, so many boobs, but unfortunately, I didn't get to enjoy a boob massage at that time. All of them were blown up by Ning Tong. What a pity." Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. "How could I have such thoughts? It must be the distractions interfering with me." Jiang Chen drove these thoughts out of his mind, and said in a deep voice, "The boss of the fifth day is named Hua Piao. He is a combination of 7 evil thoughts, and he even claims to be the god of the third spiritual realm, immortal and indestructible." Tang Yu exclaimed, "Ah, how is it possible to defeat him? And 7 forms, that means, there are 7 ways to devour." Jiang Chen's emotions, which he had finally brewed, were interrupted by Tang Yu, and he couldn't help but glare at her. "You glutton, all you know is eating. Don't interrupt, let me finish." Jiang Chen rekindled his emotions and said emotionally, "His first form is an old man, representing laziness. He was too lazy to attack me and Ning Tong, and fell asleep in front of us." Ren Peng and the others were dumbfounded, subconsciously echoing, "Ah, is he so arrogant? What happened next? Lan Gu, why don't you take the opportunity to blow up his head? Great opportunity, quickly roast and eat him." Jiang Chen was almost caught off guard by Tang Yu again. "How obsessed are you with eating monsters? Just because you didn't get to eat bull penis, is it necessary?" He couldn't help but give Tang Yu a white look. "If you mention eating again, I'll roast and eat you." Jiang Chen slapped his thigh. "Can't attack." I felt an extremely powerful aura from him, like an abyss. At that time, me and Ning Tong knew for sure that we were no match for him, so while he was asleep, we turned around and ran away. When we ran out of the city, he woke up and chased after us, but it seemed like there was something in the city that kept him from leaving the battlefield. The people around listening were thinking frantically, with only one thought in their minds. "Ha? Is this even possible? Is it real? It's unlikely, right? This is too far-fetched." Jiang Chen finally ended this nonsense amidst a series of exclamations. After we ran out of the city, some time passed, and he realized he couldn't do anything to us, so he could only leave us with a warning, "You guys wait for me, next time it won't be so easy." Then he disappeared. Shortly after, Ning Tong and I were teleported back. Isn't it amazing? Jiang Chen wiped his sweat, feeling that it was more difficult to come up with nonsense than to face a real battle. He knew it was a stretch to say that, but what could they do to him? Since only he and Ning Tong had cleared the 5 battles of the third spiritual realm, whatever he said was the truth, and if they couldn't win, they could strategically retreat, which was one of his planned tactics from the beginning. Don't believe it? Well, go clear the 5 battles of the third spiritual realm yourselves and then come back to argue with me. With the strength of these students, it's a one-way trip. Ren Peng and the others couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet. If only we had stayed until the end, we could have cleared the third spiritual realm and found jobs easily after graduation. Yeah, I regret it too. I heard you even roasted and ate the wings of the great Tengu, Lan Gu. How was it? Tasted good, right? Lao Ning looked strange. He didn't say much, just gave Jiang Chen and Ning Tong a deep look and advised, when facing the reporters later, make sure you have your story straight. After saying that, he crossed his arms and walked slowly back to his room. Jiang Chen nodded. He hadn't even thought about how to deceive everyone. In his words, the matter about the big boss was half true and half false, and even though everyone was doubtful, they couldn't question him directly. After all, so far, only he and Ning Tong had cleared the 5 battles of the third spiritual realm. Whoever dares to question me, go verify it yourself. If you can come back alive, then come and confront me face to face. Lao Ning took a turn, and as soon as the students disappeared from his sight, he immediately took out his phone and called Zhang Onping, looking excited. "Hello, Director Zhang? Yes, it's me. I know it's late, but I have good news. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong have returned, and they have cleared the 5 battles of the third spiritual realm." Congratulations, Director Zhang. It seems the big boss in the 5 battles isn't as strong as we thought. How did they do it? I'm not sure either. You can ask them yourself later. Alright, let's do it tomorrow. I'll take them for a talent test. And can you fulfill a small goal for me? Sure. Welcome Director Zhang to guide our work at any time. After hanging up the phone, Lao Ning's face lit up, dispelling the gloom of the past few days. He had successfully set a small goal with Zhang Onping. He looked at the bright crescent moon in the sky, sighed deeply, and his eyes seemed to glisten with tears.
Mom, our daughter has finally grown up.
In the capital city, Zhang Nanping was full of helplessness. He was awakened in the middle of the night by Ning Jingxin's phone call, which left him feeling annoyed. He could imagine Ning Jingxin's smug expression on the other end of the phone. But when he heard that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had cleared the 5 battles of the third spiritual realm, he widened his eyes in disbelief, instantly dispelling any drowsiness.
What? Am I hearing this right? 2 freshmen from a private university have cleared the never-before-cleared 5 battles of the third spiritual realm?
Even though Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had achieved remarkable results in the first and second spiritual realms before, how could they possibly clear the third spiritual realm? If the old guys at Huaka Institute didn't say it wrong, the real difficulty of the third spiritual realm should at least rank 15th, and the final boss should be at least at the 7th level.
Impossible. Is Ning Jingxin overly sad and has split personality?
Right, the spiritual realm detector. If they really defeated the third spiritual realm, the boss of the 5th battle, the score of the spiritual realm detector will definitely reflect it. He jumped out of bed, ignoring his wife's earnest retention.
Honey, the doctor said these days are the best time, let's try again.
With a heart of steel, he drove to the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau overnight.
The Spiritual Realm Management Bureau is located in the Western Mountains on the outskirts of the imperial capital.
At midnight, a white building with 3 floors above ground and 5 floors underground, like a haunted house, eerily quiet. Zhang Nanping arrived at the 3rd underground floor of the Management Bureau, took out the key, entered the password, passed the iris verification, and entered a tightly guarded dust-free room. In the center of the room, there was a huge black box, which was the spiritual realm detector, almost occupying the entire room, all black in color, with an unknown material. The machine emitted a slight buzzing sound, working tirelessly 24 hours a day, but because of the third spiritual realm, everyone thought it was over and no one was left to guard it.
Zhang Nanping's hands trembled as he opened the monitor connected to the spiritual realm detector.
As the screen slowly lit up, Zhang Nanping's pupils contracted sharply.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn!" Early the next morning, Lao Ning was awakened by countless noisy voices.
He opened his eyes drowsily, pushed open the door, and what he saw made his eyes widen completely. The entire Sanjiang City United Private University's playground was packed with people, all journalists, with numerous cameras and even photography vehicles coming in. The gatekeeper Lao Wang, in tattered clothes, his vest torn, cried out, "Principal, I can't stop them, I was almost violated by them, Principal, you have to help me." Before he could finish speaking, Lao Wang was grabbed by the collar by countless journalists, thrown aside with disdain, and completely disappeared.
Lao Ning's eyes twitched, silently thinking about compensating Lao Wang for work-related injuries and letting him retire.
It looks like he's done for, he'll have to hire a young and strong gatekeeper. When the journalists saw Lao Ning, they all rushed towards him as if they had gone mad.
Countless questions were fired at Lao Ning like machine gun bullets. "Principal Ning, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong have cleared the 5th battle of the third spiritual realm. What are your thoughts? Principal Ning, what is Jiang Chen's talent, and why can he eat monster meat raw? Principal Ning, why did Jiang Chen and Ning Tong score over 10 million points? What are your thoughts? Principal Ning, did Jiang Chen exaggerate his talent? Does Sanjiang University have secret technology to change talents? Principal Ning."
Lao Ning suddenly felt his head buzzing, he raised his hands and shouted, "Stop!
Everyone go to the school auditorium, we will hold a press conference later."
When expanding the campus, Lao Ning specially built a large auditorium that could accommodate thousands of people, just to deal with situations like today. It was just completed a few days ago and was immediately put to use. Lao Ning called Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, and the 3 of them hurried to the auditorium. On the way, they opened their phones, and sure enough, the top 5 headlines were all about them and Ning Tong returning successfully from the third spiritual realm.
The headlines were exploding one after another.
Jiang Chen, Ning Tong, once again create a miracle, scoring a high score of 10 million points in the third spiritual realm. Who are they exactly?
The third spiritual realm, the 5th battle that has never been cleared by anyone, was actually cleared by a freshman from a private university. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? D-level talent, I have become bald but also stronger, unexpectedly able to eat monster meat raw. Then what use is S-level talent gluttony for? Is there a problem with talent ranking? All of this stems from the Spirit Realm Management Bureau's release of the third Spirit Realm report at 6 o'clock in the morning. The last time the first Spirit Realm ranking shocked the public, the difference of millions and hundreds was already extremely absurd. This time, everyone was actually prepared in their hearts. After all, after the 4th battle, the
The students who returned early had already revealed the scores inside the spirit realm to the teachers and relevant news media. Everyone had accepted that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had once again taken first place in the third spirit realm. They were ready to wait for their return and must figure out why Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's combination was so powerful. Reporters vowed one after another that they must not let Jiang Chen deceive them again. But with the latest release of the third spirit realm report by the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, everyone was completely shocked.
What? Wasn't it 2 million points? How did it become over 12 million? Wait, if it's over 12 million points, there can only be one explanation.
That is, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong cleared the third spirit realm, killed the final boss of the fifth battle on the spot, to achieve such an exaggerated score. No wonder yesterday, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong never showed up at school. Looking back now, it can be explained why there was such a big public opinion storm yesterday, and no media could publish a news article interviewing them. The reality is that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong never came back. Instead, they went directly to challenge the ultimate boss of the fifth battle in the third spirit realm. Most students, on the third day, or even the second day, due to their strength, had to return to reality. Students who could pass the fourth day already received the certificate of a strong person.
And now, someone has actually passed the fifth day. This is unprecedented news since the opening of the spirit realm. Reporters, like sharks smelling blood, not only mobilized all media groups in Sanjiang City but even dispatched special agents from the Magic City over 200 kilometers away, risking crossing through the Beast Zone to strive for first-hand information. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, wearing a yellow battlesuit and a white cloak, walked into the center of the auditorium. Many out-of-town reporters saw a real person for the first time.
At this moment, with the gradual development of an invincible temperament, Jiang Chen's every move was full of male charm. The powerful momentum, coupled with the handsome appearance, made many female reporters in the audience breathe quickly and whisper to each other.
Indeed, not bad. Watching his exercise videos, he's not this handsome. He put on clothes, I almost didn't recognize him. People need clothes, horses need saddles. You've only seen videos of him not wearing clothes.
Jiang Chen himself has good conditions. Today, wearing this outfit, his temperament is highlighted, making him even more handsome. I've already thought of the news headline for this time: Jiang Chen, the most handsome university student in Huagua. I heard he has several titles now, like Huagua's best abs, Huagua's best butt, and there are fan clubs abroad.
Oh, are you in the group chat? Add me.
Vini50, and I'll add you to the group.
Deal.
Ning Tong stood on the high platform of the auditorium. Her spiritual attributes had reached a very high value after passing through the third spirit realm.
These female reporters whispering below were heard clearly by her.
Ning Tong couldn't help but snort coldly, a dangerous blue light flashing in her eyes.
Jiang Chen stood on the rostrum, and he spoke loudly. Everyone, I know you have many doubts about this third spirit realm. Today, as the external representative of Sanjiang City University, I will answer your questions. Please raise your hand to ask questions. You, the female reporter with glasses, go ahead.
Jiang Chen saw the two previous ponytails, the inexperienced female journalist, and estimated that she would not ask too intrusive questions in such a formal occasion. Out of habit, Jiang Chen still named her first. The ponytail female journalist, with tears of happiness in her eyes, Jiang Chen always named her first every time.
Is he interested in her?
It seems that keeping ponytails can attract the attention of these men who love fast cars. However, there were thousands of colleagues present today, and she was embarrassed to ask the same question as last time, so she took the opportunity to be serious. She held the microphone, her face flushed, her voice soft and tender, mixed with a tremor. Everyone could hear the fresh seafood scent in her voice.
Jiang Chen, I would like to ask, have you and Ning Tong cleared the fifth round of the third spiritual realm?
Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod. Finally, your IQ is online, and this should be the most concerning question for everyone. He looked around, nodded, and gave a positive answer. Yes, you guessed it right, Ning Tong and I have cleared the third spiritual realm. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted in the auditorium, and all the journalists' eyes were filled with excitement. Although everyone had speculated before, hearing Jiang Chen admit it in person was another matter. The ponytail female journalist was so excited that her legs went weak, and her voice began to tremble completely.
So, Jiang Chen, can you share with us the method you used to clear it?
Jiang Chen repeated the words he had said to old Ning yesterday. Afraid that some students with poor brains would really challenge the slippery gourd, Jiang Chen added a sentence. By the way, before I entered the third spiritual realm, it seemed like the light screen in the room showed that the loophole had been fixed. The journalists in the audience, like Rin Pang, had a blank expression and were confused inside.
Ha! Is it that simple? It can't be, Are you trying to deceive us? If it's that simple, someone would have cleared it long ago. After a few seconds, numerous journalists began to question. It can't be. If it's really that simple, why couldn't anyone pass the 5th round of the 3rd spiritual realm before? Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly. Then go ask them. How would I know why they couldn't even pass such a simple spiritual realm? Just like the big boss Niu Gui in the 3rd round, I didn't do anything. I just jumped on its head, and it couldn't bear the insult and committed suicide. Where can I find someone to reason with? Many journalists were shocked at that moment. Jiang Chen's words seemed to make sense. Maybe the strategies of the students before were wrong. Clearly, they could have relied on skills, but they insisted on relying on their young bodies to charge ahead, and ended up leaving prematurely before the critical moment. The ponytail female journalist continued to ask, Jiang Chen, can you reveal how many potential points were rewarded in the final stage of the 3rd spiritual realm? Jiang Chen sighed deeply. It may be because we cleared the 3rd spiritual realm by taking shortcuts, which resulted in the final settlement giving us only 300 potential points. The journalists in the audience nodded one after another, which seemed reasonable. After all, without truly defeating the big boss of the 5th round, why should they be given the full potential points? Another short-haired, refreshing-eyed female journalist took advantage of the chaos to ask, so, Jiang Chen, how do you explain your behavior of eating monster meat raw in the spiritual realm? As far as we know, only the S-level talent Gluttony has the ability to eat monster meat raw. Did you really awaken the D-level talent I become bald but stronger? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Who's the idiot who said I ate monster meat raw? Come out, and watch me beat him up. I clearly roasted it before eating, okay? Can eating roasted meat be the same as eating raw? Can there really be someone who eats monster meat raw? Jiang Chen said with a heavy heart. The reason why humans have evolved from eating raw meat to now is because they have learned to use fire. Why do some people still want to eat raw meat? Those who mutated before were probably eating raw monster meat. Next time, let them try eating it cooked. The reporters were shocked. Is this the reason? Although it sounds reasonable, there seems to be something wrong. Those who dare to try monster meat are already a very small number, and they all mutated after eating it. There is no detailed record of whether they ate it raw or cooked. The reporters felt like their intelligence was being repeatedly crushed by Jiang Chen, unable to refute it. Finally, a mature middle-aged man with glasses asked, how do you explain biting off the Great Tengu's sword in one bite and then killing it barehanded? You, a D-level talent awakener, why do you have such strong power? Is your talent fake? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Ningtong angrily rebuked, enough, what right do you have to come here and question Jiang Chen's strength? With Ningtong's sudden outburst, the entire auditorium felt a heavy weight on their bodies. Ningtong was surrounded by a blue light, her eyes turning deep blue like the sea, floating in midair. The auditorium was in an uproar, with reporters exclaiming in disbelief. Her mental power has exceeded 1,000. How is this possible? How can a freshman be a stable 4th-tier expert with over 1,000 mental power? It's impossible. Is she really a 4th-tier expert at such a young age? She's too strong. With her attribute, even a dog could fly. No wonder Jiang Chen could kill the Great Tengu barehanded and bite off the sword. The appearance of the blue biological force field around Ningtong and her ability to levitate in the air were powerful evidence of her mental power exceeding 1,000. Before entering the 3rd spiritual realm, Ningtong's mental power was already close to 500. After clearing the 3rd spiritual realm, she was instantly rewarded with 1,500 potential points. With so many potential points, even with Jiang Chen's superhuman talent, it would take at least 3.5 months to level up. Although there was a slight risk in the 3rd spiritual realm, Jiang Chen felt it was worth it. After receiving the potential points, Ningtong directly increased her mental attribute to 2,000 points. She was now a mid-level 4th-tier expert and had awakened the talent skill, Gravity Space. She could not only fly using the force field but also change the gravity of a space, increasing it up to 20 times in a room-sized area. The S-level hidden talent, Space Control, was extremely powerful and deserved its status as a top-tier S-level talent. The reporters were stunned, witnessing a freshman reaching the 4th tier in less than half a year, with a mental power exceeding 1,000 and the ability to fly. Oh my god, we have witnessed the birth of the youngest 4th-tier expert in Hua country. One of the strongest 3 emperors in Hua country, Ms. Yu, only reached the 4th tier in the second half of her junior year. And now, Ningtong has reached the 4th tier in the first half of her freshman year. It's unbelievable. Ningtong instantly became the center of attention, and the reporters suddenly realized that she was the hidden powerhouse, and Jiang Chen must have relied on her to defeat the bosses in the 3rd spiritual realm. The rumors were true. Jiang Chen is just a handsome face living off a woman,
and he must have passed the 5th battle of the 3rd spiritual realm thanks to Ning Tong's help.
The great Tengu was definitely killed with Ning Tong's 100-fold amplification. Ning Tong nodded at Jiang Chen.
She chose to expose her own strength in order to better conceal Jiang Chen's strength. The two of them, one in the light and one in the dark, Ning Tong attracted firepower in the front, while Jiang Chen silently protected her from behind, cutting off any black hands that dared to covet her talent.
In secret, Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up to Ning Tong.
This girl, Ning Tong, not only had fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs, but also had a very sharp mind. At a critical moment, by choosing to expose her talent and attract the attention of the reporters, she immediately drew everyone's focus to her side. With the youngest 4th-tier powerhouse in the front, who cares about a D-grade waist baldy? The reporters immediately turned their attention to Ning Tong. Ning Tong, what exactly is your talent? Why are you so powerful? Ning Tong, how much is your current spiritual power attribute? Is it 5,000? Ning Tong, are you interested in transferring to our Magic City University? We can offer you a 1 million scholarship every year. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at the person speaking. Before you try to poach, do some research first. The Three Rivers City University belongs to Ning Tong's family. Her father is the principal. In school, she is not just a princess, but also stands above all. Poaching me is less reliable than poaching Ning Tong. Of course, no matter how much money you offer me, I won't transfer. It's not about money, it's mainly because I'm used to the thrill of sneaking into the girls' dormitory at night and eating meat. At that moment, the auditorium doors opened, and old Ning walked in, loudly saying, "Dear journalists, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong are now heading to the Three Rivers City Spirit Realm Management Bureau for the 2nd talent test. Welcome to come for interviews next time." Jiang Chen and Ning Tong finally shook off the reporters swarming around them like flies. After getting on the bulletproof bus, Ning Tong touched the yellow battle robe on Jiang Chen and asked him softly, "You changed so quickly?" Jiang Chen nodded. The protective bracelet of the 3rd spirit realm was very magical, allowing for quick disguise. For someone like him who needed multiple identities, it was a divine tool. As for protection and substitution functions, not needed at all. Ning Tong's gaze roamed over Jiang Chen's muscular body. "Where did you hide that bracelet?" Jiang Chen was very proud. "I hid it in a place where no one will ever find it." Ning Tong was surprised and looked down at Jiang Chen's lower body, hesitating. "Ah, it won't be seen there, but aren't you afraid of it getting damaged?" Jiang Chen didn't understand her meaning at first. Gradually, his smile froze, and he blushed, shouting in a low voice, "It's the toe, the toe. What are you thinking with your little brain every day?" Ning Tong finally realized she had misunderstood. She immediately covered her face, blushing all over. Her snow-white neck turned as red as a ripe apple in autumn. There were no surprises on the way, and the group arrived at the Three Rivers City Spirit Realm Management Bureau smoothly. Lin Zhe had been waiting eagerly at the door, and he quickly caught up, tightly holding old Ning's hand. "Principal Ning, you finally came. If you hadn't come, those old experts from Huayan Institute could have eaten me alive." Old Ning chuckled, comforting him with high emotional intelligence. "Don't worry, I can't stand anyone up, especially not you, Director Lin. You know what happened with those two this morning? A group of reporters rushed into the campus as if they were out of their minds. We had to hold a press conference, so it delayed us a bit. Thank you for your concern." This considerate and thoughtful speech immediately moved Lin Zhe, nodding repeatedly. Old Ning was someone worth getting along with. The crowd followed Lin Zhe's footsteps to the testing hall, a group of white-haired old men mixed with some middle-aged uncles, rushing over. Lin Zhe politely smiled and introduced, "These are all experts from Huayan Institute, enjoying the treatment of vice-national level." After hearing about Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's affairs, they were very curious about their talents. They rushed to Sanjiang City by special plane overnight. Yesterday, when they heard about the two of you challenging the ultimate boss of the 3rd spiritual realm, a few of them almost fainted. The old men ignored Lin Zhe as if they hadn't heard him, directly bypassing him and Lao Ning, surrounding Jiang Chen in the middle. They started scrutinizing Jiang Chen. This physique, this level of baldness, indeed awakened a D-level talent, the best evidence of I become bald and stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. This old guy really couldn't say anything nice. "Young man, I have some poisonous mushrooms here. Eat them and see if anything happens?" Jiang Chen was speechless. "You, eat it yourself. Young man, you will undergo a comprehensive test later. You awakened less than half a year ago, do you have the level of a 3rd rank?" On the other hand, Ning Tong was left aside without any expert by her side. Lao Ning and Lin Zhe looked awkwardly at the scene. To ease the situation, Ning Jingxing casually asked Lin Zhe, "Didn't you say there were people from the International Spiritual Realm Organization? Why haven't we seen them?" Lin Zhe shrugged, making a helpless expression.
Those grandsons, when they heard that Zhang Chen and Ning Tong challenged the fifth battle of the third spiritual realm, they took a special plane back to the headquarters in the United States that night. They kept complaining about us, saying it was a wasted trip. In other words, the people from the International Spiritual Realm Organization never thought that Zhang Chen and Ning Tong could come back alive from the third spiritual realm. Lao Ning sneered, they were just a bunch of blind fools. But it's also good, so that Ning Tong's talent won't be known by the International Spiritual Realm Organization, which would face more danger. After all, Ning Tong's talent, once developed, will have endless possibilities. Zhang Chen stood there, surrounded by a group of old men, feeling extremely helpless. Uncles, why are you surrounding me, a D-level talent awakener? Shouldn't Ning Tong's talent be more valuable for research? Lin Zhe also looked dumbfounded, reminding the experts kindly, gentlemen, Ning Tong is over there. Her last talent test result was 404 and needs to be retested. Are you targeting the wrong person? An old man with a goatee and a cane sneered, although Ning Tong's talent is not recorded in the database, we know better than she does what her talent is. There's no need for retesting. It's this young man Zhang Chen. Come on, let this old man touch him again. After listening to the experts for a long time, Zhang Chen finally understood. It turned out that the old experts from Huaka Institute had come for his talent. No matter what happened before, it seemed that the talent of I Become Bald and Stronger had already shown a level surpassing D-level talent in Zhang Chen. In other words, this time the old experts were preparing to reclassify the D-level talent of I Become Bald and Stronger. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen immediately became spirited. He was already very dissatisfied with the talents of Qiyu and Daxiao being classified as D-level, and now he finally had the opportunity to clear their names. How could he miss it? Zhang Chen asked the old man with a goatee, what are the rules for talent classification? What do I need to do? After coming out of the third spiritual realm, Zhang Chen's attributes had changed. Constitution, 593 Spirit, 591 Strength, 593 Agility, 593 Potential Points, 1508 Talent 1, Saitama Talent 2, Superman Talent Skill 1, Perspective Eye Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision. His total attributes, including potential points, are close to 4,000 points. If all potential points are converted into attributes, Zhang Chen does not know what powerful talent skills he will awaken. In order to pass this talent test, he deliberately did not use the rewarded 1500 potential points. Otherwise, his current values would have 3 real attributes over 1,000. At least he would awaken 3 kinds of biological stances, and maybe even the ability to fly, which he should have now. When an awakener first appears with a biological stance, there will be an adaptation period, making it easy for others to notice. Just like Ning Tong, after her spiritual power exceeded 1,000, she would often unconsciously float up, thinking she was walking, with her legs swinging unconsciously. Zhang Chen wanted to understand the talent grading rules so that he would not be graded too low or too high. The Divine Punishment Organization is like a thorn in the flesh, always thinking about seizing Ning Tong's talent. If he exposes his strong power, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance and targeting of the Divine Punishment Organization. Various talents have different abilities, and some strange abilities might cause him to miss the opportunity to save Ning Tong. He can only hide his strength to better protect Ning Tong. Zhang Chen remembered that Teacher Saitama was originally a C-class hero, and after the second upgrade, he reached the 39th place in the A-class. He decided to do the same this time. First, upgrade Teacher Saitama's talent to A-class, and then find an opportunity to upgrade to S-class. As for Di Chao's talent, he also planned to go to the Five Elements Alliance after settling the matter with the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau to regrade Di Chao's talent through the Five Elements Alliance. The old man with the goat beard explained to Zhang Chen the rules for talent assessment in a calm and unhurried manner. The evaluation is mainly based on 3 aspects: actual combat power, growth potential, and talent skill rating. The talent skill rating has more levels than the awakened talent, ranging from F to S. If it can reach above B level, it is considered a powerful talent skill. For example, the S-class talent, Inheritor Long Wan, the little lowly who emits green light all over her body and doesn't wear underwear. Her awakener, MS. U, has been awakened for 10 years, with an actual combat power of 8 ranks, unlimited growth potential, and talent skills: Telekinesis Control S-class, Meteor Shower S-class. Several scores are extremely explosive. That's why her talent ranks first in the S-class. Talent levels are never evaluated but are earned through actual combat. Zhang Chen understood that if he were to be graded this way, he only needed to show the level of a third-tier awakener to upgrade Teacher Saitama's talent to A-class. As a strengthening type awakener, the test was still the same: attack power, speed, and defense.
Jiang Chen silently calculated the strength of a third-tier awakener, fully controlling himself so as not to destroy the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau of Sanjiang City. Thanks to his acting skills, he barely passed the test. After the test, Jiang Chen was covered in sweat. For example, in the attack power test, the test device of the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau, mainly aimed at students, had a limit of 4,000 kilograms. Jiang Chen had to fully control his strength, hitting exactly 3,999 kilograms. It's like a person having to control their running speed to be as slow as a snail, and they have to pretend to be very strenuous, almost causing internal injuries. After the test, the staff announced Jiang Chen's current level, 3rd tier, strengthening type awakener. Suddenly, everyone present cast envious and jealous eyes at him. This guy Jiang Chen is really lucky, being led through 3 spiritual realms in a row, and with the potential points rewarded by the spiritual realms, he has stacked himself up to the 3rd tier. Next is the assessment of growth potential, which made the old experts very difficult. It can be said that Jiang Chen reached the level of a 3rd order awakener within 6 months after awakening, and the speed of improvement can be described as very rapid. If we don't consider objective factors, he has already firmly reached the standard of S level. After all, among the freshmen in the entire country, there are only a few 3rd order awakeners with S level talent. But every person in the country knows. Now it should be almost everyone in the world knows. Jiang Chen's rapid improvement is completely relying on clinging to Ning Tong's thigh in the spirit realm, lying down and absorbing potential points to reach the 3rd order. This situation has never happened before. After all, even if others can bring someone, they would be willing to bring an awakener with potential. No one has ever considered bringing a D-level awakener into the spirit realm, let alone nurturing them to the 3rd order. The old experts all shook their heads and showed a difficult expression. Finally, the old man with a goat beard and a cane made a conclusion. It's better to write it like this: this talent seems to have a lucky bonus, but it must be combined with the beauty of the prosperous era to be effective. The growth potential is intermediate. After all, luck is also a kind of strength. Everyone recalled Jiang Chen's 3 spirit realms, all of which were lucky, gaining a large number of points and potential rewards. In the 1st spirit realm, many students had already beaten the sea star to the brink of death, and he luckily killed the sea star with one blow. In the 2nd spirit realm, he and Ning Tong luckily discovered the laboratory, killed all the monsters inside, and gained a large number of points. The 3rd spirit realm was even more excessive. The bull demon was so humiliated that it committed suicide in front of him. Just now, the latest news revealed that the 5th battle of the 3rd spirit realm's big boss was actually cleared by exploiting a bug. This kind of luck can only be described as against the heavens. Why didn't the previous awakeners with the talent "I'm getting bald but stronger" have such good luck? The experts finally concluded that this talent must be combined with the beauty of the prosperous era to have the effect of adding luck. In fact, Jiang Chen's luck is far from over. Since awakening to a D-level talent, he has received special admission to the university and even clung to Ning Tong's thigh. What's even more outrageous is that Ning Tong is the only daughter of the principal. The most outrageous thing is that, according to rumors, she is so in love with Jiang Chen that she is on the verge of death. The principal has tried several times to separate the two, but each time Ning Tong sternly refused and even threatened, saying, "Except for Jiang Chen, I won't marry anyone else." This is equivalent to announcing to everyone that I have chosen Jiang Chen for this lifetime. If this trend continues, after Jiang Chen graduates, it is equivalent to immediately inheriting a university. Although it is a private university, after several investments by the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, it has already become one of the top universities in the Jiangnan region in terms of hardware conditions. The assets are worth at least hundreds of millions. Recently, many foreign students have applied to transfer to the university in Sanjiang City, China, and are determined to study there. Damn, what kind of miraculous start is this? A D-level awakener, relying on luck, can actually reach this point? Many experts became more and more angry as they thought about it. Some of them almost fainted, took a few quick-acting heart pills, and finally calmed down. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen's luck can only be described as extremely good, and they acknowledged that this talent has the effect of adding luck. Many expert scholars all gave thumbs up to the old experts. The old saying goes, experience is the best teacher. With unique insights, you can't help but admire. Finally, in the talent skill evaluation, Jiang Chen demonstrated the 4 major talent skills of Saitama Sensei: normal attack, consecutive normal attacks, double consecutive normal attacks, and a serious punch. Because he had to control his strength at the 3rd order level, his demonstration seemed average, only stirring up a bit of fist wind. The eyes of many experts at that time were dull. They came full of hope, thinking they would witness the rise of a powerful talent, but they didn't expect it. I became bald but also stronger. This talent is really as useless as its name suggests.
The few moves demonstrated by Jiang Chen, can they be called talent skills? They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Is this kid stupid? Isn't this just throwing punches? Change the posture, change the strength, change the speed, and it becomes a talent skill?
If that's the case, then getting up, brushing teeth, washing face, eating, and pooping can also be considered talent skills. Yeah, I also have various talent skills like push-ups, sit-ups, and more.
Damn, Lao Lu, you have quite a variety of tricks. Can your wife handle it? Who said I have to be with my wife?
There's a new bath center opened downstairs in my house.
Awesome, when you go back to the capital, take me to see it.
After unanimous agreement by the expert group, Jiang Chen's so-called talent skill was not approved.
Finally, seeing Jiang Chen's unfriendly expression, they reluctantly added one. Can eat roasted demon meat.
The talent skill was named the Devourer of Roasted Demon Meat.
After the comprehensive evaluation results came out, Jiang Chen looked at the absurd talent skills evaluated by the experts and couldn't help but laugh.
Awakener Jiang Chen, awakened for half a year, actual combat power at the 3rd level, intermediate growth potential, talent skill F level. The talent I became bald but also stronger, originally a D-level talent without a number, was upgraded to a B2 talent, and henceforth had a sequential arrangement. An hour later, the Awakening Bureau of Huagua updated the new level of the talent I became bald but also stronger online, with the specific description as follows. B2 talent, talent name, I became bald but also stronger, inherited hero, bald man in yellow battle clothes, awakening probability, unknown, talent skill 1, devourer of roasted demon meat, talent skill 2, if there is extraordinary beauty, you will gain extraordinary luck, difficulty of enhancement, no difficulty, run 10 kilometers every day, do 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups,
and 100 squats. Comprehensive evaluation, this talent needs to be used in conjunction with extraordinary beauty, suspected to have a lucky effect. Currently, the strongest awakener of this talent is Jiang Chen, a 3rd-level awakener.
The talent points required for awakening also increased from 10 points to 100 points.
Jiang Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. The talent points consumed during awakening were decided by the Awakening Bureau?
If that's the case, turning talents that should have been free for all humanity into talent points at a high price.
Awakening Bureau, you deserve to die.
A dangerous light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, but at this moment, he didn't have the ability to change everything. It's okay, the accounts can be settled slowly. The talent was classified as B2 level. Jiang Chen immediately protested, saying that his strength had reached the 3rd level within half a year, so theoretically, the talent I became bald but also stronger should be rated at least A level. The old experts explained to Jiang Chen with a serious tone. The talent level needs to be comprehensively assessed from 3 aspects: combat power, talent skill level, and growth potential. Your personal combat power has reached the level, but the growth potential and talent skill level are too low. Therefore, based on comprehensive judgment, giving you a B2 is already very good.
Jiang Chen remembered Master Chiyu.
The first time his hero level was upgraded, it seemed to have reached B2.
Could this be fate?
He could only struggle and try harder. At least change the name of the talent and the hero for me.
The Awakening Bureau staff sneered. You want to change the talent name and hero name? That's a privilege only for 7th level strong ones. Jiang Chen suddenly widened his eyes, a flash of light in his mind, hesitating. So, the name of the S1 talent? The staff nodded. The original name of the S1 talent was Remote Control Ability, and the inherited hero's name was the green-haired girl without underwear. After MS,
you became famous, she strongly insisted, and that's why we changed the talent name to what it is now. So that's how it is, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He had been wondering before why the names of the S1 talents were at least passable, while the names of Teacher Chiyu and Teacher Dasha were written in such a ridiculous manner. It seems that inheriting heroes is not easy either. You have to wait for the inheritor to become strong before you can name yourself.
Who compiled the talent manual in the first place? What about the little girl who doesn't wear underwear? What about the perverted man? It's really annoying, misleading so many people.
Hearing this news, Jiang Chen was no longer in a hurry. If this rule is followed, it won't be long before he can rename Teacher Chiyu and Teacher Superman's talents. His current true attributes are already close to 4,000 points, and breaking through the 5,000 mark in a few months is not difficult. If he exerts all his strength, he should be close to the 7th tier level by now. The reason he cannot display his full power now is because the enemy is in the dark while he is in the light. The Divine Punishment Organization, a huge evil organization lurking in the shadows, is watching Ning Tong's talent closely. One misstep, and not only Ning Tong may lose her life, but even his own family may also face misfortune.
The fact that Teacher Chiyu's talent cannot be renamed does not mean that Teacher Superman's talent is not good.
Jiang Chen made up his mind that after returning from here, he would max out his points, transform into Superman form, and go to the Five Elements Alliance. A smiling fat old man, seeing Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction, comforted him, saying, "If you feel dissatisfied, then strive to become stronger. When you reach the 7th tier, your talent will be directly upgraded to S rank, and you will have the right to rename once. At that time, you can call yourself whatever you want." Without looking back, the old man walked out of the testing hall, leaving behind a resounding statement: "Strong people are never bound by rules, they only create rules." Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. "Damn it, if I hadn't heard you crying and begging old Lu to take you to the bath center to awaken your talent just now, I would have almost been fooled by you." Finally done with the reporters and the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Ning Tong and old Ning, and walked into an alley, looking around to make sure no one was there. His clothes slowly changed color and shape. The high-tech armor of the City of Slaughter was like a divine tool to Jiang Chen. He could now perfectly customize the Superman suit in his mind. As the color of the clothes changed, a large red S appeared on his chest. Superman is online. This suit simulated the body of steel, the form of Henry, a gray-blue tight suit, and a long red cape. The waist was tightened with a red belt, complementing his explosive physique, perfectly reproducing Henry. Jiang Chen was full of confidence and was about to step out of the alley when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He touched his bald head. Oh no, he had started exercising when he went out in the morning and forgot to bring his wig. But it didn't matter, since he had become the Superman form, he had no intention of walking home. It was time to fly home to get the wig. Jiang Chen had a thought and started adding the potential points he obtained from the 3rd spirit realm to his spirit. After a moment, his attributes changed to Constitution, 593 Spirit, 1000 Strength, 593 Agility, 593 Potential Points, 1099 Talent 1, Shiyu Talent Talent 2, Superman Talent Talent Skill 1, Penetrating Eyes Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision. After adding the points, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and slowly felt that mysterious feeling. In the house on the left, they are doing business in broad daylight. Hiss, in the building on the right, it's even more serious. There are multiple people exercising. In Huagua, 2-person activities are reasonable and legal, but multi-person activities are considered a serious violation of the law. Jiang Chen was filled with righteous indignation. No, I have to report them. The world is not yet peaceful, the world is not yet liberated, countless hungry children still have no food to eat, countless fallen women have no one to save them. Why are you 5 so extravagant and indulgent? Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law? Have you considered my feelings while you are having so much fun? Jiang Chen calmly took out his phone. Hello, police station? I am near No. 23, Changjiang West Road. Yes, I found multiple people engaging in activities in Building 15, 4th floor, 401. No need to thank me, this is what a good citizen should do. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Goodbye. After waiting for a moment, watching the police cars rushing over, the uncles rushed into the building and took away the disheveled 4 men and 1 woman. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. After reporting, these people started engaging in activities in broad daylight. Jiang Chen felt refreshed. He raised one arm and posed as if flying like Superman. Result: nothing happened. The biological field that should have appeared after breaking through a single attribute over 1,000 points did not appear on him. It seems like something went wrong. Jiang Chen carefully recalled that every time his Superman talent awakened, all 4 attributes progressed together, breaking through a major checkpoint before gaining a new talent. It seems that adding just one attribute doesn't do much. Jiang Chen had to obediently complete the other attributes, and after a while, his attributes became Constitution, 959 Spirit, 1000 Strength, 959 Agility, 959 Potential Points, 1 Talent 1, Shiyu Talent Talent 2, Superman Talent Talent Skill 1, X-Ray Vision Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision. With all 4 attributes breaking through 900, Jiang Chen felt his face swell for a moment, then his scalp started itching. He found a window of a residential house on the roadside and looked in the mirror. Damn, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Another face appeared in front of him. Although the eyebrows and eyes were still Jiang Chen's, the facial features were completely different. He looked more mature, exuding a stable and imposing aura all over his body. What's even more absurd is that his hair instantly grew out. And then, Jiang Chen's muscles all over his body began to expand. After a few minutes, his body underwent a noticeable change. His muscles were a size larger than usual, completely filling out the Superman suit. Finally, the talent skill slowly appeared in the attribute panel. Superman Talent Skill, Steel Body. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This transformation skill was really awesome. After transforming, even if he stood in front of Ning Tong, she probably wouldn't recognize that he was Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen remembered that Superman could wear glasses to make others not recognize him.
That pair of glasses should be Kryptonian high-tech, helping Superman to have the ability to transform. But in his case, it turned into a talent skill. This way, he no longer had to worry about being exposed when transforming into Superman in the future. The only regret was that he still couldn't fly now. The biological field that should have appeared after breaking through a single attribute over 1,000 points was also nowhere to be found in him. Jiang Chen estimated that the Superman talent and Chiyu talent were too powerful, and the rules of ordinary awakeners did not apply to these two teachers.
It makes sense, talents as powerful as Chiyu and Superman should not be extinguished among ordinary people.
They should stand out in their own unique way. And Jiang Chen had a feeling that the day he could fly was not far away. It was very likely that when all 4 attributes broke through 1,000 points, it would be the time to soar in the sky.
Of course, not being able to fly didn't bother him much.
With no risk of being exposed, he could choose to take the bus to the Five Elements Alliance. But today was the first day he appeared in the form of Superman's steel body, and he didn't want to be low-key anymore. With the attributes enhanced by the additional points, as long as it's not at the level of the 3 emperors of the Hua Nation, no one else poses a threat to him.
So Jiang Chen chose to jump to the 5 Elements Alliance.
Before Superman could fly, he also used large jumps to substitute for flying. He squatted on one leg on the ground, his thigh muscles showing perfect lines, showcasing invincible strength, and his red cape fluttered without wind. As he exerted force with one leg, a huge crater instantly cracked open in the ground, a hard cement road surface crumbling into tiny particles as if it were foam.
Jiang Chen soared into the air like a red rocket.
The tremendous improvement in his 4 attributes allowed Jiang Chen's physical fitness to make a qualitative leap, and with a light jump, he could jump hundreds of meters high.
He felt the turbulent airflow, gradually turning the surging air currents into his assistance rather than his hindrance.
With several jumps, Jiang Chen gradually figured out the knack, perfectly blending speed and strength, each jump unleashing huge sonic booms. The sky above Sanjiang City kept ringing with loud bangs. A man in a gray-blue battlesuit, half flying and half jumping in the air, approached the 5 Elements Alliance of Sanjiang City at a very fast speed.
Sanjiang City was not large, and Jiang Chen arrived above the 5 Elements Alliance branch after just over 10 jumps.
The receptionist from last time had already been assigned to watch the gate.
On a sunny afternoon, the receptionist yawned, stretched lazily, revealing enticing curves.
Suddenly, she saw a muscular man in a gray-blue battlesuit flying down from the sky. His powerful physique, like a meteorite, landed with a thud on the square outside the 5 Elements Alliance, creating a huge crater in the hard marble square. The man then slowly stood up from the crater, his red cape fluttering, the prominent S letter on his chest exuding an invincible aura. The receptionist immediately recalled the day 2 months ago when she was dominated by a pervert who wore his underwear on the outside. Her eyes widened, unable to help but scream again.
Ah, pervert!
Jiang Chen's face stiffened, thinking to himself, I'm not wearing my underwear on the outside, and my appearance has changed, so why are you still calling me a pervert? Upon hearing the receptionist's cry, Yi Chang, accompanied by a group of strong men, limped out of the 5 Elements Alliance Hall. When he saw the familiar gray-blue battle robe and the fluttering red cape, his pupils suddenly contracted. His leg injury had just healed a bit, and he was still a bit clumsy walking. Yi Chang quickly raised his hands to stop the people behind him, shouting loudly, "Don't you dare move! Whoever moves, I'll kill them!" In fact, there was no need for him to shout, as the others were not stupid and instantly reacted. The man in front of them should be the perverted strongman who wore his underwear on the outside last time. Yi Chang carefully confirmed, although the man in front of him looked slightly different from the self-proclaimed Superman last time, the imposing manner, the attire. His eyes twitched. Yes, it was him, the Fourth-Order Strengthening System man who destroyed his testing equipment worth over 10 million.
But even if they recognized him, what could they do? All the people in the 5 Elements Alliance of Sanjiang City combined couldn't beat him alone. This guy was a Fourth-Order strongman last time, and this time, he seemed to have bigger muscles and a stronger aura. Although he was no longer wearing his underwear on the outside, for some reason, everyone felt he was even more perverted. Look at him, he even boldly embroidered an S logo on his chest. Is he telling everyone he's the SNSM? A sadist, someone who enjoys inflicting pain and despair on others. At this moment, despite the bright sun, everyone felt a chill down their spines. As the saying goes, not afraid of the strong, not afraid of the perverted, just afraid of the strong and perverted. Yi Chang quickly stepped forward with a smile on his face. Long time no see, big brother Superman, is there something you need this time coming to the Xiaomeng?
Yi Cheng's heart was pounding. He didn't expect that when I casually mentioned last time about adjusting another 20,000 attack force tester, welcoming him to come for testing again, he took it seriously. Yi Cheng had already made up his mind. If this man who claimed to be Superman wanted to do some strength testing again, he would lie down on the ground pretending his leg was broken. If that didn't work, foaming at the mouth and passing out wouldn't be a bad idea either. He couldn't let this freak destroy another force tester again. Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste words with him and went straight to the point. I want to re-evaluate my talent level, can you do it here? Yi Cheng was stunned. Talent level evaluation? As the head of the Sanjiang City branch of the Wuxing Alliance, he had heard that the Private Awakeners Alliance could conduct related tests, but in his 3 years in office, he had never encountered anyone coming to the Wuxing Alliance for talent level evaluation. After all, the Wuxing Alliance's evaluation had to be submitted to the Awakening Bureau for review. Only after passing the review would they face society and schools, and the latest talent rankings would be reissued. They could only do the testing work and had no decision-making power. Yi Cheng explained the situation to Jiang Chen, who had anticipated it, and said lightly, "It's okay, just report it, I'll figure out the rest." Yi Cheng didn't dare to say no, he nodded. "That's fine, Superman, please come this way, I'll have the staff prepare the necessary equipment." But then his face stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Oh no, a few days ago, I did just receive a 20,000 kilogram force tester from headquarters, is it going to be destroyed again today?" A 20,000 kilogram force tester was 3 times more expensive than a 10,000 kilogram one. If it was destroyed again by the man claiming to be Superman in front of him, he really didn't know how to explain it to headquarters. Without even recruiting anyone, he had already damaged 2 expensive force testers in a row. He estimated that as the head of the Wuxing Alliance in Sanjiang City, he would be completely done for. Jiang Chen also saw his dilemma and smiled faintly. "No need, we'll test strength in a different way today." After all, with his attributes after adding points, there were probably not many instruments in this world that could withstand his full force. Jiang Chen stood still, looking up at the sky. It was a bit cloudy today, in the afternoon, with large white clouds floating in the sky. The sunlight dappled on the ground, showing the tranquility of late autumn. Jiang Chen slowly gathered his strength. Through his tight superhero suit, you could see the muscles on his arms bulging. Then, Jiang Chen exerted all his strength and punched towards the sky. Bang! A loud noise erupted in the Wuxing Alliance square, as if an 8th-level gale had swept through, blowing up the skirts of the front desk girls, revealing their black thongs underneath. The front desk girls quickly covered their skirts, screaming loudly, "Help, there's a pervert!" The other awakeners were also blown around by this sudden burst of air. After a moment, the strong wind subsided, and Jiang Chen remained in a punching position. A large swath of golden sunlight shone unobstructed from the sky. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, basking in the sunlight, as if receiving the blessing of the sun. In the white clouds, a huge hole appeared, with a diameter of several kilometers. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that it was in the shape of a fist. Everyone's mouths dropped open. What the hell just happened? Is this gray-blue robed man in front of them really human? Why can he punch a hole in the clouds in the sky? You know, the clouds are several thousand meters above the ground. How strong an attack would it take to do that? Jiang Chen said lightly, "So, do we still need to measure attack power?" Yi Cheng's eyes were full of shock. What did I just see? Is it possible that a god has descended? Although I don't know what method he used to change his appearance, the last time Yi Cheng confirmed, his age will not exceed 22. But such a young 6th-order powerhouse has already broken the world record, right? Last time he was tested as a 4th-order high-level, and in just a few months, he reached the 6th order? It's impossible for someone to advance at such a fast pace. He must have hidden his true strength during the last test. Yi Cheng took a while to react, shaking his head with a bitter smile. There's no need to test. Just by visual inspection, your attack power has already exceeded 50,000, at least reaching the 6th order level. This level of testing equipment is only available in the Imperial City and the Demon City. In our small place, we don't even have the conditions to test it. He frowned and asked Jiang Chen, "Based on this test result alone, you have already entered the ranks of 6th order powerhouses. I see that you are at most 22 years old, and your growth potential is also top-notch. The 5 Elements Alliance of Sanjiang City is willing to act as your guarantor and apply to rewrite your talent level. May I ask, Superman, what is your talent?" Jiang Chen replied calmly, "Don't worry, I have another talent skill. Help me write it into the test results and submit it to the Awakening Bureau together." Jiang Chen surveyed the area for a week and selected a metal plaque in the 5 Elements Alliance square as a demonstration object. His eyes instantly turned red, and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. Superhuman talent skill, heat vision. The red light instantly heated the air, causing severe distortion. The heat vision appeared to shake in an S-shaped pattern as it progressed. When the heat vision hit the metal plaque, it melted instantly. As the heat vision swept across, the plaque melted completely into liquid, dripping onto the ground and forming irregular metal balls. Jiang Chen retracted his heat vision ability and turned around to see everyone's eyes filled with shock and fear. This metal plaque was made of tungsten molybdenum alloy and could withstand temperatures of at least 3,000 degrees. It was completely melted by the red light emitted from this man's eyes. If a person were hit by this kind of beam, wouldn't they turn to ashes instantly? Recalling Jiang Chen's visit to the Five Elements Alliance last time, they had a confrontation with him. The Awakeners of the Five Elements Alliance broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, we should really thank the Buddha for blessing us to live until today. He's too powerful. Who is this man in the gray-blue battle robe? Why is he so powerful, possessing super high strength attributes while also having a mental talent skill? What is his true attribute value? As Awakeners, they could recite S-level talents backwards. However, none of the talents matched the performance of the man before them. Yi Chang swallowed his saliva, feeling uneasy. Superman, what is your talent after all? It's funny to say, but I have no impression of such a powerful talent. Could it be a talent that has never appeared on the Awakening Stone before? Jiang Chen said lightly. My talent is very ordinary, it's a D-level talent I get stronger when I sunbathe. When this was said, everyone widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. What a joke, are you awakened to I get stronger when I sunbathe? The garbage talent that is famous as a D-level useless talent along with I get stronger when I go bald? Did I mishear? Yi Chang looked at the others in confusion, and when he saw that they also looked incredulous, he confirmed that he hadn't misheard. The sixth-order powerhouse in front of him, a dual-enhanced and mental awakener, indeed said that his talent is I get stronger when I sunbathe. Yi Chang hesitated. Superman, I can report this matter truthfully, but I can't guarantee whether the Awakening Bureau will accept it. Jiang Chen chuckled. No problem, just report it directly, preferably through some news media, and publicize this matter widely. Jiang Chen finished all this, turned and walked towards the door, his voice echoing from afar. If you help me accomplish this, in the future, as long as it does not violate the law or morals, I can help you once. Yi Chang's originally furrowed brow instantly relaxed. The promise of getting help from a sixth-order powerhouse once is worth any amount of money. Jiang Chen never thought that just one test could upgrade a superhuman talent to S-level. After all, his identity cannot be made public, so reclassifying his superhuman talent should be even more difficult than Saitama's talent. The Awakening Bureau doesn't recognize the results of the Five Elements Alliance's test? It doesn't matter, his superhuman identity is destined to become a superhero admired by thousands in the future. By then, how will the Awakening Bureau, who refuses to acknowledge his talent, deal with it? With a series of events triggered by Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, the front-page headlines of the news media have been completely dominated by them. The hottest news among them. The youngest fourth-order awakener in history, Ning Tong. The article lavishly praised Ning Tong's powerful talent, even bestowing her with the title of the most powerful student in history. It also included images of Ning Tong using gravity space and displaying a biological force field in the auditorium of Sanjian University. Although the focus was on Ning Tong, the writer of the article did not forget to criticize Jiang Chen for relying on his good looks and clinging to Ning Tong's thigh to pass through the third spiritual realm. A group of Ning Tong fans in the comments section were ecstatic. Damn, a 19-year-old fourth-order powerhouse, it's simply unbelievable. What exactly is Ning Goddess's talent? Why do I feel like it's even stronger than an S1 talent? Exactly, back then, didn't you Goddess only reach the fourth order in the second half of her junior year? Ning Goddess is too powerful, I'm so envious, why wasn't I born in Sanjiang City? If I had met Ning Goddess first, history would have been rewritten because of me. Upstairs, stop daydreaming, do you have an 8-pack? Do you have the beauty of the Shangshi era? Upstairs, move aside, I want to spit in his face, who are you to do it? If anyone should do it, it should be me. Damn, this Jiang Chen guy, being handsome really allows him to do whatever he wants. I heard he even has a new title now, the most handsome university student in Hua country. Damn, the most handsome university student in Hua country? Him? A bald guy? To be honest, even if he's bald, he's really handsome. Being bald actually makes him more handsome. That face doesn't need hair as an accompaniment. Although I don't want to admit it, what the person above said seems to make sense. Ranked second is the news of the reclassification of the talent I became bald but stronger. The Spiritual Realm Management Bureau, Awakening Bureau, and Hua Science Institute jointly issued a statement, upgrading the talent I became bald but stronger from D-level to B2. It immediately caused a huge stir on the internet, second only to Ning Tong's display of fourth-order strength. After unanimous testing and agreement by the Hua Science Institute, Spiritual Realm Management Bureau, and Awakening Bureau, the talent I became bald but stronger has been adjusted from D level to B2.
Here is the latest talent information.
B2 talent, talent name, I became bald but stronger, inherited hero, bald man in yellow battle clothes, awakening probability, unknown, talent skill 1, devourer of roasted ghost meat, talent skill 2, if you have the beauty of the Shengshi era, you will gain extraordinary luck. The official note below specifically stated, there are rumors that awakening this talent can make you handsome, but it is baseless. According to expert analysis, this talent has absolutely no function to increase attractiveness. The official statement is equivalent to saying that Jiang Chen is handsome, it is natural, do not talk nonsense, saying that talent can increase attractiveness. If there really is such talent, a group of people would have awakened long ago and directly reached the S level. Note 2, even if someone awakens that talent, do not easily try various strange foods, the skill of devouring roasted demon meat is still in the verification stage. Friendly reminder, when you awaken next year, carefully consider that talent, you may end up bald, you may also be ruined, after all, not everyone can hold on to a big thigh. Just now in the previous news, the netizens who envied and hated Jiang Chen's flourishing beauty, upon seeing this news, became even more indignant.
Damn, so I become bald and stronger, this talent is so powerful, can rank up to B2 level? Why was I always at D level before? You upstairs don't know, the awakening talent level is determined by the strength of the strongest. If you awaken the talent of getting stronger by eating shit, with this talent, when you become invincible, getting stronger by eating shit will become an S1 talent. Madam Yu's telekinesis talent will be relegated to second place. When did you awaken the talent of getting stronger by eating shit? I wish you awakened the talent of getting stronger by drinking urine. You two upstairs, don't fight, leave a way out for the dung beetles and maggots. Ha, can't stop laughing. Ha, let me laugh for a minute first. Seriously, has this talent been awakened by handsome guys and pretty girls before? I don't know, maybe handsome ones have awakened too, but not handsome enough, end up bald, and the attractiveness drops, no longer considered handsome. Damn, in the end, Jiang Chen still wins with the word handsome. Being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. So envious, who can recommend a plastic surgery hospital to me? I will awaken next year. I want to challenge this talent, whether to eat demon meat or not doesn't matter, mainly for good luck. I'm familiar with this, I did it in Thailand, now I'm very happy with my husband. If you really want plastic surgery, private message me, I'll give you the hospital's phone number. Damn, you upstairs, have you not had children since you got married? Damn, understood in a second, you upstairs, is your little brother still soaking in a jar? Jiang Chen looked at the comments section, his eyes twitching. This generation of netizens is worrying in terms of quality, daring to chat about all sorts of nonsense. Ning Tong was also there, stretching her slender neck, watching with Jiang Chen, her fragrant hair constantly teasing Jiang Chen's heartstrings. Being so close, the virgin fragrance on Ning Tong's body suddenly made Jiang Chen's heart beat faster. Ning Tong suddenly furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and exclaimed. She opened a video and showed it to Jiang Chen. This person is you, right? In the video, it was Jiang Chen wearing a Superman suit, heading to the Three Rivers Alliance to have his Superman talent re-evaluated. In the video, he exerted a punch, dispersing the clouds in the sky, then shot a heat ray, completely melting a metal plaque. The news headline read, Mysterious 6th-rank strongman appears in Sanjiang City, punches through the sky, eyes emit super rays, Awakening Bureau refuses to reassess. What is the man's talent level? The article was filled with righteous indignation, writing a lot of words. The general idea is that a strong person like the one in the video had his talent level reassessment application rejected by the Awakening Bureau. And it also included the response from the Awakening Bureau. The talent of the man in the video absolutely cannot be a D-level talent if I get stronger by sunbathing. The 5 Elements Alliance's testing had a major error. It's really ridiculous, it's baseless. It is recommended to strengthen professional training, or let the man come to the Awakening Bureau for talent assessment. Below, a bunch of netizens were shocked and left comments. What, I get stronger by sunbathing? That famous talent exclusive to vegetative people? What kind of international joke is this? Sunning to this extent, even plants can eat people, okay? Although the Awakening Bureau has never been very reliable, this time, I am quite awakened. But what is the strength of this man? Looking at it through the screen, his strength is so powerful that it makes me shiver all over. With this power, just by the fist wind, can you punch a big hole in the clouds in the stratosphere? What kind of talent can shoot red light from the eyes? Please forgive my ignorance, I have never heard of that talent, having such ability. Indeed, if the video is not a special effect, this man is at least a dual cultivation of strengthening and mental systems. Looking at his age, he is not very old, at most in his early 20s, a sixth order in his early 20s? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? If I remember correctly, Ms. You also reached the sixth order at the age of 25, right?
Damn, what's wrong with Sanjiang City? It seems like all the talented people are coming from Sanjiang City recently.
First, the youngest fourth order strongman Ning Tong, then a D-level talent rising to B-level, and now a young sixth order strongman emerges?
I'm thinking, should I apply to Sanjiang City University next year, and then choose the D-level talent I become bold and stronger?
Upstairs, are you crazy? Your good life is about to be ruined. Upstairs, you don't understand, think about it, Sanjiang University, D-level talent bald guy, Ning Tong. Listening to you, I seem to remember something. Could it be that Ning Tong likes the bald style?
Below, there are a bunch of infatuated girls expressing their admiration for Jiang Chen's superhuman steel body.
Love, this figure, better abs than Huagua, even more explosive.
Indeed, if he is willing to exercise only in shorts, shirtless, I am willing to pay 1,000 per episode.
If he is willing to go naked, I'll pay 10,000. Still handsome with hair, I declare, I have fallen in love with someone else. What's his name?
Compared to Jiang Chen's immature little handsome guy, he looks 100 times more stable, and he prefers this kind of mature man. TCH, I'm different, I like both of them, living together with 3 people, I will definitely be very happy.
Ning Tong looked at the comments section filled with flattery, anger surged, a blue light flashed in her eyes, and her phone even made a cracking sound. Jiang Chen quickly tried to calm her down. It's not necessary, the phone is innocent.
The superhuman talent is reclassified, rejected by the Awakening Bureau, as expected by Jiang Chen. He just smiled calmly, not in a hurry. After all, no one would believe that a D-level plant-based exclusive talent could produce a 6th order strongman, and such a young 6th order strongman at that. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly make them realize the reality. At this moment, he just planted a seed, and when it slowly sprouts, it will surely grow into a towering tree. Ning Tong enlarged the video, carefully examined it for a long time, and suddenly said strangely,
"Something's wrong, in the video, your face and your hair, it doesn't look fake, and those exaggerated muscles? Is that person you? How did you become so big? Which man can tolerate a girl questioning whether he is big or not?" Jiang Chen immediately transformed in front of Ning Tong.
Jiang Chen first changed his clothes into a superhero suit, with a large letter S, making his muscular chest even more magnificent. Then Jiang Chen gave a low shout and activated his talent skill, superhuman form, steel body. After a moment, a strong and tall handsome man, with a head of thick black hair, appeared in front of Ning Tong. It is also strange that as long as Jiang Chen cancels the superhuman steel body form, he will immediately transform back into the Saitama form, even his hair automatically disappears. This also leads to, although the facial features are the same, but with thick black hair, the skin becomes fair again, the momentum, physique, making people feel completely different. If it weren't for Jiang Chen transforming in front of her, Ning Tong would definitely not recognize that the magnificent and towering man in front of her, like a mountain range, was Jiang Chen. She widened her eyes in surprise, unable to resist touching Jiang Chen's chest muscles and abdominal muscles, gradually sliding down. The slender and soft little hand made Jiang Chen's whole body goosebumps. "Hey, you enchantress," even with his steel body at the moment, he can't bear it. Jiang Chen almost reacted, quickly holding her down, shaking his finger, and saying in a deep voice, "No touching." Ning Tong bit her lip in grievance. "I just want to feel your muscles, they look big, I don't know if they're real."
As a man, Jiang Chen couldn't bear this kind of grievance. "What, are you questioning whether Superman's steel body is real? Today, I'll make you understand what it means to be strong, big, and invincible." He raised his head, showing his white teeth, exuding an unmatched aura. "Alright, come and check, but only allowed to touch the upper body."
Ning Tong's eyes were filled with stars, she cheered and pounced. Her large and soft body pressed against Jiang Chen's chest, her eyes even more misty. "It's really big. In the future, on odd days, I want you in your original state, on even days, you can use this state, and on Sundays, you can rest. But in terms of touch, this big and hard type is more comfortable to touch." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Woman, you're playing with fire. Since that's the case, I won't be polite." He lifted Ning Tong's crystal clear chin with a finger. Ning Tong's breathing quickened, blinking her long eyelashes, closing her eyes, her lips becoming moist and bright red. At a critical moment, Lao Ning coughed loudly outside the room from a distance. "Ahem, the director of the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, Zhang, is here, you two finish up and come out." Jiang Chen heard Lao Ning's call and immediately dispelled his steel body. Ning Tong's eyes showed disappointment. She pouted, stomped her foot, and reluctantly walked out of the dormitory with Jiang Chen. Lao Ning saw his daughter come out blushing, waited for Ning Tong to walk away, and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Jiang Chen as a warning. "You, boy, be careful, don't cause any trouble before graduation, understand?" "Ha!" Jiang Chen felt very wronged. "Just now your daughter insisted that I transform, and we have a pure student relationship. Principal, listen to my explanation. It's really not what you imagine." Lao Ning had a stern face and didn't want to listen to his explanation at all, quickly walking to his daughter's side. Jiang Chen could only sigh helplessly. "Ah, Lao Ning, you've misunderstood me too deeply." In the principal's office, Jiang Chen finally met the director of the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, Zhang Anping. As a man who had always silently supported Lao Ning behind the scenes, it was his first time at Sanjian City University. Zhang Anping was dressed in a fitted dark blue work uniform, with an identity badge hanging on his chest. He had a short beard, a handsome face, showing that he was a handsome man in his youth. Zhang Anping looked at Jiang Chen and Ning Tong approaching, his eyes lighting up. He couldn't help but nod. Such a talented couple. No, it should be a talented woman and handsome man, truly a perfect match. Zhang Anping didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the point, speaking to Ning Tong. "I have a special request this time. Can you use your abilities? Let me see how far your skills have progressed." Ning Tong glanced at Jiang Chen and Lao Ning. Both nodded, and she turned her eyes into azure blue, her whole body enveloped in a blue light, and everything around her slowly disappeared. After a moment, the four of them were completely in Ning Tong's hidden space. Zhang Anping clapped his hands and smiled. "Indeed, Ning Tong, you have awakened an S-level talent, the power of space." Ning Tong nodded. At this point, there was no need for her to hide much. Zhang Anping, with a serious expression, said in a deep voice, "The following conversation, only the four of us know. Ning Tong, we need you to bring out some things from the fourth spiritual realm." Ning Tong's eyes widened in surprise, as her storage space was only known to Jiang Chen. Why would Zhang Anping know that she could bring things out from the spiritual realm? Zhang Anping noticed her confusion and unease, smiling. "Don't worry, the S0 talent, the power of space, was originally listed in the talent manual. Later, due to the Divine Punishment Organization hunting down the awakeners of this talent, we had no choice but to seal all information about the S0 talent, passing it down only among high-ranking individuals and key personnel." Zhang Anping reassured Ning Tong. "Ning Tong, as long as you need it, you can choose your partner to enter the spiritual realm. Hua country will spare no effort to quickly develop you into a 6th-level powerhouse. After this is done, we will dispatch 5th-level experts to protect your safety." Ning Tong calmly shook her head. "Except for Jiang Chen, I don't want anyone else. As for expert protection, it's not necessary. I have a stronger power than a 5th-level expert. Sending 5th-level experts for protection? How can I have a date with Jiang Chen, not to mention the wonderful idea of 135 Jiang Chen, 246 superhumans. Jiang Chen also has a lot of secrets, and there always has to be someone by her side. How can Jiang Chen come to her at night to eat meat? So Ning Tong will never accept expert protection. If necessary, she will just live with Jiang Chen. What's the use of a 5th-level expert when Jiang Chen is already a 6th-level powerhouse with a dual form, and she has never felt any threat as long as she's with him? All dangers are resolved by Jiang Chen before they even get close to her." Hearing Ning Tong's words, Zhang Anping assumed she had an inexplicable confidence in her own strength. He chuckled and shook his head. "Well, it's good to have confidence, but be careful. Your future is not just about a family or a school, but the entire country may rise because of you." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Ning Tong's talent, when used properly, can indeed do many miraculous things, just like his own clothes. Ning Tong cut to the chase. "Director Zhang, just tell us what you want." This middle-aged man in front of her was really annoying. She was happily touching Jiang Chen's muscles in the dorm, enjoying the happiest moment of her life, and he called her over to say a bunch of confusing things. Anyone would be impatient in her shoes. Zhang Anping nodded and said, "Let Ning introduce the situation of the fourth spiritual realm to you first, then I will talk about the mission." Lao Ning didn't expect Zhang Anping to suddenly do this. Why couldn't he just say it himself? But seeing the man in front of him, who had spent several small goals on him, he endured it. Lao Ning organized his thoughts and began to speak. "The fourth spiritual realm is a rather strange place, filled with ordinary humans. As long as they don't commit any illegal acts, it's quite safe. Staying for a month can earn you 5 potential points as a reward, and you can stay for up to 2 months. Those who don't come out after 2 months are never seen again. In other words, students who stay in the fourth spiritual realm for more than 2 months are likely to have died inside." Ning Tong hesitated. Could it be that these humans turn into monsters?
After 2 months, do they collectively undergo a mutation? Lao Ning quickly shook his head. Don't think like that.
Some students have considered this possibility, entering the fourth spiritual realm and starting to slaughter civilians, only to inexplicably meet a tragic end. The humans in the fourth spiritual realm appear to be normal people at the moment, not much different from us, but their technology is very advanced, possessing the futuristic ability to turn objects like cars, airplanes, etc.
into tiny capsules. As soon as Lao Ning finished saying this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened with excitement. What did you say, Principal? Say it again? Lao Ning gave Jiang Chen a strange look, wondering why he was so excited. Every time we introduce a spiritual realm, you always make a fuss, acting all surprised and ignorant. So what if they have technology to turn objects into capsules? That's the technology of the fourth spiritual realm. What does it have to do with you getting so excited? Jiang Chen asked eagerly. Principal, in the fourth spiritual realm, have people ever seen aliens, like the green-skinned ones or aliens that can turn into gorillas? Lao Ning thought carefully and shook his head. I haven't heard of that.
You can ask Director Zhang, he should have more detailed information than I do.
Zhang Anping also looked thoughtful and then shook his head. No, I've never heard of it. Who has seen giant gorillas or green-skinned aliens?
Where did you hear such rumors?
Lao Ning continued to explain.
In the fourth spiritual realm, on the first day of each month, people can return because it's safe but not very profitable, so most people use it as a transitional spiritual realm. Many people stall at the fourth spiritual realm to greatly delay their entry into the fifth spiritual realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, damn, the Dragon Ball world, full of countless treasures, magical technology, and extraordinary martial arts.
And you guys use it to stall time in the spiritual realm? It's like going to a treasure mountain empty-handed and leaving behind a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds.
Not to mention the magical Dragon Balls, with the ability to reverse life and death, granting others endless life. Even the Turtle School martial arts are amazing.
If it's at the point of the Namek Saga or the Cell Saga, the difficulty of the fourth spiritual realm could be equivalent to the 50-60th spiritual realm. But according to Zhang Anping, since they haven't seen giant gorillas or green-skin aliens, the Dragon Ball world in the fourth spiritual realm should still be in the Earth Saga stage.
Master Wu Tian and Master Duanfei are the ceiling of combat power.
Isn't this a coincidence? Jiang Chen suddenly became excited.
He has always been very interested in the Turtle School martial arts, especially the Turtle School's key techniques. If he could learn the Turtle School's key techniques, he would be an extraordinary existence. With his current super attributes, it would make sense for him to be able to use the Turtle School's key techniques. After all, almost every young person has tried shouting out loud, imagining being able to unleash an earth-shattering wave with their hands. In the Dragon Ball world, a world where combat power is almost limitless, it's surprising that it's only ranked as the fourth spiritual realm in the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau. Jiang Chen couldn't hold back anymore and asked Director Zhang Anping, Director Zhang, I have a question that I've been keeping to myself for a long time.
How are the spiritual realm numbers determined?
Director Zhang Anping smiled and said, it's normal for you to have this question, especially as someone who has cleared the third spiritual realm. You must have felt the power of the ultimate boss in the fifth battle. You must also find it strange why a spiritual realm of such difficulty is ranked as the third. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, from the perspective of the third spiritual realm, it does seem somewhat unreasonable.
And if the fourth spiritual realm is really as he thought, the Dragon Ball world, then it's even more abnormal. The fourth spirit realm is a world with a time machine. If a Super Saiyan like Trunks travels back, perhaps even the strongest 8th level expert in the Hua country now may not be able to withstand his attack. Zhang Anping said in a low voice. Originally, these things were confidential, but we are in Ning Tong's hidden space, where no one else can hear us. It's okay to talk to you, after all, there are many places in the future where we will need the help of both of you. Jiang Chen heard Zhang Anping say this and couldn't help but nod.
No wonder he could reach the position of director, his way of speaking is very considerate of others' feelings.
Unlike some people, as a principal, bald and D-level are casually mentioned every day, without regard for others' face. Zhang Anping clearly only needs to rely on Ning Tong's talent. Even Jiang Chen, a D-level who is now a B2 level talent awakener, has subtly raised his hand. This way of dealing with people truly demonstrates the high emotional intelligence of being a director. Zhang Anping smiled bitterly. The order of the spirit realm is not something that can be controlled by human power.
It is more like a game. You need to pass through the previous spirit realm to enter the next one.
Jiang Chen was puzzled. But, the arrangement seems unreasonable. If you can't exit the third spirit realm midway, I'm afraid almost everyone will die in the spirit realm. Zhang Anping nodded.
Indeed, the issue of the order of the spirit realm has more secrets.
It's too early for you to know now.
When your strength reaches a certain level in the future, you will naturally come into contact with this.
Jiang Chen remembered the Divine Punishment Organization, which can create awakened individuals.
He understood that there must be many more secrets about the spirit realm, awakening, and talents that he did not know. He didn't ask any more questions, his strength was not enough, and asking would be in vain. When his strength reached that level, even if he didn't want to know, everything would come to him like a club model who had been paid for, obediently coming to him. Even if you try to hide, she will put on a seductive posture and wave to you.
Hey, come and play, uncle. You can't even refuse to play. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. So, do you want Ning Tong and me to help you bring something out?
As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Ning widened his eyes.
Bring something? Tong Tong, can you bring items out of the spirit realm? Zhang Anping raised his eyebrows in surprise. Don't you know Ning Tong's talent skill, even you, Principal Ning? Lao Ning's face stiffened.
After arguing with him over Jiang Chen's issue, his daughter rarely communicated with him about talents and skills. Whenever there was something, she always consulted Jiang Chen first.
Zhang Anping saw Lao Ning's embarrassment and quickly tried to smooth things over.
It's okay, although Ning Tong's talent seems mysterious to outsiders, it's not a secret among the higher-ups. She has an S0 talent, the power of space, and after reaching the 4th level, she will awaken the storage space skill.
Lao Ning couldn't help but worry. Director Zhang, the reason I founded this university was to protect Ning Tong. She is acting so high profile now, will anything unexpected happen? I only have her as a relative now.
Ning Tong was touched and held Lao Ning's hand, comforting him. Dad, don't worry, I will be very safe with Jiang Chen. Zhang Anping also comforted him. Principal Ning, you don't need to worry too much.
The Divine Punishment Organization is heavily restricted in Hua country.
Even if there are a few small shrimps, they can't stir up much trouble. When Jiang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes.
I believe you have a ghost.
In the 3 spirit realms, there were assassins from the Divine Punishment Organization, and Lu Shan, one of the 7 generals of Hua country, was also from the Divine Punishment. It is unknown how many people have become awakened individuals with the artificial talents of the Divine Punishment Organization. If it weren't for him protecting Ning Tong all the way, things would have been irreparable long ago. This shows the cunning and treacherous nature of the Divine Punishment Organization. They only attack Ning Tong in the spirit realm and have never acted in the real world. Even if the truth is exposed, without substantial evidence, Jiang Chen cannot reveal their true identities. Speaking out without sufficient evidence will only make him and Ning Tong more passive. Jiang Chen is confident that in the spiritual realm copy, as long as he is present, no one can bypass him and harm Ning Tong. Jiang did not dwell too much on this issue. He asked Zhang Anping.
So, Director Zhang hopes that we bring back some microcapsules? Zhang Anping continued.
Not only microcapsules, this time, the country hopes that you can bring back a kind of glasses that can detect combat power.
Ah?
Jiang Chen heard Zhang Anping's words and immediately widened his eyes.
Glasses that can detect combat power? Isn't that a combat power detector?
Damn, if this thing appears, then the Dragon Ball world in the 4th spiritual realm is at least at the Raditz and Vegeta saga. Raditz's brother, Kakarot, came to Earth by spaceship, bringing a combat power detector, which was later replicated by Bulma.
Raditz's strength is not to be underestimated, and if Vegeta appears again, Earth may not be able to hold on. After Vegeta transforms into a giant ape, he has the power to pierce through the Earth. So, the time point they are going to, 2 months later, Raditz or Vegeta will attack the Dragon Ball world. So the reason why the students who stayed for 2 months cannot return is that the Dragon Ball Earth was destroyed?
Damn, looking at it this way, the most likely time point in the 4th spiritual realm is a few months before Raditz's death and Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Jiang Chen wanted to know more about the situation, so he continued to ask Zhang Anping.
So where can we get these glasses? Zhang Anping smiled and said, I'm not sure about that. If you have the opportunity, bring a pair back. If you don't have the opportunity, it's okay.
Everything is focused on the safety of Miss Ning Tong. If you can bring back a pair of those glasses, the Hua Science Institute is willing to purchase them for 2 small goals.
Faced with Zhang Anping's extravagant lack of humanity, Jiang Chen and the Ning family were both taken aback. So, in your office, Director Zhang, the smallest unit of money is a small goal, right?
Director Zhang didn't care about this small amount of money at all and continued generously. In the future, the amount of fierce beast spirit meat will be increased to 100 kilograms per month.
Lao Ning immediately caught up a few steps, tightly grasping Zhang Anping's hand. Director, you are the living parents of our Sanjian University. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Sanjian University, thank you for your generous assistance.
Zhang Anping withdrew his hand without a word. Of course, the premise is to bring back a pair of glasses.
Jiang Chen remained calm, nodding his head.
If his assumptions were correct, it would be that time period in the Dragon Ball world. There is danger, but the rewards will also be great. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating, and in a short while, he had already come up with a complete plan.
If all goes well, the combat power detector will be just a trivial bonus.
His real gain will be much greater than a small combat power detector.
After discussing business, Zhang Anping did not stay long.
As the director of the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau, he had a lot to do and not much time to waste here. Before boarding the helicopter, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Jiang Chen and Ning Tong.
Recently, there has been a pervert in Sanjiang City who wears underwear on the outside. Be careful, if you have any information, you can inform me at any time.
Upon hearing this news, Ning Tong suppressed a smile and nodded. The smile was about to overflow on her fair and pretty face, and she made a face at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. A pervert who wears underwear on the outside, isn't that me? I have clearly stopped wearing underwear on the outside. Jiang Chen immediately protested. I saw his latest video, it seems like he's no longer wearing underwear on the outside.
Zhang Anping sighed with regret.
Not wearing underwear is even scarier. These people belong to a serious psychological abnormality.
In the latest video, he indeed did not wear underwear outside, but he actually openly displayed the letter S on his chest.
Do you know what S means?
Jiang Chen raised his head, his gaze firm, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity.
S represents hope. Zhang Anping shook his head. No, S is a letter circle.
Forget it, you are still young, knowing these things is not good for you. Just be careful, that pervert is very powerful, at least at the 6th level of strength, and is a dual system expert in reinforcement and mental abilities.
He even claims to be a I can become stronger by sunbathing talent awakener. What an international joke.
Forget it, the twisted mindset, we ordinary people cannot understand.
Zhang Anping shook his head, cautioning.
If you encounter danger, hide in Ning Tong's hidden space first, seek help from the government immediately, we will dispatch powerful awakener as soon as possible to deal with that man.
Jiang Chen wanted to salvage his superhero image a bit. No, Director Zhang, that S really represents hope. Director Zhang did not say more, waved his hand, and elegantly boarded the helicopter.
As the propellers turned, the helicopter disappeared into the sky. Jiang Chen felt deeply troubled, misunderstood by the world. It seems that he needs to take more practical actions to prove himself and wash away the stigma of being a pervert. But before that, he had to prepare well for the 4th spirit realm. If handled properly, the 4th spirit realm would be his biggest achievement so far. Jiang Chen asked Elder Ning, Principal, when can I enter the 4th spirit realm? Ning Jingxin said, the 4th spirit realm lasts longer.
It will open tomorrow.
You have a mission, so you can enter earlier. The 4th spirit realm is relatively safe. With your and Tong Tong's combination, there should be no danger. Upon hearing that he could enter the next day, Jiang Chen turned and ran. Before entering, he had to prepare more of that stuff. It's not easy, fortunately, I have always been honest and upright, enjoying reading famous works from ancient and modern times, and there are some reserves under the bed at home. Unfortunately, I had to bring them out, those were the savings from many years ago. Early the next morning, Elder Ning gathered the students and explained the uniqueness of the 4th spirit realm. Back then, his 4th spirit realm was used to delay the time for the 5th spirit realm. This way, the entry into the 5th spirit realm could be postponed to the second half of the sophomore year.
With more than half a year of buffer time, the chances of survival in the 5th spirit realm would be greater as the attribute points increased.
Elder Ning sighed. After passing the 4th spirit realm, every subsequent spirit realm will be full of challenges, and your novice period will end here. Awakeners in the 4th spirit realm began to differentiate. Those who charge forward will undoubtedly be the students with the strongest talent and strength. Those who choose to endure for a year will fall behind step by step. However, there is another perspective. Currently, only up to the 35th spirit realm has been conquered, and the further the spirit realm, the greater the difficulty. The more aggressively one conquers the spirit realm, the quicker they die. Slowly strategizing the spirit realm in a systematic way is also a way to maintain longevity. Awakeners rely on talents to slowly increase attributes each year. So, as long as there is enough time and sufficient attribute points, one can safely pass through each spirit realm. After Elder Ning finished speaking, he surveyed the entire class.
Alright, now, those who want to enter the 4th spirit realm, please raise your hand.
Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand, followed closely by Ning Tong.
And that was it.
None of the other students raised their hands. They chose to wait for a year, which meant that only Jiang Chen and Ning Tong would enter the 4th spirit realm this year.
Classmates, there would be a gap between them. Lao Ning sighed secretly.
It was not wrong for everyone to choose like this, but it still disappointed him a bit. It seemed that it was time to introduce some new students with potential. The previous batch of international transfer students had all been rejected by Ning Tong for various reasons. At that time, Ning Tong was in his office, browsing through resumes one by one with a look of disdain.
This one has body odor, this one had breast augmentation surgery, this one is bisexual, this one has clearly given birth before. Lao Ning also doubted, daughter, how can you tell so many things from just a few photos and resumes? But there was nothing he could do. He founded this school for Ning Tong, so he just went along with her. Just as he was about to announce the final list of challengers for the fourth spiritual realm, Tang Yu weakly raised her hand. Principal, I also want to go. I want Jiang Chen to take me to eat ghost meat barbecue. Jiang Chen helplessly covered his forehead. In the Dragon Ball world, there are no ghosts, but there are plenty of big monsters in the mountains and forests, so they should taste good. It's strange that with the upgrade of his superhuman talent, his hunger didn't seem as strong as when he first reached the 5th rank. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it, as long as he could eat his fill. Zhang Xingha and Rinpeng also slowly raised their hands. We want to go too. In the future, when there are team spiritual realms, we also want to follow in the footsteps of Lan Gu and Tongjia. Last time, when they conquered the 3rd spiritual realm with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, it was the most potential points they had gained in their lives. If they didn't keep up with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong in the 4th spiritual realm, they might miss out completely. The last girl in the class, Wan Rui, weakly raised her hand as well. Since it was just a vacation, it wouldn't be bad to sunbathe on the beach with Tang Yu and go swimming. Lao Ning nodded, finally having a full team of 6 people. In his opinion, the 4th spiritual realm was just a place for eating, drinking, and having fun, and they would come out after 2 months. He repeatedly reminded all the students. Once the 2nd month is over, everyone must return immediately. Do you all understand? Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Lao Ning was still not very reassured and gave Jiang Chen a stern look, specifically asking him, Jiang Chen, do you remember? Jiang Chen suddenly felt inexplicable. Why was he being targeted? They were just returning after 2 months, right? As long as he achieved his goal, he would definitely come back. Why would he go all out for those potential points with Vegeta? Besides, even if he did go all out, he wouldn't be needed. Kakarota's there, he's like an indestructible cockroach. If I do everything for him, what will he do? He nodded, indicating his understanding. Lao Ning then relaxed his expression, clapped his hands, and said, alright, you 6 go wait at the teleportation circle, while the other students can study on their own. As they walked out of the classroom, Jiang Chen pulled Ning Tong aside. Ning Tong understood and slowed down, walking with him at the back. Jiang Chen took out a bunch of books from his pocket and secretly handed them to Ning Tong. Quick, don't let others see, help me put them in your storage space. Without much thought, Ning Tong took them and glanced at the cover, her eyes widening. Ah, what is this? My goodness, why are there such embarrassing poses? Where did you buy all this random stuff? She wanted to flip through the pages, but Jiang Chen quickly covered her eyes. Don't look, if you look at it too much, you'll turn into a strange hentai girl. Quickly put it away, it wouldn't be good if others saw it. Although Ning Tong was puzzled, she obediently activated her talent, and the thick stack of books in her hand disappeared in an instant. She asked, why do you have these? Even though I'm at the 4th rank, my storage space isn't that big. Bringing these along would basically fill me up. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. You'll find out later. The 4th spiritual realm allows a maximum of 2 people to enter as a team. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong held hands and gradually disappeared into the teleportation circle. Liang Yu watched this scene in the classroom and secretly pressed the send button on his phone in his pocket. The target has entered the 4th spiritual realm. In the United States, Hua City, the Divine Punishment Organization, a secret underground base. Gabriel was draped in a black robe, with red light strips floating around him in the air, like a group of demons dancing wildly. In his eyes, a dangerous light flickered. Gabriel spoke in a deep voice in English. So you're telling me that a waste with Awaken D-level talent and a 4th rank strengthened with S-level talent can defeat a 5th rank high-level strengthened Awakening? In front of him, several black-clothed people wearing masks knelt, trembling, and not daring to lift their heads. At present, this seems to be the only possibility, otherwise it doesn't make sense that several guaranteed attacks would all fail. Enough! Gabriel slammed his fist on the marble table in front of him, shattering the table into pieces. After a while, he ordered, go and find out what state that man's talent was in the primordial. Yes, Lord Gabriel. Gabriel's gaze flickered a few times, then he raised his hand to stop the others. Forget it, I'll go myself. Immediately deploy number 5 into the 4th spiritual realm and target the sniper. Yes.
Gabriel stood up, his tall and burly figure making him seem indestructible like a mountain range. He floated up and flew into an underground passage, descending vertically and disappearing from view.
Several masked black-clothed people breathed a sigh of relief.
They left the hall and walked along a dim corridor to a huge iron door that was tightly locked, with sounds of a beast roaring behind it. Roar! Inside the room, there were huge impacts, causing the walls to tremble continuously.
A black-clothed person hesitated. Are we really going to release this experimental subject into the fourth spiritual realm?
Once he goes mad, he will almost lose his sanity.
Another person sighed.
Human experimental subjects can still retain some sanity, while monster experimental subjects are left with only cruelty and bloodlust.
He shook his head. Do it, otherwise we won't see the sun tomorrow. Even if this experimental subject is not released, their lifespan won't be long.
The black-clothed person pressed a red button on the wall console, and with a strange electromagnetic sound, the beast-like roaring in the room slowly disappeared. The group returned to the central hall and saw Gabriel sitting back in his seat, his hands on his knees, supporting his chin.
The black-clothed men reported.
Lord Gabriel, the experimental subject has been deployed to the fourth spiritual realm. Gabriel, lost in thought, remained silent for a moment, then coldly nodded and ordered, notify the undercover agents in Hua country to prepare to go to Sanjiang City and seize the target's talent.
The black-clothed men hesitated. My lord, can't the number 5 experimental subject complete the mission?
Gabriel slowly revealed shocking news to them.
Just learned from the primordial that the talent inherited by that man has completely disappeared. The many black-clothed people were shocked. What, does that mean there is a unique inheritance? How is that possible? If it's a unique inheritance, then everything makes sense.
In the fourth spiritual realm, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's eyes blurred, and they were transported to a city rooftop.
Jiang Chen habitually glanced at Ning Tong.
Although only a few days had passed since the third spiritual realm, he had missed seeing Ning Tong's pair of headlights for a long time.
Turning his head, Jiang Chen was stunned to see Ning Tong covered in a black combat suit.
Although it still showcased Ning Tong's graceful curves, it was not as eye-catching as a large expanse of white, which was truly pleasing to the eye.
He was shocked. Ah, when did you put this on? Why didn't you tell me?
Ning Tong covered her mouth and giggled. She proudly hummed, opened a small hand, and stretched it out in front of Jiang Chen. I have mastered the skill of quickly changing into the protective suit of the third spiritual realm.
If you want to see it again, please pay first. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. It's really hard to learn well, but it's easy to learn bad. My joy is completely gone.
Seeing him look dejected, Ning Tong couldn't help but grab his arm, the large softness enveloping his arm, and whispered in his ear.
Silly, think about it. When we leave the spiritual realm, don't I still have to put away the protective suit first? Jiang Chen suddenly brightened up. Yes, he was instantly revived. Ning Tong asked him, what's next?
Ning Tong had gotten used to following Jiang Chen's arrangements, and the naughty books that Jiang Chen had her bring in made her keenly aware that Jiang Chen must know something. All along, Jiang Chen had shown an extraordinary intuition in the spiritual realm instances, especially the final boss of the third spiritual realm, Slippery Gourd, with its successive transformations. If Ning Tong hadn't heard Jiang Chen say that the boss had 7 forms and had prepared herself mentally in advance, she might have felt desperate by the third or fourth transformation of Slippery Gourd. So, Ning Tong now almost unquestioningly followed Jiang Chen's lead. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said to Ning Tong, let's go to the beach first. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong appeared on the beach wearing beach casual wear and sunglasses. Seeing all the bikinis and bouncing beach balls, Ning Tong couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh around Jiang Chen's waist, grit her teeth, and make a fierce expression.
So you just wanted to come see bikini girls?
Just now, Jiang Chen insisted on buying 2 pairs of sunglasses, and she thought this straight guy Jiang Chen had finally come to his senses and understood the importance of ice skin. But when they arrived at the beach, Ning Tong instantly understood Jiang Chen's good intentions. Although he was physically present, his soul had drifted off somewhere.
With sunglasses on, no matter where his eyes glanced, no one would notice. Those wearing sunglasses on the beach should all have a perverted heart. The girls in the Dragon Ball world are also very open, mostly starting with bikinis, and there are also white beauties sunbathing, with their backs facing up, wearing only a small thong. And this small thong is a G-string, you have to pull it aside to see the fabric. Looking at the entire beach, it's almost no different from a nudist beach. Ning Tong blushed instantly. As a girl from Hua country, she was still quite conservative. Bringing me to such a place, isn't one enough for you to look at? The more Ning Tong thought about it, the angrier she became. She pinched the tender flesh around Jiang Chen's waist and rotated it 3 times to the left. Jiang Chen winced in pain. SSS, don't mess around, I really came to find someone.
Help me look for a lecherous old man wearing sunglasses, observing beautiful women everywhere, maybe with a pig by his side, and possibly even a giant turtle. Yes, the reason he came to the beach was to find Master Rashi and Oolong. These two guys are the models in the pervert world, either looking at beautiful women all day or on their way to look at beautiful women. If you want to find Master Rashi quickly, coming to the beach to try your luck is not wrong after all. However, with so many beaches in the world, the probability of encountering Master Rashi on the beach is almost zero, so Ning Tong saying he came to look at bikinis was not wronging him. Jiang Chen thought guiltily, those who know me, like Ning Tong, next time I come to the beach to peek at bikinis, I better not bring her along, so I can look freely. Although he had now mastered the X-ray vision to the point where he could see hair but not underwear, there was still a difference between sneaking a peek and openly looking. The main thing is the thrill. At this moment, on the big screen at the beach, the scene of beautiful women joyfully running with big waves, accompanied by dynamic music that boosts people's hormones, was playing in a loop. Suddenly, a red warning sign appeared on the screen, followed by a reporter appearing with a tense expression. Everyone, we have an urgent news flash. A giant green monster has appeared in the city and is rampaging wildly. Please stay indoors to avoid unnecessary harm. The scene shifted, revealing a giant green monster about 4 meters tall not far away, wreaking havoc in the city and roaring loudly. Many citizens were unable to escape and had already been killed or injured by the monster, blood flowing everywhere. Jiang Chen saw this news and his heart was stunned. Ha! Isn't this the Dragon Ball world? How can there be such a monster? Did I guess the world wrong before? No, capsule technology is unique to the Dragon Ball world. So why is there a monster like this abomination? The giant green monster in front of him is clearly the abomination from the Green Giant. Distinguishing between the Hulk and the abomination is very simple. The Hulk still retains a humanoid form, while the abomination looks more like a monster. And the abomination has cheek glands on the side of its face, giving it the ability to breathe underwater. Jiang Chen suddenly became interested. If the abomination continues to rampage like this, the Dragon Ball warriors will definitely intervene, and then he can find Master Rashi, right? Jiang Chen hurriedly rushed to the scene with Ning Tong. He was not in a hurry to subdue the abomination himself, as he needed to wait for the Dragon Ball warriors to arrive before proceeding with his next plan. In order to leave a good impression on the Dragon Ball warriors, he and Ning Tong were not idle, helping to evacuate civilians and minimize casualties. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a flying craft appeared in the distance. Jiang Chen clenched his fists in excitement. Finally they had arrived. But the speed was a bit touching. If it weren't for him and Ning Tong on the scene, hundreds of people might have died. It's just unclear who will arrive, Son Gohan, Son Goku, or Piccolo Daimao, or someone else. If it's the time point after Raditz arrives on Earth, Son Goku should be dead in training with King Kai. Son Gohan is learning the special beam cannon with his father Piccolo. By this calculation, only Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha should be able to come, maybe even bring Master Rashi, and Bulma should come too. After all, she's the driver. These are currently the strongest fighters on Earth in the Dragon Ball world. Upon closer inspection, from the time when Son Goku and his brother perished together to the arrival of Vegeta on Earth, this period is the weakest for the Dragon Ball warriors. But it's also good, only during this period does Jiang Chen have a slight chance of learning the Turtle School's martial arts. As the aircraft slowly descended, as expected by Jiang Chen, 5 people walked out, 4 men and 1 woman. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw them. Among the 4 men, 3 were bald, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Master Rashi, and the only one with hair was Yamcha, and the remaining woman was Bulma. No wonder Yamcha had the lowest combat power in the later stages. As an Earthling, how could he become stronger without the determination to give up his hair? Of course, Scions are a species that can make barbershops go out of business. Jiang Chen is currently in a Saitama state, and the Dragon Ball warriors, seeing his bald head from afar and seeing Jiang Chen and Ning Tong saving people, instantly felt a surge of goodwill towards him, smiling and nodding at Jiang Chen. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, the 3 Dragon Ball warriors, erupted with a powerful aura and rushed forward to fight the abomination. Master Rashi stood aside as an off-court coach. The abomination has the same abilities as the Green Giant. The angrier it gets, the stronger its power, its defense is astonishing, and its stamina is inexhaustible. 3 Dragon Ball warriors, cooperating with each other, only managed to fight him to a draw. Ning Tong saw the fighting style of the Dragon Ball warriors and was immediately impressed. The warriors in front of her, judging by their physique and fighting style, should all be of the strengthening type, but they could all fly and emit rays similar to light waves. Why had no one discovered this scene before the 4th spirit realm? What made her even more curious was why Jiang Chen could encounter these powerful local warriors as soon as he arrived.
Ningtong couldn't help but feel more puzzled about Jiang Chen's talent. Could it be that his talent also had the ability to foresee the future? Dual form, dual cultivation, now showing the ability to foresee the future. In her heart, Ningtong felt a hint of sadness for her so-called S-level hidden talent. Forget about comparisons, Jiang Chen is mine. If he's not mine, I have to find a way to make him mine. Ningtong raised her fist, silently cheering herself on. Come on, Tong Tong, don't lose to those flashy goods. In fact, she was just being overly worried. Jiang Chen, who inherited the talents of Chiyu and Superman, would rather not have any. It was only Superman's dedication that influenced Jiang Chen, otherwise, Jiang Chen might really have ended up with a personality as indifferent to everything as teacher Chiyu. After a while, facing the intense hatred that was as hard as steel, the three Dragon Ball warriors gradually weakened, and the situation became precarious. Their attacks and energy waves hit the hatred, as if scratching an itch, unable to break through the defense, only provoking more anger from the hatred. Jiang Chen realized that this was the characteristic ability of hatred. The angrier it got, the stronger it became, and if he couldn't kill it with one blow, the strength of hatred would continue to increase. He didn't care, but the other Dragon Ball warriors were likely to suffer casualties. But Jiang Chen couldn't show too much of his strength. After all, he came this time mainly to learn the Turtle School's energy. If he suddenly showed his ability to kill everything in seconds, how could teacher Wu Tian teach him? But if this continued, the hatred would inevitably become stronger and stronger. By then, he would have to use his true strength to kill it with one punch. Jiang Chen was in a dilemma when he suddenly heard teacher Wu Tian's stern shout, "Everyone step aside and let me in this monster." Jiang Chen turned his head and saw teacher Wu Tian had already taken off his Zhongshan suit, revealing his bare upper body. His muscles were knotted, bulging, instantly transforming into a strong old man, with a physique that didn't look like that of an elderly person at all. His hands formed a petal shape at his waist, with a light ball in his palm growing larger and brighter. He shouted, "Ka, me, ha!" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Here it comes, the move he most wanted to learn in the fourth spirit realm, the Turtle School's energy. He stared at teacher Wu Tian intently. Teacher Wu Tian pushed his hands forward, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from his palm, flying towards the head of the hatred. The hatred showed a mocking expression, lightly jumped, dodging the meteor-like beam of light. But to his surprise, the beam of light actually curved, making it turn in midair and solidly hitting the head of the hatred. There was a loud bang and a dazzling light, and as the light dispersed, the huge headless body of the hatred crashed to the ground from the sky. The hard cement road created a huge spiderweb-like pit. Jiang Chen immediately gave teacher Wu Tian a thumbs up. Awesome, still going strong in old age. If it weren't for his age, Master Roshi should be the most powerful among these Dragon Ball warriors. After defeating the hatred, teacher Wu Tian put on his coat and returned to his appearance as a little old man. He was calm and composed, with the demeanor of a transcendent figure, walking over and warmly inviting Jiang Chen. "Thank you for your help, young man. I wonder if you would be interested in sitting down with this old man and having a good chat." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Chen was suddenly overjoyed, thinking hard about how to strike up a conversation with Master Wu Tian. After all, Uncle Lu couldn't just take out and give something to Master Wu Tian in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, Master Wu Tian warmly invited him to sit together. It was like falling asleep and having someone bring you a pillow, or having a stomachache and seeing a portable toilet, or suddenly getting your period and sanitary pads falling from the sky. His luck was simply exploding. Jiang Chen couldn't help but start doubting himself, wondering if his talent really had the function of adding luck. As far as Jiang Chen knew, if there was a talent that seemed to add luck, it would undoubtedly be the talent of a king. Facing numerous strange individuals with the body of an ordinary person, he had never been defeated. In times of danger, he could even summon the world's most powerful man with a single punch. But he himself was a weak fighter, and if according to the Blue Star talent rating method, there really was a talent of a king, he should obediently lie in the D rank. In any case, he had finally taken the first step. Jiang Chen nodded. "In that case, excuse me, I have a girlfriend. Can she come with me?" Bulma smiled and held Ningtong's hand. "Welcome, the more the merrier. This way, I'll have some company too." As they boarded the aircraft, Bulma operated a few controls and the aircraft began its automatic return journey. Through casual conversation on the aircraft, Jiang Chen learned that the Dragon Ball world was unified under the Earth Federation and divided into 4 continents: West City, East City, South City, and North City. Bulma's home, Capsule Corporation, was located on the outskirts of the bustling city of West City, occupying over 10,000 acres, truly extravagant. 10 minutes later, the aircraft landed in the luxurious villa area of Capsule Corporation, which had become a daily gathering place for Dragon Ball warriors. Only Master Wu Tian would often return to his own island and stay for a few days.
After everyone left the aircraft, Bulma turned the aircraft into a capsule and stored it in a small bag.
Ningtong's big eyes were filled with curiosity as she quietly approached Jiang Chen and asked him, "Is this capsule technology? It's really amazing. With these capsules, how much more can I carry in my storage space?"
Jiang Chen quickly hushed her, as if the Dragon Ball warriors found out that they were not from this world, it would add a lot of trouble. Master Roshi noticed this scene. He didn't say anything, just smiled and glanced at Ningtong. Jiang Chen's heart sank. In just a short while, Master Wu Tian probably already saw through their facade. After all, to live to Master Wu Tian's age, one must be sharp.
Master Wu Tian beckoned Jiang Chen. "You too, follow me."
Then, he pushed open a small courtyard gate and walked in. Jiang Chen and Ningtong followed closely, and there were outdoor tea tables in the courtyard. After the three sat down, a large turtle brought in tea, then slowly curled up on the side.
Ningtong couldn't help but be delighted. "So cute, this turtle is so smart."
She reached out to touch the turtle's head and then paid no more attention. Jiang Chen, however, noticed that the big turtle sneakily peeked at Ningtong's snow-white long legs and drooled at the corner of its mouth.
He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Well, it really was a turtle raised by Master Wu Tian.
Master Wu Tian didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly.
"You two are not from this world, are you?"
With these words, Jiang Chen and Ningtong were instantly shocked and dumbfounded. He looked at their shocked expressions and revealed a sly smile. "Do not be afraid, young man, you are strong. Although you try to hide it, I can feel from your aura that you are a powerful warrior no less than Sun Wukong." Although Jiang Chen knew that warriors in the Dragon Ball world could sense others' auras, he did not expect to be seen through so easily. Since he was exposed, he had nothing to hide and nodded openly. "That's right, Master Wu Tian, we come from another world, and the Dragon Ball world is like a wonderful short journey for us."
Master Wu Tian looked understanding.
"I can also sense the auras of others, similar to yours, but none are as powerful as you, even the monster today, and you all come from the same world." Jiang Chen nodded, fearing that some awakened individuals might have done something to anger the heavens and people, affecting his and Ningtong's image in Master Wu Tian's eyes. He quickly explained, "Their actions have nothing to do with us. This is our first time in this world."
Master Wu Tian nodded and continued with a question. "So, you came specifically to find me, right?"
Jiang Chen was shocked and speechless.
Was Master Wu Tian's intuition so sharp?
But soon he changed his mind. With his great strength, he did not immediately act to resolve the enmity but waited for Master Wu Tian to handle it. He must be hiding his strength for a reason.
Master Wu Tian truly lived up to his reputation as a martial arts master in the Dragon Ball world.
Jiang Chen's little scheme was seen through by Master Roshi, who had lived for hundreds of years. Since the conversation had reached this point, it was better to be direct about his intentions. Jiang Chen also prepared a trump card and was not afraid to deal with Master Wu Tian. Jiang Chen stood up, placed his hands at his sides, bowed to Master Wu Tian, and said in a low voice, "Yes, Master Wu Tian, I want to learn the turtle school martial arts from you, please accept me." Master Roshi actually had no prejudices. From his willingness to teach the turtle school martial arts to Leping and even Chi-Chi, it was evident that he was eager for the turtle school martial arts to be promoted and widely spread. At this moment, Master Wu Tian closed his eyes, stroked his white beard, pondered, and remained silent.
Seeing Master Roshi's appearance, Jiang Chen felt uneasy. Could it be that he was hesitant because I am from another world?
Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. It seemed he had to use his trump card. Can't keep the daughter-in-law from the wolf. Goodbye, my precious Lu Huangshu collection. He signaled Ningtong.
Ningtong understood and poured out a pile of small booklets from the storage space.
Jiang Chen picked one and handed it to Master Roshi, whispering in his ear, "Master Wu Tian, this is a work that transcends two worlds, a collection of the essence of writers from different worlds. I highly recommend it, the Explosive Clothing Female Police Officer Series, the first book, 300 Ways to Catch Criminals While Drinking." Master Roshi, who had been calm and composed, suddenly opened his eyes wide and sparkled upon hearing Jiang Chen's words.
Let me enjoy it."
Master Roshi looked through a few pages, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily.
It's so novel, is there such a way to play?
These booklets were painstakingly collected by Jiang Chen's previous self and could be considered as treasures, with even a series of serialized comics that were not only visually beautiful but also had amazing storylines.
Jiang Chen took advantage of the moment and picked up another booklet.
"Master Wu Tian, this is a dark romance with a theme of unbearable bondage of life, with beautiful yet tragic scenes, intricate and bizarre storylines, and even has beastly women. Most importantly, there are over 20 books in total, so it's a lot to enjoy."
"And this one?"
As Jiang Chen introduced each book one by one, like treasures. Teacher Wu Tian suddenly had a nosebleed, spraying wildly, falling backward to the ground, with his legs twitching. He struggled to get up, covering his nose and waving his hand. You put it aside first, wait for me to turn around and appreciate it slowly.
Done. Jiang Chen showed a courteous smile. So, Teacher Wu Tian, what do you think of me becoming your disciple?
Master Rashi, with a piece of tissue in his nostrils and leaning on a cane, nodded. Very good, you have put in so much effort. It seems you have indeed put in some effort. I will accept you as my disciple.
Ning Tong on the side widened her eyes in surprise. What, is this enough? Isn't it too much, just a few Liu Bei comics, and you can become the strongest in the world? At that time, she was still puzzled by Jiang Chen. Why did he bring so many little A comics? Wasn't she enough to watch?
So when she entered the fourth spirit realm, she stubbornly didn't show Jiang Chen the car headlights. Now it seems that Jiang Chen must know that the old man in front of him loves to read comics, so he asked her to bring so many Lu Wangshu comics. Ning Tong bit her lip and made up her mind secretly. No, I have to keep up, otherwise Jiang Chen will leave me further and further behind. She took the opportunity to act coquettishly.
Teacher Wu Tian, I also want to become your disciple.
Teacher Wu Tian had no resistance to a beauty like Ning Tong, nodding repeatedly.
Alright, then you can join too, he said to Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. You go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will start training on the island.
Jiang Chen anticipated that becoming Master Rashi's disciple wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Master Rashi was willing to teach even Yamcha and Ox King. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. But in any case, success in becoming a disciple was good. He was extremely excited in his heart. His hands were trembling a bit because of it.
Here I come, Turtle School's key.
Just as Jiang Chen and Ning Tong left, Krillin came out of the house, looking puzzled.
Teacher Wu Tian, why does it feel different from what we planned? Will they, at a critical moment, refuse to join the fight? Master Rashi sighed deeply.
Krillin, if we are unfortunate and defeated, someone has to pass on the martial arts of the Turtle School. After all, Goku is no longer with us. We have no reason to force them to fight for a world that does not belong to them. If they are willing to help us, that's great. If they are not willing, then consider it as finding a successor for the Turtle School.
Krillin clenched his fists.
Damn it, if we still had the Dragon Balls, Goku could be revived, and our world wouldn't be in a crisis of destruction.
Master Rashi sighed deeply and remained silent.
In the midnight hours, at the West City Police Morgue, the huge abhorrent body, with numerous flesh buds growing on its head, completed the regeneration of its abhorrent head in just a few minutes.
Its massive body slowly shrank, eventually turning into a naked white man.
He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at his human fingers.
Who am I? Where am I?
Early the next morning, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong followed Master Rashi and boarded a flying vehicle to Master Rashi's island. After a short rest, Master Rashi began to formally teach him and Ning Tong, using the same methods he used to teach Goku and Krillin. Carrying the turtle shell on their backs, plowing the land with their hands, studying, napping in the sun, being chased by sharks in the sea, avoiding hornets, and a series of other training exercises. A day later, Master Rashi looked at the crying and shouting farmers demanding compensation at the door, as well as the sharks that had lost their teeth and needed dentures, and his eyes twitched. This guy Jiang Chen was too strong physically, plowing the farmland directly into a big pit. The shark that bit him had its teeth broken, and the hornet stung him, but the venomous stinger couldn't pierce his skin. There was no way, with Jiang Chen's current super strong attributes, combined with Saitama and Superman's super strong defense capabilities, there weren't many people in this world who could hurt him. And this was all under the premise that he hadn't transformed into the Man of Steel yet. Master Rashi coughed awkwardly a few times, decided to skip the beginner stage, and directly start intermediate training to feel the breath of all things. It can be said that the foundation of the Turtle School's technique starts with feeling the breath of all things.
The Turtle School's key manipulation involves condensing the breath inside the body into key waves to attack enemies.
Meanwhile, Son Goku's Spirit Bomb is a move that harnesses the breath of all things in the world. Master Rashi leaned on his cane, with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong sitting cross-legged in front of him with their eyes closed.
Relax your minds, feel the presence of the breath that is everywhere in the world.
Gradually, you will see that all animals and plants are like a ball of light, and each person has their own unique breath. Inhale, exhale, maintain the rhythm, use your mind to control your breathing. With Master Rashi's slow and deep voice, Jiang Chen felt as though his surroundings were gradually becoming brighter even though his eyes were closed. He began to see many lights around him, big and small, like countless stars in the universe. One of them was a deep blue, which should be Ning Tong. Her breath continuously emitted a blue aura, outlining a wonderful figure that looked as beautiful as an elf. Jiang Chen couldn't help but silently praise, "Wow, my sister Tong looks stunning. her figure can only be described as amazing.
Another light was a dark red, slightly dull but overall stable in breath.
Judging from the form of the breath, it should be Master Wu Tian. After all, he was older and not as vibrant as the younger ones. Jiang Chen examined himself and found his breath to be golden yellow, like a burning sun radiating strong light and heat constantly. Breath sensing, along with his superhuman vision and spiritual perception, was completely different. From the state of the breath, one could sense the strength and current life status of others, each with its own strengths.
Oh, what's with that green breath, one dark and one bright, like a light bulb?
Curious, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Oh, it turned out to be Master Wu Tian's big turtle, peeking at a manga. Seeing the excitement, it lay on a large oval stone, simulating the moment of all things reviving and creatures multiplying.
Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, truly worthy of being Master Wu Tian's turtle.
I wonder what use a giant sea turtle has for reading human manga. Observing the breath of the two people and the turtle, Jiang Chen smiled knowingly.
So, this is breath. Ning Tong, seeing him open his eyes, hesitated. Don't tell me, you've mastered sensing breath in just half a day? Half a day? Jiang Chen looked at the sky and realized it was already evening without him noticing.
The island was surrounded by a blue ocean, with fresh air and no light pollution. The stars in the sky formed a dome, extending from the horizon, outlining a beautiful night sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were deeply attracted and intoxicated by the beautiful night scenery of the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Chen didn't expect that just trying to sense the breath would take up most of the day. He was grateful that he had completed the training arranged by Master Roshi in the morning, following Saitama's training method. In the afternoon, he sunbathed and practiced sensing breath, making good use of his time.
He nodded and said, I think I figured something out. What about you?
Ning Tong pouted unhappily.
It seems like my spatial power conflicts with sensing breath.
Every time I try to enter that state, my innate power interrupts me.
Maybe I can't master this method.
Jiang Chen comforted her. It's okay, I'll teach you slowly when we get back. Ning Tong shook her head and said, as long as you learn, I'll focus on enhancing my innate abilities. Jiang Chen described the wonderful scenery he had seen and Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. Very good, you have successfully taken the first step. Next, try to guide the energy to your palms. Days passed by, Ning Tong still couldn't grasp the sense of energy, which led her to have no connection with the turtle school. She wasn't too worried though, as her attributes gradually increased, focusing mainly on long-range attacks with spatial power and awakened talents. Learning the turtle school techniques would be great, but not being able to learn them wouldn't be a big loss. After all, as a long-range spellcaster, she would probably die faster if she insisted on close combat with enemies. As for Jiang Chen, besides sensing the energy on the first day, he also encountered a bottleneck. He couldn't convert the energy into energy waves or perform the turtle school's energy techniques. Master Wu Tian was puzzled by Jiang Chen's issue and after observing him for a few days, he provided his analysis. It seemed that Jiang Chen's own strength was too powerful, making it difficult for him to convert his own energy into turtle school energy techniques, despite being able to sense the energy. Jiang Chen was aware that he carried the formidable talents of two superheroes, constantly shaping his body. He knew that walking a path of his own, beyond the talents of Saitama and Superman, would be extremely challenging. However, Jiang Chen was not discouraged by this realization, as life is about climbing peaks and overcoming obstacles. Only by enduring hardships and reaching the pinnacle of the world would he be truly satisfied. Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, persisting in the Saitama training method, basking in the sun, sensing the energy, and attempting the turtle school techniques every day. His resolute and handsome face, with firm and bright eyes, showed no emotional fluctuations despite his inability to learn the turtle school techniques.
Master Wu Tian couldn't help but nod in approval, seeing Jiang Chen as his most promising disciple after Son Goku.
The turtle hermit's hut was very narrow, due to limited facilities on the island, making the living conditions quite basic. After several days of training, Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the Saitama training method, which initially provided 6 points per day, had increased to 9 points per day. Upon careful reflection, he realized that this increase was likely due to the lack of air conditioning in the turtle hermit's hut.
Unlike Master Saitama, who didn't have air conditioning simply because he was poor.
During his university days, Jiang Chen had the luxury of air-conditioned classrooms every day, which hindered his progress in the Saitama training method, keeping him at the basic stage. However, this time in the Dragon Ball world, he inadvertently found himself in an environment similar to Master Saitama's, resulting in an upgrade in attribute points provided by the Saitama training method. As a result, he was gaining 17 attribute points per day through training and sun exposure, compared to the initial 8 points when he first awakened. Time flew by, and after 2 months, Jiang Chen's attributes had changed to Constitution, 1222 Spirit, 1222 Strength, 1222 Agility, 1222 Potential Points, 0 Talent 1, Saitama's Talent 2, Superman's Talent Skill 1, Penetrating Eyes Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3. Steel Body. After 2 months of rigorous training on the Turtle Hermit Island, he gained over 1,000 attribute points, making Jiang Chen even more powerful. Compared to when he first entered the Dragon Ball world, he had improved by at least 30%. However, Jiang Chen was somewhat troubled by the fact that he still couldn't fly. Despite all 4 attributes exceeding 1,000 points, he had not awakened the flying skill. Jiang Chen could only console himself, believing that he would eventually learn to fly. It was just a matter of time. He could jump with all his might, reaching heights of several hundred meters, but his inability to stay airborne for long periods would slightly affect battles in the Dragon Ball world. Starting from the 2nd month, Master Wu Tian began gathering the Dragon Ball warriors to accompany Jiang Chen in battles. According to Master Wu Tian, only in intense battles can Jiang Chen have a slight chance of mastering the method of using breath. Jiang Chen can only forcibly suppress his own strength and fight with the Turtle Immortal School's martial arts and the Dragon Ball warriors. This also led Jiang Chen to completely bankrupt his idea of going to the Temple of the Gods in a month to borrow the time chamber for training. After all, he hasn't mastered the Turtle School's key. So how would Master Wu Tian and the Dragon Ball warriors view him if he sneaked away? Jiang Chen's intuition tells him that the Dragon Ball world of the 4th spirit realm is likely just the beginning. In the future spirit realms, he may visit the Dragon Ball world again in other forms. So building a good network is also preparing for the future return to the Dragon Ball world. Taking everything into consideration, Jiang Chen decided that practicing diligently under Master Wu Tian was the best option. Without good connections, if he rashly went to the Temple of the Gods, the immortals probably wouldn't let him use the time chamber. Master Wu Tian's intentions were good. He wanted Jiang Chen to grasp the essence of the Turtle School's key through intense battles. Between life and death is where one's potential is most stimulated. But unfortunately, the surviving warriors in the Dragon Ball world were too weak. Jiang Chen only used 1/10 of his strength to defeat Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha effortlessly. Even if they all attacked together, they couldn't harm Jiang Chen, as Krillin and the others' attack power was insufficient to break through his defense, especially with the formidable defense of Piccolo and Superman combined. Jiang Chen couldn't control his defense. Through continuous battle training, Jiang Chen had learned to control his breath. If he didn't restrain his breath, as Krillin put it, his breath was already the brightest on this planet. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. Following Principal Ning's instructions, Jiang Chen and the others had to return tomorrow, or they would face a terrifying situation that would prevent them from returning to the real world. That night, Jiang Chen hunted a large dinosaur and made a barbecue feast. After some fun and games, everyone drank beer and lay on the beach together, listening to the sound of the waves hitting the shore and admiring the beautiful night sky. Krillin suddenly felt a bit sentimental and asked Jiang Chen, "You guys are leaving, right?" After spending these days together, Jiang Chen also considered the Dragon Ball warriors as trustworthy good brothers and friends. He hadn't thought to hide the fact that he was a visitor from another world from Krillin, so he nodded. "Yes, tomorrow is the day we return to our original world. Thank you for your help during these days, Senior Krillin." Krillin couldn't help feeling sad and forced to smile. "That's good, Jiang Chen. Remember to pass on the Turtle School's legacy." Jiang Chen sat up, looking at Krillin's bald head reflecting the moonlight, and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Senior Krillin, I will continue to practice, and if I have the opportunity, I will pass on the Turtle School's teachings." He couldn't help but wonder, it's not like we're saying goodbye forever. Maybe we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Why are you suddenly so sad, Senior Krillin? Bulma suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and cried with her head buried between her knees. The others also had expressions of sorrow and heroism on their faces. Jiang Chen's expression became serious. As someone who knew the direction of the plot, he hesitated. "What's wrong with you guys? Isn't Son Goku supposed to be able to be resurrected quickly through the Dragon Balls? Don't be so pessimistic." Master Wu Tian walked over and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know how you know so much about our world, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone, and Son Goku cannot be resurrected." What? Jiang Chen was shocked. He immediately understood why the Awakeners who stayed 2 months later couldn't return to reality. It was because Vegeta and Nappa's arrival had destroyed all life on Earth. Vegeta and Raditz are in the business of cleaning planets. They will destroy all intelligent beings on a planet, and then sell the planet at a high price. If Son Goku cannot be resurrected, then when Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth with the Dragon Balls, it will be the day when all humans perish. If that's the case, wouldn't Jiang Chen's carefully cultivated relationships be in vain, and he still hasn't learned the turtle school's techniques? Jiang Chen's face was heavy, and he spoke in a low voice. What exactly happened? Can you tell me in detail? Jiang Chen was full of doubts. Where did things go wrong? As Master Wu Tian slowly narrated, Jiang Chen finally understood what had happened. It all started with Raditz' visit to Earth, where Son Goku fought him to the death, but was defeated by Raditz. This led the gods to merge with the Ocarina prematurely, and with Son Goku's sacrifice, they finally managed to kill Raditz, who was being held by Son Goku. As a result, with the disappearance of the gods, Earth's Dragon Balls turned into stones, and Son Goku also lost hope of resurrection. Jiang Chen thought, isn't there still the Namekian Dragon Balls that can resurrect Son Goku? But it's too early to say these things now. If they can't defeat Vegeta and Nappa, the Dragon Balls on Earth will have no future. Jiang Chen's mind raced. How should he choose at this moment? When Nappa landed on Earth, a casual move destroyed the entire East capital, killing millions of people in an instant. Vegeta was even stronger than him. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, facing Vegeta and Nappa head-on would be very challenging. Master Wu Tian's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen, you are good. I did not misjudge you. Initially, I sought you out with the intention of having you help me deal with the Scions, but now, I have changed my mind. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. Promise me, Jiang Chen, pass on the teachings of the Turtle School properly. It's not in vain, my guidance to you over the past 2 months. Although you have not yet mastered the essence of the Turtle School's techniques, in the future, the Turtle School will surely flourish in your hands. Krillin also advised Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, although you are very powerful now, stronger than all of us combined, facing Goku's fellow Scions head-on, there may be no chance of winning. We Earthlings are not a fighting race by nature. Jiang Chen laughed when he heard Krillin say that. He slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, Senior Krillin, I have a different opinion on what you just said. As long as one has a heart to become stronger, anyone can become the strongest. What can Earthlings do? Earthlings can also create miracles. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he clenched his fist and said, These days, thanks to everyone's care, I will show everyone my true strength. Before the words fell, Jiang Chen's clothes slowly changed, yellow battle armor, white cape. He stood up and fiercely punched towards the sea. The Dragon Ball warriors present only saw that infinitely enlarging fist. Saitama form, a serious punch. With a loud bang, the entire sea was stirred by the force of the punch, creating a deep trench, revealing the seabed with countless corals and shells. This trench extended for several kilometers, slowly disappearing with the flow of the sea, leaving only the sea level. The aftermath of the punch completely destroyed a small island in the distance. The trees on the island seemed to have encountered a level 10 typhoon, spinning and flying into the sky, turning the island into a bare beach. Several dinosaurs were also lifted by the force of the punch, screaming in fear as they fell into the sea. Jiang Chen slowly retracted his fist, turned around with a confident smile, and asked the Dragon Ball warriors, How was that? Can the Scions withstand this punch? Everyone present, including Ning Tong, widened their eyes one after another. What did we see? With just one punch, a trench was directly opened in the sea surface for tens of kilometers just by the force of the punch wind? This strength is too terrifying. Even when Goku is at his strongest, he is not as powerful as this, right? Normally, when he fights with us, he is practically letting us win, right? Judging by Jiang Chen's current strength, if he were to seriously fight, all of us would be beaten into minced meat by him with just one punch. Ning Tong, who knows Jiang Chen well, found that after 2 months, Jiang Chen's strength has become even more terrifying. At least 2 months ago, when he was in his superhuman form during the talent assessment in the Five Elements Alliance, he was definitely not as powerful as he is now. Before becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku was indeed relatively weak, and he even had to rely on the Kaioken technique to barely win against Vegeta. The strength Jiang Chen is showing now has already surpassed that of Son Goku when he fought against Raditz. Master Wu Tian looked at Jiang Chen's unparalleled momentum, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It's a pity. If you could fly, you could have fought against the Scions. Since you can't fly, you can only be their target on the ground. He turned around, determined, and his body seemed to shrink a bit. You can leave now. Remember to pass on the Turtle School's legacy. When Krillin and Tien heard Master Wu Tian's words, the excitement in their eyes dimmed instantly. Indeed, although Jiang Chen is very strong, he is facing the Scions, a naturally combative race. How could humans possibly be their match? Moreover, Jiang Chen has not mastered the technique of releasing his energy outward, he doesn't know the flight technique, and will always be in a passive position of being beaten. It's useless, we can't win. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Indeed, although he can use jumping to attack the enemy, the warriors in the Dragon Ball world all know the flight technique, and for them, there is no difference between the air and the ground. Everyone can perform high-difficulty actions such as instant transmission, acceleration, and sudden stops in the air. Once he jumps, he has no support in mid-air, and the enemy can attack him when he lands.
Jiang Chen would immediately be in a passive position.
Even if he jumps fast enough to attack the enemy instantly, the enemy can fly to a higher area, beyond his jumping limit, and launch long-range attacks on him from above. Moreover, Vegeta can transform into a great ape, increasing his combat power. If Jiang Chen only has this one form like Goku, he should be helpless now.
But Jiang Chen remained calm and said, "It's okay, everyone, I actually have another form." He shouted lowly, "Superhuman form, steel body." With the change in his clothing, his skin became fair, his hair grew back, his muscles swelled, becoming even larger and harder. Everyone present gasped in surprise. What did we see? Why can Jiang Chen transform?
Ning Tong and Bulma's eyes sparkled, and if it weren't for others present, Ning Tong would definitely come over to touch him.
It's been a long time since I've seen Jiang Chen in this state.
These muscles, paired with this handsome face, are truly captivating.
Jiang Chen stubbornly refused to transform into this form to accompany me every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. It's not easy to transform into this state once, and there are so many people around. Krillin and the others couldn't help but complain to Jiang Chen. "So you're an alien, why didn't you say so earlier?"
Jiang Chen was a bit speechless as he explained, "I'm not an alien. This is my other form, which I call the superhuman form, steel body.
I am a pure human." Tian patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. "Jiang Chen, there's nothing shameful about being an alien. Look at me, I'm a three-eyed alien, and Son Goku is a scion who can transform into a great ape. Everyone won't discriminate against you." Jiang Chen opened his mouth, not knowing how to defend himself.
"It's not a matter of discrimination or non-discrimination, I just want to prove that humans can also be very powerful."
Well, if you really dig deep, Superman is indeed considered an alien. Jiang Chen didn't want to continue entangling himself with the question of whether he was an alien or a human. He said in a deep voice, "Next, it's my innate skill, heat vision."
In an instant, his eyes turned red, and a red beam of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes, instantly evaporating a large expanse of ocean. The seawater was completely boiled, water vapor filled the air, as if a thick fog had risen over the sea.
He looked back proudly and asked the Dragon Ball warriors, "How about it, can I, with two forms, fight against aliens?"
Master Wu Tian did not give a definite answer. He shouted, "Come on, Jiang Chen."
With that, his hands formed into petal shapes, emitting a Kamehameha wave towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood that Master Wu Tian was testing whether heat vision could withstand the Kamehameha wave. His eyes turned red, shooting out two red beams of light, fiercely colliding with the Kamehameha wave.
Neither side used their full power, but with the collision of these two powerful skills, a violent air disturbance erupted on the small island.
Bulma's skirt was completely blown up, revealing her underwear.
Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it, so thin, so revealing, with a bow on it. It's hard to see that Bulma still has a girl's heart.
Luping is now Bulma's boyfriend, and he quickly jumped over to block everyone's view.
Ning Tong brushed her long hair to the side and smiled calmly, "That's why I only wear shorts." On Earth, some people, in order to see beautiful women's underwear, have become so crazy that they punch towards the sky from the ground.
Jiang Chen's nose suddenly itched, and he sneezed. He shook his head, looking puzzled, wondering, "With my physical condition, can I still catch a cold?" Master Wu Tian stuffed a cotton swab in his nose and nodded. "Well, it seems that even if the Scions attack you from a distance, you have the power to fight back, but it's still too dangerous. Their combat power will skyrocket dramatically after transforming into great apes." Bulma, on the side, snapped her fingers, attracting everyone's attention. "I have a way, watch this." With that, she took out a pair of glasses from her bag and put them on her right ear. Ning Tong's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded to her. "Yes, this is the combat power detector that Zhang Onping wanted them to bring back." Bulma pressed a button and looked at Master Wu Tian. "This is the combat power detector left by Goku's brother last time. I modified it and changed the text inside to Earth's language. Let me see everyone's combat power values." Master Wu Tian's combat power is 486. She then looked at Krillin. Krillin's combat power value is 512. Upon hearing this news, Krillin's eyes widened in excitement. "What, have I surpassed Master Wu Tian already?" Everyone found the glasses so amazing and crowded around Bulma. "What about me? What about me?" After a while, all the combat power values were measured, ranked from high to low. They were Tian Shinhan 623, Krillin 512, Master Roshi 486, Ning Tong 454, Luping 389.
Looking at this group of teammates with combat power below 1000, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. From this perspective, you guys are not at all wrong to die. He still remembered when Vegeta first came to Earth, his combat power in his normal form had already exceeded 15,000. After transforming into a great ape, it directly reached nearly 100,000. The sum of the combat power of these few in front of him didn't even come close to Vegeta's. Even Raditz, when he first came to Earth, had a combat power of over 1,500. These few people, after Sun Wukong's death, went through a year of hard training before reaching their current combat power.
However, Master Wu Tian's combat power should not be accurate.
From the moment he killed Zhang En, his true strength is definitely far beyond this.
Bulma finally aimed the detector at Jiang Chen, and a number popped up on the screen. She couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, Jiang Chen, you really are not human." Jiang Chen couldn't help but darken his face, testing combat power. "Go ahead, Bulma, why are you cursing at people?" Bulma reported a number, and everyone was deeply shocked. Jiang Chen's battle power is 15,374. Ah, what? Jiang Chen is so powerful. Impossible, why does his combat power reach over 10,000? Jiang Chen, you really are not human. Even Master Roshi couldn't help but smile happily. To say that, we are saved. After saying that, he grabbed the hand of the sea turtle and started dancing happily. However, Jiang Chen's face was heavy. What, my steel body state, only has over 10,000 combat power? With over 10,000 points of combat power, he definitely cannot crush Vegeta, not to mention that Vegeta also has the Great Ape transformation. As a senior scion of royal blood, Vegeta's power increases at least 5 times when he transforms into a Great Ape while retaining his sanity. Perhaps in this state, with Master Chiyu's serious punch, Jiang Chen can fight Vegeta in human form. But once Vegeta is forced to transform, he will definitely not be a match for the Great Ape. Warriors who can transform are truly despicable. Originally fighting one-on-one, everything was going well, and suddenly you transform. Isn't that equivalent to changing players and fighting a wheel battle? Disgraceful scions. Jiang Chen thought quickly in his heart. He now has 2 choices. First, take advantage of the time to leave the Dragon Ball world. Anyway, the 4th spirit realm will be reset next year, and Master Roshi and others will be reborn. Second, stay and defeat Vegeta. As the inheritor of Chiyu and Superman's talents, his friends are about to face a strong enemy and will be in a life-threatening crisis. If he didn't know, it would be fine, but since he knows, Jiang Chen will never sit idly by. Looking at these familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of reluctance in his heart. 2 months of being together day and night had already formed a bond between him and the Dragon Ball warriors. He couldn't bear to watch Master Wu Tian, senior brother Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the perverted sea turtle who often stole Ningtong and Bulma's underwear die. If he really backed down at this time, he would probably look down on himself when he returned to the real world. Master Roshi noticed Jiang Chen's serious expression and keenly sensed Jiang Chen's abnormality. "What's wrong, Jiang Chen? Do you have any concerns?" Jiang Chen expressed his worries. "I'm thinking, as Scions are the strongest fighting race in the universe, the next person to come will definitely be much stronger than the last one. I'm afraid that with over 10,000 combat power, I won't be able to easily defeat the opponent." Master Roshi comforted him. "Jiang Chen, don't worry, although we may not have high combat power, we still have the ability to fight," he said to Bulma. "Bulma, use that device to check my current power level again." After that, Master Roshi let out a low roar, his muscles bulging, and he fired a turtle destruction wave into the sky. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Master Wu Tian's combat power instantly reached over 1200. Jiang Chen understood that when they used their techniques, their combat power would soar, but this slight increase in combat power, when used against Vegeta, was probably no different from tickling him. He also wanted to see how much his combat power would be when he used a serious punch. So he said to Bulma, "Help me check my instant combat power." After that, Jiang Chen unleashed a serious punch. The test results are out. When Jiang Chen used a serious punch in his steel body form, his combat power instantly soared to nearly 30,000. When Bulma loudly announced this number, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Earth can finally be saved from destruction. Great, we are saved. However, Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Only 30,000? It's still not enough. He needed to reach at least 200,000 in an instant to ensure absolute safety. But it's okay. As someone familiar with the Dragon Ball world, he knew of a place that could quickly enhance his strength. That place is the hyperbolic time chamber in the Temple of God. With his talent in the hyperbolic time chamber, it's like cheating. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside the hyperbolic time chamber, so he only needed to spend 10 days inside. No, just 3 days.
After 3 days, even Vegeta would be defeated by him with a single punch.
However, what if the hyperbolic time chamber is ineffective against Saitama's training method?
Jiang Chen looked at Ning Tong and said in a deep voice, Tong Tong, the spiritual realm is very dangerous this time.
Even I don't have a guaranteed victory. You should go back tomorrow. If everything goes as planned, I will return on the first day of next month.
Ning Tong bit her lip, her gaze firm as she shook her head. Although she didn't say a word, it was obvious that she meant wherever he was, she would be there too, even if it meant facing death together.
Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly.
Ning Tong's stubborn character was both frustrating and endearing to him. Well, there's only one way left now, defeat Vegeta and bring peace to the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Chen also had a hunch that the continuous cycle of the fourth spiritual realm was waiting for someone who could correct history. If he defeated Vegeta, what would the future of the fourth spiritual realm be like? Through the changes in the fourth spiritual realm, could he observe some deep mysteries of the spiritual realms? It's really exciting to think about.
Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, I need to go to the Temple of God. Who will accompany me there? The Scions should be arriving on Earth soon. Bulma, do you have any means to monitor space?
Once he entered the hyperbolic time chamber, he would be completely cut off from the outside world.
He feared that by the time he emerged invincible, the Dragon Ball Earth would have been completely destroyed. Bulma had the technology to detect outer space, so she was the perfect person for the job. The Earth Federation's technological level was no match for Bulma's family, as evidenced by the advanced spacecraft and time machine she had created. Bulma nodded and said, My dad has hundreds of thousands of commercial satellites.
I'll program them to monitor alien spacecraft at all times so we can detect the arrival of the Scions as soon as possible.
Jiang Chen nodded, but couldn't help but ask Bulma, Is your dad's name Musk? Bulma gave him a look and said, Of course my dad has the same last name as me, Bulma.
No, actually, I have the same last name as my dad.
Your question is really strange.
Later, Bulma used her aircraft to take Jiang Chen and Ning Tong to the Temple of God. At the Temple of God, Jiang Chen met the cat-shaped Koren and the completely black Mr.
Popo. He didn't have time for small talk and immediately asked Mr.
Popo, no time to explain.
Mr. Popo, is there any strange room in the Temple of God? Please take me there. Korin, please give me some senza beans. Korin and Mr.
Popo had already received the message from Bulma, so despite looking confused, they complied.
Mr. Popo led Jiang Chen to an inconspicuous door and said slowly, I think this is what you're looking for.
Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, opened the door, and was about to rush in.
Ning Tong grabbed his arm, wanting to follow him inside. Jiang Chen quickly stopped Ning Tong.
No, the flow of time inside is very different from the outside world.
You will age quickly after entering.
He caressed Ning Tong's white and smooth face.
Listen, wait for me outside. If the Scions come, notify me immediately.
After speaking, Jiang Chen stepped into the mental time room without looking back. With the talents of Chi-Yu and Superman, he should not have any lifespan issues. But Ning Tong is still a mortal body, and if she's not careful, she could spend 3 to 5 years in the time room.
The best youth will be wasted, won't it? Even the car headlights will droop because of this. Now it's a perfect bowl shape.
As soon as Jiang Chen entered the time room, he felt a weight on his body. Although he was mentally prepared, the gravity far exceeded that of the outside world, and the abnormal temperature made him feel a bit awkward to breathe instantly. Jiang Chen was glad he didn't let Ning Tong come in, otherwise, with her physical condition, she might not last a few days. After all, not everyone can be like him, a pure square warrior with all 4 attributes advancing together.
Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. All around was an endless gray-white color. Unfortunately, there was no sun.
This means that in the mental time room, he can only gain a portion of the attributes of Chi-Yu's training method, which is 9 o'clock a day.
Without the sun, he cannot obtain the free attribute points provided by Superman's talent. Damn it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists.
He thought he would be able to fly this time when he went out. Now it seems he'll have to wait for a while. But it's okay, with the attribute points bonus from training in the mental time room, he should be invincible when he returns to the real world. Jiang Chen's heart was burning. He took off his clothes and started exercising in just his underwear. Don't ask why there's no sun, he still wants to exercise naked. It's a habit he can't change.
As Jiang Chen entered the mental time room, all the awakeners of the fourth spirit realm heard a mechanical and indifferent voice in their minds. Timeline change detected. Lock the spirit realm. Now issue a mission to assist the Dragon Ball warriors in defeating the Scions who have come to Earth. Please gather in the eastern capital before 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow to intercept the Scions. Until the battle is over, no one can return. Tang Yu, Wan Rui, Rin Peng, and others saw on TV that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were assisting the Dragon Ball warriors in defeating the hated news.
They also gathered at the seaside of the western capital. Ren Peng and Zhang Xinghao were lying on beach chairs wearing sunglasses and shorts, drinking beverages and admiring the beautiful women around them.
Tang Yu and Wan Rui were sunbathing on the beach. Tang Yu was wearing a bikini lace swimsuit with lace edges, and she couldn't help but complain. Where did brother Lan and sister Tong go? They said they would take me to eat a big meal of monster meat, but I can't find them. Wan Rui, a short-haired girl with big eyes and a big chest, although wearing a traditional one-piece swimsuit, couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. She comforted Tang Yu with a smile. Alright, let's just consider it a vacation. We can return tomorrow anyway. When we see brother Lan and sister Tong, we'll ask them where they went for a date. Tang Yu stretched lazily. If it weren't for the fourth spirit realm giving so few potential points, it would really be a vacation paradise. I would want to live here forever. Wan Rui nodded in agreement. Just as they were enjoying the most comfortable moment, the voice suddenly sounded in their minds, shocking them. Ha! What's going on? Who are the Dragon Ball warriors? Who are the Scions? Who are we, and where are we? Isn't this the fourth spirit realm, a vacation paradise for passing time? How did it become a battle realm? What's going on? Why play like this?
For a moment, the Awakeners were in chaos. On the beach of the western capital, several losers from Sanjian University gathered together, looking at each other.
What should we do now? Tang Yu asked Ren Peng.
Ren Peng rolled his eyes and spread his hands flatly.
Lan Gu, Tong Jie is not here, we can only wait to die.
Early the next morning, as more and more Awakeners discovered that they really couldn't return to the real world,
they panicked.
The Awakeners of Huagui in the fourth spirit realm formed a chat group for Awakeners, and the group code was, I am from Blue Star, where is Blue Star, Huagua Blue Star. It's really surprising that this code is easy to remember and recite without any pressure. However, Sanjian University, being a newly established private university, had no idea about this group. The group started discussing.
I've never heard of it. Can't we just return directly on the first day of the third month? Didn't you hear? The spirit realm announced a timeline change.
It's probably because someone did something big and caused a drastic change in the fourth spirit realm, triggering this crisis.
Damn, the guy upstairs, the way you put it, I think it's very likely.
The first spirit realm, it is said, was punched to death by a bald man.
Yeah, that bald guy you mentioned, I know him.
In the third spirit realm, he caused a lot of trouble, and his score was extremely exaggerated.
Stop calling him bald.
He has a name, Jiang Chen, a handsome guy with 8-pack abs.
You can also call him the best-looking college student in Huagua. Upstairs, even through the internet, I can smell a seafood flavor. Do any of you know if he has come to the fourth spirit realm this time? I have a bad feeling that it's probably Jiang Chen causing trouble again.
Forget about that bald guy.
Classmates, what should we do now?
I messed with the daughter of the local gang leader and his wife's belly. If I can't go back, I'm doomed.
Awesome, guy upstairs, are you a stud? Right now, I can only silently give you a 6. The one who messed with someone's daughter and wife's belly, are you in Nandu?
I just received your wanted order, alive or dead, a bounty of 20 million.
You better pray you don't fall into his hands. You guys came to the fourth spirit realm, can't you do something serious? Stop talking about bald guys and gang leaders. If we don't figure out a way soon, we'll all die here. What's the rush? Just kill that Scion guy. It's not that simple. Previously, classmates who stayed until the third month couldn't return, which means they should all be dead. Is that Scion guy really powerful?
Don't panic, the previous Awakeners were probably all defeated individually.
What if we unite? Yeah, let's set up an ambush in advance. When the aliens show up, we'll catch them off guard.
Yes, classmates, in order to survive and leave the fourth spirit realm, let's go all out. Classmates, before tomorrow morning, all gather in Dongdu.
With me, the invincible one, the Awakeners will win. With me, the invincible one, the Awakeners will win. Many insightful Awakeners in the chat group called out.
Awakeners from other countries also came to the same realization. After all, facing life and death can bring out one's greatest potential.
Awakeners from various regions in the Dragon Ball world mobilized.
Countless workers, bubble tea shop girls, residential security guards, sanitation workers, retail store cashiers, pole dancers, male dancers, gangsters, and underground assassins. They all left their jobs in a hurry and bought tickets to Dongdu. There was no choice but for the Awakeners who had to stay in the Dragon Ball world for 2 months to live their daily lives. And the best choice was these low-threshold, quick-to-learn jobs. The local human residents of the Dragon Ball world were completely puzzled.
What's going on here? Did they discover a gold mine in Dongdu recently? Or is Nicholas Zhao C. Max going to hold a concert in Dongdu?
Tang Yu and the others, although not in the chat group, also managed to grab 4 tickets to the Eastern capital. They were very self-aware, going to the Eastern capital not to intercept the seance, but mainly to seek protection. After the 4 of them calculated, with the sudden change in spiritual realm, the powerful combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong should not retreat in battle. They will definitely go to the Eastern capital to intercept those scions. If they can find Ning Tong and Jiang Chen, they will directly cling to these 2 thick thighs. Considering the bond of being classmates, it's not guaranteed that they will survive 100%, but their chances of survival are definitely higher than the 4 of them, who are weaklings trying to survive alone, by a million times. Early the next morning, the Eastern capital welcomed many awakened individuals. They anticipated that this place was about to become a battlefield, so they had some courage and began evacuating the civilians of the Eastern capital early in the morning. For those stubborn and unwilling Dragon Ball World locals who refused to leave, many awakened individuals performed feats in front of them, such as dismantling buildings barehanded and tearing apart cars. The locals of the Dragon Ball World immediately realized the reality and fled in panic to other places. By 9 o'clock, the Eastern capital had become an empty city, with only tens of thousands of awakened individuals standing ready, awaiting the arrival of the scions.
The second spiritual realm, because it could restrict the entry time of the 5th spiritual realm.
Many of them were sophomores, which to some extent enhanced the overall strength of the awakened individuals. Those who dared to stay on the scene and face the scions head-on had at least reached the high level of the 2nd stage in strength. There were even some genius students who reached the 3rd stage in their sophomore year. Like Tang Yu and Rin Pang, these rookies, seeing so many powerful awakened individuals from around the world, were too scared to enter the city and chose to hide on the outskirts of the city. They planned to rush up and cling to the thighs of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong when they saw them, maximizing their chances of survival. Rin Pang instructed a few people, keep your eyes shining. When you see Jiang Chen with his iconic bald head, rush up quickly and make sure to attract Jiang Chen's attention first.
Tang Yu nodded.
Don't worry, I can smell the barbecue scent on Jiang Chen from 800 meters away.
Wan Rui bit her lip. Just to attract attention, right? Don't worry, I'll go all out at the critical moment. Ren Pang and Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but glance at Wan Rui's bulging chest. Going all out, how would she do that?
In the aspect of struggling to survive, the performance of the 4 of them could be said to be perfect. As tens of thousands of awakened individuals gathered together, everyone united, and some inexplicably became optimistic.
When those scions arrive later, seeing so many of us, will they be scared stiff?
Yeah, now that you mention it, I can already imagine that scene, those stupid scions stepping out of the spaceship, seeing tens of thousands of us waiting for them. Won't they be scared out of their wits? They might be so scared that they kneel down and call for their daddy on the spot. It's possible. Really, we're lucky, suddenly encountering such an emergency. Do you think we'll be rewarded with a lot of potential points? With such a big commotion in the spiritual realm, there should definitely be no shortage of potential points. Don't worry, I'll take you flying. As the time approached, 2 dazzling lights appeared in the distant sky, followed by flames and white smoke, falling towards the eastern capital. As the lights approached, the awakened individuals gradually saw that they were 2 round-shaped spacecraft, not very large in size, just enough to accommodate 1 person. With 2 loud bangs, the spacecraft crash-landed in the eastern capital, bouncing a few times, smashing several buildings before coming to a stop. They're here, the awakened individuals focused intently, various energies gathering in their hands, waiting for the scions, who would face their earth-shattering blow. Everyone's lips curled into a sinister smile. With so many people acting together, you guys will probably end up in pieces. Who are the scions? Even if the gods come, they won't stand a chance. They'll have to kneel down and sing "Conquer" to us. After waiting for a few minutes, the spaceship door slowly opened upwards, revealing 2 humanoid beings inside with oxygen masks on, resting with their eyes closed. They were dressed in blue and white combat suits, with one of them looking rather pessimistic in height. They stepped out of the spaceship door slowly. Due to the long space journey, the 2 humanoid beings appeared somewhat pale and tired.
The Awakeners were instantly excited. Are these scions?
They don't look particularly special. Look closely, they seem to have an extra tail compared to humans. Well, so what? Our ancestors had tails millions of years ago.
Scions are just incomplete evolved humans. This is hilarious, and we mobilized so much for this, traveled so far?
What scions? It's just a short guy and a bald one. They look pretty weak.
Get rid of them. Beat the crap out of them.
I don't know why, but ever since the 3rd spiritual realm, whenever I see a bald head, I feel like beating him up. They were none other than Vegeta and Nappa. The 2 scions slowly opened their eyes and, seeing the surrounding awakeners with fierce expressions, they looked at each other in surprise. The Dragon Ball warriors in the Temple of the Gods were all solemn. This aura is 100 times more terrifying than we imagined. Too powerful. Jiang Chen was right, if he doesn't train, he might not be a match for the Science.
It's time to summon Jiang Chen back. We are definitely not their match. Master Wu Tian leaned on his cane and fell silent for a moment. Wait a little longer, I feel like we're almost there.
Let's go over there first, Ningtone, summon Jiang Chen in 10 minutes, or else your world companions might die. Vegeta slowly stood up from the spaceship and looked around, puzzled.
Are Earthlings all this brave, rushing to their deaths? Nappa was also a bit confused, but quickly responded.
Lord Vegeta, please wait, let me see first what kind of strength these Earthlings have. He put on a pair of glasses, operated them on his eyes, and then displayed a bunch of meaningless characters. As the power levels of the surrounding Awakeners were gradually revealed, Nappa's face showed a smirk. Lord Vegeta, they are all weaklings with power levels below 100, yet they dare to be arrogant here. A look of surprise flashed in Vegeta's eyes. According to the intelligence, wasn't it said that 99% of Earthlings are weaklings? How come there are so many Earthlings with power levels close to 100? He shook his head again. Forget it, no need to delve into it, they are all trash, not worth my time. Nappa will take care of them, then we'll go find that guy who killed Raditz.
The environment on this planet is not bad, we should be able to sell it for a good price.
Vegeta and Nappa spoke in the universal language of the universe, and the Awakeners only heard them mumbling incomprehensibly.
They couldn't understand a single word. After a while, they saw Vegeta slowly flying up and hovering in midair. The Awakeners were instantly confused. Damn, this short monkey can actually fly? Could he be a 4th-tier powerhouse? This could be a bit troublesome. The strongest among them was only at the 3rd-tier initial stage, and facing a 4th-tier powerhouse capable of flight was like trying to shoot down a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. They couldn't even touch the opponent. However, even a 4th-tier powerhouse would have to flee in the face of tens of thousands of Awakeners. Relying on their numbers, a voice echoed in the hearts of the Awakeners.
Killing them would allow them to return to the real world, and there would be a high potential point reward. A senior student raised his arm and shouted loudly.
Classmates, don't be afraid, this one on the ground can't fly, let's kill him first. Roar!
Many awakened individuals roared in anger, no longer willing to wait, and boldly attacked the opponent.
Countless flames, lightning bolts, water balls, and bricks flew towards the opponent.
Bricks were not a talent ability, but rather enhanced awakened individuals who dared not approach. They casually picked up a brick from the ground or wall and hurled it.
There is a saying that goes, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you still fear a kitchen knife. Without a kitchen knife, a brick will do.
Some stronger enhanced classmates raised their weapons, such as kitchen knives, and charged forward. The opponent did not expect this group of weaklings with combat power of less than 100 to dare to attack him first.
He was somewhat dumbfounded, standing still and taking all the attacks head-on.
The awakened individuals were delighted, laughing. This idiot was actually scared stiff. Now he was doomed, he should turn into minced meat.
The attacks continued for a full 2 minutes.
As the smoke cleared, the opponent stood unscathed, with a sneer on his face. The weapons of the enhanced awakened individuals were almost all broken, unable to even scratch the opponent's skin.
Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this, such strong defense?
The opponent had switched to the language module through the combat power detector, sneering as he spoke.
Very good, little brats, you have successfully angered me. Now, it's my turn, all of you go to hell. Ha!
The opponent raised his hand, his aura bursting forth, unleashing a wide-range attack technique. When he landed on Earth earlier, he had already implanted a large amount of energy underground. With his summoning, a dazzling light erupted across the entire East capital. With a loud bang, the world fell silent in an instant. With the opponent at the center, an area of several kilometers in radius was leveled in one move. All buildings turned to ashes.
Among the awakened individuals, there were countless casualties.
Fortunately, the opponent's attack was not overly powerful due to its wide range, but it was still a force that the awakened individuals could not withstand. Awakened individuals of the 3rd rank or higher had some strength and were not directly killed by the opponent's attack. However, after taking a direct hit, they could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain. Some had broken legs and arms, while others had head wounds. The opponent rose slowly from the ground, grinning maliciously.
Are you ready to face your doomsday, Earthlings?
The awakened individuals lying on the ground showed fear on their faces.
What kind of power is this? One move can destroy the entire city? It's too terrifying. Why would such a monster appear in the 4th spirit realm? Ah, my leg is completely broken. Damn it, that's my leg. Your leg is over there. Help, help. Who will save us? Run, this kind of monster is definitely not something we can defeat.
The awakened individuals who could still move got up from the ground and ran, regretting that their parents hadn't given them a few extra legs.
The awakened alliance was completely wiped out without even withstanding one move from the opponent.
The East Capital was like a battlefield of demons, filled with cries of agony and screams. Tang Yu and the others hid behind a large rock, witnessing everything, their faces covered in sweat.
Too terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Why would such a monster appear in the fourth spirit realm? Damn, thank goodness we were smart enough not to follow the main force. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat these monsters. This is definitely not a monster that students can handle. What was the Spirit Realm Management Bureau thinking? How could a monster of this level be ranked in the fourth spirit realm?
This kind of situation has never happened before. It must be a mutation in the spirit realm. Vegeta watched as the opponent flew up and massacred the awakened individuals one by one, his voice cold. Stop playing around, Naba, quickly resolve the battle. The detector shows that two powerful warriors are coming towards us. Naba gathered a huge ball of light in his hands and said in a low voice, "Die, you brats." He then fiercely smashed the huge light ball towards the ground.
Once this move hit the ground, all surviving awakened beings present would immediately die.
Suddenly, a young man in a white cloak appeared under the light ball.
He waved his arm and shouted angrily, sending the light ball flying far away, saving the lives of many awakened beings on planet Blue. Vegeta looked at the young man with angular black hair and smirked playfully. "Oh, a Scion descendant? Interesting." With a hint of a sneer, he asked the young man, "You are Kakarot's descendant, right? Where is your father?"
Son Gohan replied coldly, "My father is in another world."
"And who are you people?" Vegeta smirked. "Is Kakarot dead?"
"Well, since you are a Scion, kneel down and swear allegiance to me, and I will consider sparing your life."
Naba chuckled. Is Vegeta showing mercy to talents? Boy, consider yourself lucky. You are probably the only one who can survive on this planet. Kneel down.
Before he could finish his sentence, a green figure appeared behind Naba. It was Piccolo. Piccolo clenched his fists and struck Naba on the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground, while shouting loudly, "Now, Gohan, use the move I taught you." Son Gohan gritted his teeth, extended a finger, and shouted, "Special beam cannon." A thick beam of light, accompanied by rapidly spinning energy, shot directly towards Naba's heart. Naba, still recovering from Piccolo's blow, was hit directly in the center of his chest by the special beam cannon. The awakened beings lying on the ground showed expressions of surprise and joy. Is he done for? Great, they are the Dragon Ball warriors mentioned in the prophecy. So hateful, we should have waited for them to arrive and deal with these two monsters together. In the midst of the crowd's attention, Naba raised his head, grinning wickedly. The area around his heart in his battlesuit had a large hole, but the skin inside was only slightly swollen. Son Gohan's full-force attack had not even broken his skin. Naba simply tore off his battlesuit, saying with a smirk, "My physical body is too strong. The battlesuit is just ordinary clothing to me." Then his figure disappeared in an instant, reappearing behind Gohan. Piccolo widened his eyes in horror and shouted, "Gohan, move away quickly." Unfortunately, it was too late. Son Gohan was kicked in the neck by Naba, twisting his neck at a strange angle, his eyes blank, and he flew hundreds of meters away. His neck was broken by Naba's kick, and he seemed to be on the brink of death. Piccolo wanted to rush over to save his beloved son, but Naba stopped him with a wicked smile. "You better worry about yourself, scum. That punch earlier hurt me, and I will repay you for it." Piccolo gritted his teeth, realizing that the man in front of him was even more powerful than he had imagined. Although his punch had hit Naba's vital spot, it had left his hand throbbing. Piccolo knew he was no match for Naba, but with Gohan's life hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to fight. Piccolo removed his white cloak, revealing the unique green body of a Namekian. With a roar, Piccolo launched an attack, and the two engaged in battle. Watching Duan-Di and Nabar in close combat, many awakened individuals completely collapsed internally. It was impossible to see clearly, absolutely impossible to see clearly. Whether flying in the air or in their martial arts movements, in the eyes of many awakened individuals, it was like watching a slideshow. Suddenly appearing, leaving an afterimage, and then reappearing in the distance. Between their attacks, occasionally one of them would be sent flying, creating huge craters in the ground. Something's not right with Spirit Realm. No. 4. These monsters, I'm afraid even 7th stage awakened individuals from Blue Star wouldn't stand a chance against them. What were we thinking, attacking these monsters? They could kill us effortlessly. Help, I want to return to Blue Star. Spirit Realm. No. 4 is too terrifying. The missions issued by Spirit Realm are basically sending us to our deaths. Wufan lay on the cold ground, his eyes gradually losing focus, silently reciting in his mind, "Dad, I'm afraid I have to go find you now. Master Duan-Di,
I didn't do well enough, I disappointed your expectations.
A tear slowly fell from the corner of Sun Wufan's eye. Just then, a withered hand helped him up and fed him a bean.
Eat it, you'll recover if you eat it.
Sun Wufan reluctantly opened his eyes and saw the familiar face of Master Rashi, feeling choked up.
Grandpa, you shouldn't have come, they are too powerful.
Master Rashi smiled reassuringly.
Don't be afraid, Wufan, soon you will see the most powerful man on earth.
Sun Wufan struggled to swallow the senza bean, and his fatal injury instantly healed. Hearing Master Rashi's words, his eyes lit up.
Is Dad coming back?
Master Rashi looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, No, your dad will take some more time to come back, but that person, he should be on his way here already.
Seeing Wufan saved, Duan-Di also relaxed and faced Nabar head-on with the Dragon Ball warriors.
Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha assisted by restraining on the side, managing to hold their own against Nabar.
Vegeta floated in mid-air, feeling impatient. Nabar, hurry up, there's a lot to do. Do we really need to spend so much time dealing with these few trash? Nabar roared in anger, becoming more ruthless in his attacks. He kicked Duan-Di's arm, causing it to break with a snap. Thanks to the Namekian's powerful regenerative ability, he recovered in a moment, but losing his restraint, Nabar punched Krillin in the abdomen.
Krillin spat out blood, flew out directly, his breath weakening, on the brink of death. With this delay, the battlefield's balance was disrupted, and the situation quickly turned against them.
Duan-Di and the Dragon Ball warriors were in grave danger.
Master Rashi anxiously looked towards the sky.
Hasn't he arrived yet?
In just a few moments, Nabar had already defeated Duan-Di and the 3 Dragon Ball warriors, spitting on the ground and grinning.
That was quite enjoyable just now. Next, let me send you on your way. He cracked his knuckles and slowly approached Duan-Di.
You hurt me the most just now, so I'll start with you.
This is it.
The awakened individuals and the Dragon Ball warriors were filled with overwhelming despair. Blue Star, Sanjiang City University, ever since receiving funding from Zhang Anping, Ning Jingxin couldn't wait to remove the words private institution.
We also have a university with government background, why should we still be labeled private?
And at the end of this year's National University Student League, with the powerful combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, they were unstoppable. But among the freshmen in the first year, should I put my hands in my pockets, and there are no opponents left?
Lao Ning, who is full of confidence, already feels very low-key without hanging the words Spiritual Realm Management Bureau Directed Training Institution on the plaque.
Counting the days, it should be the day when the 6 classmates who entered the 4th spiritual realm returned.
Lao Ning stood next to the teleportation circle, with a relaxed expression. He thought to himself, a vacation spiritual realm without any danger, these little brats, they can't make any trouble for me, right? But as time passed second by second, Lao Ning became a little impatient. It's strange to say that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong did not return on time, and Lao Ning actually felt it was somewhat expected. These 2 habitual offenders, not returning at the first opportunity, must be arrogant and want to challenge the 4th spiritual realm after the 2nd month. Alright, I'll give you 2 credit for having some strength when combined, go ahead and have fun. But why haven't Rin Pang, Tang Yu, and the others returned? What happened, you 4 rookies, following Jiang Chen and Ning Tong to have fun? Why didn't you return on time as I instructed? Don't you have any sense of responsibility?
Ning Tong and Jiang Chen are strong enough to pass the 5 battles of the 3rd spiritual realm, regardless of how they did it. Passing the 5 battles of the 3rd spiritual realm is a symbol of strong power in itself. You guys, who barely made it through the 3rd battle by clinging to others, don't you know your own abilities? Lao Ning was on the verge of collapse, finally cultivating a few students who could be used, and this time they would definitely be lost in the 4th spiritual realm.
In his anxious state, the phone rang again at an inappropriate time. Lao Ning didn't see who it was, and answered the call impatiently. Who is it? Speak up if you have something to say.
Hearing a steady middle-aged male voice on the phone, his tone immediately softened.
Oh, Director Zhang, what's up?
Director Zhang on the other end understood Lao Ning's current mood very well, as he was even more anxious than Lao Ning, having just received numerous inquiries from schools.
Director Zhang, is there a problem with the 4th spiritual realm? Why haven't any of our students returned? Director Zhang, don't you have a detection device? Can't you see what's wrong with the 4th spiritual realm?
Zhang Anping felt helpless. The spiritual realm detection device is just a tool that shows the spiritual realm score. It doesn't have the power to know what exactly happened in a spiritual realm. But soon, he thought of Lao Ning. If there was a situation in the 4th spiritual realm similar to the sudden mutation in the 1st spiritual realm, and someone could return, it would definitely be Jiang Chen and Ning Tong together. They have already proven their formidable strength with their brilliant records in the 1st to 3rd spiritual realms. If they both didn't return, then this time in the 4th spiritual realm, there really was a major problem, possibly more serious than the closure of the first spiritual realm. After all, during the closure of the first spiritual realm, most students were still able to return safely.
This time, the worst-case scenario could be that no students could return.
It should be noted that these Awaken individuals are all talented freshmen in the first year, unlike the ordinary students in the second year. If they all met with misfortune, the inheritance of Awaken individuals in China, no, in the whole world, would face a gap.
Zhang Anping calmed his emotions and spoke with caution in his voice.
Principal Ning, don't get worked up. Let me ask you something. Have Jiang Chen and Ning Tong returned?
Lao Ning suppressed his anger on the other end. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhang.
To be honest, this time, they did something unexpected again, and as a result, the other 4 classmates did not return at the agreed time.
Zhang Anping's mind was buzzing.
His first thought was, it's over, something big has really happened this time. Unconsciously, he had not spoken for over a minute. On the other end of the phone, Lao Ning also sensed something unusual and anxiously asked Zhang Anping.
Zhang Ju, are you there? Is there a problem with the 4th spiritual realm?
Zhang Anping swallowed his saliva, forcibly calming his excited mood, carefully considering his words.
Ning Xiao, don't worry for now.
What I'm about to say, don't reveal it to others first. According to the information I've received, none of the students were able to return from the 4th spiritual realm this time, so this time, it may not be a problem with Ning Tong and Jiang Chen.
However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. More and more people are noticing the abnormal situation in the 4th spiritual realm. On social media, parents are anxiously inquiring, has your child returned home? Why haven't the students from the 4th spiritual realm returned yet? A feeling of unease is slowly brewing. 4th spiritual realm, East Capital. Everyone watches as Beiji is about to kill the flute, and the only Dragon Ball warrior who can confront Beiji head-on is also about to die. In their eyes, a strong sense of despair is revealed. It's terrifying. Are these scions? They are monsters that humans cannot possibly contend with. Why is there such a monster in the 4th spiritual realm that is beyond human capabilities?
No wonder no one has been able to safely return to the real world after 2 months.
Scions are not something us students can defeat.
At the critical moment, suddenly, there were loud bangs in the air.
The sound of a violent sonic boom.
Then, a red streak suddenly appeared in the sky, burning fiercely as it plummeted towards the ground like a meteor from outer space. It turned out to be a ball of intense flames falling from the sky. The Awakeners' hearts are instantly filled with deep despair.
It's over. Is another scion coming?
Only Master Roshi and the Dragon Ball warriors keep their eyes fixed on the ball of flames, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes.
Vegeta, floating in the air, also notices the ball of flames.
His face turns serious as he presses the button on his power level detector, and the numbers on the detector rapidly change, finally freezing.
Vegeta's pupils contract sharply. He shouts at Beiji, get out of the way.
Beiji grabs the head of the flute, grinning wickedly, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly hearing Vegeta's shout, he hesitates for a moment.
What?
When he looks up and sees the ball of flames, his pupils contract sharply. In the flames, he seems to see a fist, infinitely magnified before his eyes. The word death suddenly appears in front of Beiji's eyes.
Unable to block it, if he takes this punch head-on, he will definitely die.
But the speed of this fist is extremely fast, and by the time Beiji sees it and tries to react, it's too late to dodge. Seeing no way to evade, Beiji roars, unleashing all his potential, spewing out a powerful energy wave from his mouth, colliding with the fist. Instantly, everyone's eardrums feel like they are being violently hammered with a heavy hammer, a sharp ringing in their ears, unable to hear any other sound. Then, with a bang, a huge shockwave spreads out. Where Beiji is, a massive shockwave erupts, and the strong airflow blows the Awakeners lying on the ground sideways. The Dragon Ball warriors also have to lower their bodies, releasing their energy outward, in order to withstand this powerful airflow.
What happened exactly? Who descended from the sky? It doesn't seem to be from the Scion side. Could this be the real Dragon Ball warrior? Could it be that we are saved? The Awakeners today have suffered more blows than in their entire lives combined.
Families who would understand, we just came to relax, eat hot pot, sing songs, and suddenly 2 aliens appeared out of nowhere, trying to kill us. The most absurd thing is that tens of thousands of us were taken out in one move by some scion. Even more absurdly, another person flew down from the sky and punched that scion. The Dragon Ball warriors widened their eyes in excitement. It was him, that man, he finally appeared. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look towards the center of the explosion. Shortly after, as the smoke cleared, a man in yellow battle clothes, maintaining a punching posture, stood calmly in front of that Ba, with a white cape fluttering behind him. Ba's hands were crossed in front of his chest, but his head had completely disappeared.
Above his neck, there was nothing. Ba's head had been completely crushed by this man who descended from the sky with a single punch. All the Awakened were shocked. What did we just witness? A scion monster was actually killed in one punch by this bald man in yellow clothes. Who exactly is this man in yellow clothes? Wait, yellow clothes? Bald? Could it be Masaka? The Awakened were filled with ominous premonitions. As the dust settled, Jiang Chen's fair handsome face appeared before everyone. 2 years of mental time chamber life, without sunlight, had made Jiang Chen completely pale, returning to the peak of his looks. The Awakened were all shocked. Damn, it's really him. How did he suddenly become so pale? He looks, although despicable, undeniably more handsome. Damn, does the 4th level spirit realm still have whitening effects? Or did his glorious beauty skill level up again? Wait, something's not right. Wasn't he just flying down from the sky and killing a scion with one punch? When did he become so powerful? Wasn't he a D-level talented Awakened? Oh, right, now he's a B2 level talented Awakened. But, so what, even though his talent level has increased, it doesn't mean that talent isn't useless. But now, when everyone looked at Jiang Chen again, they felt that he couldn't be described as powerful, but rather invincible. Everyone, including the Dragon Ball warriors, had one word in their minds: invincible. At this moment, Jiang Chen was a symbol of invincibility in everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen looked around and was quite surprised. Why were all the Awakened here? Although he didn't hear the spirit realm announcement in the mental time chamber, but he could still discern the aura of the Awakened. The Awakened of Blue Star all had a strong aura, just like he did at the beginning, constantly emitting light and heat, while the warriors of the Dragon Ball world had a restrained and low-key aura, only revealing a powerful aura in moments of eruption. With so many people present, he felt a bit overwhelmed. How would he explain this when he returned to Blue Star? He couldn't just silence all these people, and he would inevitably have to use his heat vision in the upcoming battle with Vegeta. He used his form as the bald man in yellow clothes to use his heat vision. Everyone would inevitably associate him with the powerful man of the 6th order who wore his underwear outside his pants, and his hidden identity would be completely exposed. Forget it, I'll change the location for the battle later. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Vegeta, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. Bastard, it's all because of you, I'm at a big loss this time. His current attributes are Constitution, 1222, plus 2190, Spirit, 1222, Strength, 1222, plus 2190, Agility, 1222, plus 2190, Potential Points, 0 Talent 1, Saitama Talent 2, Superman Talent Skill 1, Penetrating Ice Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3. Steel Body. Jiang Chen realized something was wrong after his first training session in the time chamber. The attribute points gained from Saitama's training method were actually displayed as additional attributes. Why were they displayed as additional attributes? Jiang Chen immediately had a bad feeling about this. This likely meant that the attribute points gained from training in the mental time chamber were temporary. It was highly probable that once he left the 4th level spirit realm, they would disappear. Jiang Chen, who was still naive, thought that he would be invincible after coming out of the spiritual time house. For nearly 2 years, he had a very difficult time in the spiritual time house, with no entertainment facilities, only relying on the headlights of the car to Miss Ning Tong, to hold on until the end. It was like wasting these 2 years of hardship. Jiang Chen vowed that if he had the chance to enter the spiritual time house again, he would bring Ning Tong in and play cards with her. He learned a lot of secrets and, if given the opportunity, could pass them on to Ning Tong. After leaving the spiritual time house, Jiang Chen's accumulated strong will from the spiritual time house made him choose to jump directly from the temple. With his current total attribute points exceeding 10,000, even if the earth exploded, he shouldn't die. After all, with his great innate talent, even if he floated into outer space, he could survive without any pressure. This led to the shocking punch that just descended from the sky and directly killed that bag. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's anger surged. If he were to strike now, it was very likely that Vegeta, who wouldn't have time to react, would be killed on the spot. However, Vegeta was also an admirable warrior, and Jiang Chen wanted to defeat him honorably with his own strength. Vegeta was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. The battle power detector showed Jiang Chen's battle power as 53,876. And just now, for a moment, Vegeta seriously doubted if he was seeing things, as the detector flashed a number exceeding tens of thousands. He couldn't help but roar, "Who are you? Earthlings absolutely cannot have such a powerful battle power." Jiang Chen looked at Vegeta in the air and said coldly, "Sorry, I am a pure earthling." "What, an earthling? How is that possible?" Vegeta looked at his pitiful battle power, 18,327. He couldn't help but tremble all over.
I am the noble Scion Prince, with the purest Scion blood flowing in my body.
How could I, a Scion, be surpassed by an Earthling? Beasts, you all must die, all Earthlings on this planet must die. I will not allow such a powerful Earthling to exist. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, grinning. I understand, you must be a combat-type Earthling. In the universe, there are many races that produce one or two powerful warriors to defend their planets. As long as I kill you, there will be no one on this planet who can match me. I am a Scion, I am the strongest warrior in the universe. How could I be defeated by an Earthling in this small place? Damn it, I didn't want to use this ugly form, but you forced me. Soon, you will regret your actions. Vegeta condensed an energy ball in his palm, panting heavily. Although it consumes a lot of energy, as long as I successfully transform, I can kill this bald guy in front of me. Jiang Chen was shocked. Vegeta was going to transform into a great ape. He wanted to stop Vegeta. But with so many Blue Star Awakeners present, if he used heat vision to attack Vegeta, wouldn't he be completely exposed? Killing Vegeta with a serious punch wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen given Vegeta's current height. But in the future Dragon Ball world, Vegeta was an important figure at many points in time. Killing him would probably lead to a more chaotic storyline. With a slight hesitation, Vegeta had already thrown the energy ball in his palm into the air, then tightly clenched his fist. Come out, artificial moon. Bang! With a loud noise, a bright round moon appeared in the sky, shining as brightly as the sun. Vegeta looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes turning crimson, his body beginning to swell rapidly, growing countless thick black hairs. Repent, Earthling! The awakened ones watched helplessly as Vegeta transformed from a small dwarf into a giant ape. Already doubtful about life, they were suddenly filled with despair. What kind of monster is this? Can Scions still transform? He looks at least 10 times stronger than before. Quick, run! Help! Who will save us? As long as the awakened ones could still move, they exerted all their strength, even crawling, to escape from this place. At this moment, Bulma and Ning Tong arrived at the battlefield with Master Roshi, who asked Bulma with a serious expression, "What is the current power level of the Scion?" Bulma glanced at the combat power detector and reported a surprising number, 110,864. With Vegeta's transformation complete, he had become a giant ape over 20 meters tall, and his power level had surpassed 100,000. Jiang Chen looked at the giant ape in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Vegeta, as a member of the Scion royal bloodline, not only experienced a massive increase in power after transforming into a giant ape but also retained his sanity. Unlike some Scions who, after transforming, completely lost their minds and even trampled their own grandfathers. Far away in King Kai's realm, Son Goku suddenly sneezed. Strange, I'm already dead, why am I sneezing? Vegeta looked down on Jiang Chen's bald head with contempt. Earthling, your strength has earned my respect, I will use all my power to kill you. After transforming into a giant ape, my power level can increase tenfold. Although I lost some energy just now creating an artificial moon, it is still far beyond what you can handle. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Although he was not as strong as Vegeta in his regular state, when he used Master Roshi's serious punch, he could instantly unleash several times his attack power. If necessary, he also had the form of Superman's steel body. Although Vegeta was very powerful after transforming, he still had many cards up his sleeve that he hadn't used. Jiang Chen realized that if he continued to fight, he would have to go all out, which wouldn't be appropriate in front of so many awakened individuals. He could cover up his super strength, but once he revealed his superhuman talent, there would be no turning back. He said to Vegeta, "Let's change the battlefield, I can't unleash my full power here." Although Vegeta was evil, his pride was very high. Before killing Jiang Chen, he also disdained to attack others. From the battle between Bardock and the Dragon Ball warriors just now, he could see that Vegeta had a kind of obsessive dedication to fighting. The giant ape grinned. "Alright, don't think you can escape. If you run, I will kill everyone on this planet." Jiang Chen didn't waste any more words. He slowly crouched down, his white cape fluttering without wind, and then Jiang Chen turned into a yellow light and flew away directly. Vegeta followed closely behind, and his giant ape form could also fly, with his massive size not affecting his agility at all. The pure Scion bloodline indeed had its wonders. As Jiang Chen, Vegeta, and the Dragon Ball warriors left, the awakened ones finally came to their senses. The students of Hua country gathered together and began to discuss. Damn, was that man just now the famous bald, white-faced Derank awakened individual? Although he turned white, as a senior fan of Hua country's good abs, I can confirm that it's him. And his talent is now at B2 level. Didn't they say his strength was all thanks to his female companion Ning Tong? Use your brains, guys. The strength Jiang Chen showed just now, even an 8th tier powerhouse couldn't beat him. With this kind of strength, Why would he need an awakened individual of the 4th tier to enhance it? Yeah, now that you mention it, I clearly sense something abnormal. I suddenly had a terrible idea. Could it be that Jiang Chen, he has always been super strong? Did you notice that Jiang Chen descended from the sky, killed that bald scion, and Ning Tong arrived at the scene several minutes later? I also noticed, at that time I was still wondering why only Jiang Chen came. Damn, it seems that the truth is about to come out, that is, Jiang Chen is actually the strongest one, and now he has far surpassed the 8th order level. Damn, this is earth-shattering news. I wonder if we can survive and bring this news back. Everyone pretend not to know, don't turn back and die in the hands of the science, and be silenced by Jiang Chen. Yes, pretend to have amnesia, didn't see anything. The students from Huagua, afraid that students from other countries would provoke Jiang Chen, beat them all to death in the spiritual realm. So they mobilized instantly, pulling students from various countries, gesturing with broken English, telling them not to show any abnormalities in front of Jiang Chen, as if they had all lost their memory. Although Ren Peng and Tang Yu were hiding on the outskirts of the battlefield, they were also discovered. Wan Rui was still standing there, pulling the collar of her shirt with both hands, preparing to attract Jiang Chen's attention. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly flew away, and Ning Tong followed the Dragon Ball warriors. This immediately deprived her of the opportunity to show off her impressive chest. Wan Rui was dumbfounded. If I go all out now, I wonder if I can summon Jiang Chen back. Ren Peng and Zhang Xinghe looked regretful and blamed her. Look, if you had been more straightforward just now everyone is exposed, even if you go all out, it's no use. The student who informed them of the news couldn't help but stare at Wan Rui, took a few more glances. What are you doing, this short-haired girl? Is her talent to shoot energy waves with her boobs? Didn't use it during the battle just now showing off her big waves, what's the use? Forget it, can't control that much. He quickly instructed everyone to pretend to have amnesia, not to let Jiang Chen notice any abnormalities before entering the 4th spirit realm, and informed a few people. Ren Peng and the others looked strange. You can inform others, but if you inform Jiang Chen's classmates, aren't you afraid we'll report you? But they had already mastered the essence of survival, and all of them immediately said, don't worry, we understand, we won't tell that bald man. After the people left, Ren Peng asked Tang Yu and Wan Rui, now looking at it, it really doesn't seem reasonable. Jiang Chen's strength has already surpassed the 8th order level by far. Even if Ning Tong is strong, it's impossible for her to boost Jiang Chen to this level, right? Tang Yu nodded, her face full of relief. He's too powerful. Fortunately we retreated early last time, otherwise we might have been roasted and eaten by Jiang Chen. It's possible, he's definitely not human, no one can be that powerful. Zhang Xinghe hesitated. Lan Ge won't do anything to us, right? If there's a chance, we should still remind him, otherwise, when we return to the real world, he might be at a disadvantage. Ren Peng said. If Jiang Chen really has this kind of strength now, I'm afraid when he returns to Blue Star, he won't need to hide anymore. Several people nodded in understanding. Indeed, if Jiang Chen really has this kind of strength, on Blue Star, he is already invincible. Wan Rui was still holding the front of her shirt, looking confused. Along with gaining a certain talent, she also lost some aptitude. Wan Rui asked Ren Peng foolishly, do I still need to go all out? Ren Peng nodded. When there are fewer people, you should still go all out. Lan Ge likes to see this. After he's done watching, the 4 of us should be safe. Vegeta followed behind Jiang Chen, and after dozens of kilometers, he keenly noticed that Jiang Chen couldn't fly. This discovery immediately excited Vegeta. So you can't fly, then you're doomed, Baldy. Jiang Chen saw a vast wilderness, with hills and forests scattered all around. He stood on top of a hill, quietly waiting for Vegeta to arrive. A dozen seconds later, Vegeta's giant ape form floated in the air, far away from Jiang Chen. He chuckled. Although I don't know why you can't fly, with just this one weakness, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Vegeta condensed a huge energy cannon in his mouth and sprayed it towards Jiang Chen from the air. Jiang Chen coldly smiled, his eyes turning red, then shot out 2 red beams that fiercely collided with Vegeta's massive energy cannon, creating a deafening sound. Bang! The huge airflow blew the approaching Dragon Ball warriors off their feet, making it difficult for them to move. Bulma was lucky to be with Ning Tong, hiding in a concealed space to avoid being blown away. Everyone was extremely shocked, wondering what had happened, as just the aftermath of the collision had such great power. Could scions be so powerful after transforming into giant apes? They were filled with deep concern, wondering if Jiang Chen could withstand this level of power. Vegeta was surprised to see his energy cannon being neutralized by the red beam shot from Jiang Chen's eyes, and he smirked. With this ability, are you still calling yourself an Earthling? It doesn't matter, can you withstand one, can you withstand them all?
He gathered countless energy waves in his hands and began indiscriminately bombing the area where Jiangchen was located. The hard rocky ground, under Vegeta's bombardment, cracked open like water, creating large holes and causing the ground to tremble, with dust flying up.
For a moment, bang bang bang, the sound of huge explosions echoed from afar.
Awakening warriors from the eastern capital, dozens of kilometers away, could tell from the sound and intense ground vibrations that the battle in the distance was extremely fierce.
Everyone couldn't help but have one thought. Damn it, why is Jiangchen so powerful? Can he really fight against the giant monster after the Scion transformation?
Who is he, and why, as a freshman, is the gap so huge? With his current strength, he could dominate the entire Blue Star.
As fellow students, are you a bit too strong?
Under Vegeta's bombardment, Jiangchen continuously fought back with heat rays, neutralizing the energy waves. Although Vegeta's move couldn't hurt him, it still made Jiangchen furious.
Alright, let's play like this.
Jiangchen took advantage of the smoke and dust for cover, exerted force with his legs, turned into a yellow lightning, and leaped high from the ground. Vegeta was enjoying his bombardment when suddenly he saw a yellow figure appear in front of him, followed by a fist that kept getting bigger in front of his eyes. Although Jiangchen's fist was not much bigger than a peanut in comparison to his current size, Vegeta seemed to see the word death constantly enlarging in front of him. In a hurry, Vegeta could only raise his arms to defend in front of his eyes.
With a thud, a muffled sound, Vegeta's huge body was hit and pushed back thousands of meters in the air.
Under Jiang Chen's blow, the left arm of the giant ape completely shattered, causing intense pain and large beads of sweat to form on Vegeta's head.
He roared in anger. Damn it, I am the noble Scion Prince, how dare you hurt me? This planet, along with you, is not necessary to exist, both of you should die. Vegeta clenched his fists, flew rapidly towards the sky, and stood in midair, starting to gather energy slowly. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, understanding that Vegeta wanted to explode the Earth's core, turning the Earth into cosmic dust. With his current combat power in giant ape form, Vegeta truly had the power to destroy a planet.
Vegeta's altitude was too high for Jiang Chen to attack him by leaping. Just now, a round of shooting with Vegeta also consumed his mental power sharply. Jiang Chen wanted to activate the heat vision again, but suddenly felt a void in his mind. He staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Damn it, his mental power was still too low.
It would be great if there was a sun in the mental time room. As Vegeta finished charging, a huge energy wave flew straight down from the sky. Master Wutian saw the danger and shouted lowly, his muscles bulging, emitting the Turtle School's energy wave to resist Vegeta's energy wave. Other Dragon Ball warriors, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, also released energy waves to fight against Vegeta's Gallic Gun together. But the power gap was too large, and it was futile. Vegeta's base battle power after transforming into a giant ape exceeded 100,000, and the energy wave that condensed all his strength showed a value of 160,000 on Bulma's battle power detector. Although everyone tried their best, the Gallic Gun was still approaching Jiang Chen at a very fast speed, seemingly about to turn Jiang Chen and the earth into dust.
Jiang Chen shouted to Bulma, "Senzu beans, do we have any senzu beans left?"
The senzu beans given to him by Korin had long been eaten, and he didn't have any senzu beans on hand now. Bulma heard his call and shook her head helplessly. The senzu beans in her hand had been used up to save the Dragon Ball warriors just now. Despair was written all over Bulma's beautiful eyes.
Jiang Chen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, was he really going to stop here?
If the Dragon Ball Earth was destroyed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun, he wouldn't die immediately. But Ningtong and all the humans on the Dragon Ball Earth would definitely not survive, and even he would never be able to return to the Blue Star, being left completely in the fourth spirit realm, drifting alone in space. At this moment, a soft and steady voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind.
Jiang Chen, I am Son Goku. I have been watching over you. Only you can save the Earth now.
Try the Turtle School's energy wave again.
You can do it. Jiang Chen raised his head, looked at the approaching huge energy wave, and clenched his fists.
Brother Goku, I have tried millions of times but still can't launch the Turtle School's energy wave.
It's too late. Son Goku's firm voice rang out.
No, Jiang Chen, your strength is very powerful. The Turtle School's energy wave is easy for you. All you lack is a seed. Try again, trust me. Hearing Son Goku's words, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became resolute, because he couldn't afford to lose. He had Ningtong behind him, the awakened ones from the Blue Star, and countless living beings on the Dragon Ball Earth.
He couldn't lose, and he wouldn't. He inherited the talents of Saitama and Superman.
As a successor of the two great Supermen, he wouldn't allow himself to have any thoughts of retreat or defeat.
Fight on, if unsuccessful, then die with honor.
Jiang Chen slowly placed his hands on his waist and muttered, Turtle School energy
Wave.
Master Wutian looked at Jiang Chen with a positive gaze, followed by Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Gohan.
Gohan seemed to see a familiar figure in Jiang Chen. Dad. Gohan's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Come on, Jiang Chen.
Bulma shouted loudly from a distance, followed by, if you win, I'll show you me wearing a thong. Hearing this, Jiang Chen almost lost his breath. He roared, come out. But his palm remained motionless. Seeing Vegeta's energy wave about to hit his head, Son Goku said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, let me help you.
All you lack is an opportunity.
At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to enter a mysterious space. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and beneath him was a pool of water. He seemed weightless, gently floating on the water. Ripples spread across the surface of the water. In the air, there were the virtual images of Master Chi-Yu and Da Chao, connected to him by two beams of light. As Sun Wukong spoke, a virtual image entered Jiang Chen's body, and next to Master Chi-Yu and Da Chao, there appeared the virtual image of Kakarot. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like something was sprouting in his heart. In the water pool, he opened his eyes abruptly, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The next moment, his spirit and energy merged perfectly. His outwardly restless aura suddenly became smooth and rounded. Next, between Jiang Chen's hands, a ball of light slowly took shape, gradually growing larger and brighter.
It's done, I finally learned the Turtle School's key technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes.
In this Dragon Ball world, he had put in arduous efforts. In addition to training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he tirelessly practiced the Turtle School's key technique. For over 2 years, he had tried millions of times without ever thinking of giving up. And now, all the sacrifices had finally paid off. As the ball of light grew larger, Jiang Chen felt as if he was holding a heavy burden in his hands. He gritted his teeth and fiercely pushed out the Turtle School's key technique towards Vegeta's Gallic gun. A beam of light, thicker and larger than anything present, fiercely collided with Vegeta's Gallic gun beam, emitting a violent sound. Boom! Under the collision of the two massive energies, a huge shockwave instantly erupted, rapidly sweeping across the entire Dragon Ball Earth. Even the awakened ones dozens of kilometers away were knocked down by this shockwave. They got up and saw two huge energies in the sky tightly clashing. Although they didn't know how Jiang Chen did it, just looking at the energy beams made their eyes sting. One could imagine the immense energy contained in the beams. Once this beam landed on Earth, everyone would inevitably turn into cosmic dust. Tang Yu clasped her hands together, silently praying for Jiang Chen. Brother Lon, you must win, I want to eat gorilla meat. Wan Rui buried her hands in her towering peaks, lowering her head. Brother Lon, if you win, I'll do something daring for you. Others also began to pray for Jiang Chen. Please, you must win, Jiang Chen. We want to return to planet Namek. Jiang Chen, defeat the Science. Jiang Chen, if you can come back alive, I'll have your children, non-stop, every year until death. The Dragon Ball warriors exerted all their strength to launch energy waves, helping Jiang Chen withstand Vegeta's Gallic gun. They looked at Jiang Chen with complex gazes. He had finally done it. Master Wutian was right. It really takes a life or death situation to fully unleash a person's potential. It's our fault for being too weak and not giving Jiang Chen any pressure. Ning Tong also couldn't help but feel complicated. She and Jiang Chen had studied the Turtle School style together, but in the end, only Jiang Chen persevered and succeeded. Thinking back to how Jiang Chen persevered in training every day, 365 days a year without a day off, not even during those days of discomfort, she realized that Jiang Chen's success today was not accidental. A man who is willing to work hard and has talent is truly handsome. Ning Tong glanced at Bulma cheering for Jiang Chen beside her and made up her mind, should she start preparing for a thong? It seems like she hadn't fully learned pole dancing last time, and now she had another strange goal. Ning Tong couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling so complicated. Although Jiang Chen successfully mastered the Turtle School's key manipulation technique, the situation on the field was not optimistic. In his anger, Vegeta unleashed his full power, with his combat power reaching an astonishing 110,000. Managing to withstand the combined energy of everyone. As the energy column slowly descended, Jiang Chen sensed the danger and let out a low growl, triggering his transformation into his Super Saiyan form, the Steel Body. With this transformation, Jiang Chen became the final straw that overwhelmed Vegeta, causing a massive energy wave to reverse and strike Vegeta, sending him flying out of the atmosphere. Vegeta roared, "You beasts, just you wait." He was then propelled out of Earth by the immense energy. The spaceship from the eastern capital detected his life-threatening situation and slowly floated up, transforming into a stream of light to follow Vegeta. Jiang Chen calmly retracted his Turtle School stance, giving a faint smile and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Being able to transform is truly great. Always having an ace up your sleeve,
using it unexpectedly to secure victory. As Vegeta was defeated, a voice echoed in the minds of all the awakened individuals. Timeline restoration successful, everyone begins to depart. Countdown 300, 299, 298. Jiang Chen's expression was complex.
Damn, Ling Jing, you're really shameless, pulling us out after using us. Spirit bomb, flight technique, key blast, instant transmission, I didn't even have time to learn them. But now, he knew it was futile to think about it further. Jiang Chen turned to look at Master Wu Tian, a hint of reluctance in his gaze.
Master Wu Tian, we're going back. Thank you for your guidance during these days. Master Wu Tian looked at Jiang Chen appreciatively. Very good, Jiang Chen, you've made some progress. When you return to your world, don't forget to continue your training. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and bowed to Master Wu Tian. I will never forget your teachings, Master Wu Tian. Master Wu Tian remained silent. If only Son Goku could see this scene. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. If things went as expected, the Dragon Ball warriors would head to Namek to find the Dragon Balls. Originally, it should have been Krillin who mentioned this, but this time, he had knocked out Nappa with one punch and sent Vegeta flying. Krillin seemed to have no chance to talk to Vegeta. If he didn't speak up, it was possible that Son Goku would spend the rest of his life at King Kai's place. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and decided to speak up. Actually, before you all arrived, I heard Vegeta say that Dend, a Namekian, could grant immortality if Earth's Dragon Balls couldn't be used. If that fails, he will go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and achieve immortality. Master Wu Tian widened his eyes in excitement. So, what do you mean? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, I suspect that there may be Dragon Balls on Namek that can grant wishes, which could be the method to revive Goku. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a voice echoed in the minds of the Dragon Ball warriors. Hello everyone, it's been a while. I am Son Goku. I heard Jiang Chen's words, and I asked King Kai to confirm, Namek does exist, and there are dense kin there. Jiang Chen's method should work. The Dragon Ball warriors erupted in cheers. Krillin looked at Jiang Chen with eager eyes. Jiang Chen, can you stay a little longer? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling his body gradually fading away, leaving this world. But it was hard to say, maybe in the future, he would return to the world of Dragon Ball, or maybe not. However, the thought of the formidable Emperor Frieza made Jiang Chen a bit nervous. Even at the level of a blue star, he was no match for Frieza. He said to Krillin, Senior Krillin, if circumstances allow, I will definitely come back. Jiang Chen felt that he didn't have much time left in this world, so he waved to everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Namek is very dangerous, so make sure to be fully prepared before going. With a flash, he jumped to Bulma's side and said, Bulma, let me borrow your scouter next time. Can you give it to me? Bulma was puzzled, as she didn't understand why Jiang Chen didn't like briefs but liked glasses. But without asking further, she quickly took off the scouter and handed it to Jiang Chen in a fluster. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have made more. I've already designed the blueprints. Jiang Chen took the scouter, held Ning Tong's hand, and jumped away with her, saying from afar, Goodbye, everyone. We'll meet again in the future. Finding a secluded place, Jiang Chen quickly transformed his battle suit into a small ring and handed it to Ning Tong along with the scouter. Ning Tong sneakily glanced at Jiang Chen's strong physique, thinking that his superhuman form was more sexy and powerful. His muscles were more developed, and his figure was more explosive. Her hand directly reached out to touch him. Jiang Chen's face stiffened as he had forgotten to change back to his bald form. Oh no, his steel body was exposed to Ning Tong, who even dared to touch him. Ning Tong covered her mouth and giggled, giving him a playful look. Alright, I won't let you lose out. Her clothes slowly disappeared, leaving only a briefs. Ning Tong struck a perfect S pose, forming a heart shape on her ample chest. Love you. Jiang Chen's nose instantly started bleeding. Oh my, Ning Tong, what are you up to? Murdering your husband. Jiang Chen fought Vegeta for less than half a day. As there were no awakeners returning from the fourth spirit realm, rumors were flying all over Blue Star. The fourth spirit realm has completely collapsed, and all students have died. The Spirit Realm Management Bureau should take primary responsibility for the continuous anomalies in the spirit realm. Under the surging pressure of public opinion, Zhang Nanping's forehead wrinkled with worry as he repeatedly called Ning Jingxin. Old Ning, haven't they come out yet? How can I not be anxious? Several children of the country's high-level leaders are inside, and the pressure is immense. Alright, inform me immediately if there's any news. Zhang Nanping put down his phone and looked at the data on the spirit realm detector. The reason he kept calling old Ning tirelessly was not due to any ill feelings towards him. It was because the spirit realm detector, which had been silent, suddenly displayed a set of scores. Ning Tong, Jiang Chen, 100 million.
Everyone else had a score of 0. Zhang Anping counted several times, and indeed, there were 8 zeros after the 1. Last time in the third spirit realm, it was over 10 million, but this time, they had directly reached 1 billion. Very good, this was all thanks to Ning Tong and Zhang Chen. If it weren't for the repeated warnings from the senior experts at the Hua Science Institute, Zhang Anping would have wanted to go over and slap them right now. Look at this, they said there was no problem. Is this a normal score that the equipment can display? In the past, even if exaggerated, others still had some points. This time, all others didn't show any scores, only Zhang Chen and Ning Tong with a score of 1 billion. What, did Zhang Chen and Ning Tong go to the spirit realm to conquer it? Were the others just eating dirt in the spirit realm? But recalling the painful experiences of being slapped in the face in the previous 2 times, Zhang Anping suppressed his anger. However, it also indirectly verified that the students in the 4th spirit realm were not all wiped out. At least Zhang Chen and Ning Tong were still alive and seemed to be doing well. That's why he called old Ning every minute. Lao Ning was also annoyed by his harassment, but he held back because Zhang Anping had invested in several small targets for him. Otherwise, he would have exploded on Zhang Anping long ago. He was raging inside. Why are you in such a hurry? Constantly urging me, as if your wife is having a difficult childbirth. Am I not in a hurry? My school has these 6 promising students, and none of them have emerged yet. Just urging me won't help. You just invested a bit of money, acting like a big shot. If it doesn't work out, I can calculate it as shares for you. Lao Ning still didn't have the courage to confront Zhang Anping. He always remembered the last words of Ning Tong's mother. Take good care of Tong Tong, don't let her suffer. For this reason, he resolutely gave up his awakened identity to become an ordinary person, just to take care of his daughter and live a peaceful life together. This was his greatest wish. But he didn't expect that things would go against his wishes. Ning Tong secretly found the awakening stone. Once you step onto the path of the awakened, you must proceed without hesitation, moving forward courageously. He knew Ning Tong had a knot in her heart that she couldn't untie. Otherwise, she wouldn't insist on awakening the S0 talent, the power of space, and successfully awaken it once. Is all of this fate? While pondering, Lao Ning suddenly noticed a teleportation circle emitting bursts of light, and his eyes widened. Ah, could it be, they are finally coming back. Heaven bless, Tong Tong must be safe and sound. As the light increased, the teleportation circle revealed 6 figures in an orderly manner. Lao Ning was overjoyed to see that they all came out, which was great. They all seemed unharmed. Wait, why did Zhang Chen suddenly become a pretty boy? Although he was still bald, he seemed to have become fairer and more handsome. Lao Ning quickly grabbed Rin Pang and asked him, what happened? Tell me quickly, why did it take so long for you to come out? Ren Peng kept looking back at Zhang Chen, as if he was looking at a prehistoric monster. The other classmates quickly moved away from the teleportation circle, as if Zhang Chen and Ning Tong were terrifying. Ren Peng's lips trembled, his eyes full of fear. Zhang Chen, he's really not human. Zhang Chen, who was still reminiscing about Ning Tong's heart-shaped car lights, was suddenly speechless when he heard Ren Peng's words. What's going on? Just because he reached the 4th spiritual realm, why is everyone saying I'm not human? I'm a pure earthling, okay? Ren Peng grabbed Ning Jingxin's hand and excitedly said to Lao Ning, Zhang Chen fought with a gorilla. The momentum was so great that it could have blown up the entire planet. Lao Ning touched Ren Peng's forehead. You're not feverish, why are you talking nonsense? How could there be a gorilla in the 4th spiritual realm? He thought Ren Peng was scared silly in the spiritual realm and turned his gaze to the more stable Zhang Xinghe. Xinghe, you tell me, what exactly happened? The 7-foot-tall man, Zhang Xinghe, was even more absurd. His legs went weak, and he was one step away from wetting himself out of fear. He plopped down on the ground. With a look of fear on his face, he looked at Zhang Chen. Lan Ge, please don't kill me. I swear, I didn't see anything. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Zhang Chen had to step forward to stabilize the situation. Ahem, you all have misunderstood me. The me in the spiritual realm is no longer just me, or rather, not just me. Tang Yu's mouth fell open in shock. Ah, then what were you at that time? A glint of light flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. I named it the divine dragon form. It was time for Zhang Chen to showcase his innate talent at the end of each spiritual realm. Zhang Chen cleared his throat, opened his eyes, and started fabricating stories. As soon as they entered the spiritual realm, he and Ning Tong encountered a monster attacking the citizens. He bravely fought the monster and gained the trust of the Dragon Ball warriors who came to support them. Through Dragon Ball Warrior, he saw the god of Dragon Ball World again, and the god felt that he was handsome and had extraordinary talent. At this point, Lao Ning and Ren Peng rolled their eyes together. So he was blessed with the power of Shenlong, and he was finally able to defeat the evil scion and save the fourth spirit realm, restoring the timeline of the fourth spirit realm. Ning Tong stood aside, suppressing a smile, listening to Jiang Chen's nonsense. That guy really talked a lot, with all the details. If she hadn't witnessed the whole thing with her own eyes, she might have believed it. Ning Tong, as Jiang Chen's strongest ally, was also amazed by Jiang Chen's eloquence. He was such a good storyteller that he would definitely be good at telling bedtime stories to children in the future. She had been worried before coming out, wondering how to cover up the events of the fourth spirit realm this time. After all, no matter how she exposed her strength, she couldn't match the combat power Jiang Chen displayed this time. Jiang Chen's battle with Vegeta this time was like a cow flying a plane, reaching an incredible level. During the final clash of energy waves, not only did everyone in the Dragon Ball world see it, but at least tens of thousands of awakened people nearby saw it clearly. And from the scene at that time, the only one who could compete head-on with Vegeta was Jiang Chen alone. Before returning, Ning Tong was too busy with her appearance to ask him what to do when he came back. But she didn't expect that this time Jiang Chen would directly push everything to the gods who had already merged with the flute. Seeing Rin Pang and Lao Ning still looking dumbfounded, Ning Tong quickly composed herself, pretending to listen attentively and occasionally nodding in agreement. Yes, that's right. Exactly, it was so thrilling at the time. Yes, just as Jiang Chen said. I didn't expect that after the gods strengthened Jiang Chen, he would become so powerful. Lao Ning listened to Jiang Chen's nonsense, his mouth wide open, beginning to doubt life. What? The combat power of the fourth spirit realm was so high? What? There are gods who can give others super strength. Is there really an alien gorilla that can destroy a planet with one move? How much did I miss out on back then? It seems like I experienced a fake spirit realm. After half an hour of storytelling, Jiang Chen's mouth was dry and he finally concluded his case. In the end, after going through all kinds of hardships, I finally saved the fourth spirit realm, also known as the Dragon Ball world. The power given to me by the gods was taken back when I left the fourth spirit realm. That's all there is to it. Ren Peng widened his eyes and tried to touch Jiang Chen's muscular arm. So, Lan Gu, are you now back to being a third-rate loser? Jiang Chen quickly nodded, giving Ren Peng a confirming look, saying yes. You can tell the reporters the same thing. He looked helpless, spread his hands, and said, yes, if I still had that strength, do I still need to be Loki? Just announce that our school is the #1 school in the world, okay? Lao Ning heard this and nodded in relief. This young man Jiang Chen is very conscientious, not in vain when I admitted him through special enrollment back then. My old eyes were really good back then, seeing people so accurately, picking out a piece of real gold from a pile of rubbish. After dealing with Lao Ning and his classmates, Jiang Chen focused on his attribute panel. He couldn't help but feel a wave of joy in his heart. This time, the fourth spirit realm was really rewarding. Although the fourth spirit realm was a bit more dangerous and challenging this time, it was truly worth it. His current attributes have changed to Constitution, 1222, plus 2190, Spirit, 1222 Strength, 1222, plus 2190, Agility, 1222, plus 2190, Potential Points, 2000 Talent 1, Saitama Talent 2, Superman Talent 3, Scion Talent Skill 1, Inside Eye Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3, Steel Body Talent Skill 4, Turtle School Qigong World Key, Dragon Ball World. The settlement of this spiritual realm made him dumbfounded at the time, not only providing 2000 potential points, but also providing a world key, and most absurdly, he actually obtained the Scion talent. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded at the time. Didn't I just learn the Turtle School Qigong? How did it become the Scion talent? What is the Scion talent? Does it double the attributes when on the brink of death? Or can it rapidly increase in the gravity room? Or transform into a giant ape on a full moon night? The talent manual never mentioned this talent. Jiang Chen had never heard anyone say that you could acquire talents in the spiritual realm. It seems that there are many secrets in the spiritual realm that are unknown to others. The sudden addition of the Scion talent made Jiang Chen very annoyed. It seems that he can only rely on himself to explore slowly in the future. What surprised him was that the additional attribute points provided by the time chamber did not disappear completely as he thought, they just turned gray. Jiang Chen realized that his strength did not receive the boost of additional attribute points, meaning that the gray additional attribute points do not work in the real world. However, the fact that the additional attribute points did not disappear means that if he has the opportunity to return to the Dragon Ball world, these additional attribute points will definitely come into play again, and he will once again possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen walked to a place where no one was around and tried to perform the Turtle School Qigong. With his deep voice, Turtle School Qigong, a light ball slowly formed between his hands.
Jiang Chen was delighted and quickly dispersed the Qigong wave.
Being able to perform the Turtle School Qigong in the real world means that he has completely mastered the Turtle Hermit School martial arts, and can now try practicing techniques like the Dance of the Sky and the Energy Slash. The Turtle Hermit School martial arts have become his third power. Potential points and the world key were not his main concern. Only the Turtle Hermit School martial arts were what Jiang Chen truly desired.
He, Jiang Chen.
Finally, outside of the talents of Master Saitama and Master Superman, he has found his own path. From now on, he has 3 forms: Jiang Chen Turtle Hermit School, One Punch Man Saitama form, Steel Body Superman form. Jiang Chen's power system has finally taken shape, forming a stable trinity structure. In nature, the triangle is a very stable shape, just like the triangular iron, triangular pants, love triangle, and 3-person sports. With Jiang Chen's 3 major forms in hand, no matter how vast the world is, he can go anywhere. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, feeling satisfied, and secretly gave himself a score of 99 for his performance just now. He didn't give himself a perfect score to avoid being arrogant. Next, he will wait for the reporters to swarm in, hold a press conference, interact with the beautiful female reporters, and feel the atmosphere of the sea. This way, the storm of the 4th spiritual realm will be completely calmed. Perfect, Jiang Chen thought confidently. As students gradually returned from various places, anxious parents and teachers eagerly approached them, asking what had happened. The students all had pale faces, as if they had seen the most terrifying monster in the world.
Trembling, they all involuntarily uttered a name. Jiang Chen. He's not human. He's a devil. Too powerful, don't provoke him, no one is his match. Why is this kind of monster a freshman?
When they left the spiritual realm, all the awakened heard the spiritual realm prompt. Dragon Ball World Timeline Repair completed. First place, Jiang Chen, Ning Tong, reward the key to the world, 2,000 potential points. And then there was no more. The other awakened, except for the 10 potential points staying for 2 months, did not give a single potential point to fight against the Science. Indeed, they had no face to ask for it. Besides seeing the Science, they basically spent their time in the spiritual realm lying down, which could be called a lying win. Zhang Anping also received the report for the first time. With a major change in the 4th spiritual realm, all the awakened were locked in the spiritual realm, and only by defeating the Science could they return to the real world. Outrageously, in the 4th spiritual realm, an enemy appeared so powerful that it could destroy a planet with one blow. What's even more outrageous is that these students actually said that Jiang Chen alone, only Jiang Chen, not Ning Tong. He alone defeated the Science, and the spiritual realm rewarded him and Ning Tong with the key to the spiritual realm and 2,000 potential points. The 4th spiritual realm has a star-destroying monster? Jiang Chen defeated such a monster alone? Zhang Anping couldn't help but smile. These classmates have quite an imagination. What is the key to the spiritual realm? Wait, where did he hear about this key to the spiritual realm? Zhang Anping rubbed his chin, full of doubt. He had been the director of the Spiritual Realm Management Bureau for almost 5 years, and he seemed to have heard of the key to the spiritual realm somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while, or he had heard it. While he was pondering, suddenly a staff member rushed in, panting, and shouted loudly, Director, big news, the 36th spiritual realm has been activated. What? Zhang Anping heard this and his face changed dramatically in an instant. The key to the spiritual realm, the 4th spiritual realm, the 36th spiritual realm. A flash of lightning suddenly crossed Zhang Anping's mind. He grabbed a closed-circuit phone on the table and urgently said, Ministry of National Defense? I'm Zhang Anping, please send troops to protect Sanjiang City University immediately. Yes, it's urgent. Outside Sanjiang City University, not far away in an office building, in a spacious and bright conference room, a dozen masked men in black gathered together, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, coldly looking at Sanjiang University not far away. When they saw the teleportation circle shimmering, 6 figures appeared in the teleportation circle, with a man wearing a mask with a feathered snake pattern leading the way, raising one arm, clenching his fist, and saying coldly, Confirm that the target has returned to reality. After dark, launch the attack, Sanjiang City University, leave no one behind. He paused for a moment. That bald guy, said to be the only inheritor, but he is a commuter student. When he leaves the school, take action, be sure to be steady and ruthless, strike first. There was a voice behind him sneering. The only inheritance? A D-level only inheritance, even if the hero himself is present, he is not a match for the dozen of us, right? Laughter filled the room instantly. Hee, the only inheritance. I really want to meet this only inheritance. Forget it, he has no other ability besides being bald. Did you watch the video of his talent grading last time? What seriousness with one punch, continuous normal attacks, it's hilarious. Ha, indeed, still have the face to say that, that's a talent skill, it's hilarious. The room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, with some even laughing obscenely.
Number 76, can't you set up a barrier?
I want to have some fun with the female university students, especially that Ning Tong, I really like her, hee hee. Another tall, thin-masked man also smirked. Then the male university students belong to me.
Remy frowned and said coldly,
get the job done first, then you can do whatever you want, just be careful not to expose your identity.
One of the masked men said,
what are you afraid of? If we anger them, slaughter the entire Sanjiang city, then bring in some fierce beasts, no one will be able to find out.
I'm getting impatient.
The killing intent in the room surged, suddenly. Several helicopters flew in from the sky, accompanied by tanks, boldly entering the city and surrounding Sanjiang City University. The people in the room were dumbfounded, and someone hesitated behind them.
What's going on? Have we been exposed?
The leader remained silent for a moment.
Are you an idiot? If we were exposed, what's the point of surrounding Sanjiang University? And just sending these troops over, what good would it do?
His eyes flickered as he ordered, check it out. I feel like the fourth spirit realm is acting up again. Every time these two enter the spirit realm, they cause trouble. After a while, an elderly voice behind him spoke slowly.
Just got the latest information through my puppet. Zhang Yanping, Yuling, and Su Hao will arrive in Sanjiang City in 2 hours. Should we continue with the plan?
Yuling and Su Hao are two of the three emperors of Huagua, the two strongest in Huagua. The pupils under Ri Mil's mask contracted sharply.
Why are the two emperors coming to this small place? Number 76, set up the barrier first. Yu Huang's true spiritual power has exceeded 10,000. We could easily be discovered by her.
Jiang Chen and Ning Tong waited for a while, but instead of a wave of journalists, they were met by border troops. They were immediately dumbfounded.
What's going on? Why are the troops here instead of the journalists?
Old Ning's expression turned serious.
Just then, his phone rang, and it was Zhang Anping on the line. Old Ning, the troops have arrived at the scene, right? Good, don't panic. I asked them to come to protect Jiang Chen and Ning Tong.
Ning Jingxin was puzzled.
Protect? What do they need protection for?
Zhang Anping said in a deep voice, I can't explain in a few words over the phone.
Let's talk when we meet. In about 2 hours, Yuling, Su Hao, and I will be there to see you. Let's talk then. I'll hang up for now.
After hanging up the phone, Ning Jingxin's face turned serious as he pondered.
Yuling, Su Hao are coming too. What are they coming for?
As a former 7th rank powerhouse, he had dealt with Yuling and Su Hao a few times before, and they had even cooperated in the spirit realm before, so they were considered acquaintances. He turned to look at Jiang Chen and Ning Tong.
Do you have something you haven't told me?
Hearing the principal's words, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong exchanged a discreet glance.
Ning Tong's heart skipped a beat. Oh, do I have to tell Dad about the thing with the car headlights before I came out? It's so embarrassing.
Jiang Chen, however, remained calm and carefully recalled. Right, it seems like the fourth spirit realm rewarded us with a world key.
I don't know what it's for. Principal, do you know what this thing is used for? The world key.
When old Ning heard this term, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn, you kid actually got the world key from the fourth spirit realm, and you're acting so nonchalant about it, you little. Old Ning suddenly understood why Zhang Anping, Yu Huang, and Su Huang were mobilizing to come to Sanjiang City University. As a former 7th rank powerhouse, he had heard about the world key very incidentally during a spirit realm experience. It was said to be a special reward given by the spirit realm to those recognized as awakeners, very rare. There were rumors in Huagua that the three emperors had achieved their current status only after obtaining the world key. He didn't know the specifics, as he was just a small fry compared to the three emperors, and didn't have access to many secrets.
But old Ning knew that this thing was extremely precious, its value immeasurable by money.
The owner of a key to the world, if nothing unexpected happens, will not fall halfway, and the future is a nailed 8-level powerhouse. He couldn't help but shake his head and said to Jiang Chen, I now doubt whether your awakening talent, kid, really has the effect of adding luck. Do you know how precious a key to the world is? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, my talent plus luck? Isn't it your daughter's talent that has the effect of adding luck? I don't think the key to the world is that precious. I only went through 4 spiritual realms and got one. When it comes to more than 30 spiritual realms, you can easily get 7 or 8 to play with. He said lightly. It's not that precious, I got one easily. Lao Ning couldn't help but glare at him fiercely, wanting to say something to him, but in the face of Jiang Chen's brilliant achievements, he, a good student who was above average in the past, couldn't think of anything to say.
Jiang Chen's wave of pretending is perfect. In the end, Lao Ning could only say in a deep voice, "The emperors of Hua country and Su country are coming soon, you two get ready, try to leave a good impression on them, build good relationships, and in the future, you can ask them for guidance on spiritual realms." When she heard that the emperors of Hua and Su were coming, Ning Tong's eyes widened suddenly, filled with excitement.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but yawn. He didn't need any guidance on spiritual realms at all. As a Blue Star Awakener, in terms of familiarity with spiritual realms, no one could surpass him. However, Lao Ning only explored up to the 26th spiritual realm back then, and he didn't know what the later spiritual realms were like. Even if Jiang Chen is familiar with the plot, he needs to know what the spiritual realm world is like in order to prepare in advance. Just like this time, the Book of Liu Bei brought into the spiritual realm was very helpful when he worshipped Master Kame Senin. So, there's nothing wrong with building good relationships with the two emperors. And Jiang Chen is also very interested in one thing. He really wants to know how the two emperors called out the hero's name during the awakening ceremony. There are still 2 hours before Zhang Anping and the others arrive, and Jiang Chen has nothing to do, so he takes off his clothes and starts the Saitama training method. Focused on training, he gradually becomes completely absorbed, with no distractions. Standing above the high clouds is a young man with white hair, 3 earrings hanging from one ear, and a slightly unrestrained smile always on his face. Beside him is a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with long hair, whom Jiang Chen should be able to recognize as the goddess Yui saw in the shelter a few months ago. The two are observing him from afar. 2 hours is the time it takes for Zhang Anping to arrive in Sanjiang City, not for Su Hao and Yu Ling to arrive. As 8-level powerhouses, they know that they will not take more than 3 hours to reach any place in Hua country. They arrived in Sanjiang City in just over half an hour while driving out the beast tied at the border. Su Hao observed for a while, raising his eyebrows. "I was a bit skeptical of him at first, but seeing his training method, I can confirm that he is an awakened with D-level talent. I become bald but stronger. What do you think, Yu Ling?" Yu Ling kept her eyes closed and did not answer immediately. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Although his potential is solid, it is not powerful, only at the 3rd level. The strongest potential in the school is still that girl, but she is only at the mid-level of the 4th level, so there is no hope in the short term. Since mastering the breath, Jiang Chen has habitually constrained his strength to the 3rd level. He was surprised to find that by doing so, his hunger came more slowly, combined with his superhuman talent. With the current rate of increase in hunger, he only needs to eat the flesh of a fierce beast every few days to satisfy his body's needs. But after the battle with Vegeta, he still needs to replenish a lot of nutrients. Su Hao's mouth curled into a playful smile. How did the two of them reach the key to the world with this level of ability? Could it be Ning Jingxin who has some secret? Yu Ling, back when you were a freshman, you didn't have a 4th order level, right? Don't be too harsh, give them some time, and another emperor will emerge in Huagua. Yu Ling's face showed displeasure. "I'm not being harsh, Su Hao, you also understand the current situation. If those hidden dangers erupt, Blue Star will face a crisis greater than ferocious beasts. There is not much time left for humanity. Even if her achievements in 5 years can far surpass mine, it's useless." Su Hao heard Yu Ling's words and also put away his smile, with a hint of emotion in his expression. "Humans walking through that door see no hope. Is it really that the heavens want to destroy us?" After saying this, both of them lost interest in conversation, closed their eyes, floated in midair, and quietly waited for Zhang Anping's plane to arrive. Jiang Chen exercised while pondering how to allocate these 2,000 potential points. If the additional attributes of the Dragon Ball world could be used in the real world, he would definitely allocate them all to Spirit without hesitation. With a total of over 12,000 points in total attributes, he didn't believe he couldn't fly. However, it was a pity that the additional attributes cultivated in the Spirit Time Room seemed to only take effect when he returned to the Dragon Ball world. His 4 attributes were currently very balanced, so in the end, Jiang Chen evenly distributed the potential points among the 4 attributes. His final attributes became Constitution 1722 plus 2190, Spirit 1722, Strength 1722 plus 2190, Agility 1722 plus 2190, Potential Points 0, Talent 1, Saitama Talent 2, Superman Talent 3, Scion Talent Skill 1, Penetrating Ice Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3, Steel Body Talent Skill 4, Turtle School Qigong Key to the World, Dragon Ball World excluding temporary attribute points. Jiang Chen's 4 real attributes now totaled over 6,500 points, and in another month or two, he would be able to surpass the 8,000 mark. Unfortunately, despite his 4 attributes exceeding 1,700 points, Jiang Chen still couldn't fly. But this time, he wasn't in a hurry. With the mystery of chi in his grasp, he could fly using the sky dance technique. Lost in thought, suddenly Wan Rui bounced over to him. Jiang Chen swore she really walked, but it felt like she bounced out.
Is there something you need? Jiang Chen curiously asked Wan Rui.
Wan Rui lowered her head, clasped her front collar with both hands, and blushing, said, Brother Lan, I made a wish in the fourth spirit realm. If you can defeat the Scion and help me return to the real world alive, I will take a risk. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably strange. What risk was she talking about? Then he saw two figures jump out in front of him, Wan Rui's parents, shining like two suns, burning his eyes.
Ah, my eyes, what did I see?
Jiang Chen was stunned, and his nosebleed slowly flowed down. Although he knew Wan Rui had some secrets, he didn't expect it to be this revealing.
At least it was above an F, and there was no sagging at all.
The effect of peeking with penetrating eyes normally and the effect when released were completely different, not even in the same league. After a while of Wan Rui taking a risk, she quickly covered her chest and blushing like a monkey's but flew away like the wind. Come here, there's a female pervert. Jiang Chen wiped his nosebleed with satisfaction, feeling content. I have accumulated good deeds throughout my life, and this is the blessing I deserve. Originally, the fourth spirit realm was already a huge harvest for him, and with this love welfare giveaway, he was simply making a fortune. Wan Rui, this girl, has a grateful heart, and she can be focused on in the future. He studied hard all year round, causing great damage to his eyes. Occasionally doing eye massages was very effective in maintaining eye vision. It made him realize what it means for one mountain to be higher than another.
He deeply understood the meaning of inclusiveness. The current young girls seem to have excessive nutrition.
With Wan Rui's storage capacity, giving birth to 10 in one litter is not a problem. The two 8th order powerhouses in the sky also noticed this scene, and were all stunned.
Yu Ling couldn't help but smile.
Su Hao, it seems that this kid is much more popular than you were back then. Su Hao felt challenged in terms of his looks, but had to admit it silently. This kid does look a little more handsome than me. It's normal for him to be favored by girls.
Are all female college students developing so well these days?
Yu Ling gave him a look and said in a deep voice, Zhang Anping is here, let's go down.
Zhang Anping's helicopter, after a long flight, finally arrived over Sanjiang University.
As it was descending slowly, the entire aircraft was suddenly enveloped in a green light. Everything inside the aircraft seemed to be frozen in an instant, placed gently on the ground without stirring up any dust. Zhang Anping was directly teleported out of the cabin and gently placed on the ground. The old Ning who was welcoming him was stunned. What kind of trick was Zhang playing this time? Zhang Anping regained his mobility and, seeing the expression on old Ning's face, he awkwardly coughed. Two people slowly descended from the air and stood beside him. They were Yu Ling and Su Hao. Yu Ling saw Zhang Anping's embarrassment and explained, you were descending too slowly, so I helped you a bit. Although Zhang Anping was a 6th order powerhouse and the director of the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, he could only smile awkwardly in front of Yu Ling.
Thank you for your help, I'm really sorry.
Yu Ling and Su Hao nodded at old Ning.
Ning War God, nice to see you again.
Old Ning also humbly replied, in front of you and Su Huang, I dare not claim the title of War God.
It's rare that you two still remember me. It was clear that Yu Ling had a very dominant and proactive personality.
She straightforwardly said, let's find a place to talk, and Jiang Chen and Ning Tong should come too. Old Ning led everyone to his office, and after closing the door, Zhang Anping said to Ning Tong, for safety reasons, Ning Tong, please use your abilities as you did last time.
The following conversation involves some top-secret information.
Ning Tong nodded, and a blue light flashed in her eyes, gradually enveloping the room in a void of blue. Yu Ling couldn't help but sigh, the last time I saw this ability was 5 years ago. Without further ado, Jiang Chen, Ning Tong, I want to confirm if you obtained the key of the world in the 4th spirit realm.
Jiang Chen nodded.
Since the spirit realm had issued a public notice, there was no point in hiding it. Besides, he could take this opportunity to understand the role of the key of the world. Yu Ling continued, very well, Jiang Chen, I heard that you single-handedly fought a star-level monster in the 4th spirit realm. If you were to enter the 36th spirit realm, could you still display the same level of strength? Jiang Chen was puzzled.
What? The 36th spirit realm? Wasn't it said that the spirit realms could only be entered one after another in order? Why suddenly ask me about the 36th spirit realm? Is there a connection between the 36th and 4th spirit realms?
He voiced his doubts. Yu Ling smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry for being too hasty and not explaining things clearly. Let me start from the beginning and explain the mechanism of the spirit realms in detail. This will also help you in your future exploration of the spirit realms. After pondering for a moment, Yu Ling continued, the spirit realms can be seen as independent worlds, but some of them are interconnected. Just like the 6th spiritual realm you are about to enter, along with the 12th spiritual realm and the 18th spiritual realm, they are all part of the same world, but they exist in different time periods. If you obtain the world key of the 6th spiritual realm, you can skip the intermediate spiritual realms and directly enter the 12th spiritual realm and the 18th spiritual realm.
That's the function of the world key. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding.
It turns out that he has obtained the pass to the Dragon Ball world.
We originally thought that the 4th spiritual realm was a separate world.
However, when you repaired the timeline of the 4th spiritual realm, the 36th spiritual realm, which had been closed off, was suddenly fully activated. It is highly probable that the 4th spiritual realm and the 36th spiritual realm are the same world. And now, Wang Zongshu, one of the 3 emperors, whom we call Uncle Wang, urgently needs to enter the 36th spiritual realm, or he will completely lose his gifted power. Jiang Chen heard the title of the last of the 3 emperors for the first time, called Wang Zongshu, and couldn't help but wonder.
Uncle Wang has already conquered the 36th spiritual realm? Is he also one of the 3 emperors? Why have I never heard of him before? Yu Ling nodded.
Uncle Wang was one of the first humans to naturally come into contact with the talent stones. He has been stuck at the peak of the 8th rank for a long time, unable to progress further due to that restriction.
Uncle Wang's situation is quite special.
He can appear, but only for a short time, so he will only act at critical moments.
Jiang Chen pondered for a moment.
If the 36th spiritual realm is indeed as Yu Ling described, activated only after passing through the 4th spiritual realm, then there must be a necessary connection between the 4th and 36th spiritual realms. Therefore, the world of the 36th spiritual realm is likely the Namek saga of the Dragon Ball world. In that case, the final boss that the 36th spiritual realm will face is Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, with a combat power value of up to 120 million in his 3rd transformation. All the awakened beings on Earth combined wouldn't stand a chance against him, even if he were to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 10 years. However, the correct way to pass through the 36th spiritual realm is probably to first collect the Dragon Balls, revive Son Goku, use the heavenly ritual to trigger Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, and finally have Son Goku face Frieza one-on-one. Otherwise, the 36th spiritual realm will be hell for everyone, or whoever goes in will die. In front of Frieza, all the 8th and 9th rank awakened beings would be as fragile as paper. An 8th rank awakened being probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Captain Jinyu under Frieza's command. Yu Ling keenly noticed Jiang Chen's abnormality and asked him, so we came here to inquire about what exactly happened in the 4th spiritual realm.
With our 8th rank strength, is there a possibility of survival in the 36th spiritual realm? Jiang Chen's straightforward answer made everyone present feel heavy-hearted. No chance. Everyone on Earth, one by one, will die if they enter. Suha was shocked and asked Jiang Chen, why do you say that? Jiang Chen had to repeat the nonsense he had told old Ning and the others on the way back, and added at the end, I heard they are going to Namek to find a way to revive their companions, but I heard from a deity that he sensed a powerful enemy on Namek, even stronger than the Science I defeated. Jiang Chen silently calculated in his mind and continued, 1,000 times stronger. What, 1,000 times stronger? Everyone present was stunned, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief, including Ning Tong.
At this moment, she thought to herself, Jiang Chen, you've really exaggerated this time, and I can't help you cover it up. But what everyone didn't know was that Jiang Chen wasn't just making things up. Frieza's 3rd form, with a power level of 120 million, is indeed 1,000 times higher than Vegeta's giant ape form, which is only tens of thousands. Such a huge power gap cannot be solved by just a breakthrough on the spot. Of course, Scions are an exception to this kind of power gap. Even Son Goku had to undergo intense training in the gravity room, use the Kaioken technique, and with some fortuitous events, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza.
Suha pondered for a moment and asked Yu Ling, if what Jiang Chen said is correct, with Uncle Wang's talent, is there a slim possibility?
Yu Ling thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure either, we can only ask Uncle Wang himself.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, what is Uncle Wang's talent, that can instantly boost him so much? Yu Ling nodded and said, Uncle Wang's talent is very powerful.
In fact, he is the pillar of the Hua Kingdom. You will also become the backbone of the Hua Kingdom in the future, so it's fine to reveal a bit. She paused and continued, his awakened talent is ranked 18th in the S rank, the angrier, the stronger, which can boost himself hundreds or thousands of times in a short period of time. However, there is a side effect, he will turn into a big, green monster. Jiang Chen understood when she mentioned a big, green monster, that it was the talent of the Green Giant, right? If it's the complete version of the Green Giant, it can evolve to the level of World Destroyer, which is indeed very powerful. But if he were to face Frieza,
it would probably be a dead end. And Jiang Chen also didn't believe that this Uncle Wang could develop the Green Giant's talent to the limit, reaching the level of World Destroyer. He shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm afraid not. I have been strengthened by gods before. At that time, my strength had already surpassed the 8th Order Strong of the Blue Star, the ultimate boss of the 36th spiritual realm, and was 1,000 times stronger than my Shenlong state." The people in the room fell silent immediately. Being 1,000 times stronger than the 8th Order Strong, it would probably be a dead end for anyone to face him. Su Hao said solemnly, "We can only truthfully inform Uncle Wang of the situation and let him decide for himself. It's fine not to enter, at least he can live out the rest of his life peacefully." Yu Ling nodded, "That's fine. It's just that losing Uncle Wang as a top combat force may make the Divine Punishment Organization restless." When Jiang Chen heard the words Divine Punishment, he became concerned. He hesitated and asked, "What is the relationship between Uncle Wang and the Divine Punishment Organization?" To be honest, we have encountered the killers of the Divine Punishment Organization several times in the spiritual realm. Yu Ling glanced at Ning Tong and showed a knowing expression. She said, "The strongest member of the Divine Punishment Organization, named Gabriel, is like Uncle Wang, both are top-tier 8th Order Strong, the first batch of natural awakeners. They have always feared Uncle Wang, which is why they dare not expand openly within the Hua Kingdom." Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask again, "According to what you're saying, Uncle Wang is the strongest in the Hua Kingdom, right? How is the talent ranking determined?" Yu Ling nodded. "Uncle Wang is indeed the strongest in the Hua Kingdom, but his outburst comes at a great cost, so he hasn't been ranked for his talent for a long time. At our level, talent ranking is no longer important. As you develop your talent abilities, you can faintly perceive the names and preferences of the heroic lineage. Just like me, I only recently discovered that my talent hero is called Dragon Whirlwind." Jiang Chen understood that they gradually sensed the true names of heroes as they developed their talent abilities, and he directly revealed the true name of the hero, which was a step in the right direction, skipping the gradual process of getting to know each other. Jiang Chen had another question. "Miss Yu, what was the name of the hero you called when you awakened your talent back then?" Yu Ling's face suddenly became somewhat unnatural. In the talent manual back then, it was recorded as a green-haired little girl who doesn't wear underwear. I felt it was not very elegant, so I changed it to a green-haired female hero with both beauty and strength. Jiang Chen understood, and he couldn't help but think of the names of Teacher Chiyu and Teacher Superman, feeling emotional. The person who wrote the talent manual back then was really fearless in ignorance. Yu Ling deeply agreed, nodding. It is impossible to verify who wrote the first edition now, but after many years of practical testing, the current talent levels are still relatively accurate, with very few exceptions. Jiang Chen nodded. He had also seen D-level talents, and besides the talents of Teacher Chiyu and Teacher Superman, the other talents were ridiculously weak. For example, talents like the ability to corrode with vomit, transforming into a yellow weasel, or detaching arms to attack enemies were all the most useless talents, and it was not unjust to place them in the D-level. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, feeling embarrassed. MS. One last question, how is the order of the spiritual realms determined, and why do I feel it becomes more unreasonable the more spiritual realms I clear? Yu Ling and Su Hao glanced at each other and shook their heads. This question should only be clear to a few people in Huagua. Uncle Wang should be one of them, but every time we ask him this question, he refuses to answer. Su Hao raised his eyebrows helplessly. Not only you, looking back now, we also feel that the order of the spiritual realms is unreasonable, causing us to miss many opportunities. For example, the third spiritual realm, when I was at my weakest, challenging such a powerful boss in the fourth battle, I almost died back then. Jiang Chen also empathized. The power level of the fourth spiritual realm was off the charts, and he couldn't understand who was so crazy to place the Dragon Ball Vegeta arc in the fourth realm. Yu Ling's expression turned serious. "There is one more thing to inform you about this time." Jiang Chen nodded. "Please go ahead." Yu Ling continued. "From the first four spiritual realms, your combination with Ning Tong has already possessed the strength to thoroughly conquer the spiritual realms. Be careful when making major decisions." She then revealed a shocking secret that left Jiang Chen extremely surprised. "Do you know where all the ferocious beasts in the world come from?" A flash of insight crossed Jiang Chen's mind, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be? Yu Ling nodded and continued. "Inside the dimensional portal where the ferocious beasts descend, there is another world, containing not only endless ferocious beasts but also remnants of human civilization, and even giant broken mechas have been discovered." She paused for a moment and slowly stated a shocking conclusion. "All of this indicates that the world of ferocious beasts was probably once a spiritual realm. Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly. The giant monsters, human structures, huge broken mechas. If he wasn't mistaken, the world of ferocious beasts was the Pacific Rim. In other words, all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star now should come from the world of Pacific Rim. That world, whatever happened there, led to the destruction of the world, the extinction of humanity, causing the collapse of the spiritual realm, and the ferocious beasts emerged, resulting in the current situation on Blue Star. Jiang Chen took a sharp breath. If the collapse of the spiritual realm could lead to this situation, then the current 99 spiritual realms were ticking time bombs. If a low-martial spiritual realm like biochemical crisis collapsed, it would be manageable. But if a super-martial world like Dragon Ball collapsed, Blue Star would be completely finished. Frisia, Cell, Majin Buu, any one of them descending on Blue Star, humans wouldn't stand a chance. After Yuling finished speaking, she continued to observe Ning Tong and Jiang Chen. She saw Ning Tong listening to these words, just staring with her beautiful big eyes blinking, looking innocent and silly, suddenly understood that Ning Tong should not be the dominant one between the two. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, it was like an actor possessed, staring and inhaling, although a bit exaggerated. But it made Yuling instantly realize, regardless of strength, it has always been Jiang Chen making decisions between the two, conquering the 4 spiritual realms, most of which were Jiang Chen's credit. She continued to say to Jiang Chen, "So, do you understand? When making decisions in the spiritual realm, you must be careful, otherwise it may bring endless troubles to Blue Star." Jiang Chen asked strangely, "What situation would cause spiritual realm monsters to invade Blue Star? I killed the big boss in the first spiritual realm, and didn't see anything unusual." Yuling frowned delicately and said, "We haven't figured out the specific situations that would cause spiritual realm monsters to invade Blue Star, so just try not to overdo it." Jiang Chen, however, was not convinced, saying that if any spiritual realm had an invasion situation, he would just kill them all. Su Hao still didn't give up and asked Jiang Chen, "If the two of us, along with Uncle Wang, bring you along, is there a slim chance of passing through the 36th spiritual realm?" Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, indicating it was not possible. In his heart, he silently thought, "The 3 of you combined can't even beat Captain Kinyu, let alone reach the level of Frisia. Just stay on Blue Star as your war emperor, isn't that good enough? Why rush to your death?" Yuling and Su Hao glanced at each other, realizing they had asked all they wanted to know, so they got up to bid farewell and thanked Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. That's it for today. As a token of gratitude, feel free to contact us anytime if you have any questions in the future. The two left their contact information and were about to leave with Zhang Anping. Ning Tong suddenly remembered something, took out the battle power detector, and handed it to Zhang Anping. "Director Zhang, here is the battle power detector you wanted." Zhang Anping took it with joy. "You really got it, that's great. Now we finally have a reliable battle power detection tool. For strong individuals above the 7th rank, conventional detection methods are basically ineffective." He was afraid of damaging the precious battle power detector, so he carefully took out a metal box and stored the detector in it, feeling relieved. "You guys have been a great help this time. I will hand this over to the old folks at the Hua Science Institute. In a few months, awakened individuals in Hua country will be able to be equipped with battle power detectors in bulk. In the face of fierce beasts and hostile organizations, knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to victory." Jiang Chen just chuckled, as the battle power detector was rubbish for warriors in the Dragon Ball world, far less useful than sensing energy. After learning to control his energy, the battle power detector couldn't detect his true strength, only showing the values he wanted to display. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said to Yuling and Su Hao, "If Uncle Wang can wait a few more months, I can try to see if I can accompany him to the 36th spiritual realm." Yuling smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid it's too late. Farewell, everyone. The pressure from the beast tide at the border is great, and our time is precious." Su Hao turned back and looked at Jiang Chen seriously. "I don't know why, but a warrior's intuition tells me that you are strong. Grow up as soon as possible, Jiang Chen. There is not much time left for us humans." After speaking, Yuling and Su Hao were enveloped in green light, breaking through the clouds and disappearing. Zhang Anping held old Ning's hand, grateful. "Ningxiao, this time Jiang Chen and Ning Tong have made great contributions. I promised you 2 small goals last time, but now I'm adding it to 5 small goals. The weight of the fierce beast's spirit meat has been increased to 500 kilograms. Also, if you need anything, you can always find me." Lao Ning was overjoyed, gratefully shaking Zhang Anping's hand repeatedly. Between the two old men, there was a strong bond. "Director Zhang, you are too kind. Stay for a meal before you leave. My cooking skills are not bad." Zhang Anping caressed the metal box in his arms. "No, I have to deliver this thing to the Huaka Institute before I can relax.
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and with Ning Tong around, we will definitely need your help." After speaking, Zhang Anping boarded a helicopter and hurriedly left. As he left, the border troops also withdrew from the scene. After all, Sanjiang City was not large, and if there was any accident, the military would arrive in less than 5 minutes. Zhang Chen watched Zhang Anping leave, then turned his head, his smile disappearing as he looked solemnly towards a tall building not far away.
When Yuling and Su Hao left earlier, out of curiosity, he wanted to confirm whether Yuling was wearing panties.
But when he activated his perspective eye, he was disappointed. Yuling was surrounded by a layer of green light, making it impossible for him to see details like hair.
Damn, with high spiritual power, one can truly do as they please.
At the same time, he noticed a group of skeletal figures on the nearby high building, constantly looking in their direction.
However, when he tried to sense them with his breath, he couldn't detect them. Zhang Chen immediately realized something was wrong.
The superhuman perspective eye was purely physical, while breath sensing leaned more towards the mental aspect. These people could be seen with the superhuman perspective eye but not sensed with breath detection. There was only one explanation: they must be using some innate skill to hide themselves. This familiar technique, he had encountered once in the second spirit realm, with a man from Fusang country who could also use this skill. Zhang Chen immediately concluded that these people were most likely assassins from the Divine Punishment Organization, daring to come to the real world fully prepared. However, it was unfortunate that he stumbled upon them unintentionally. The assassins from the Divine Punishment Organization did not act earlier, probably out of fear of the two emperors present. With the departure of the two emperors, these people were probably ready to make their move. But it was good that the two emperors had left, as he could take the opportunity to practice and familiarize himself with the Turtle Immortal School's martial arts in real combat. Being able to freely soar in the sky had always been his wish.
Realize it, Divine Punishment Organization, I will become your nightmare. Zhang Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the school building. A few minutes later, a figure in gray-blue battle clothes, draped in a red cape, soared into the sky.
Many black-clothed people watched Yuling and Su Hao leave, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The man with a snake emblem on his chest, who was leading them, said in a deep voice, "Don't rush. First confirm the whereabouts of Yuling and Su Hao, and let the insiders on campus observe the movements of that bald guy." After a while, they received reports that Yu Huang and Su Huang had returned to the border to defend against the beast tide, and there was no trace of Zhang Chen on campus.
The black-clothed people could no longer contain themselves. "Let's take action, Lord Remiel. Delaying will lead to changes. Don't hesitate, Lord Remiel."
The masked man in charge flashed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes and said coldly, "Then cut off all communications in Sanjiang City, deactivate the Fierce Beast Dispersal Formation. Since we have decided to act during the day, let Sanjiang City be buried together."
Someone behind him hesitated. Will this be too conspicuous?
It's hard to avoid being discovered.
Remiel sneered, "After this is done, do you still want to return to Wagwa?"
After the deed is done, Gabriel promised to increase our innate talent source by at least 30%. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the many black-clothed figures behind him suddenly breathed heavily. A masked man extended his crimson tongue and licked around.
"Let's begin. I can't wait any longer. He.
A man named Remil flashed a hint of coldness in his eyes.
"Very well, activate the barrier. Everyone, go ahead and kill to your heart's content."
A man behind him suddenly manifested a black long knife in his hand, and he spoke in a low voice.
"Bankai, release." The long knife gradually dispersed, turning into square pieces that shattered the window glass and formed a pattern, enveloping the teaching building, dormitory building, and this building of Sanjiang University.
The man said in a low voice.
"Bakudo number 81. Danku barrier, establish."
As soon as his words fell, countless dark yellow light screens emerged between the squares, appearing slow but actually swift. In the blink of an eye, the three buildings were completely covered by the hexagonal light walls, preventing even sunlight from penetrating, completely isolating them from the outside world. Inside the barrier, the air became dark yellow and distorted, as if the underworld had descended. Around Sanjiang University, there were many journalists waiting for the military to evacuate and interview Zhang Chen. After waiting for the military to leave with great difficulty, they were about to rush into the campus when they suddenly saw a huge square shit yellow barrier appear.
Like a prison, it firmly enveloped parts of Sanjiang University's buildings.
The journalists were stunned, and as they stood there dumbfounded, their microphones fell to the ground. "It looks like a barrier technique. Of this scale, I'm afraid only a level 7 special ability Awaken person can perform it."
Are they crazy? Who dares to use such a large-scale barrier technique in the city? Oh no, something big must have happened. Quick, call the police.
Soon, the police and the military rushed to the scene, and awakened individuals attempted to attack the barrier, but all attacks were repelled. The dark yellow light screen was as hard as a wall of size, impregnable. The police tried to seek help from the capital and the Magic City, only to find that communication in Sanjiang City had been completely cut off.
A sense of unease spread among all the people in Sanjiang City.
After the masked man cast the spatial blockade technique, he knelt down, panting heavily. Within 2 hours, unless I die, no one can break this barrier.
Enjoy the slaughter.
The many black-clothed figures behind him were already impatient. The delicious flesh of the students had long made these scum drool, not to mention the goddess Ningtong. They broke through the glass one after another, leaping out of the high-rise buildings, laughing loudly.
Ha! Here we come, little brats.
Lao Ning was teaching in the classroom when he keenly noticed the change in the light outside. The bright afternoon outside the room instantly turned into a black and yellow silence like the end of the world. His face changed drastically. This was a barrier technique from the realm of the dead. He immediately shouted loudly,
Ningtong!
Ningtong was not in the classroom. After seeing off Zhang Anping, she felt a bit tired, so she didn't teach in the classroom and went back to the dormitory to rest. Before he could finish speaking, the wall was forcefully smashed open, and a muscular tall man in a black robe and mask entered the classroom with a sinister smile. He scanned the students in the room and showed a satisfied lewd smile.
Very good, there are many young and tender meats. Today I'm going to feast.
At that moment, a white-clad girl, radiating a blue light all over her body, flew over. As an awakened individual with spatial and gravity abilities, Ningtong was extremely sensitive to changes in space. The moment the barrier was set up, she immediately woke up from her sleep. Ningtong keenly sensed that something was wrong. She didn't even bother to put on shoes and flew to the classroom. The masked man saw Ningtong and her iconic blue creature and shouted with excitement in his voice,
Ningtong is here.
With his call, more than a dozen dark shadows rapidly approached from the air and the ground. Judging by their speed, they were all experts of no less than the 5th rank.
Lao Ning's heart sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. This time it was completely over.
Last time, Zhang Ju said he wanted to assign a personal bodyguard to Ningtong, but Ningtong refused. Now it seems that he regrets it, but with the current situation, even 1 or 2 6th rank experts cannot protect Ningtong. It's also his carelessness. He didn't expect the beasts of the divine punishment to be so insane, disregarding the danger of exposure of their identities, daring to launch attacks in the real world, and mobilizing so many people at once. It is very obvious that these black-clothed people in front of him are all undercover agents of the divine punishment organization within the country. Yu Huang and Su Huang had just left when they suddenly launched an attack, clearly indicating that there are insiders in the government. He also recognized the barrier around him, known as the Wall of Size, which is impossible to break before the caster dies. In other words, their classmates, who are 2nd and 3rd ranks, will have to face more than a dozen 5th and 6th rank experts. The result is predictable. They will definitely be tortured to death one by one. Even if Yu Ling and Su Haocha notice something abnormal and rush back immediately, they won't be able to break the barrier in a short time.
Lao Ning's expression revealed a hint of calmness.
He took out a syringe from his inner pocket, a transparent syringe with a sparkling purple liquid inside, with shining dots constantly moving around.
Ning Jingxin said to Ningtong, take your classmates to the hidden space. I will hold them off for a while.
They have caused such a big commotion. Yu Huang and Su Huang should be able to arrive soon, and you will be safe by then. Ningtong's face changed dramatically. She shook her head, pleading with Ning Jingxin, no, Dad, wait a little longer. Jiang Chen will come to save us.
Lao Ning chuckled lightly. Jiang Chen?
Useless. With their current setup, they must have considered the combined strength of you and Jiang Chen, and even Jiang Chen may have encountered unforeseen circumstances outside. Tong Tong, Dad won't be able to be by your side in the future. Take care of yourself. With that, Lao Ning raised the syringe and resolutely stabbed it towards his heart. Remil, floating in the air, changed his expression and shouted, stop him. But it was too late. The needle in Ning Jingxin's hand seemed to be stuck on a steel plate, the needle tip completely bent and unable to be used again. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment. A strong man in a gray-blue battle robe, red cloak, thick black hair, appeared in front of everyone. It was him, who reached out and blocked the needle that Lao Ning was about to stab into his own heart. He glared at Lao Ning, snatched the syringe, and complained, at your age, you should take care of yourself. Why do you engage in fighting every day? If I had been a step late, would you have been done for? Lao Ning hesitated. May I ask who you are? Jiang Chen's face stiffened, realizing that he was currently in his steelman form, and the words he had just said were spoken in Jiang Chen's tone out of urgency. No wonder Lao Ning looked confused. He coughed and said, I am a friend of Tong Tong. I noticed that you were in danger and came to save you. Tong Tong? Everyone present looked puzzled. Why was this man so intimate with Senior Ningtong?
Could it be that Senior Ning Tong had some secret relationship with him behind Jiang Chen's back?
Among the group of students behind them, some had already recognized Jiang Chen in this form. Wan Rui blushed and waved her arms at him, along with two giant car lights, swaying back and forth, making Jiang Chen a little dizzy. It's Superman, the one even more handsome than Jiang Chen, my dream lover, Superman uncle, my car lights shine for you.
This sentence immediately sparked dissatisfaction between two people.
Jiang Chen was surprised, his mouth wide open.
What kind of words are these? Are you going to go all out every time you see me in the future? Also, what's Superman uncle? We are the same age, okay?
You make me sound like a weird uncle peeking at little girls' underwear.
Ning Tong couldn't help but glare at Wan Rui. What do you mean by your dream lover? Jiang Chen and Superman are both mine, okay?
Even if your car lights are bigger than mine, don't think you can take away Jiang Chen and Superman.
Wait, these two are the same person, they are both mine.
A strange possessiveness was fermenting. Ning Tong's face turned serious as she introduced to her father, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Superman.
Ah, the surrounding classmates, including the men in black, were shocked. Ning Tong, aren't you and Jiang Chen a couple? How come you suddenly got together with this Superman and even claimed him as your boyfriend? Although this Superman looks handsome, with a head of dark and beautiful hair, and bigger muscles, isn't it unfair to Jiang Chen?
Old Ning remembered the last time in the kitchen, seeing a touch of bright red, comparing it to Jiang Chen's current state. He suddenly realized, unable to help but feel heartbroken. So, you've been hiding this from me, it's so painful.
Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were shocked. Could it be that old Ning found out that Jiang Chen and Superman are the same person? Even in the face of a great enemy, old Ning couldn't help but say, Tong Tong, you've gone astray. How can you have one foot on two boats? This so-called Superman doesn't have a good reputation. He's also mixed up in the alphabet circle. You should break up with him early. The men in black beside them watched the family drama, momentarily fascinated. After all, everyone has a gossip-loving heart, forgetting to launch an attack. They were thinking to themselves, this is so stimulating. Are university students so open nowadays? Looking at the fair and tender little girl, she's actually dating two at the same time. One of them is even from the alphabet circle. TSK. How extravagant must this be? I didn't expect Ning Tong to have this taste. I'll be even more reluctant to kill her later, but unfortunately, she is the designated sacrifice by Lord Gabriel. She must die. Remy suddenly woke up. Why is this family so chaotic? What are we doing? What kind of melodramatic situation is this? We're here to kill people, not to watch melodramatic family dramas. His breath was a bit unstable. He angrily shouted, what are you doing? Kill them, don't delay any longer. These men in black finally woke up. The muscle man who had broken into the classroom at the beginning sneered, you dare to call yourself Superman? Let me play with you. He shouted angrily, his body swelling up, turning into a giant 3 meters tall, his skin turning red, bulging like rocks, as hard as stone. How about it, kid? I won't kill you later, I'll take good care of you. Before the words fell, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, then heard a loud bang. Looking at the muscle man, he had disappeared, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, indicating that there was indeed a person standing here just now, saying he wanted to play with the man named Superman. Jiang Chen remained calm, saying lightly, are you worthy to play with me? At this moment, behind the men in black, the barrier made a loud bang, imprinting a large blood-colored figure. Many men in black turned their heads and their eyes widened. They finally realized that the muscle man just now should have been punched to death by the man named Superman in front of them, shattered to pieces, dead without a complete body. Remy's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent. The dead muscle man, although wearing a mask, as the leader of the operation, knew the identities of everyone. The 6th-tier powerhouse of Hua country, the S-28 talent Red Tank, the strengthened awakening system user, Xiaogu, was punched into a mural like this? Remy growled lowly. Everyone spread out, long-range attacks. He is a strengthening type awakener. Faced with a strengthening type awakener, the best way to deal with it is to keep your distance, use long-range attacks to restrict his movements, and slowly wear him down. If you can fly and maintain high-speed movement, facing a strengthening type awakener, you can basically stand invincible. Strengthening type awakeners generally have high strength and physique, but their other attributes are trash. After all, no one has so many potential points to advance in all 4 attributes simultaneously. Many black-clothed people displayed their abilities, flying into the air. A few who couldn't fly roared and ran away. Jiang Chen sneered. Before, when Vegeta flew up, he was helpless because Vegeta flew high enough. But these black-clothed people, flying back and forth within the barrier at a height of less than 100 meters, buzzing like flies, do they look down on me? Well, then I'll play with you, play until you despair. Jiang Chen said to Ning Tong. You take the principal and the students to hide in the hidden space first, Come out after 30 minutes, it should be resolved by then. Ning Tong nodded. After clearing the fourth spirit realm, she gained another 2,000 potential points. Now her mental attribute has reached over 4,000, even if she envelopes the entire class, she doesn't feel strained. As her ability was activated, a blue light enveloped the entire classroom, and everyone, except Jiang Chen, disappeared in front of the black-clothed people. Remy watched Ning Tong disappear in front of him without any ripples in his heart. They had an Awakener in their team specifically targeting Ning Tong's spatial abilities. As long as they dealt with the self-proclaimed Superman in front of them, breaking through Ning Tong's hidden space would be easy. He said coldly, "Superman, you will soon regret it, attack." A black-clothed person took the lead, forming an ice ball in his left hand and a fireball in his right hand, shooting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This black-clothed person's attack reminded him of a deceased old classmate. "Monkey Dung, let's start with you. Die." Jiang Chen slowly crouched down. With a bang, his figure seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing in front of the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's pupils contracted violently. Before he could react, he saw a huge fist occupying the entire space. With a loud bang, the black-clothed person disappeared below the neck, leaving only a head falling to the ground. The mask slipped off, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with wide eyes filled with fear. Jiang Chen deliberately left his head so that he could trace back to the roots later and figure out how many moles the Divine Punishment Organization had in China. If they were all beaten to a pulp, there would be no evidence left. Seeing the middle-aged man die miserably, Remy shouted sternly, "Everyone, move at high speed, go all out, don't think about holding back, or you will all die here." In the air, two people extended their hands, and with a low shout, lightning and frost began to roam on Jiang Chen's body. This was a shackle technique called Thunder Imprisonment and Frost Invasion, which could restrict the movements of strengthening-type awakeners. Jiang Chen slowly clenched his fist, feeling a cool sensation on his body surface, very comfortable, without any abnormal feelings. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, pretending to be unable to move, in a panic. Remy was ecstatic and shouted, "Very good, he's been restrained, everyone, open fire." For a moment, various abilities flew towards Jiang Chen, even a few fleeing awakeners turned back to join the attack. The black-clothed people all showed ecstatic faces. You're doomed now. Once a strengthening type is controlled, it's a dead end. Psychic abilities, enclosed space, elemental abilities, thunder from the sky, strengthening abilities, a devastating blow. All the men in black brought out their signature moves, no longer holding back. Everyone wore masks, afraid of being recognized by others, but in the face of Jiang Chen's powerful strength, these men in black no longer cared. Let's kill Jiang Chen first and think about the future later. Dozens of attacks almost simultaneously hit the superhuman body, with continuous banging sounds, various energies violently colliding in the center of the playground, raising a lot of dust. The men in black showed joy on their faces. Fool, a brute with brute strength, you're dead now. What's the use of your strength if you can't hit the person? It's useless. As the dust gradually dispersed, the smiles on the faces of all the men in black gradually froze, their pupils contracting sharply. In the middle of the playground, a large pit was blasted out, and in the center of the pit, a man named Superman stood there, unscathed, not even a trace of damage to his clothes. A white aura formed an oval shield around his body, with the airflow constantly flowing, making a sizzling sound in the air. The Turtle School's bursting chi shield. If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of damaging his level 3 spirit realm protective suit, he wouldn't even bother to burst his chi. These people's attacks were like scratching an itch to him, unable to harm his steel body at all. In fact, it's not appropriate to just call it a steel body. After all, at this moment, he has the fusion of the three great talents of Saitama, Superman, and Saiyan in his body, and he is not sure how much specific defense power he has. It's only when facing Yuling and Haosu that he can vaguely feel a threat. If the Saiyan talent really doubles the dying attribute, he may never be able to trigger it in his lifetime. Remil's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had already used all his strength in that last blow, but he hadn't even torn the man's clothes. And what was the aura around him? Why had he never heard of it? What talent could bring such power? Faced with an unknown enemy with unknown abilities, the best solution is to retreat first, investigate thoroughly, and then plan carefully. Before he could react, Jiang Chen unleashed a series of normal attacks. Bang bang bang, a few sounds rang out. Several awakened men of the enhancement system next to Jiang Chen's body instantly burst open, died tragically, leaving a few heads rolling on the ground. Remil was even more terrified. He knew that if he didn't escape now, they would all die here. Damn it, there was a major intelligence failure. There were such powerful awakened individuals hidden in Sanjiang City, and there was no intelligence mentioning it.
And he was Ningtong's boyfriend. The relevant intelligence personnel really deserved to die. That spy among the students, he would have to be torn to pieces when he turned back. No, 2 months ago, the Five Elements Alliance submitted a report on the talent rating of the man named Superman. At that time he thought it was a joke. The report mentioned that the man named Superman had reached level 6, but now it seems that he is probably more than level 7. He turned his head and roared towards the high-rise building. Number 76, cancel the barrier, stop the plan, retreat all. Jiang Chen chuckled. Don't bother, he's worse off than you now. The reason Jiang Chen almost arrived late just now was because he was dealing with this barrier master. Number 76 lay on the floor of the meeting room, his hands and feet, and even his jaw, twisted in unnatural positions. Even his jaw was removed by Jiang Chen. Hearing Remil's roar, he struggled and made meaningless screams. Number 76 was sweating profusely all over his body. He couldn't even move a finger now. As Remil and the others left, this man named Superman sneaked in, approached him silently, and then decisively crushed his entire skeleton. Although he was a special type of barrier master with no strong combat power, he was still a level 7 awakened individual with a physique of over 800 points. This man, like kneading rubber mud, easily crushed all the bones in his body, twisted them into a distorted posture, and made him unable to move a hair. Jiang Chen did this to prevent these people from escaping. After all, the killers of the God's Punishment Organization who rarely took the initiative to come, they should all hold important positions. If one of them escapes casually, it will bring endless troubles. Jiang Chen finally had the opportunity to uproot the worms of the God's Punishment Organization in Huagua. How could he let this massacre end early? Although he is now close to the 8th rank, he still has family and friends. The God's Punishment Organization is like a poisonous spider hidden in the dark. Its spider web involves various departments, and he must be on guard at all times. The trash of the God's Punishment Organization is best at targeting other people's relatives. Once there is a slight mistake, Jiang Chen will regret it. Having watched Superman movies, he knows the importance of hiding his identity. Villains have no moral bottom line, they can do anything. Superman has been forced to submit to villains multiple times because his mother or girlfriend was kidnapped. He will never allow such a thing to happen to himself. So at this stage, he must not expose his identity unless one day, Blue Star is peaceful, and the God's Punishment Organization is completely destroyed, then he can consider revealing his identity to the world. Anyway, he now has the form of Superman's steel body. Any high-profile actions are done in the form of Superman to ensure that his family and friends will not be used as hostages. Remil called out to number 76 and received no response. His heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. He understood that he should have been cut off by the man in front of him. He turned his head and said to another slender masked person, number 89, "Can you activate your teleportation ability?" This masked person was their reserved means of retreat. After killing the students of Sanjiang University, they would collectively teleport to the assembly point and then escape to the Overseas God's Punishment Organization. Number 89 shook her head. After the void boundary is established, it becomes a separate world. Unless the boundary is lifted, I can only teleport within the boundary. Remil couldn't help but glare at her. Useless, being able to teleport within the boundary. What's the use? It would be faster for me to fly over. So they could only wait for the boundary to be automatically lifted. He ordered, everyone move quickly to ensure your own safety as the first battle plan. If you see number 76, kill him. The men in black immediately flew at high speed, secretly rejoicing that flying was great. Those who couldn't fly had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt annoyed seeing the black-clothed men flying around like flies. What if they found number 76, the boundary was lifted, and they all escaped? He had already tried the aerobatics after transforming earlier. By releasing his breath outward, he could easily fly. But because he had just learned it, he was not very proficient. It was inconvenient to show off during the battle, so he had recently come up with a new move, and he would try it out on these flies. Jiang Chen slowly began to spin in place, and soon, a tornado formed around him. The men in black were all stunned. What was this person doing? Trying to suck us all in with a tornado? They were underestimating us too much. After all, we are all 5th or 6th rank experts. It would be too ridiculous if we were sucked in by this little tornado. Suddenly, 2 red lights lit up in the tornado. Before the men in black could react, the red light suddenly shot out, forming a powerful beam of light similar to a laser, cutting all the houses and trees in its path into two. Remil widened his eyes. What kind of skill was this? Nothing could withstand the red laser for a second. Coupled with this man's high-speed rotation, it was like a battlefield meat grinder. As Jiang Chen's rotation speed increased, the entire boundary was almost filled with the red laser. Later, the world finally quieted down, leaving only the sound of chunks of flesh falling to the ground. Jiang Chen slowly stopped spinning. It was bad, he couldn't control the speed, as if he had exerted too much force, a move to clear the field. Fortunately, the leader in the air didn't die, maybe it was luck or some special protective skill, he just broke a leg. At his level, he shouldn't have been implanted with a human bomb by that Lu Shan, right? He could interrogate him later. At this moment, suddenly in the classroom, a blue light flashed, and Ning Tong and a group of classmates slowly revealed their figures. Jiang Chen felt puzzled, it hadn't been half an hour yet, why did you come out? Ning Tong used to be obedient, why did she suddenly become stubborn this time? The story starts with Ning Tong using the hidden space, where she hid all her classmates. Old Ning looked pained and blamed himself internally. I didn't teach my daughter well, she's learned to have one foot in two boats. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but say to Ning Tong, Tong, I'll let you be yourself in other matters, but I strongly disagree with you being friends with Superman. Ning Tong was surprised and said helplessly, Dad, what are you talking about? Superman is Jiang Chen, I've been in love with two people, what's wrong with that? One is clear and handsome, the other is handsome and mature. This is what many girls dream of. But due to Jiang Chen's need to keep his superhero identity secret, she could only pout her pretty lips and remain silent. Unfortunately, Wan Rui came to join in. Yeah, Tongjia, it's unfair to Jiang Chenggu for you to act like this. You already have Jiang Chenggu, give us a chance too. After speaking, she intentionally or unintentionally shook her chest. Ning Tong couldn't stand it, she glared at Wan Rui and said angrily, just because you have a bigger chest, don't even dream of having anything with Superman, he's already mine. Ah! Everyone was more and more surprised as they listened. What do you mean by he's mine? Sister Ning Tong, are you really so open-minded? Can we really hear about this without paying? Wan Rui sneered and glanced at Ning Tong's chest. Didn't you see that Superman's gaze was always on my chest? He likes someone like me. Old Ning quickly intervened. Alright, stop arguing. Tong, you have Jiang Chen, forget about Superman. Ning Tong was even more unhappy. Okay, Dad, you're also siding with Wan Rui. And what's this about Jiang Chen peeking at Wan Rui's chest? It's all nonsense. Liang Yu, this nervous guy, was sweating all over. When he heard Ning Tong and Wan Rui arguing, he couldn't hold it anymore. Liang Yu gritted his teeth and boldly opened his shirt, revealing a chest covered with densely packed bombs. He roared, shut up, look at this, what is this? When everyone's gaze turned to him, he smirked. Didn't expect that, I am a Punisher's man, Ning Tong, you're doomed today, release the space, or I'll detonate the bomb, everyone will die. The classmates, seeing the bombs strapped to him, instantly understood that Liang Yu was a spy sent by the killers. Ning Tong was also nervous, she didn't expect that her classmates had hidden spies. If she maintained the hidden space, once the bomb exploded, she might be fine, but other classmates and her father would suffer heavy casualties. Helplessly, Ning Tong had to slowly release the hidden space. Liang Yu was sweating profusely, holding the detonator in his hand, and smirked, Lord Remil, I successfully made Ning Tong cancel the hidden space, I have done a great job, right? Suddenly, his expression became blank. In front of him, there was only the man called Superman, his eyes emitting a red light, coldly staring at him. The people of the Divine Punishment Organization, except for Lord Remil, have all disappeared without a trace. To say they completely disappeared is not accurate, as the wriggling and moaning flesh on the ground still showed that not long ago, they should have been part of humanity. Moreover, the teaching building of Sanjian University has completely disappeared. All around them were severed limbs and wreckage, as if they had been cut into pieces by a sharp blade, turning into fragments. Several students who had not experienced brutal killings couldn't help but vomit immediately. Liang Yu suddenly understood what had happened, trembling. How is this possible? You are not human, you are a devil. Ning Tong looked at the school in this state and also blamed Jiang Chen. Why did you destroy all the classrooms and dormitories? Where am I supposed to live? Old Ning, however, widened his eyes in surprise. As a former 7th rank powerhouse, he was well aware of the level of these black-clothed individuals. Even if they couldn't defeat an 8th rank powerhouse, they could at least temporarily contend with one. They hid in Ning Tong's hidden space, but within 5 minutes, Liang Yu threatened to self-destruct, forcing them to reveal themselves. And this superhuman in front of them, in just a short 5 minutes, eliminated all the enemies, leaving the scene devastated as if it had just been invaded by ferocious beasts. Ning Tong, how dare you speak to him like that? But looking at it this way, my daughter has decent taste, the man she found is either handsome or strong, and this one is both handsome and strong. It's just a bit unfair to Jiang Chen. He quickly glared at his daughter and cautiously smiled, saying, this superhero, my daughter is young and ignorant, don't bother with her, out with the old, in with the new. Jiang Chen didn't dare talk much with old Ning, afraid of revealing his true colors. He said in a deep voice, "There should be no more enemies, everyone can rest assured."
Liang Yu held the detonator in his hand, his gaze vacant. If there are no enemies, then what am I? Ah, right, is this superhero sparing me because he sees me as a student? That's great, I don't have to die. Just as he was feeling happy, Liang Yu suddenly felt light, and he flew up directly. In his peripheral vision, he saw the man's eyes turn crimson as he looked at him. Then came two scorching red beams that pierced through his body and detonated the bomb. Bang! With a loud noise, Erwuzi Liang Yu turned into ashes in midair.
5 minutes ago, the killers of the Divine Punishment Organization were full of excitement, wanting to treat all the students in the school as playthings to be slaughtered. 5 minutes later, only Remil with a severed leg and a completely paralyzed barrier master remained. Jiang Chen coldly said to Remil in the air, "Come down, kneel, and hold your head with your hands, and I may spare your life." He had just observed Remil's method of attack, which seemed to be mental attacks. Each time Remil cast a spell, it made him feel as if his brain had been struck, but that was all.
Remil's ability was actually ranked 32nd in Class A, Illusionary Construction, creating vivid illusions in the enemy's mind.
The damage received in the illusion would be 50% reflected back to the body and would also cause the body to become sluggish.
But when he used his ability on Jiang Chen, there was no response at all.
Jiang Chen's powerful mental attributes and aura blocking technique made his mind and body one, with the protection of the three strongest inheritances. It was impossible for anyone to invade his brain and manipulate his mind.
Remil smiled bitterly, slowly descending from the air.
He took off his mask, revealing a face that surprised everyone present.
Remil of the Divine Punishment Organization turned out to be Lin Zhe, the director of the Lingjing Management Bureau in Sanjiang City.
Ning Jingxin clenched his fists, angrily muttering, "Why did you do such a thing, you beast?"
Everyone was shocked. What did we see? The mastermind behind these killers. Why would it be Director Lin? What is he after? Lin Zhe said helplessly.
"There's no other way, Lin Xiao. I don't want to enter the spiritual realm and die, but I also don't want to lose my talent. The technology of the Divine Punishment Organization can prevent people from entering the spiritual realm and also preserve their talents, so..."
Ning Jingxin asked him, "Who are the other people, and where do they come from?"
Lin Zhe's face turned pale, and he smiled.
"Don't ask, I won't tell you. I've caused trouble for you, I'm sorry." He chewed a few times.
Ning Jingxin's face suddenly changed.
Not good, he's going to commit suicide. Unfortunately, it was too late.
Lin Zhe's face instantly turned black and green. He struggled to hold on to his last breath and said, "By the way, I destroyed the dispersal force field of the ferocious beasts.
If nothing unexpected happens, there should be many ferocious beasts coming towards Sanjiang City.
Quickly reactivate the dispersal force field of the ferocious beasts. There may still be a glimmer of hope." After speaking, Lin Zhe's face began to melt, followed by his bones, and a few minutes later, he completely turned into a puddle of blood. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, he's ruthless, even to himself. This time, there is truly no evidence of death. Today's attack of this scale only reached the level of Lin Zhe. It seems that it will take a long time to completely overthrow the Divine Punishment Organization. Ning Jingxin said to Jiang Chen, the superhuman hero, "You also heard what Lin Zhe said. Can you quickly break through this barrier? The next moment, the tide of ferocious beasts may arrive. Let's do our best to save more citizens."
Jiang Chen didn't say much, nodded, adjusted his breath, and slowly flew up.
When he arrived where the barrier master was, he grabbed the master's collar and shouted, "Quickly remove the barrier, do you hear me?" The barrier master could only make unconscious sounds, rolling his eyes, unable to make any response. Jiang Chen's face stiffened. He had been too ruthless just now, crushing his entire body's bones into powder. Now he wanted him to remove the barrier, which was not easy. Jiang Chen took the barrier master back to the ground, and Lao Ning hurried over.
"How is it? Can it be removed?"
Jiang Chen shook his head and described the situation to Lao Ning. Ning Jingxin pondered, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be a 7th-rank special barrier master named Niarui, very famous. He once trapped a dragon-level ferocious beast with his barrier, known as the Wall of Size, which can be said to be indestructible. Now if we want to get out, we can only either kill him and break the barrier, or try to break through this barrier." Jiang Chen looked at the bodies all over the ground, with only this one survivor left. If he killed him, the clues would be completely cut off. There was only one way: break the barrier. What wall of size? In front of me, there is no wall that cannot be broken with one punch.
"If there is, then I'll punch again," Jiang Chen said to his classmates. "You guys stay back, I'll break this barrier." Jiang Chen was afraid that there were innocent people around the barrier, so he chose to break through directly above.
He knelt on one leg, slowly gathered his strength, and the red cape fluttered without wind. Then, like a red lightning bolt, Jiang Qin punched towards the top of the barrier.
A serious punch. Come on.
Outside the barrier, there were already thousands of people gathered, including journalists, the military, and the Awakened of the Five Elements Alliance. Everyone tried various methods but could not destroy this barrier. The barrier was as indestructible as ancient mountains.
Everyone couldn't help but discuss. What happened? Why was Sanjiang University trapped by a barrier while the entire city's communication was cut off?
And at this moment, only half an hour had passed since Jiang Chen and the others were trapped. The border defense forces of Sanjiang City quickly conducted a thorough search and finally, after destroying 5 high-power signal jammers, communication returned to normal.
Zhang Nanping was still on his way back to Kyoto when he received an urgent call for help. Sanjiang City University has been attacked and is currently completely sealed off by a barrier.
The Border Defense Army and local warrior association have tried various methods but have been unable to break the barrier. At the same time, Zhang Nanping received a photo from the scene, showing a dark yellow barrier standing like a high wall directly in the image.
Zhang Nanping recalled the corresponding awakener from his memory, as such a distinctive barrier would be hard to forget once seen. Veins bulged on his forehead. The beasts of the Divine Punishment Organization, even Nya Rue is one of them. Zhang Nanping quickly dialed Yuling's phone number.
After a long time, Yuling finally answered the phone, sounding out of breath and impatient.
What's the matter?
Zhang Nanping urgently said, Yu Huang, Sanjiang City University has been attacked by an unknown force and is sealed off by a barrier. Yuling fell silent on the other end, then spoke slowly after a few minutes.
We can't leave here temporarily, and if it's Nya Rue's barrier, we would be powerless even if we went. It's too late now, mourn, Director Zhang. I assure you that once I and Su Hei clear the beast tide, everyone involved in this will pay the price they deserve. Zhang Nanping clenched his fist and roared, how long do we have to endure?
These beasts did the same thing a few years ago. Su Hao took the phone and said in a deep voice, back then, Yuling and I were only at the 7th rank. The situation is different this time, trust me, Director Zhang.
Zhang Nanping fell silent for a while and said weakly, what about Nu Huang, can he intervene? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will never give up.
Su Hao remained silent for a while before saying, actually, Uncle has been in Sanjiang City for a long time, but he said he wanted to meet an old buddy, so he didn't come with us. I'll give you his private number, let him decide for himself. Sanjiang City, at the Jiang Chen residence. Jiang Qingfei and a middle-aged man with a full beard and 2 deep scars on his face were drinking and chatting.
Lao Jiang, it's been 20 years, your child is already in university.
The middle-aged man, with a red face from drinking, patted Jiang Qingfei's shoulder, feeling sentimental.
Lao Wang, you too, you've worked hard until now, it's time to take a break.
Let the future generations worry about what comes next, let go when you should. The middle-aged man chuckled, but a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. I also want to rest, but unfortunately, someone won't let me.
I can only accompany him and see who outlasts whom.
Jiang Qingfei looked surprised.
Is it him?
The one who stole that thing back then and then fled the country.
The middle-aged man nodded and laughed heartily. Today is a happy day, let's not mention him. It's you, you've hidden so well.
If I hadn't seen your son's file and found out his father has the same name as you, I would have missed you.
Jiang Qingfei also laughed. It's all in the past, why bring it up? Let's drink and have another round. Just then, a little girl ran in.
Dad, something's wrong, my brother's school has been surrounded by a yellow wall. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man put down his glass and walked to the door with Jiang Qingfei, gazing into the distance. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, these beasts, they deserve to die, are they crazy to do this in broad daylight?
Jiang Qingfei was anxious. What should we do? Xiaolan is still at school.
The scar-faced middle-aged man chuckled and reassured Jiang Qingfei, don't worry, I'll take a look and be back soon. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently, and the city rang out with a piercing alarm. Alarm, alarm, the beast tide is about to invade, everyone immediately head to the underground shelter, alarm. The scar-faced man instantly understood what was happening, clenched his teeth, and roared. Beasts, all should die. He said to Jiang Qingfei with bulging veins on his forehead. Lao Jiang, you take your family to the shelter first, I'm here, don't worry, nothing will happen. The middle-aged man quickly ran towards Sanjiang University, and as he ran, his body gradually grew larger and turned green, completely tearing apart his valuable Zhongshan suit, then let out a roar. Roar! He jumped high, reaching a height of several hundred meters, disappearing between a few jumps.
Zhang Shui looked at the middle-aged man with admiration and asked her father, Dad, is this the friend in Kyoto you mentioned? Jiang Qingfei nodded proudly. Yes, back then, your old man was also a powerful awakened one. After your brother was born, I decided to return to a normal life. Jiang Shui asked him, "What's this uncle's name? He looks very powerful, seems even stronger than my brother." Jiang Chengfei smiled lightly. "Him, back then we all called him Lao Wang. He used to have a crush on your mom. I had to hide from him and ended up in Sanjiang City. Now that both kids are born, let's see how he tries to compete, hee hee." Jiang Cheng's mother picked up Jiang Shui and glared at Lao Jiang. "You're getting old and still haven't changed. Why are you talking nonsense to the kids?" Jiang Chengfei was even more pleased. "Just say whether I was handsome back then, not much worse than our son." Jiang Cheng's mother blushed slightly, as if recalling the past, then fiercely pulled Lao Jiang's ear. "Stop talking nonsense, go to the shelter quickly. If you die, who will take care of your daughter?" "Ah, it hurts, let go, my ear is about to fall off." Sanjiang City, with communication restored, urgently sought external assistance as a beast tide approached, and Sanjiang University was sealed off by a mysterious yellow barrier. The whole country was shocked. What, Sanjiang City University was actually shrouded in a mysterious barrier, and there's a beast tide approaching? Where are the fierce beasts dispersing force fields? Where are the border troops? What happened at Sanjiang University? This time in the fourth spirit realm, Jiang Chan and Ning Tong had just achieved outstanding results. Will the newly rising stars soon fall completely? Numerous reporters, as soon as communication was restored, wasted no time and immediately started live broadcasts. Dear viewers, I am a reporter stationed in Sanjiang City for CNTV, and I am now at the outskirts of Sanjiang University. As you can see behind me, this light curtain is the broken sky barrier known as the Wall of Size. From the opening of the barrier until now, almost half an hour has passed. Are the students still alive inside Sanjiang University? Everything is still unknown. Who on earth, with no conscience, would harm the students of Sanjiang University? Please stay tuned to this channel, we will bring you first-hand live information. The camera switched to a female reporter wearing a beige dress, with long flowing hair and a graceful figure. She smiled gently, about to speak. Suddenly, the screen began to shake violently. A huge green monster passed by the camera, leaped onto the barrier, and began to roar and pound the barrier with force. Still roaring. "Grass Mudhorse, open up for me." The female reporter widened her eyes, and casually said, "What kind of monster is this? A new type of fierce beast? Why is it cursing?" Someone next to her whispered a few words in her ear, and she quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry, just found out. This is one of the 3 emperors of Hua country, the wrathful emperor, who needs to ignite his anger during battle, so he always keeps cursing, rarely seen on screen. This is also my first time seeing the true appearance of the wrathful emperor. Sorry. In the footage, the green monster was already smashing and cursing the barrier master's whole family. "Aleph asterisk CK your grandma, Nyaroi, I'm going to pull out your grandma's boobs and make them into meat sauce, with my brothers, F asterisk CK year old." Upon hearing such a novel way of playing, the female reporter was instantly embarrassed, but fortunately the director immediately switched to mute mode. Everyone in the live broadcast room was deeply shocked, and it took a long time for someone to send a barrage. Well, no wonder the 3 emperors often appear. Only Emperor Yu and Emperor Su, this angry emperor, is indeed a bit inappropriate for children. Hey, this is nothing. Last time I was fortunate enough to witness his old man shot on the scene, and when I got home, it lingered in my mind for 3 days. If fierce beasts could understand human speech, they would probably have been angered to the point of brain congestion. Oh my, upstairs, I now have a new understanding of the idiom linger in the mind for 3 days. It seems that even the angry emperor is powerless against this barrier. Who is so cruel to harm a group of children like this? Even if the barrier can be broken now, it's probably too late. After all, they are just a group of children. Among the students, the highest level is Ning Tong, only at the 4th level. It is said that this barrier was set up by a 7th level special awakening user, and within the duration, no one can break it. Beasts, they are all children, how could they do such a thing? Uncle Wang turned into a giant green giant and fiercely pounded the barrier for a while, only to find that it was unmoved. He felt that he couldn't save face, muttering to himself. It seems that anger is not enough. He squinted his eyes, carefully recalling recent unhappiness, and suddenly an infinite anger erupted from his body. "Jiang Qingfei, you despicable scoundrel, took advantage of me entering the spiritual realm, stole Ah Hui, and even made her pregnant. I will slaughter you." Roar! Uncle Wang's eyes turned crimson, his body size increased again, and he fiercely punched the barrier, making a loud bang. Unfortunately, the barrier remained unmoved, only the cold light screen, reflecting light, as if mocking his feeble strength. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly there was a loud bang echoing inside the barrier. A huge sound wave quickly spread out,
causing a strong wind of 7 or 8 levels to blow across the ground, making the surrounding female reporters cover their skirts and scream. The surrounding crowd exclaimed, "What's happening? It seems like the barrier is about to shatter. The angry emperor's shot is truly extraordinary. Wow, that female reporter is actually a white tiger. Where is she? Let me see too." Only Uncle Wang knew in his heart that the blow just now was definitely not his doing. The dark yellow barrier began to crack at the top, gradually spreading throughout the barrier, and the dark yellow light screen emitted streaks of white light. Uncle Wang's face changed drastically. No, it couldn't be. It seemed that someone was about to break the barrier from the inside. Who on earth could break this barrier? It must be noted that Nia Rue's void-breaking barrier was almost like a rule, unbreakable until the end of its duration. The country had previously conducted tests, using various methods and attacks, but none could break it. Now someone could break it? Uncle Wang's gaze became serious. He jumped down from the barrier, and with another loud bang, the entire barrier shattered like broken tempered glass, floating in the air in pieces. A figure, like an arrow leaving the bow, directly shattered the void-breaking barrier, flew into the air, and floated steadily. This person was dressed in a tight gray-blue suit, draped in a dark red cloak, with a large red letter S on the chest, his muscles bulging, quietly suspended in midair, the cloak fluttering fiercely, as if a god had descended. It's Superman. Many reporters recognized this iconic attire. It was the Superman who had caused quite a stir online a few days ago. Jiang Chen, in the air, saw Uncle Wang's iconic green giant body, and his heart stirred. Oh, Uncle Wang is here too? He was brought by Yuling and Su Hao, and also called out to Uncle Wang. Jiang Chen was thinking of meeting Uncle Wang. After all, he came to help, so he should at least say hello. But then, a deep low growl came from the sky above the city. Roar! Immediately, a huge spatial crevice slowly opened up, like the eye of a demon, and a giant beast claw gradually extended from it, emitting a sharp blue light between its sharp claws, a powerful aura sweeping through the entire Sanjiang city. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly became serious. The monster on the other side of the spatial crevice was very strong. Even with his current abilities, he felt an immensely powerful pressure. The entire Sanjiang city sounded a loud alarm. A dragon-level monster is about to descend. Please proceed to the shelter immediately. Please proceed to the shelter immediately. The central command hall of the Hua Border Defense Army suddenly issued a distressing alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Dragon-level monster 012, showing signs of movement. Alarm! Alarm! A huge spatial fluctuation detected in the sky above Sanjiang City, suspected to be the imminent arrival of dragon-level monster 012. Why would a dragon-level monster directly descend on the city? What about the monster dispersal field of Sanjiang City? All monster dispersal fields in Sanjiang City have failed. I repeat, all failed. Immediately summon Emperor Yu and Emperor Su to Sanjiang City. I just contacted them. They are defending against the border beast tide and can't break free. Oh, Anger Emperor is in Sanjiang City. Even so, Anger Emperor can only save a few people at most. Sanjiang City is doomed. Jiang Chen looked at the giant beast claw extending from the spatial crevice, his expression somewhat stunned. This is not right. The monsters in the Pacific Rim, although powerful, are not this strong. They can't tear through space and directly ignore distances to descend like this. If they were that powerful, humans in the Pacific Rim world would have been extinct long ago. Right, humans in the spirit realm are already extinct. It must be that these monsters suddenly became incredibly powerful. Could it be that I was wrong? Is the world behind the monsters not the world of the Pacific Rim? Then where would it be? Giant monsters, giant mechas. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered a world, his pupils contracting sharply. Damn, if it's really the world he's thinking of, there are probably even more powerful world-ending monsters besides the dragon-level monsters. He landed next to Uncle Wang. Without wasting time, he asked, "Uncle, what should we do now?" Uncle Wang looked at him strangely. Why would this man know the names Yuling and Su Hao used to address him? Yuling and Su Hao were the most proud disciples he had brought out, and they also regarded him as a fatherly figure, which is why they called him uncle affectionately. In any case, the man in front of him, in tight-fitting clothes and a red cape, calling him uncle, made him feel a sense of goodwill towards the man. And the man's strength also earned his respect. Uncle Wang said solemnly, "It's best to stop it from descending, otherwise, once it passes through the spatial crack, even if you and I join forces to defeat it, the entire Sanjiang city will be completely reduced to ruins." Jiang Chen nodded, stopping the monster from descending. That's doable. He erupted with his aura again, flew into the air, then his eyes turned red, and he shot out two red beams like lasers directly into the spatial crevice. The dragon-level monster on the other side of the spatial crevice, caught off guard, suffered a great loss. It was clear that the monster on the other side was very angry, and a loud roar came from the crevice. A few seconds later, a thick black-red beam shot directly towards him.
Jiang Chen's sixth sense issued a frantic warning, and he quickly evaded, narrowly avoiding being hit by the beam.
The beam flew off at an angle, spreading for several kilometers before finally disappearing into the ground. The entire Sanjiang city was plowed open by a huge trench several tens of meters deep and 7 to 8 meters wide. Anything hit by the black-red beam was instantly vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Chen saw the power of the dragon-level Fierce Beast's ray, and was also amazed. With such power, if he were hit head-on, he would probably find it difficult to bear.
Alright, since you're using your ultimate move, don't blame me for not playing fair.
Just as he hasn't had a chance to try it out yet, I'll use the newly learned Turtle School Qigong. Jiang Chen stood in the air with a horse stance, his hands forming a lotus shape at his waist, and he muttered under his breath,
Turtle School Qigong.
In fact, Jiang Chen intended this move to be his ultimate move in his normal form, not wanting to use it in his superhuman steel form. But now, the entire Sanjiang city, his hometown, faced the danger of being destroyed by the dragon-level Fierce Beast, and he couldn't afford to hide his abilities anymore. He decided to drive away this fierce beast first before considering hiding his abilities again. In the future, if he were to use this move in his normal form again, it could be considered something taught to him by Superman. The Turtle School Qigong, as a martial arts school, is indeed a skill that can be mastered through learning, regardless of talent.
My talent is exceptional, I learned it in one go, very reasonable, right? Superman's heat vision is powerful, but facing a huge dragon-level fierce beast like a mountain, its ability to cause harm is limited. Even if it could cut open the beast's skin, for the beast's huge body, it would be like poking it with a small knife in the butt, painful but not fatal. And heat vision cannot release all its energy at once. Unlike Turtle School Qigong, which can accumulate power between strikes and release all its energy in an instant, causing massive damage. Dealing with such giant monsters, Turtle School Qigong is more suitable. Jiang Chen infused all his energy into the Turtle School Qigong wave in his hands and fiercely pushed out a huge beam of light, directly shooting into the spatial crack. On the other side of the spatial crack, the dragon-level Fierce Beast spewed out a second massive black-red ray, which collided fiercely with the Turtle School Qigong wave, creating a deafening roar. The clash of immense energy caused a strong disturbance in the sky above Sanjiang City, with only Uncle Wang and Ning Tong barely able to stand. Everyone else was blown away by the airwaves, flying like a willow leaf in a gale. The intense energy fluctuations completely destroyed the already unstable spatial crack. With the dragon-level Fierce Beast's continuous roars of unwillingness, the crack slowly closed. At this moment, the border defense forces rushed to repair urgently and reopened the beast dispersal force field. In the perception of the dragon-level Fierce Beast, Sanjiang City once again became blurry and distant. With his energy completely depleted, Jiang Chen fell straight down from the sky, and Ning Tong, who had been watching him, flew up quickly, enveloping Jiang Chen in her own life force field and safely bringing him back to the ground. Jiang Chen forced himself to stand up, the low growls of the Fierce Beast group getting closer and closer. They still had a tough battle ahead. Ning Tong comforted Jiang Chen. You've done your best, now it's time for us to play our part. With that, Ning Tong emitted a blue light all over her body, slowly rising from the ground. She was going to face the Fierce Beast group alone. Tang Yu, Rin Peng, and others all insisted. Take us with you, Sister Tong. Even if it's just a little, we can help. Ning Tong nodded, a blue light surrounding the group, heading straight towards the Fierce Beast group. Then a big green figure passed over Jiang Chen's head, heading towards the Fierce Beast group, followed by the Border Defense Army of Sanjiang City and several thousand awakened individuals. Jiang Chen saw Uncle Wang take action, finally feeling relieved. If one of the three emperors, Uncle Wang, took action, and they still couldn't handle this small group of fierce beasts, then the title of the three emperors would truly be in vain. Jiang Chen was able to catch his breath for the time being, slowly closing his eyes and recalling the punch that broke the barrier. The punch that broke the barrier just now was not actually thrown by him, or rather, not entirely by him. He had tried several times inside the barrier but couldn't break through that layer of defense. The barrier seemed to exist in another space. No matter how hard he tried to punch with all his might, he couldn't even shake it a bit. In a moment of urgency, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. It can be imagined that once the beast tide surges into the city, countless humans will surely die or be injured, and even his family members may be unfortunate. These days, Jiang Chen has already regarded the parents and sister of Lan Xing as his closest relatives in this world. If anything unexpected were to happen, Jiang Chen would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen was preparing to turn around and kill the Boundary Master when suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. Successor, seriousness is not used like this. Let me demonstrate once, remember this feeling. Then Jiang Chen found that his body was moving on its own,
without needing to leap from the ground for momentum, casually throwing a punch. This punch seemed to break through the limitations of time and space, shattering any objects in its path. His fist, at this moment, carried the momentum of Saitama-sensei, unstoppable and unparalleled. Although his fist did not touch the boundary, Jiang Chen saw space cracking inch by inch under the impact of this punch. With a loud noise, the entire boundary began to crumble. Jiang Chen understood that this was a serious punch thrown by Saitama-sensei through his body, much stronger than the serious punch he could throw himself, not just 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Space was shattering under this punch. Jiang Chen repeatedly savored the essence of that punch, feeling like he gained something, yet feeling like something was still missing. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen could only imprint this punch firmly in his heart. He realized that he was still far, far away from the realm of Saitama-sensei. With the same body, the strength that Saitama-sensei could exert was 1,000 times or 100 times greater than his current strength. The problem must lie with him. As the beast tide surged forward, intertwined with the humans, Uncle Wang roared, "Jiang Qingfei, you still have a complete family, while I'm still single. Go to hell." In Uncle Wang's eyes, the ferocious beast seemed to have turned into Jiang Qingfei, fueling his anger even more. "Beasts, die for me." With one punch, he directly turned a ghost-level ferocious beast into minced meat, becoming more and more heroic, one punch for each beast. After nearly 100 ferocious beasts were killed on the human side, the remaining beasts, seeing the defeat, began to retreat with low growls. Ning Tong looked at Uncle Wang's huge green body, deeply impressed by his strength. She had already learned from others that this was one of the 3 emperors of Hua country, the Wrath Emperor. The Wrath Emperor is really powerful. But who is this Jiang Qingfei he mentioned, stealing his woman and impregnating her? It's really outrageous. It seems like I've heard this name somewhere. Like father, like son, Jiang Chen had not mentioned his father's name to Ning Tong, so she was unaware that Jiang Qingfei was Jiang Chen's father. Thus, the attack launched by the Divine Punishment Organization was finally completely resolved. Although Jiang Chen thwarted the Divine Punishment Organization's attack, the aftershocks had only just begun. In the underground secret base of the Divine Punishment Organization, the air seemed to freeze. Gabriel's massive figure sat on a long chair, while several masked men below shivered as they reported the results of the Sanjiang University operation. When Gabriel heard that all operatives were missing, effectively declaring the failure of the Divine Punishment Organization's operation once again, he could no longer contain himself and growled, "Waste, all of you are a bunch of waste. Dozens of S-Class and A-Class Awakeners, and you can't even kill a Tier 4 Awakener? Who is the man who broke the barrier, and why was there no information about him before?" The men in black trembled as they answered, reporting to Lord Gabriel, "The man claims to be a superhero. Last time his talent was graded, he only showed 6th tier strength, but this time, he seems to have at least 8th tier strength." 8th tier? Gabriel's eyes flickered as he held his chin in his hands and spoke in a deep voice. "As soon as possible, find out the identity of this man, all of you go down." As the man in black exited, Gabriel extended an arm from under his black robe. Although the arm had a large skeletal structure, it was already skin and bones, resembling a skeleton, with bones clearly visible. Trembling, he growled lowly, "Damn it, as the most powerful man in the world, am I really going to die because I can't replenish my energy?" A booming voice echoed in his mind. "The power of the gods is not something you mortals can covet, Gabriel. Release me, and I will give you eternal life. The world will bow at your feet." Gabriel sneered. "And then what? Become your puppet forever, at your mercy? Dream on, you won't even take a step out of that place even if I'm dead. Hee, pitiful reptile, just wait and see. I have infinite life, while you only have a few months of pitiful life left." Gabriel's eyes flashed, and he rose and floated into the passage, ordering the black-clad men guarding outside the door. "Initiate the revival of Unit 01. The black-clad men were instantly shocked. "What, Lord Gabriel, that's an entity that cannot be controlled at all. Moreover, there are at least 4 8th-level Awakeners in Hua country now. Even with Unit 01, it's probably not enough for you alone." Gabriel snorted, seizing a black-clad man with one hand. As crimson light flashed in his eyes, the man didn't even scream, turning completely into a skeleton. Gabriel's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I don't want to hear anyone dare to question my decision again." Many black-clad men knelt down, trembling, and bowed their heads. "Yes, Lord Gabriel. Everything is as you wish." The 3 emperors were furious, focusing on investigating those who had not entered the spirit realm for a long time but still maintained their talents. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how many spies had been rooted out, he could see from the news that officials in various departments were frequently changing. He could tell that this time, the power of the Divine Punishment Organization in Hua country was truly greatly diminished. But he still didn't let his guard down, as Lu Shan still firmly held the position of one of the 7 generals. Jiang Chen could still see him on TV, attending various major events as usual, which made Jiang Chen quite helpless. Lu Shan's ability to sit in this position as one of the 7 generals indicated his own capabilities, both in strength and intellect, were extraordinary, making it very difficult to remove him from his position. A figure of this level, without concrete evidence, even the 3 emperors couldn't easily bring him down.
So Jiang Chen wisely remained silent, waiting for an opportunity to strike hard and expose his true face completely.
The level of corruption within the internal organizations of Hua country shocked Zhang Onping and the 3 emperors.
It completely sounded the alarm for them.
Secondly, the sudden emergence of superhumans completely attracted the attention of all sectors of society. Even Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's passage through the 4th spirit realm was selectively forgotten by everyone. After all, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had done this before. Even if you asked Jiang Chen, he would confuse you with his words, making sense at the time, but afterwards, it seemed like he hadn't said anything. Everyone had gradually gotten used to the antics of these 2 in the spirit realm. Well, let them be. As long as they don't cause a collapse in the spirit realm, it's fortunate. While others enter the spirit realm cautiously, these 2 entering the spirit realm makes everyone nervous, as there are only a few spirit realms with high survival rates. If they mess up a few, how will the awakeningers behind them survive? The popularity of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong declined. But the most popular video on social media was the scene of the superhero using mysterious skills to completely shatter the spatial rift of a dragon-level beast.
Countless netizens left comments below. What kind of talent skill is this? It looks really powerful and domineering. It seems like he is saying ghost card painter based on his mouth movements. Although shouting it out feels a bit embarrassing, it inexplicably stirs up one's blood. I feel like it's an ancient martial talent skill. Could Superman be an S2 talent awakener? It's unlikely, even the Emperor wouldn't use this move. Why can Superman unleash such a powerful long-range attack? Superman is so cool, I'll pay $500. Who can tell me what talent he actually awakened? I'll offer a set of private high-sci photos, looking for Superman's real name and address. This physique is making me drool. Upstairs, I'll pay $500 to buy your private photos. Superman single-handedly annihilated all the assassins of the Divine Punishment Organization, achieving a brilliant record. Moreover, in front of thousands of reporters, he used a talent skill that had never been seen before, completely shattering the space fissure. This made the whole country, and even the whole world, curious about this man named Superman. Who is he really? What is his real name? How old is he? What kind of power does he possess? How can he withstand the death breath of a dragon-level beast alone? In the streets and alleys of Sanjiang City, there are reporters everywhere, eager to catch anyone and ask, "Sir, do you know this man? Ma'am, do you know this person?" A grandma leaning against the wall in the sun raised her head, adjusted her reading glasses, took the reporter's phone, and carefully examined it for a while. "Let me see, I think I've seen this person somewhere." The reporter's eyes lit up, almost kneeling down to the grandma. "Ma'am, please think carefully, where have you seen him? What is his name? Where does he live?" The grandma's gaze seemed distant, as if recalling distant memories. "That year, I was just 24, on the eve of my wedding, I went to see a male strip show with Xiaofang and Xiaojing. There was a tall and handsome foreign guy on stage. Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished yet." Soon, someone noticed the talent certification materials submitted by the 5 Elements Alliance 2 months ago. The man in the video was none other than the Superman they had been searching for. Once the news spread, the ally threshold of the 5 Elements Alliance in Sanjiang City was almost broken. The 5 Elements Alliance instantly became more crowded than Sanjiang University, with countless female reporters surrounding Yi Chang, thrusting microphones in his face. Looking from afar, it seemed like Yi Chang was engaging in some illicit activity. Yi Chang blushed, facing a group of reporters, pointing to his broken leg. In fact, his leg injury had long healed, but to show the intense battle with Superman, he rewrapped it with bandages. "Look, this is the proof of my sparring with Superman. At that time, Superman and I fought for 300 rounds, and in the end, Superman didn't hold back a single move, breaking my leg." Superman immediately felt sorry, but I just smiled. "It's no big deal. Being injured by Superman is an honor for me." "Leader Yi, do you know Superman's name and address? Who is he really? Why is there no official information about him?" Yi Cheng's face stiffened, he brushed off the impertinent reporter and continued to answer other questions, displaying the professionalism of a qualified leader. Just as he was speaking enthusiastically, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, what is that?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a blood-red hole slowly opening in the sky, with a huge figure moving inside. An expressionless giant eye looked out from the hole towards the blue star, as if gazing at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
After the Divine Punishment Organization's attack, Zhang Anping added a few more small targets for Lao Ning to use in rebuilding the campus. However, due to the teaching buildings and dormitories being cut into pieces by Jiang Chen's 360-degree heat ray attack, there were no blind spots. Although Lao Ning is now very wealthy, rebuilding the school building is not something that can be solved in a short period of time.
Students can only attend classes in the auditorium on a daily basis.
At Ning Tong's strong request, she and Lao Ning moved to a house near Jiang Chen's home, bought a small villa, 2 kilometers away from Jiang Chen's home. Ning Tong had nothing to do every day, so she ran to Jiang Chen's house to help with household chores, calling them uncle and aunt, behaving like a prospective daughter-in-law.
This made Jiang Chen's parents very happy, nodding and praising repeatedly.
Good. She is really a good girl. Jiang Chengfei's old heart was very comforted. Xiaolan is very capable, with half of my level when I was young.
Jiang's mother suddenly became angry. Nonsense, what makes you better than your son?
Jiang Chengfei remained calm. When I was his age, he was still in your belly, so, am I twice as good as him? Jiang's mother was speechless, glaring at Lao Jiang fiercely, twisting her husband's ear.
Stop talking nonsense, go to work quickly.
Jiang Chengfei's face looked a bit strange, he glanced around, his eyes full of vigilance. I took a leave of absence, resting at home for a few days. Leave of absence? What leave of absence? What will my mother and I eat if you take a leave of absence? At the corner, there was a middle-aged man with 2 scars on his face, dressed in a neat blue suit, looking quite handsome. Originally with a clean-shaven face, his cheeks turned green with anger.
Jiang Chengfei, I just want to talk to Xiao Wei alone, don't you give me a chance?
Damn it, I should have punched you to death yesterday, it's all because I'm too soft-hearted, can't bring myself to do it. His face gradually turned green, muscles bulging, about to burst out of his suit. Lao Wang quickly comforted himself. Forget it, it's been 20 years, let it go, otherwise I'll transform again. He slowly returned to normal. It's only a thief who can last 1,000 days, how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days?
Jiang Lao thief, I'm not leaving, can you not work for a lifetime? He. Lao Wang thought of his triumph and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile.
He turned his head and saw Jiang Chen and Ning Tong staring at him strangely.
What are you doing, sir? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously.
If it weren't for the fact that this man was well-dressed and wealthy, he would have thought Lao Wan was a petty thief. They had only seen Wang Zongshu transform, and did not know that the middle-aged man with the scarred face was the true angry emperor. Moreover, Lao Wang had met both of them, but he didn't know that Jiang Chen was actually a superhuman. So 2 people who had fought side by side and could transform, didn't recognize each other face to face.
It must be said that this is the magic of fate.
In the eyes of Wang Zongshu, Jiang Chen is now a famous little white face in Sanjiang City, a man who relies on his handsome face to cling to Ning Tong all the way. He is also the descendant of the little white face who stole his woman back then. When Jiang Chen was not born, he actually saw Jiang Chen through the belly.
Wang Zongshu couldn't help but grunt at the thought of this.
But those were all grudges of the past generation. As one of the 3 emperors, Wang Zongshu would not be angry with Jiang Chen for such trivial matters. After all, Jiang Chen still carried half of Ah Hui's bloodline. From Jiang Chen's handsome face, he could still see some of Ah Hui's youthful appearance.
Therefore, Lao Wan's feelings towards Jiang Chen were very complicated.
In front of the younger generation, he still had to save face, so he quickly found a reason for himself.
Oh, I'm here to apply for a lecturer position at Sanjiang University, is this Principal Ning's house? Ning Tong was speechless. Sir, are you in the wrong place? Principal Ning's house is not here.
She looked at Wang Zongshu's sturdy figure and weathered old face, feeling that he must have been a powerful awakener in the past. Just right, the school is expanding rapidly and lacks lecturers, so why not let him have a try at the interview? So, Ning Tong and Jiang Chen brought Wang Zongshu back home. As soon as they entered the door, Ning Tong shouted loudly, "Dad, I found a lecturer for you." Old Ning was in the kitchen, carefully cooking the meat of the fierce beast for his daughter. As Ning Tong's attributes improved, she also began to feel that hunger, but it was not as strong as Jiang Chen's at first, just faint. Occasionally eating a meal of the fierce beast's meat could relieve it.
He put on an apron, took a spatula, and came out casually, saying, I posted the notice a long time ago, why did someone come to apply now?
Ning Jingxin saw the scarred face of old Wang, was stunned for a moment, suddenly his face changed dramatically, and the spatula in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Old Ning, as a former 7th level master, knew Wang Zongshu. Although the angry emperor himself was dressed decently today and shaved off his iconic sideburns, the figure, the momentum, and the 2 iconic scars on his face instantly made old Ning recognize him. He also knew that the angry emperor had come to Sanjiang City yesterday, but he didn't expect that his daughter would bring the angry emperor home while taking a walk outside,
and even said he wanted to apply as a teacher? Damn, isn't this the angry emperor himself? How did he end up here? And saying he wants to apply as a lecturer? What a joke! How can I afford to hire this big shot? Dad, what's wrong with you?
Ning Tong saw her old man acting out of character and quickly went forward to support Ning Jingxin, afraid he would fall. Before Ning Principal could speak, old Wang gestured to him. Today he went to peek at someone else's wife. After all, it was not very glorious. If the younger generation found out about his embarrassing past, he wouldn't be able to live. Suddenly, a thought occurred to old Wang. Since he didn't have much time left, why not stay at Sanjiang University as a teacher? This way, he could protect Ning Tong and Jiang Chen, the future stars of Huagua, investigate the true identity of the superhuman, and in the final moments of his life, get a close look at the former goddess. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, ending this life, would also be a good choice. Yu Ling and Su Hao back then were young talents he had brought up. Now he felt that Jiang Chen and Ning Tong also had this potential. Although Jiang Chen, the stinky kid, lacked a bit of talent, as an 8th level master, he knew that talent was not the only thing. So, old Wang made up his mind and coughed softly. Principal Ning, I want to apply for the position of lecturer at Sanjiang University. Do you think I am qualified? Old Ning's gaze was blank, and his inner thoughts were crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? You, the mighty angry emperor of Huagua, didn't want to be a good martial emperor, and came to my private university to be a lecturer? And you're asking me if you're qualified? The person who can judge whether you are qualified hasn't been born yet. Old Ning's brain was spinning rapidly. Before he could speak, the light outside the window suddenly dimmed, taking on a hint of blood red. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He sneered inwardly. Damn it, is it the Divine Punishment Organization again, daring to cause trouble? If I don't drag you out by the roots this time, I'll admit defeat. The few of them looked out the window and saw the huge blood-red void in the giant humanoid creature moving back and forth inside. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were stunned. What is this? Old Ning furrowed his brow tightly. He seemed to have heard of this phenomenon before, but for a moment, he couldn't remember what it was. Only old Wang, with the most exaggerated expression, opened his mouth wide, his eyes staring like copper bells. Spiritual realm invasion. Old Wang was dumbfounded, squeezing out a few words from his heart. The blood-red large hole suddenly appearing in the sky above Blue Star could be observed from all angles globally. Although most people didn't know exactly what was going on, they felt that the huge figure over there was filled with endless malice. In the human world, there was a wave of panic on the internet. What is that big hole? It looks like there are giant monsters inside. It's so scary. Why do I feel like they are constantly watching us? I feel like in their eyes, we are like little chicks. The International Spirit Realm Management Organization has urgently issued a statement. The huge void appearing in the sky above Blue Star is a special astronomical phenomenon. Please do not worry excessively. It is expected that this astronomical phenomenon will completely disappear in about a week. However, in private, the International Spirit Realm Management Organization has already contacted the Spirit Realm Management agencies of various countries and convened a global emergency meeting. Pan Wenji, the honorary chairman of the International Spirit Realm Management Bureau, a short Korean man with an extremely serious expression, said in the video, after confirmation, the giant humanoid creatures in space are the man-eating giants of Spirit Realm 5. If the crisis in Spirit Realm 5 is not handled properly, it may lead to a Spirit Realm invasion. The consequence will be the addition of a powerful species beyond the ferocious beasts. At that time, the dispersal force field of the ferocious beasts will be completely ineffective, and the human doomsday is imminent. In the country of Asen, Nalendra Kenisha, however, did not think so. What if the ferocious beasts and these giants fight each other? Wouldn't that be better? Zhang Anping couldn't help but angrily retort Nalendra. Do you have any common sense? The giant species of Spirit Realm 5 only have hostility towards humans and no interest in animals. Once they invade Blue Star, the dispersal force field of the ferocious beasts that humans have painstakingly built will be useless against them. Pan Wenji timely stopped the conflict between the two. There is no time to argue. Humans cannot afford to gamble, nor can they afford to lose. Please dispatch the strongest awakeners who can enter Spirit Realm 5 domestically to end this Spirit Realm invasion. The fate of humanity is in their hands. I beg you all. He trembled and knelt on the ground, knocking his head against the heads of the directors of various national management agencies, making a thumping sound. The International Spirit Realm Management Bureau does not have real power, it is just a coordinating organization, so even as the honorary chairman, Pan Wenji can only ask for help from various countries. The leaders of various countries did not say much more, feeling a bit desolate in their hearts. The invasion of Spirit Realm 5 is barely controllable. If it were Spirit Realm 20, or 30, or even 40, where would the future of humanity be? Zhang Anping left the meeting, his face solemn. If the invasion of Spirit Realm 5 becomes a reality, the hundreds of millions of people in Huagua may only be reduced to one-third. As he understood it, the giant race of Spirit Realm 5 harbors great hostility towards humans, even launching attacks on humans just like the ferocious beasts. It is unknown why these monsters in the Spirit Realm are so hostile towards humans. The current dispersal force field of the ferocious beasts only works against the ferocious beasts, so how should humans deal with the man-eating giants of Spirit Realm 5? Due to issues with the Spirit Realm mechanism, each Spirit Realm can only be entered once in a lifetime, leading to the powerful Awakeners of Huagua being unable to enter Spirit Realm 5 again. Fortunately, he still has one last option. In this way, his investments during this period have not been in vain. If there is anyone in this world who has the strength to stop the invasion of Spirit Realm 5 in reality during the first and second stages, it is only those two. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. These two have already proven with their brilliant records that everyone before, including the current Yu Huang and Su Huang, are all mediocre in conquering the Spirit Realm. Although Jiang Chen's talent is average, he received a reward of 3,500 potential points for Spirit Realms 3 and 4, and he has now firmly become a 4th-tier Awakener. As for Ning Tong, she naturally has extremely high attribute growth, and she has gained a large number of potential points in several Spirit Realms in a row. In terms of actual combat power, she should be close to reaching the 5th tier. It can be said that among this group of freshmen in the first and second years, there is no one stronger than them. Although these two have just returned from Spirit Realm 4 and experienced an attack by the Divine Punishment Organization's assassins. But the invasion of the 5th spiritual realm into reality is a matter of life and death for all humanity. Now, we can only rely on them to take action and turn the tide so that humanity can have a glimmer of hope. Zhang Anping's face remained calm as he dialed old Ning's phone number. Hello, Principal Ning? Yes, this is Director Zhang. I would like to discuss something with you. Old Ning was also troubled by the fact that the angry emperor insisted on becoming a teacher at his school. He knew angry emperor inside out. If he became a teacher and a student provoked him, causing him to lose his temper and go on a rampage, the school would probably have to be rebuilt. When old Ning saw Zhang Anping calling, his eyes lit up, and he retreated to a soundproof study room to speak softly. Director Zhang, I also have an urgent matter. Please help me think of a solution. Zhang Anping chuckled and said, Your matter is not urgent, mine concerns all of humanity. Please listen to me first. As old Ning listened to Zhang Anping's words, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my god. After describing the situation, Zhang Anping earnestly pleaded with old Ning, Principal, I know this is unfair to Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. They have just returned from the 4th spiritual realm and have experienced an attack from the Divine Punishment Organization. They should rest for a while. But after much thought, I realized that only they have a slight chance to save humanity on a national and even global scale. So I have to ask for their help. Whatever conditions you have, please let me know. As long as I can do it, I will fulfill them unconditionally. Old Ning said solemnly, I can only try to ask them to do it, but if they are unwilling, I cannot force them. Zhang Anping understood this reasoning. After all, it would be futile to force the two to risk their lives to save humanity. Principal Ning, please do your best. Whatever conditions you need, feel free to ask. Old Ning added, There is one more thing, Director Zhang, please help me persuade Angry Emperor. So, old Ning explained Angry Emperor's situation to him. Zhang Anping chuckled and said, It's a small matter. Give the phone to Angry Emperor. Old Ning called Wang Zongshu into the room. After a fierce argument and exchange of insults, old Wang hung up the phone and informed Principal Ning with a sly smile, Heh, no need to say more. It's my business, not up to Zhang Anping to decide. The situation is urgent, so I will be the one to give them their first lesson. Later, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, who had just slipped out of the house and were about to go shopping together, were called back home before they had even walked 200 meters. Ning Jingxin first introduced old Wang with a pained expression. This is the top-tier teacher newly hired by our school, Angry. Old Zhao. There is an urgent matter now, let teacher Zhao explain it to you. Old Wang cleared his throat and introduced himself in a friendly manner. My surname is Zhao. I will be your spiritual realm specialist teacher from now on. I won't waste time with pleasantries. Have you seen the large hole in the sky? Old Wang changed his surname because on the day of the beast-tide interception, he had cursed Jiang Qingfei and said many dirty things about old Jiang, and Ning Tong must have heard it. He felt ashamed to face others, so he introduced himself to old Ning. My surname is Zhao, so you can call me old Zhao from now on. Old Ning's expression at that moment was beyond strange. Angry Emperor, what are you up to? You are clearly surnamed Wang, and the old Wang next door is named Wang. Why do you insist on calling yourself Zhao? How am I supposed to explain this lie to the children in the future?
Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's expressions were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the principal suddenly agree to let this man become a lecturer at Sanjian University?
Old Wang was very satisfied with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's expressions. The large hole in the sky is a precursor to the invasion of the spiritual realm, and based on my many years of experience, the spiritual realm about to invade is the fifth spiritual realm. When Jiang Chen heard that the fifth spiritual realm was about to invade reality, his eyes sharpened instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "So, Teacher Zhao, does this mean we don't need to enter the fifth spiritual realm?" Ning Tong couldn't help but cheer and clapped hands with Jiang Chen. "Great, finally we can rest for a few days." Old Ning looked embarrassed and coughed. "Not really, Director Zhang hopes that you two can quickly enter the fifth spiritual realm and stop the huge man-eating monsters inside from invading reality."
Ning Tong was immediately unhappy. Didn't we just return from the fourth spiritual realm? We even experienced an assassination, and now they want us to enter the fifth spiritual realm right away? Even if we raise a donkey at home, we wouldn't use it this way. She pouted.
"Dad, Jiang Chen and I want to rest for a few days. We go to the spiritual realm every day, don't even have time to go shopping. Winter is coming soon, I'm running out of clothes to wear."
Jiang Chen nodded.
"Yeah, Principal, I've been feeling unwell these days, like my period is coming."
Old Wang said solemnly. Love affairs can also be discussed in the spiritual realm. Back then, I didn't bring my beloved woman into the spiritual realm and my house was stolen. I regretted it for the rest of my life.
Ning Tong blinked her eyes, curious. "Really, Zhao teacher, tell me more, let me learn something too." She was secretly vigilant. Indeed, there were signs, like Wan Rui, this busty woman, in the future, when entering the spiritual realm again, she must keep an eye on Jiang Chen. Old Wang's face stiffened, and he said in a deep voice, "I'll tell you when I have time. If possible, I hope you can do your best to save humanity. Otherwise, if the monsters from the fifth spiritual realm invade reality, at least half of humanity will die."
Jiang Chen already had some guesses about the monsters in the fifth spiritual realm, and he lazily yawned.
"Those are just a bunch of weaklings." Wang Zongshu saw Jiang Chen's lazy appearance and felt like he was seeing his father, except without hair. He looked so much like Jiang Chengfei when he was young. Although Jiang Chen's features resembled Aoi, his current expression was very much like his father's. He suddenly became angry, slapped the table, and shouted angrily, "Focus! The fifth spiritual realm is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll die in there, and humanity is counting on you to save them." I will now explain the types of monsters in the fifth spiritual realm. After that, Wang Zongshu started drawing on a small blackboard with chalk. With round heads, round bodies, and limbs represented by 4 lines, his drawing skills were so poor that even a 3-year-old could do better. Seeing that he wanted to draw facial features on the figure, Jiang Chen covered his eyes and weakly raised his hand. Zhao teacher, maybe you should just explain verbally, we can understand." Old Wang also felt that his drawing skills were not up to par. He glanced at Old Ning and gestured with his mouth, indicating that she should bring out her lesson plans to help out. Old Ning shook her head helplessly. "My lesson plans have been cut into pieces and completely destroyed. I asked Director Zhang for the materials, and he said they will be airmailed along with the teleporter tomorrow." Jiang Chen had previously used a new move to completely destroy the teleporter to the spiritual realm. The entire campus of Sanjian University was filled with countless deep trenches plowed by him. Uncle Wang could only helplessly say, "Remember, in the fifth spiritual realm, there are these kinds of man-eating giants. Even if their bodies are damaged, they can quickly recover and have immense strength. Very difficult to kill." He then started drawing black squares on the figure. Jiang Chen, looking at the poor drawing skills, couldn't help but interrupt Old Wang. "Zhao teacher, I understand what you mean. Are you trying to say that among the giants, there are those with armor covering their bodies?" Old Wang nodded with relief, suddenly feeling much more favorable towards Jiang Chen, secretly thinking to himself, "Truly worthy of Ahui's son, indeed clever and sharp, seeing through things at a glance." Encouraged by Jiang Chen's response, his enthusiasm soared. "There are a few more types of abnormal giants, I will draw them for you." Jiang Chen's forehead bulged with veins, enduring the dizziness in order to quickly guess what Old Wang was drawing, to end this torment. The more Old Wang spoke, the more he felt that Jiang Chen was extremely intelligent, often able to accurately interpret his intentions as soon as he made the first stroke. His initial impression of Jiang Chen was instantly reversed, and he secretly praised him even more. Truly Ahui's child, incredibly intelligent. If only I had married Ahui back then, this clever child would have been mine now. That despicable Jiang Qingfei. Ning Tong, on the other hand, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring back and forth between Jiang Chen and Old Wang. The black spots on the little person, are they armor? The 2 small dots on the chest, are they female giants?
This is even more absurd. A slightly longer arm makes it a long-armed giant? Are you two communicating in some other way behind my back, or is it that you both have a telepathic connection, rendering me unnecessary? I'll leave then.
Finally, after old Wang explained the known types of strange giants, Jiang Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat.
Zhao's drawing skills were terrifying. In just a short while, he felt it was more challenging than battling Vegeta.
After finishing, old Wang concluded, although the giants have larger bodies and greater strength, for awakeners, they are very easy to dodge as long as you don't get surrounded by them.
With your levels, there shouldn't be any danger. As long as you completely destroy their heads and necks, these giants will die immediately.
After saying everything, old Wan looked at Jiang Chen and Ning Tong expectantly.
So, will you go or not?
Ning Tong, as always, looked at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen was still somewhat uncertain, considering the world of giant humanoid monsters.
But after listening to Zhao's explanation of the abnormal giants, he immediately confirmed that the fifth spirit realm was the world of Attack on Titan. In the world of Attack on Titan, although the giants have powerful bodies and strong regenerative abilities, they all have fatal flaws.
The necks of the 9 titans and the colossal titan are their weak points.
By destroying their necks, they will immediately turn into skeletons. With the abilities of a fourth awakening, if one has the ability to fly and doesn't encounter an intelligent titan, they can easily and harmlessly eliminate the colossal titan. Looking at it this way, the difficulty of the fifth spirit realm seems reasonable, unlike the excessively high difficulty of the third and fourth spirit realms.
Jiang Chen said solemnly, before making the final decision, I have one more question. How can we stop the invasion of the spirit realm?
Old Wang spread his hands and shook his head.
We don't know either. So far, there has only been one incident of spirit realm invasion, which was the invasion of ferocious beasts. This is the second time after the world mutation, and you will need to figure everything out on your own.
Old Wang then offered his suggestion. Based on my speculation and considering your past achievements, there should be an existence in the fifth spirit realm similar to the Great Sea Star in the first spirit realm.
Find it, kill it, and you can completely close the spirit realm, ending the invasion. Of course, this is all just my speculation. You will need to adapt accordingly once you enter the spirit realm. Jiang Chen asked Old Ning, Principal, how many potential points are rewarded in the fifth spirit realm?
Old Ning pushed his glasses and recalled, I remember, killing a normal giant rewards 2 potential points, killing an abnormal giant rewards 20 potential points, with a maximum limit of 250 points. The spirit realm lasts for 5 days, and as long as you survive those 5 days, you can return to the real world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer, only 250 points, who does he look down on? I also have to get 500 points. In the world of Attack on Titan, which is already a deformed and sinful world, in Jiang Chen's view, titans are completely unnecessary. If his guess is correct, finding the founding titan, killing it, can completely end the world of Attack on Titan. Destroy it, a world full of ugliness and distortion, should not exist, even as a spiritual realm.
Jiang Chen lowered his eyelids and said in a low voice,
Okay, the teleporter will arrive tomorrow, and we will go to the fifth spiritual realm to end all of this.
He remembered something and said to Lao Ning,
By the way, Principal, you can ask Ring Peng and the others if they want to go together. This spiritual realm should not be difficult this time. It's a good opportunity to brush up on potential points.
Lao Wang, seeing his confidence, couldn't help but remind him.
Don't be careless, the giant monsters in the fifth spiritual realm are endless.
As the defenders, facing immense pressure, the largest casualties in history, 70% of the awakeners died.
Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. That's because they are too weak, they can't even beat such weak monsters, might as well buy a block of tofu to kill them. Lao Wang, looking at Jiang Chen's indifferent appearance, his good impression from earlier greatly diminished, he couldn't help but grunt in frustration. Very well, I hope you can maintain this optimistic attitude when you enter the spiritual realm.
After speaking, Lao Wang left Ning Jingxin's house and disappeared around the corner in an instant. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask Lao Ning,
Principal, who is this person? He looks very arrogant. Lao Ning smiled bitterly. Just now the furious emperor repeatedly instructed him not to reveal his identity, so he had to come up with a kind lie. Oh, he used to be my colleague, also a 7th rank master. Due to physical reasons, he can no longer engage in battles, so he wanted to find a place to retire. He has explored more spiritual realms than I have, so I asked him to be a professional spiritual realm teacher. He must know more detailed information than I do. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. So, it makes sense, but why do I always feel like he has malicious intentions towards me at times? And then his eyes look distant, making me feel chills all over. This feeling is really strange.
Ning Tong also nodded.
Indeed, sometimes, the way he looks at you, even I feel a bit scared. Dad, this Mr.
Zhao, Is his sexual orientation normal?
Lao Ning thought for a moment. It seems that he hasn't heard of a wife for the furious emperor, but he also hasn't heard that he is gay.
Judging from his battle mantra, he should be straight, otherwise he wouldn't be able to curse with such earth-shattering and heartbreaking words. Probably, maybe it's normal. Lao Ning was also not very sure, weakly saying.
The International Spiritual Realm Management Organization, PANWNG, received the English version of the list of seed players submitted by various countries. USA, Rossetti, 3rd rank enhancement system, DIC, 3rd rank elemental system. Fusan country, Shinmura Hiroshi, 3rd rank special system, Meikyo, 3rd rank.
3rd rank spiritual system. Asang country, Salman Khan, 3rd rank elemental system, Katrina Kuff, 3rd rank spiritual system. West 8 countries.
PANWNG shook his head as he read, the strongest on the list are these 3rd rank awakeners. How will they fight against the alien giants in the 5th spiritual realm, let alone stop the invasion of the spiritual realm into reality? Suddenly he saw one line, and his eyes lit up instantly. China, Ning Tong, 4th rank high-level special system, Jiang Chen, 4th rank mid-level enhancement system. PANWNG nodded. It seems that this time the awakeners with the most hope of saving humanity are these two from China.
But that alone is not enough. To win, the entire generation of humanity must be at stake.
Subsequently, a never-before-seen mobilization order was issued worldwide. The 5th spiritual realm, all should enter, all who can enter should enter. The new generation of awakened individuals from all over the world are required to enter the 5th spirit realm as long as they meet the conditions. Therefore, all freshmen and sophomores were mobilized, with their mentors urgently coaching them on the precautions of the 5th spirit realm. Everyone, please note that it is very difficult to kill a giant.
Normal injuries will automatically heal within a few minutes. Only by destroying its neck along with its head can fatal damage be inflicted.
Giants have high body temperatures, and the larger the size, the higher the temperature.
Getting too close can cause burns, and even spontaneous combustion.
Awakened individuals with enhanced abilities do not engage in close combat when your emotions are running high. If, unfortunately, you are swallowed by a giant, you can give up resistance and pray to return to the embrace of the Lord. There have been no cases of survival so far. In addition, there are various abnormal giants with powerful combat capabilities, estimated to be at the level between the 4th and 5th tiers.
When encountering them, students must be cautious, engage in flanking tactics first, with self-preservation as the top priority.
Also, a reminder to some hormone-driven students, do not have strange thoughts and behaviors towards female giants. At this critical moment of life and death for all humanity, please restrain your peculiar desires. By the way, the temperature inside the giants is extremely high and can burn certain organs to charcoal. As images were projected one after another, the students in the audience were stunned, trembling all over.
Some timid students even began to sob. It's too terrifying.
Why do we, as students, have to face these monsters?
Isn't saving the world supposed to be the job of powerful awakened individuals? I won't go. Even if I give up my awakened identity, I won't go. I'll definitely die if I go.
Of course, there were also some students with gleaming eyes. Wow, such big.
I really want to pounce on them and keep going. Let's team up. I have some ideas and urgently need a partner. Bro, I was thinking the same.
It's not possible inside, and we can't just get burned outside.
The teachers comforted them.
Don't worry, the main force to deal with the invasion of the spirit realm will definitely not be you. Just treat it like a normal spirit realm, mainly holding off the ordinary giants on the front lines to relieve the pressure on the main forces.
Some well-informed teachers shared the latest news with their students. According to the latest news, those two from Hua country will also enter the 5th spirit realm.
As long as you don't die, just wait for them to handle everything. Many students heard that those two from Hua country would also enter the spirit realm, instantly feeling relieved and transitioning from sorrow to joy.
Will they go too?
That's great, we're saved. Although thinking about that bald guy makes me unhappy, I have to admit that they are indeed a bit stronger than me.
Is it that bald guy from Hua country who roasted and ate the great Tengu? So brutal. Will he rape the female giant this time? Can't say for sure. That pervert is capable of anything. Some students couldn't help but ask others. Which two people are the teachers talking about? Why do you suddenly look so relaxed? Have you been without internet in the village for 3 months?
Who else could it be? That famous bald guy from Hua country and his female companion, Ning Tong.
It's them, huh?
This time of crisis in the spirit realm invasion, it seems we can only rely on these two.
I feel sorry for the giants. Will they be roasted and eaten by him? In stark contrast, in the auditorium of Sanjiang University, Lao Ning received the information airdropped by Zhang Anping.
He projected the images onto the white screen, explaining to Rinpeng, Tangyu, and others about the spirit realm and the types of giants. Comrade Lao Wang, who was full of enthusiasm, had drunk too much in sorrow last night, causing him to oversleep and miss this class today. There was no choice but for Lao Ning to personally take charge and serve as the guide teacher for the spirit realm. As the pictures slid by one, Jiang Chen saw 8 forms of intelligent giants: the Colossal Titan, the Attack Titan, the Female Titan, the Armored Titan, the Jaw Titan, the Beast Titan, the Warhammer Titan, and the Cart Titan. However, he did not see a picture of the Progenitor Titan, which added a touch of unease to his heart. Either the previous Awakeners were too weak to even come into contact with the Progenitor Titan, or the Progenitor Titan simply did not exist. If it was the latter, then he feared it would take some effort to destroy the 5th spiritual realm. Looking at a few teammates, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his eye twitching.
You idiots, can't you be serious for once? Tang Yu's mouth was watering.
So much meat, such a big size, and regenerative abilities.
Catch one, and you can eat for a long time. Wan Rui proudly puffed out her chest.
If I were to become a giant, I would introduce a new type of Titan, the Giant Car Headlight Titan. Ren Pang and Zhang Xinghe repeatedly pleaded with Lao Ning. Principal, please show us the picture of the female Titan again.
We feel like we've seen it somewhere.
Watching these unruly playthings, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, don't underestimate them too much. Even I would feel some pressure facing these different types of giants. He said this not because he would actually feel pressured, but to remind his teammates to be careful and not die in the world of the Attack on Titan. This time, the spiritual realm was still divided into teams of 2. He and Ning Tong were tasked with ending the 5th spiritual realm and didn't have much energy to spare for them. However, because they were transported inside the city walls of the 5th spiritual realm, there was not much difference from teaming up collectively. Huaguo did not force all eligible Awakeners to participate, as they had already sent out the strongest duo. If they couldn't handle it, adding more people wouldn't help. It was Ren Pang, Tang Yu, and the others who volunteered to go to the 5th spiritual realm. Ren Pang and the others had to keep up with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, otherwise, if one spiritual realm fell behind, they would fall behind around. With their talents, what awaited them would either be death or losing their gifted powers and becoming ordinary people. After discussing it, they gritted their teeth and decided to give it another shot with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. Lao Ning said that when they reached the 7th spiritual realm, it would be a team instance. In that instance, as long as they clung to Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, the potential points they would gain might surpass the natural attribute growth they would experience in their lifetime. The greatest opportunity in life was right in front of them. If they didn't seize it tightly and missed it, they would never have another chance to get on board. As the teleportation circle was rearranged, Lao Ning watched the 6 of them step into the circle and earnestly advised, no matter what, prioritize your own safety. If the giants completely breach the 3 city walls, it is said that hiding in the basement will increase your chances of survival. Lao Wang finally woke up from his drunken stupor and rushed to the school. He waved his right hand and shouted to the students, go in and beat the crap out of those giants for me. Several students were internally collapsing at this, wondering how he could be a top-tier teacher with his alcohol-induced foul language, and they didn't know what the principal saw in him. As the light flickered, the figures of the students disappeared into the teleportation circle. Lao Wang sighed, the times are advancing. Back in our day, we relied on luck to enter the spiritual realm. Lao Ning, knowing he was a first-generation Awakener, couldn't help but ask him, Nu Huan, what was the state of the spiritual realm back then? Why do all those in the know keep silent about it? Lao Wang shook his head, a hint of fear in his eyes. Do not explore the truth behind the spiritual realm, that is a taboo beyond human control. I also barely survived back then, it's better to quit early and live freely. Even have children, God, what a blind decision. At this point, Lao Wang couldn't help but shed tears. He pulled Lao Ning. Come on, principal, accompany me for another drink. Jiang Chen felt a sudden darkness before waking up in a dilapidated house. He quickly looked at Ning Tong. Ning Tong, perhaps sensing the challenge from Wan Rui, did not rush to dress up but slowly took out a bracelet and handed it to Jiang Chen. In this process, in the dimly lit room, a pair of bright car lights made Jiang Chen's eyes involuntarily flicker. At this moment, Jiang Chen just wanted to sing a song. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. It's still better in the spiritual realm, without going down, where else can you get such benefits? Praise Ning Tong, our future children will definitely eat well, and even have leftovers for this old father to enjoy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. In the darkness, Ning Tong blushed. After a while, she let the battle suit cover her whole body. Compared to Wan Rui, who always flaunted her assets, her move was more subtle and effective. As they lingered, a loud impact was heard outside the house. Bang!
Dust began to fall from the roof. Someone outside exclaimed, "Look, what is that? Is it a man-eating giant? That's not an ordinary giant, that's a super giant. Why, is it an alien species appearing?" Hearing the Awakened One's exclamations, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong quickly changed into their clothes and hurried out of the house. On the towering city wall, a giant head with no expression appeared, its eyes emitting light, steam rising from its body, muscles exposed as if the skin had just been peeled off. Its eyes were cold and ruthless, staring coldly at the Awakened Ones on the city wall. Although all the Awakened Ones had seen this type of giant in their teachers' materials before, when a supergiant of 50 to 60 meters tall appeared before them, everyone felt a strong sense of despair. Can we really confront such a monster? Jiang Chen thought it was not good. Wasn't this scene just like the one in Attack on Titan where the supergiant broke through the outermost wall? If the third wall is breached, humans will have to retreat from the third wall to the second wall, greatly limiting their movements. And now, most of the Awakened Ones are teleported outside the city. Once the wall is breached, endless impure giants will flood into the city, causing heavy casualties to the Awakened Ones. Jiang Chen was determined to completely destroy the fifth spiritual realm this time. In the initial stage, he needed to maximize the combat effectiveness of the human Awakened Ones to carry out the subsequent plans. This wall must not be breached. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he said to Ning Tong, "I'm going up. Help me open a teleportation gate behind its head." Ning Tong nodded without saying much. With Jiang Chen's strength, killing this monster would be effortless. Her eyes flashed with a blue light, and a deep blue teleportation gate slowly unfolded in front of Jiang Chen. After a significant increase in spiritual power attributes, Ning Tong's teleportation gate could now be maintained for a period of time, unlike the first spiritual realm where it could only be opened for a moment when killing the one-eyed starfish, and then drained of spiritual power. The supergiant let out a deep roar. Roar! Then it began to kick the Maria wall with force. The massive wall that stretched for tens of kilometers trembled, seemingly on the verge of being breached. Awakeners are all freshmen and sophomores, their minds dominated by fear, emitting screams of terror. "Quick, the city wall is about to collapse. The teacher didn't say there would be an attack by a supersized giant as soon as we arrived. Who will save us?" Before entering the spiritual realm, they were earnestly warned by the teacher to rely on the sturdy city wall and fight the giants. If they were unfortunate enough to fall into the midst of the giants, they would surely be torn to pieces immediately. Many Awakeners heard that the city wall was about to be destroyed, didn't have time to put on clothes, and fled from their houses naked. At a glance, the whole city was filled with white buttocks. Jiang Chen stepped in front of the teleportation gate and glanced at the large watermill of a foreign female student. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there are differences among races. There are large watermills and supersized watermills. In terms of appearance and volume, foreign female students are broader and can withstand greater power output. As Jiang Chen stepped into the teleportation gate, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The fleeing Awakeners turned back and saw a deep blue teleportation gate suddenly appearing above the head of the supersized giant. Then, a bald man in yellow battle clothes and a white cloak suddenly flashed out of the teleportation gate. He posed with a fist in mid-air, falling straight down. The Awakeners immediately recognized him from his conspicuous appearance and bald head as the famous bald man from Hua country, who clung to the goddess's thigh and made his way to the fifth spiritual realm. He was none other than Jiang Chen, the owner of the title of the most handsome university student in Hua country, with a great physique and abs. Before entering the spiritual realm, some well-informed Awakeners had already learned from their teachers or parents that the greatest hope in this spiritual realm was the combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. The two had reached the fourth level together, standing out among the freshmen and being a dark horse. If anyone could stop the invasion of the fifth spiritual realm into reality, it would be Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, carrying the hope of all humanity. But now, that bald man had actually come directly above the supersized giant, which in the eyes of other students was simply a suicidal act. Hadn't his teacher told him that the supersized giant's body emitted high temperatures? Getting too close would result in severe burns, even causing spontaneous combustion. It's over. Are we still counting on them to end the spiritual realm? They jumped over so early to seek death? No one told him that the supersized giant's body emits high temperatures? Getting too close will burn you to death. It's over. I'm afraid we will all be wiped out. Despair filled everyone's hearts even more. The supersized giant sensed someone behind him and immediately spewed out a large amount of steam from his body. This was the supersized giant's ultimate move, using up muscle to instantly release immense heat, forming steam to blow away enemies attempting to attack its vital points. Jiang Chen saw that his figure was completely blocked by the supersized giant, eliminating the risk of revealing his strength. He let out a low growl,
his whole body bursting with energy, instantly neutralizing the steam of the supersized giant.
In his eyes, these giants were not much stronger than 3-year-old children.
Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. The entire Attack on Titan is a tragedy, from Emer Fritz to Eren, all cursed by the power of the giants. The inheritance of the power of the giants requires cannibalism to be completed. In his view, this power full of sin is not worthy of remaining in this world. Moreover, if the fifth spiritual realm is invaded by Blue Star, there may be evil forces similar to the punishment organization that will abuse the power of the giants to create giant humanoid weapons. This would turn Blue Star into a second world of Attack on Titan, with innocent people becoming victims of war. It is time to completely end the evil power of the giants. Go die! Jiang Chen roared, punching heavily on the back of the supersized giant's head. The fist power exploded, smashing the head of the supergiant along with the neck. Jiang Chen vaguely saw a human body at the neck, showing a faint smile of relief, completely turning into minced meat and dissipating in the air. The vital point of the supergiant was severely hit, immediately relying on the city wall, the huge body emitting a lot of heat, gradually turning into a huge skeleton, completely dead. Jiang Chen gently landed on the city wall, with countless steam rising into the sky behind him. Below the city wall were awakeners from various countries. Although they did not know exactly what had happened, they only heard a loud bang, and then the giant's head turned into blood foam, drifting in the air. They stared at Jiang Chen dumbfounded, completely shocked. Although they knew that the combination of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong was strong, they did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to kill such a supergiant with one punch. Previously in the third spirit realm, Jiang Chen killed the great Tengu with a dozen punches, but this time, it seemed that only one punch was thrown, and the alien giant of the fifth spirit realm was completely killed by him. This speed of strength improvement is simply miraculous. After a moment of stunned silence, someone couldn't help but cheer. We won! This cheer, like a switch, caused all the awakeners below the city wall to cheer and celebrate, hugging each other. Of course, those who were not outstanding students stood out in the crowd. Seizing the opportunity of high morale, Jiang Chen spoke loudly. Fellow students, it's a bit early to be happy now. There are a lot of giants, and we need to work together to resolve this invasion crisis of the fifth spirit realm. I just killed a super giant and discovered a key point. Its rear neck is the weak spot. As long as we destroy its rear neck, we can immediately eliminate the giant. Below the city wall, students who knew Chinese translated Jiang Chen's words into various languages and conveyed them to the awakeners. Everyone sighed. So that's it, the rear neck is the weak spot. If we only need to destroy the rear neck, the difficulty will decrease significantly. Yes, it seems that his talent really has the effect of adding luck. Why did he discover such a crucial thing right from the start? Jiang Chen continued with his hands lightly pressed together. I suggest that everyone come to the outermost city wall together to defend against giant attacks. And I suspect that in the fifth spirit realm, there is a leader who commands all the giants, just like the one-eyed starfish I killed in the first spirit realm. As long as we kill it, the fifth spirit realm will be completely closed, and the invasion crisis will be averted. Encouraged by Jiang Chen, the awakeners gathered courage and climbed the city wall, launching attacks on the ordinary giants below the wall. Gradually, they found that, as Jiang Chen had said, these giants were easily defeated. As long as their rear necks were destroyed, they would die immediately and turn into huge skeletons. Compared to what the teachers said about having to destroy the giants' heads and necks together to kill them completely, the difficulty decreased by at least 5 times. Everyone was excited, knowing that a pure giant had 2 potential points, and they were so easy to kill, it was like picking them up for free. Gradually, the awakeners were no longer satisfied with killing the pure giants near the city wall. They began to jump off the wall and attack the pure giants wandering in the distance. Watching the giants fall like wheat in a field, more and more awakeners joined the reaping camp. Jiang Chen saw Tang Yu, Ren Peng, and others joining the team to kill the pure giants, while Ning Tong came to his side, looking serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Ning Tong's spiritual power now exceeded 4,000, twice as high as Jiang Chen's spiritual attribute, and she had some precognitive abilities regarding danger. Jiang Chen's gaze was distant, saying lightly, 5 days, it won't be that easy, just wait and see. The awakened ones who returned full of energy in the evening also organized a bonfire party. With the participation of foreign students, the program was very exciting, so exciting that Jiang Chen was pulled away by Ning Tong covering his eyes directly. Ah! Jiang Chen lamented in his heart, I just want to keep up with the international standards, critically absorb the essence of Western culture. Tong Tong, let me watch a little longer. Late at night, Jiang Chen looked at the sky, the full moon shining brightly like a disc, thinking about his lack of progress in scion talent. He couldn't help but regretfully touch his back. If I had a tail, would I be able to transform now? And after transforming,
I should be able to easily handle the fifth spiritual realm. While he was lost in thought, suddenly the earth began to shake, and the student responsible for watching on the city wall suddenly shouted loudly, "Titans, so many titans!" The crazy hunting during the day and the passionate social activities at night consumed a lot of energy from the awakened ones. Only a few could stay awake. Jiang Chen happened to be one of them. During the day he only made one fatal blow to a supersized titan, and didn't move his hands afterwards. He really didn't care about the potential points of the pure titan. At night, he wanted to join the social activities, but ended up being dragged away by a jealous woman to look at the moon. It was fortunate, as Jiang Chen maintained abundant energy. With nowhere to vent his hot blood, he jumped onto the city wall, gazing into the distance, and was instantly shocked. A dense legion of titans, as far as the eye could see, were marching in an orderly fashion towards the castle, the steaming hot air filling the sky, as if the whole world was burning. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly became serious. This was clearly the rumbling that would only occur in the final chapter of Attack on Titan. Why did it appear so early? And with his excellent vision, he could vaguely see that behind the supersized titan, there were other types of abnormal titans. Jiang Chen was afraid he was mistaken, so he confirmed with his perspective eyes. Through the shape of the bones and posture, he confirmed that all 7 intelligent titans were gathered. Supersized titan, female titan, armored titan, jaw titan, beast titan, warhammer titan, cart titan. Only the attack titan and the founding titan were missing. Each type of intelligent titan numbered in the thousands. Only the Eldians could transform into titans. Calculating by this number, it was probably that all the humans in the Eldian kingdom had been transformed into abnormal titans. No wonder there were no human survivors on the city wall. Who on earth would do such a crazy thing? If these tens of thousands of abnormal titans attacked, except for Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, probably all other human awakened ones would be wiped out. No wonder the fifth spiritual realm showed signs of invading reality. There must have been a big problem somewhere. Ren Peng and Tang Yu arrived at the city wall. Seeing such an exaggerated number of abnormal titans, they were all shocked. When old Ning explained the fifth spiritual realm before, she said there was only one of these abnormal titans. Why did they appear in batches this time? Could it be that the invasion of the spiritual realm was caused by these abnormal titans? Would eliminating them all end the invasion of the spiritual realm? But with such a large number, who could eliminate them all, afraid that even Jiang Chen and Ning Tong would also exhaust themselves and perish? Zhang Xingha asked Jiang Chen, "What should we do, Lan Gu? Can you handle so many abnormal titans?" Jiang Chen shook his head. He knew that even if he killed all these abnormal titans, it probably wouldn't stop the invasion of the fifth spiritual realm into reality. The most urgent task was to find the reason for the collective mutation of the Eldians. But now that all humans were dead, who could he communicate with? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, what is that?" Everyone followed his gaze, only to see a grim skull head hanging down from the clouds. This skull, the size of a mountain peak, disheveled hair, teeth standing densely, looks like a fierce ghost. Behind the skull head is a long spine, and it actually starts speaking. He, if I kill all of you, I can return to the blue star. Back then, you abandoned me in this ghostly world. Now it's time for you to pay the price. Die and taste my despair from back then. After speaking, this huge skull head climbed back into the air and slowly disappeared into the clouds, completely out of sight. The ground-shaking army began to advance towards the city wall, with giant beings 60 meters tall, like a huge burning wall, slowly moving towards the awakened ones, emitting endless heat. Jiang Chen opened his perspective eye, scanned around, and only then did he realize why he hadn't noticed the ancestor giant before. The bones of the ancestor giant actually surrounded the entire island, which Jiang Chen had previously thought to be prehistoric biological fossils. The massive skull of the ancestor giant hung high in the air, overlooking below coldly. What happened in the fifth spirit realm to make the ancestor giant become so huge? And from what he just said, it seems like he was also an awakened one from the blue star. Jiang Chen couldn't afford to think too much. The beast giant began to throw stones at the awakened ones from a distance, and the huge stones bombarded the city wall like cannonballs. Even though the city wall was made up of giant beings, it couldn't withstand this kind of attack, starting to crumble and revealing countless motionless and ferocious giant beings within. The awakened ones discovered that the city wall was made up of countless giant beings, and their mental defenses instantly collapsed. Why, are there also giant beings inside the city wall? We're really going to die this time. Jusong, have the cherry blossoms in our hometown bloomed? They're so beautiful, I can't see them anymore. Facing imminent death, the awakened ones all trembled. According to the teacher's strategy before, only 8 alien giants were considered powerful, and killing these 8 would ensure a safe return to reality. On the first day in the fifth spirit realm, Jiang Chen directly killed the most powerful giant,
showing them the hope of surviving and leaving the fifth spirit realm alive. But little did he know, before a day had passed, an endless stream of alien giants suddenly surged in. With this number and strength, even if the number of awakened ones was 10 times greater, they wouldn't be able to survive. The awakened ones trembled one after another, with some of the weaker ones instantly scared to the point of urination.
I want to go back to the blue star. Who will save me? Mom, don't wait for me to eat. I'd become a giant's dinner. Who will save us?
Faced with thousands of terrifying giants, the morale of the awakened ones plummeted, and despair filled everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, realizing that the giant beings under his feet came from the ancestor Ymir and were not influenced by the giant ancestor in the sky. The giant beings outside should have been transformed by the giant ancestor in the sky. In this case, there should be 2 ancestor giants in the 5th spirit realm now. Where did things go wrong? Without further ado, Jiang Chen knew that if he delayed any longer, everyone would either be crushed into pulp by the giant beings or swallowed by other giants. The most urgent task was to find the ancestor giant from earlier and deliver a fatal blow to completely end the mutation in the 5th spirit realm. He spoke loudly. Listen to me, everyone. That monster just now is the final boss of the 5th spirit realm. I will go and kill it, and all these giants will turn back into ordinary people. Hearing him say this, everyone's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Jiang Chen saw everyone's fighting spirit rise, and he continued speaking. However, before I defeat the final boss, you must hold on. Otherwise, no one can save you. It's better to rely on yourselves. Believe in your strength. You are the strongest. Ran Pang roared following Jiang Chen. Let's go, brothers. People die, birds fly. If we don't die, we'll live forever. Let's fight them. They're just a bunch of overheated rotten flesh. Jiang Chen saw the morale was high. With a leap, he landed on the head of a super giant. With a light punch, he smashed its head and neck to pieces, causing the super giant to collapse. He jumped back to the city wall and said, "Don't let them get close to the wall. If all 3 walls are destroyed, the giants with the height advantage will gain the upper hand. Hold on, I and Ning Tong will go." After saying that, he nodded to Ning Tong, and both of them emitted a blue light all over their bodies, flying into the air. Everyone looked at them enviously, vowing to enhance their spirits to 1000 when they had the chance, especially in the 5th spiritual realm, where they could fly in the air and establish an unbeatable position. Encouraged by Jiang Chen, the awakened ones cooperated, soaking their bodies with ice and water spells, then using sturdy weapons to kill the super giants from behind. For a moment, the super giants fell to the ground one after another, like harvested rice, offering no resistance. A cold snort came from the air. Very well, it's my turn to strike back now. Behind the super giant, various strange giants emerged from the thick fog, armored giants, female giants, possessing strong protective abilities, able to condense crystals at the back of their necks to prevent easy killing. The battle reached a stalemate, and casualties began to appear among the awakened ones. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong flew into the sky, catching the attention of the massive ancestral giant, who grinned. "Oh, are there 4th-tier awakened ones? Rare, after so many spiritual realms, you two are the first pair." Jiang Chen remained calm and asked, "Who are you exactly? How do you know about the awakened ones, and isn't the spiritual realm supposed to reset every year? How did you retain memories until now?" The massive ancestral giant laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you to know so much about the spiritual realm, but it's of no use. Both you and this little girl will die. Just a 4th-tier awakened one, but I am now comparable to a 6th-tier awakened one." Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. He suddenly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in front of the giant ancestral giant. Compared to the giant's massive head, Jiang Chen's body was like an ant, but at this moment, this ant posed a huge threat to the ancestral giant. His pupils contracted. "Impossible, you are definitely not a 4th-tier awakened one. Who are you?" Jiang Chen didn't bother to answer his question. He just wanted to shatter this disgusting world. Die! A fist wearing red gloves enlarged in front of the giant ancestral giant, seemingly insignificant in size. But the ancestral giant seemed to see a big death in front of him growing larger and larger. With a loud bang, the supergiant ancestral giant froze, a crack appearing on its forehead bone, followed by its huge face emitting a white light, cracking inch by inch. "Very good, but not enough. You can't kill me. Soon, I will return." Roar! The entire head of the ancestral giant turned into ashes, floating in the air, followed by the giant gray-white spinal bone, slowly cracking. With a roar, his entire body turned into ashes in the air. Ning Tong flew over, enveloping Jiang Chen with her stance, asking, "Is he dead?" Jiang Chen carefully sensed it, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "I feel like he's not dead. Otherwise, the spiritual realm should have issued a prompt by now. It is obvious that the 5th spiritual realm has appeared, with some unknown changes happening.
The big boss actually died and came back to life. Isn't this cheating? Jiang Chen pondered for a while, but he couldn't figure anything out for the time being. He could only say to Ning Tong, "Let's go back first and see how things are on the city wall over there." Near the city wall, several giant beings had already approached the wall, and the human side was using all their strength to stop them. The enhanced awakeners were the main force on the battlefield, with their high agility allowing them to quickly approach the giants from behind and deliver a fatal blow. However, they were also the most heavily injured. The high temperature emitted by the supersized giants caused a rapid increase in air temperature, potentially burning the respiratory tract of anyone breathing in the air. The supersized giants frequently used a steam jet attack, causing the clothes of many awakeners to catch fire, leaving them with no choice but to fight naked in the end. A magnificent scene unfolded on the battlefield, with the giants themselves not wearing clothes and the awakeners' clothes catching fire, forcing them to strip down. In the end, everyone was fighting naked. It was better this way, coming naked and leaving naked. At this critical moment of life and death, the healing awakeners were giving their all to treat the wounded with their abilities. The water and ice type awakeners became highly sought after, surrounded by numerous people. "Quick, give me a shot. I'm so thirsty, let me take a sip." The mental type awakeners had no effect on the giants. After using their skills, the giants showed no reaction, as if they were facing lifeless zombies. However, the awakeners were ultimately too weak. The supersized giants were like giant tanks, slowly and steadily advancing, destroying everything in their path mercilessly. At the forefront, the arm of the supersized giant had already touched the city wall. "It's over now. Why haven't Jiang Chen and Ning Tong finished it yet?" Everyone, prepared to retreat to the second city wall. Despair surged in the hearts of the awakeners. Had they ultimately been defeated? It was just the beginning of the fifth spiritual realm, and they had already lost one city wall, with only 3 in total. Once the supersized giants completely destroyed them, the human side would be utterly defeated. At this critical moment, suddenly all the giants froze in place. It was as if they had received some command, as they all turned around, facing away from the city wall, and slowly dispersed. The awakeners were catching their breath, their eyes filled with joy. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, hesitating. Did we win? It seems so. Why else would the giants retreat? It must be Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. They must have killed the big boss. Look, they're back. Did they succeed? Run Peng approached, hesitantly asking Jiang Chen, "Did you kill the final boss?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Although I killed him, I don't feel like it's over. Otherwise, the spiritual realm would have announced it, and we would have returned to reality. But now, it's clear that the battle is still ongoing." In any case, the awakeners were able to catch their breath for the time being. They all hurriedly returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Chen didn't go back to his room for the time being. He stood on the city wall, gazing out at the vast land. The ground was littered with the skeletons of the supersized giants, emitting white steam. Under the pale moonlight, it looked even more eerie and terrifying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel that the supersized giants, each with 2 conflicting wills, were a problem in themselves. If the giant in the sky was the true progenitor giant, why didn't he call upon these supersized giants inside the city wall? Once the 3 city walls, seen as life by the awakeners, completely collapsed, the supersized progenitor giant would have no trouble killing awakeners below the 4th rank. But he didn't use the supersized giants inside the city wall. Could it be that he wasn't the progenitor giant after all? If he is not the true ancestor giant, then where is the true ancestor giant, who is controlling the supergiant inside the city wall, keeping them still? Is it Emer or Aaron? Where are they? From the current situation, is it the simultaneous existence of 2 ancestor giants that caused the anomaly in the 5th spirit realm? To solve all this, where should one start? Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he knew the plot, he had no clue at the moment. He has always felt disgusted by the power of the giants. At this moment, he just wants to completely destroy the giant world as soon as possible and return to the Blue Star early, which is the right thing to do. If he can't figure it out for now, he'll think about it later. No matter how many times the giant ancestor giant resurrects, it's just a matter of his fist. Moreover, Jiang Chen still has many hidden cards that he hasn't used. Jiang Chen waved his hand and took Ning Tong back to the room to sleep. Don't get me wrong, the room has poor sound insulation. Even if they want to do something, like playing cards, they have to consider the feelings of the classmates next door. Late at night, listening to the continuous calls of spring outside the room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wish to bring the giants in and crush the group of fighters and fairies who fight 1 for 2. The next morning, Jiang Chen somehow got a big horn, gathered his energy, and roared, "Don't sleep, the giants are coming."
Instantly all the awakened ones were awakened, rushing out of the house with angry faces.
Who has no manners, shouting so early in the morning, where are the giants?
When everyone saw a man in yellow battle clothes with a shining head, their angry faces instantly changed to smiles as they greeted him.
Brother Jiang Chen, are you so energetic in the morning? Jiang Chen, I love you. Come to my room and take a nap.
God Jiang Chen, I am an awakened water user, especially good at healing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glare at the girl who claimed to be a water user, firmly remembering her face.
With my strength, what's the use of a spa treatment? Do you look down on me? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice.
Everyone, although I defeated the big boss yesterday, it did not trigger the spirit realm announcement, which means he was not completely eliminated. Today, while the giants have not attacked during the day, I hope you can help me with something, which is to dig 3 feet underground. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that there was a basement in the royal city, a place of inheritance for the royal family throughout the ages, where there should be some clues about the ancestor giants. Aaron had also been in the basement, contacting Ymir's soul, learning the truth about the giants, and finally being able to trigger the awakening. So, in fact, there has always been only one ancestor giant, Ymir, and everyone else is just borrowing her power. Whether it's the 8 great titans or the pure titans, they are all her descendants. Her spinal fluid was the key substance for inheriting the power of the giants. If he could speak directly to Ymir, he should be able to understand the truth about the appearance of 2 ancestor giants. The awakened ones now listened to Jiang Chen's words as if they were royal decrees. There is no way, Jiang Chen is currently the strongest. Not only the strongest, but also with extraordinary luck and unbeatable looks, all of these combined make him the absolute justice.
Dig 3 feet underground?
Let's dig, as long as there are no giants underground. Half a day later, Jiang Chen received news. The awakened ones found a mysterious underground cave beneath a church in the royal city area, with giant skeletons inside and walls made of glowing crystals.
Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. This should be it.
He remembered that the royal family's inheritance ceremonies all had to be conducted in this underground cave, and the crystals on the walls, called icefall stones, were likely related to the inheritance of the power of the ancestors. Jiang Chen jumped to the church, where a huge skeleton filled the cave, and found that the awakened ones here were afraid, only guarding the entrance and not daring to enter. Jiang Chen entered the underground cave alone, the cold air lingering around his body, and he felt a chill from the depths of his soul. With his powerful physical body now, even if exposed to a vacuum environment, he shouldn't have this feeling. He could sense that this chill came from the soul level. Jiang Chen estimated that the skeletons in the cave at this moment were either Yumi or Ellen, or both. Jiang Chen tried to communicate with these 2 ancestral giants, touching the huge skeletons and saying in a deep voice, "I am an awakener from the Blue Star.
If you have anything to say, you can tell me."
The next moment, his vision blurred, and he stood on a wide black road. In front of him, a man and a petite woman appeared silently, without saying a word. The man had a small beard, while the woman hunched over like a little girl.
Jiang Chen understood that this should be Ellen and Yumi, and he said in a deep voice, "What happened exactly?
Both of you are here,
so why is there another ancestral giant outside?"
Ellen and Yumi remained silent, and the scenery in front of Jiang Chen suddenly changed. It was as if he had crossed time and space back to the day when Ellen gained the power of the ancestors.
In the underground cave, Ellen's soul entered the path of the giants, embracing Yumi from behind.
This world, the Eldian people have suffered too much pain. It is time to end this deformed world.
I need your power, Yumi. Give it to me and let me end it all.
The scene shifted, and Ellen, in his titan form, knelt in the underground cave, a dark, tentacled giant bug drilling into his spine.
Ellen let out a painful roar, unable to bear the pain even in his titan form.
The giant bug drilling into his spine was called the abnormal titan, a parasitic organism.
Humans parasitized by it would gain the power of the giant ancestors and could transform their bloodline descendants into colossal titans. The abnormal titan was the key to Yumi gaining the power of the giants. At this moment, Ellen was undergoing the inheritance. If all went well, he would be the one to trigger the rumbling. Then the squad Levi would kill him, ending the inheritance of the titan power and completely ending the tragic fate of the Eldian people. At this critical moment, a large, dark bug was forcibly pulled out of Ellen's spine by an invisible force of dark red color. Blood sprayed everywhere as Ellen roared and lunged at the abnormal titan, only to be stopped by a muscular man. "Head, disgusting thing. Let me have some fun with you."
Ellen, in a frenzy, tried to reclaim the abnormal titan, but his titan strength was only at the level of the 3rd or 4th tier.
He was blocked by several 3rd-tier awakeners and couldn't retrieve the abnormal titan for a while. The abnormal titan needed to rely on a human body to exist.
When it stayed away from a human body for a long time, it struggled madly and broke free from the binding dark red light, drilling into the body of one of the awakeners in front of it. In an instant, a huge lightning bolt exploded in place.
In the underground cave, a giant human form slowly took shape. What power is this? Haha, so this is the truth about the Titans. Great! When I return to the Blue Star, I will be able to rule the world. Then, using the power of the ancestral giant, this awakener killed his companion and Ellen's Titan.
The scene shifted again, and the giant ancestral giant, as large as a continent, enveloped Parody Island in its body.
As lightning struck down, humans within the range of its ribcage were transformed into Titans.
The scene slowly faded, and Jiang Chen understood everything that had happened. A group of awakeners, by chance, discovered Ellen, who was receiving the power of the ancestors. Human greed led to the death of this group of awakeners. The awakened one, who was parasitized by the grotesque insect, because he merged with the key item of the fifth spirit realm and became one with it, ultimately caused him to be unable to return to Blue Star. The fifth spirit realm, also because the key plot item was taken, could not be reset normally, and soon the entire spirit realm world was on the brink of collapse.
Damn it! These bastards! Kill intent surged in Jiang Chen instantly.
Ymir and Ellen's eyes were empty, like two corpses. After demonstrating all this, their figures slowly dissipated in front of Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Why can he still revive even though I clearly killed him?"
Ymir's dissipating figure solidified again, and she said in Jiang Chen's mind, "Killing the grotesque insect, both he and I will die completely." After saying that, she said no more, her figure completely blurred and disappeared. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had only killed the body of the giant progenitor giant and had not killed the grotesque insect, so he could continue to revive. In this way, humans who have been parasitized by the grotesque insect are actually equivalent to having their souls completely consumed by the grotesque insect. If the grotesque insect does not die, their souls will not be freed. Jiang Chen understood the cause and effect, and suddenly became confident in solving the crisis of the fifth spirit realm. As long as he kills that disgusting grotesque insect, he can completely end this cycle of sin. The grotesque insect usually parasitizes the body of the giant progenitor giant. When he destroys the giant progenitor giant again, the true form of the grotesque insect will definitely be exposed, and that will be the death sentence for this disgusting creature.
Jiang Chen nodded towards the sky and said, "Rest assured, when he appears again, it will be his death sentence."
Jiang Chen also understood why the supergiant giants were divided into two groups, one group controlled by Ymir and Ellen, the supergiant giants embedded in the city wall. The other group, controlled by the giant progenitor giant, had to obey the will of the grotesque insect and attack the awakened ones.
These alien giants are all transformed from the Eldian people.
If they could speak, they should be crying and begging incessantly at this moment. After nightfall, the supergiant giants in the distance gathered again on the horizon, and the pitch-black night sky was tinged with a layer of blood red. In yesterday's fierce battle, although the awakened ones resisted the giants' attacks, they also suffered heavy losses. At least one-third of the awakened ones who were able to implement the decapitation plan yesterday were now unable to fight. It is feared that relying solely on the strength of the awakened ones, they will be completely wiped out by the giants tonight.
However, everyone was not in a panic. Everyone stood on the city wall, all casting their eyes on Jiang Chen.
If anyone could end the final boss among these tens of thousands of giants and bring them back to Blue Star, it would be Jiang Chen.
Everyone watched Jiang Chen's white cloak fluttering in the wind and couldn't help but pray in their hearts. "Baldy, it's up to you. Come on, Lan Gu, you have to win. I'll bet 2 more times when I go back."
"Lan Gu, don't kill them all, leave one for me to raise and eat roasted meat." Jiang Chen remained motionless, but his powerful aura immediately made everyone submit, and everyone sent envious and jealous glances.
"Damn, he's really handsome and strong. We are both freshmen, but I'm just trash."
Never mind where his power comes from, he's already stronger than all of us now. Jiang Chen received full rewards from the spirit realm twice in a row, a total of 3,500 potential points in hand.
Everyone could tell that he was now a 4th-tier enhanced awakened one.
"My brother said that he will awaken his talent next year. I become bald but stronger. I swear, this talent must have a handsome effect." This Baldy wasn't as handsome in the 3rd spirit realm.
Ah, look, Jiang Chen is about to move, he's going to go kill that big boss.
Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, but after a long time, Jiang Chen remained motionless.
Why do I feel like it's just his cloak moving?
In the eager eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen remained motionless.
The admiration and envy in everyone's eyes turned into helplessness and anger. "That's enough, there should be a limit to showing off. We admit you're handsome, come on, why aren't you making a move?"
Jiang Chen did not move because he was showing off, He didn't even notice the gaze of the group of rookies behind him. He was using his perspective eye to search for the figure of the giant progenitor giant among tens of thousands of giants, but to no avail. It seems that being killed with a punch by him yesterday made the giant progenitor giant realize the gap in strength between the two sides, so today it sneaked away sneakily. However, it doesn't matter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If he only had one way of perception, he should be helpless at the moment. But he is the inheritor of the Turtle Immortal School. Besides the absolute perspective eye of a superhuman, he also possesses the incredible skill of sensing aura. In the world of attacking giants, although giants have very large bodies, their aura is very weak, no different from ordinary people. And the former awakened progenitor giant, among a group of giants, shines like a beacon in the dark. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he found it. The progenitor giant had turned into a disgusting bug, hiding inside the stomach of an armored giant. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't have time to grow a body. Jiang Chen nodded to Ning Tong, and Ning Tong immediately understood his meaning. A blue bioenergy field enveloped Jiang Chen, carrying him towards the group of giants. The giant progenitor giant clearly became more cunning. This time he used the power of tens of thousands of giants to confront Jiang Chen. Just as Ning Tong flew halfway, countless stones flew like raindrops. Jiang Chen chuckled. Trying to stop him with these little tricks is underestimating him. He used consecutive normal attacks, easily shattering all the giant stones. Jiang Chen saw that he was already some distance away from the city wall. Even if he used the Turtle Immortal School's energy technique, he didn't have to worry about being discovered. So he directly burst out his energy, turning into a stream of light flying towards the armored giant where the progenitor giant was hiding. Any giant who dared to stand in his way was dealt with in a single punch. With one punch, the entire upper body exploded, turning into flying meat chunks in the air. The awakened ones watched from afar, amazed in their hearts. The super large giants that would take several of them working together to kill were all no match for Jiang Chen. Wherever Jiang Chen passed, the super large giants fell like trees in a forest, clearing a path through the giant crowd. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Damn, we're all students, why is Jiang Chen so strong? It's like he's cheating. We're sorry to be born as humans. No matter how everyone viewed Jiang Chen before, now they all acknowledged his strength in their hearts. After all, with only 4th tier strength, daring to single-handedly enter the Earthquake Legion, this courage made them have to admire him. But in fact, Jiang Chen now has close to 8th tier strength. Even if the number of giants is multiplied tenfold, they still cannot do anything to him. The armored giant parasitized by the progenitor giant, seeing that the giant legion couldn't stop Jiang Chen at all, suddenly spread his long legs and started to run away. The other giants burst out with several times the speed, rushing towards the city wall. The giant progenitor giant's intentions were very sinister. If Jiang Chen were to chase him, the awakened ones would die. If he didn't chase him and went back to save people, he would escape. At this moment, how should Jiang Chen choose? At this moment, suddenly the outermost city wall shook, bricks fell rapidly, and the super large giants sealed within stepped out one after another, forming a huge flesh wall. They went to meet the Earthquake Legion led by the giant progenitor giant. Earthquake versus Earthquake. The earth trembled, the air burned, the super large giants on both sides entangled. Jiang Chen watched in amazement. Everything was completely chaotic. It should be that Ymir couldn't bear it anymore, and she mobilized her own supersized giant to intercept the giant army of the progenitor giant. This is also good. Jiang Chen can release his hands and feet to kill the bizarre insects. He no longer holds back his strength, his whole body bursts with a powerful aura, and in a few moments, he flies in front of the escaping armored giant. The armored giant roared and threw a punch towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen floated in midair, without even moving. He reached out his left hand and easily caught the armored giant's fist. Daring to attack me, I admire your courage, Jiang Chen said coldly. Then he grabbed the armored giant's fist and slammed it on the ground like smashing a sack. Get out! Jiang Chen continued to beat the armored giant, even turning the armored giant upside down and shaking its body vigorously. The hard armor of the armored giant, in front of Jiang Chen, was not much harder than bread, and soon Jiang Chen beat it all over, barely breathing. The bizarre insect always hid in its body, refusing to come out. Jiang Chen sneered, thinking that if you don't come out, I won't be able to do anything? Jiang Chen threw it on the ground, his eyes turned red. 2 red beams slowly cut open its abdomen, instantly splitting the armored giant in half. A grotesque black giant insect with a human head crawled out of the giant's body, with countless tentacles and a sinister smile on its face. Very good, you forced me. He fiercely bit his tentacles, and suddenly a huge lightning bolt struck from the sky, his body slowly enlarging, muscles bulging. This is the second form of the progenitor giant, with even stronger power and speed, comparable to a 6th-order high-level awakened being. The progenitor giant continued to grow, laughing sinisterly. Suddenly he felt light, realizing that he was flying off the ground. Then he saw a fist gradually enlarging in front of him.
Wait a moment, I haven't.
Before he could finish his sentence, he made a bang in mid-air, completely turning into a mass of blood foam, disappearing into the night sky. Jiang Chen disgustingly shook his fist, thinking that next time he encounters such a disgusting monster, he should use the Turtle School's key to deal with it. If he wasn't afraid of exposing his superhuman identity, he would definitely unleash a Turtle School key blast to directly blow up this monster.
Jiang Chen landed back on the ground, and from the body of the airborne bizarre insect, a tiny black larva flew out.
It had wings and floated in the night sky, almost imperceptible.
Jiang Chen and Ning Tong returned to the city wall, only to find that all the giants had returned to human form, lying naked on the ground. The awakened ones also cheered. We won! Long live Jiang Chen, long live Ning Tong. Tang Yu and Wan Ruo rushed over, crying out, Brother Lan, Sister Tong, Run Pang is in bad shape.
Jiang Chen and Ning Tong saw Zhang Xinghan kneeling on the ground, his whole body emitting a green aura, injecting it into a charred body on the ground, shouting loudly,
Pang, wake up!
The charred body on the ground slowly raised its head, emitting a hoarse voice. I just wanted to see if the female giant had that function, but I didn't expect to be slapped into the supersized giant pile by her. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned his head to the side, about to die.
Jiang Chen was also in a dilemma, shouting loudly, Who has healing abilities? Help my classmate!
The girls among the awakened ones with healing abilities came over to take a look, shaking their heads one after another, indicating their helplessness. Jiang Chen bent down, held Ren Peng's hand, and said in a deep voice,
Pang, do you have any last wishes? Ren Peng's mouth made an unclear sound, which sounded like nai, da, nai.
Jiang Chen immediately had a black line on his forehead, thinking about nai at this time, truly incorrigible. I don't know if it was because even the heavens couldn't bear to watch, or what. Ren Peng's charred body, originally in the shape of suddenly dropped a piece of flesh, and the shape instantly turned into a larger character.
It seemed like there was no hope left.
Jiang Chen silently mourned for Ren Peng for a few seconds, all burnt, just cut it off. Suddenly, a black multi-legged insect, flapping its wings, flew onto Ren Peng's body, about to crawl into his mouth. Ning Tong immediately used her spatial ability to immobilize the multi-legged insect, her eyes flashing with a blue light, and the insect's body instantly swelled up. It seemed like it was about to burst from Ning Tong's power. Jiang Chen had a thought in his mind and said to Ning Tong, Wait a moment, this might be Ren Peng's only chance at survival. Ning Tong stopped using her ability and looked at Jiang Chen.
Could being parasitized heal injuries?
Jiang Chen nodded. The first ancestor Ymir was seriously injured, fell into a tree hole, was parasitized by a strange insect, and barely survived. However, her previously severed tongue did not regenerate, so if Ren Peng let the strange insect parasitize him, he could save his life, but Koan might not grow back. Ning Tong said, Let it try, to see if it can save Ren Peng's life. Even if it merges with Ren Peng, life and death are in my hands.
Jiang Chen nodded.
In this situation, he couldn't just watch Ren Peng die, so he had to try everything. Ning Tong released the larva, and a few minutes later, Ren Peng's skin was smooth as new, and he began to breathe again. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing several familiar faces, couldn't help but hesitate. Lan Gu, Tong Jia, Xiaoyu, De Che Deng, Lao Zhang, how come you're all dead? I'll tell you, you might not believe it, but I just saw my great-grandmother. When Tang Yu and Wan Rui told him he wasn't dead, Ren Peng excitedly felt himself all over.
Ah, I'm really not dead, that's great.
I just wanted to see if the female giant had that function. What's wrong with that?
I knew it, a naughty boy like you can't have bad luck.
But soon, his face turned blank, tears in his eyes, shouting in sorrow and anger. Brother, where's my brother?
Which one of you has seen my Kuan? Ha? Tang Yu, did you eat him? Jiang Chen awkwardly coughed and said, Unfortunately, it was completely burnt just now, it left on its own.
Being resurrected did not change Ren Peng's body from a larger character back to a smaller character. The good news is that Ren Peng was resurrected, but the bad news is that Ren Peng became Ren Peng. However, it's also good in a way, as Ren Peng won't have offspring, and the power of the giant won't be passed down. As the larva burrowed into Ren Peng's abdomen, Jiang Chen saw the figures of Ymir and Ellen slowly appearing in the sky, nodding at him, slowly turning into countless stars, and disappearing completely. The awakened ones heard the mechanical and indifferent voice in their minds. Extra reward recipients for this spiritual realm, Jiang Chen, Ning Tong, the fifth spiritual realm will be permanently closed, and this extra reward will be doubled. Returning to reality soon, 10, 9, 8.
Jiang Chen finally relaxed, fearing that the larva would burrow into Rinpeng's belly and the spiritual realm couldn't be permanently closed, which would be troublesome.
This ending can be considered a happy one. The spiritual realm is completely closed, and there will be no more incidents of invading the blue star. Renpeng also revived because of being parasitized by the strange insect larva. Although Peng Peng became Peng Peng, it completely cut off the danger of his descendants being used as war machines. At the moment, looking at Peng Peng's current state, it's probably difficult for him to have offspring. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mourn for him for a few seconds, but Koan Koan is precious, and life is even more valuable. Perhaps in the future, Peng Peng will find a new path, who knows? After all, the Blue Star Society is very open and inclusive now. Besides men and women, there are also Nans, News, and Nuis. Bless you, Peng Peng classmate, you will find your own happiness. Before going out, Jiang Chen said to the few people present, the matter of Rinpeng's resurrection must be kept secret by everyone, absolutely cannot be told to others. Everyone saw Jiang Chen's unprecedented seriousness and nodded, making a vow. Since the awakened ones entered the spiritual realm, the large hole in the sky has become more violent, and the blood-red aura continuously spreads from the large hole to the blue star. In just one day, the air of the entire blue star was covered with a thick layer of blood. The despair of most ordinary people became more severe, and social media was filled with negative and desperate remarks.
Is the end of the world coming? Once these terrifying giants invade the blue star, we ordinary people will all die.
Then everyone saw the endless army of supersized giants emerging from the large hole, launching a deafening scene. The ignited night sky also made humans realize how terrifying these giants truly are. However, some middle-aged and elderly people smiled indifferently, saying that the giants looked fierce, but compared to the previous beast tide, they were nothing. And humans are not the weak and powerless race they were when the beast tide attacked in the past. Countless powerful awakened ones have risen, using their lives to reignite the flame of human civilization. With these giants alone, it is probably impossible to exterminate humanity. But it cannot be denied that the invasion of a massive number of giants will certainly result in a large number of civilian deaths. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the new generation of awakened ones to create miracles and save the people from the fire and water. At Sanjiang City University, President Ning has been worried these days, looking at the large hole in the sky every day with a furrowed brow, his weathered face filled with sorrow. Lao Wang walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, that kid Jiang Chen is smart, nothing will happen to him. His old man was quite cunning back then. When everyone else died, his old man didn't even get a scratch. President Ning stared at him in surprise.
Nu Huang, do you know Jiang Chen's father? What was his identity back then, and why did he have dealings with you?
Lao Wang's heart trembled. He quickly laughed it off and changed the subject.
Oh, look, I think I saw Jiang Chen and Ning Tong in the big hole.
President Ning knew he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't continue to ask. After all, no one could force Nu Huang, it seemed. He knew Nu Huang was right. In the previous spiritual realms, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had already proven with their brilliant records that they were very strong, stronger than all the students combined. Once or twice could be explained as luck, but the same result in 4 spiritual realms could not be explained by luck. The real answer was that their combination was truly strong. President Ning, as a former 7th level master, how could he not understand this truth? But he did not inquire further.
He knew everyone had their own secrets, especially geniuses. Behind every genius there would be a shocking secret. He also believed that when Jiang Chen and Ning Tong wanted to tell him, they would naturally do so. If they didn't want to say it now, it was just not the right time, and he didn't force it. He only hoped for Ning Tong's safety in his heart. Although he knew the two of them were exceptionally powerful, President Ning couldn't help but worry. After all, his daughter and Jiang Chen carried a heavy burden to solve the crisis of the invasion of the 5th spiritual realm into reality. The risks they faced were tens of times higher than those of ordinary awakened ones. How could President Ning not worry? This time, he called Zhang Onping every day. Director Zhang, it's me, Ning, yes, can you help me check their scores? Yes, I know, it's a bit too frequent. Thank you for your hard work. What, it's been 20 points unchanged all along. It's already the 2nd day, why hasn't their score changed? Did something unexpected happen?
Hanging up the phone, Lao Ning felt a foreboding in his heart. According to the strength of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, it didn't make sense for them to always have 20 points, lagging far behind other teams.
Could it be that they had an accident and got trapped? Or did one of them get seriously injured?
Countless chaotic thoughts rushed into Lao Ning's mind, adding a few more white hairs to his head.
Fortunately, his agony did not last long.
The next night, the huge cave in the sky above Blue Star began to deform and twist. The news immediately reported on this matter, and everyone went outdoors, looking up. Everyone knew that with such a drastic fluctuation, the outcome of the fifth spirit realm would soon be revealed.
Either an endless stream of giants would surge out, or the Awakeners of Blue Star would create a miracle and completely resolve the crisis. In the hopeful eyes of all Blue Star humans, after a few flashes, the large hole, like a giant eye, closed completely with a snap. The location of the once large hole no longer showed any abnormalities, the crescent moon shining brightly. Wisps of white clouds in the night sky blocked the slender waist of the crescent moon, like a girl's bikini, thin, revealing, translucent, but still able to cover the key parts, making people itch with annoyance. The night on Blue Star at this moment was so beautiful that it intoxicated people. In the major cities, the eagerly awaiting humans were first stunned, then erupted into endless cheers. The invasion of the spirit realm has been resolved, that's great. Hooray, the children have worked hard. Humanity is saved. Jiang Chen saw Ren Pang also being transported back together, completely relieved. He had been worried that Ren Pang, who was parasitized by the bizarre insect, would become a new progenitor giant and be forever left in the spirit realm. Now it seemed that the bizarre insect larva was not recognized by the spirit realm and could not exist as a key item supporting the world. Well, such a small bizarre insect would probably need many years to grow into maturity. In this way, Ren Pang didn't have to worry about his lifespan being shortened. Jiang Chen pushed Ren Pang. Hey, do you feel anything special? Ren Pang's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. Where did Koan Koan go, my Koan Koan? As a man, losing a brother must be more painful than killing him. Jiang Chen sighed, but it was okay, as long as people were alive. With his understanding of the spirit realm, there were actually many ways he could help Ren Pang transform back into Pang Pang. Before Lao Ning could greet his classmates, he received a call from Zhang Anping. Principal Ning, congratulations, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong are leading again, with over 10 million points, far ahead. It's strange, their scores started at 20 points, unmoving, and then suddenly started to rise like crazy. I'm starting to suspect the broken gadget from the Hua Science Institute. There must be a problem. Lao Ning looked at Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, with a calm expression on his face, could only sigh and say to Zhang Anping, Director Zhang, they have returned safely. If they don't hurry up and kill me, I won't give up, sigh. As several people were transported back to the campus, everyone except Ren Pang was unharmed. And they also gained a considerable amount of potential points, with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong receiving the maximum potential points of 500 from the fifth spirit realm. Jiang Chen thought he wouldn't be entering the spirit realm again soon, so he evenly distributed the 500 potential points among his various attributes, ultimately changing his attributes. Constitution, 1860, plus 2190, Spirit, 1860, Strength, 1860, plus 2190, Agility, 1860, plus 2190, Potential Points, 2 Talent 1, Chiyu Talent Talent 2, Superman Talent Talent 3, Scion Talent Talent Skill 1, Perspective Eye Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3, Steel Body Talent Skill 4, Turtle School Qigong Key to the World, Dragon Ball World. Jiang Chen is close to breaking through the 2000 mark in all 4 attributes, and next time he enters the spiritual realm, his total real attributes should be close to 10,000 points. The 5th spiritual realm has also become history. Later classmates can only admire the former 1st and 5th spiritual realms in textbooks. As a result, there are still 98 spiritual realms left on Blue Star. Some people privately gave Jiang Chen and Ning Tong a nickname, the Destroyers of the Spiritual Realm. Jiang Chen and the others returned late at night. As the awakened ones returned, the events in the 5th spiritual realm were completely known to the public. This time, almost no one criticized Jiang Chen anymore. Everyone was praising Jiang Chen, handsome, strong, great, invincible. Indeed, Jiang Chen's performance this time was impeccable. His massive body defeated the final boss that occupied the entire island with a single punch. He and Ning Tong then single-handedly entered a group of tens of thousands of giants, completely ending the final boss. With his own strength, he alone saved Blue Star and permanently closed the 5th spiritual realm. To have such strength in the freshman year is unprecedented. Since the awakening on Blue Star, no one has heard of anyone repeatedly closing spiritual realms permanently. With the fermenting public opinion, although it was still late at night, social media was already boiling. The superhero who was in the limelight a few days ago quickly lost popularity. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong reclaimed the top 10 hot news spots. Breaking news, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, unbelievably strong, teamed up to defeat the world boss. We are witnessing history, 2 new stars rising in the future. Powerful enough to reach the 4th rank in the freshman year, they are destined to rewrite history. Yu Wang and Su Wang, in their freshman year, were not as strong as this. It's unimaginable. How far can they go in the future? Jiang Chen's success makes us realize that being handsome is truly a talent. We appeal here to reclassify Jiang Chen's talent. Such a powerful talent is definitely not just B-level. Unlike before, the comments section below was also full of praise, as strong individuals are always respected. These people changed their tune so quickly, as if they had forgotten how they mocked Jiang Chen and laughed at the idea of him becoming bald just a few months ago. Just considering Jiang Chen's visible strength is enough to shut them all up. Many websites have started deleting the past negative news about Jiang Chen, fearing that he will become powerful and settle scores in the future.
Jiang Chen, I love you, I want to have your baby monkey. No one is allowed to compete with me. I started liking my male god back in high school. I have saved every exercise video of his on my phone. Upstairs, I offer 500 to buy your videos. Who do you think you are? Wanting my male god's video for 500? Go look at yourself in the mirror. 1,000? No? I'll find someone else. Deal, add another 200, and I'll include a collection of Superman videos. Goddess Ningtong, I can also go bald. Wait for me, next year I will awaken. I became bald and stronger talent. I will be more handsome and more likable than Jiang Chen. Upstairs, you're behind. I've already shaved my head, waiting at the entrance of Sanjiang University every day, just to get one more glance from Goddess Ningtong. Too powerful, I suggest reclassifying their combination talent to S1 level combination talent, a perfect match. Ah, the University of Sanjiang City has completely risen now. It is said that their president is a former 7th order powerhouse. What, really? Damn it, why does Jiang Chen have such good luck, casually joining a private university, with a president who was a 7th order expert, and a partner who was the strongest support, as well as a fair and beautiful girl with long legs? I believe now, the talent I have become bald and stronger, really has the effect of adding luck. Jiang Chen's life can be described as a cheat life, from a nobody to becoming the strongest expert in the freshman year. This is why the comments section is full of praise. It is because the strength that Jiang Chen has now exposed is already firmly at the 4th order awakening level. After all, every time the spiritual realm rewards potential points, it will notify all awakeners. Jiang Chen wants to hide it, but he can't. The potential points rewarded by the 5 spiritual realms have already exceeded 4,000 points. Even if Jiang Chen's talent naturally grows slowly, he will have at least one attribute breakthrough of over 1,000 points. As long as he continues to strategize in each spiritual realm, he will sooner or later reach the 5th order or even higher before graduation from university. As the saying goes, talent is insufficient, potential points make up for it. And this time, he and Ningtong saved all of humanity, so no matter how much they are praised, it is not excessive. The strongest new student in history, the spiritual realm destroyer, the most handsome university student, and the good abs of the Hua country. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's reputation has become excessive. The former titles of Sanjiang City's little white face, Sanjiang City's foodie, and the most useless awakener are no longer mentioned by anyone. In the whole world, including senior students, there are only a few people who can reach the 4th order before graduation. Even Yuling only reached the 4th order in her junior year, and later had many adventures, becoming one of the 3 emperors now. For Jiang Chen and Ningtong, the spiritual realm is a place to stock up, earning potential points and even getting some special products from the spiritual realm. Most other people are basically struggling to survive, getting very few potential points from the spiritual realm. It's good enough to just stay alive. What else do they need? Seeing 2 human new stars rising, the whole world is boiling. The field reporters of Sanjiang City and the Magic City, who were hugging their wives or being hugged by someone, were awakened by a phone call from their boss in the middle of the night. What the hell are you sleeping? Get up quickly, go to Sanjiang University for me. I want first-hand news. Tomorrow morning, I want the front page headline, all filled with news about Jiang Chen and Ningtong. And also, we didn't interview the 2 at the 4th spiritual realm, so this time we'll make up for it together. In the early hours of the morning, in the security room of Sanjiang University, Shaoli, who took over from his own father, Old Wang, and became a security guard, was awakened by a commotion. He looked out from his warm bed and saw a pair of green eyes staring straight at him from outside the big iron gate, which scared him to scream, "Ghost! Ghost!" The next morning, Jiang Chen and Ningtong were caught by Old Ning and brought to the school. The reporters had been waiting in the auditorium all night, waiting for the 2 of them to come and hold a press conference for the 5th spiritual realm. As expected, it was Jiang Chen himself who served as the spokesperson for Sanjiang University to the outside world. After all, Ningtong had not reached his level yet, and he was a master at speaking nonsense with a straight face without changing his expression. If the facial expression management is not good, it is easy for these reporters, who are good at observing words and expressions, to spot the flaws. Jiang Chen also changed into a deep blue chiton suit. After Ningtong moved in near him, she basically took over Jiang Chen's daily life,
and Jiang Chen's mother was also happy to relax. The well-tailored custom suit, paired with his handsome face, graceful posture, and the invincible momentum he had developed, made him look even more heroic and dashing.
As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the auditorium, the flashlights and camera sounds were incessant.
Many reporters, although accustomed to seeing handsome men and beautiful women, couldn't help but want to scream at this moment.
He's too handsome. Why is he so handsome? Even if you are not an awakened person, you can become a popular star just by making movies.
Damn it, as a man, I feel that he is indeed handsome to an excessive degree. Jiang Chen stood behind the lectern, smiling habitually. He originally wanted to call out the female journalist with twin ponytails, but suddenly, he noticed that the female journalists in the audience all seemed to have twin ponytails, and they all looked like Russian nesting dolls, with a certain resemblance.
The female journalists, seeing Jiang Chen's slightly stunned expression, couldn't help but feel secretly proud. "Humph, I knew you liked twin ponytails and innocent girl makeup.
How about it, we all tied our hair into twin ponytails, and sure enough, you're dazzled." The original twin ponytail innocent female journalist was now in a state of collapse. Just the female journalists who coincidentally wore the same outfit as her numbered 7 or 8. Not to mention, many female journalists, after putting on makeup, looked even more like her. At first glance, she always felt like she was seeing her own twin sister.
Jiang Chen surveyed the room, and almost all the female journalists had the same face. Women's makeup skills could be considered the most powerful illusion of the 21st century.
Many identical faces were flashing before his eyes, combined with the dazzling light of various car headlights, making him a little dizzy. Helplessly, he randomly picked one, a mature black-stocking female journalist who was closer to him. The mature female journalist seemed a bit excited, her face flushed, her headlights erect, her voice trembling as she asked the most concerning question.
"Jiang Chen, why did the crisis of the fifth spirit realm occur, and how did you resolve this crisis?" Jiang Chen's expression turned serious.
He leaned down, approached the microphone, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. The crisis of the fifth spirit realm had been reported to Zhang Anping after he and Ning Tong came out last night. In general, the fundamental reason for the abnormality in the fifth spirit realm was due to the greed and ignorance of the awakened, who had taken the fundamental object that sustained the spirit realm, leading to the spirit realm's inability to operate normally. If this information were disclosed to the public, there would be more awakened individuals with ulterior motives trying to destroy the spirit realm, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of the entire spirit realm system." After hearing this news, Zhang Anping urgently convened several core experts for a meeting and unanimously agreed that this information should not be disclosed to the public. So today, Jiang Chen could confidently say, "I can't comment on that." The journalists below were in an uproar.
What, is he being evasive? He actually said he can't comment? This is too much, at least give us some information.
Jiang Chen continued to explain, "The abnormality in the fifth spirit realm has been reported to the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, and the Bureau has classified the relevant information as top secret. Therefore, I'm sorry, but I can only keep it confidential for now. This journalist, please ask a different question."
The female journalist steadied her mind and continued to ask, "Jiang Chen, have you reached the 4th rank in strength now? Which direction is your awakened biological field?"
Awakened individuals with a single true attribute exceeding 1,000 will activate a biological field. However, each awakened individual can only activate one type of biological field, depending on which true attribute exceeds 1,000 first.
For example, if physique exceeds 1,000, a shield will be generated on the body surface.
If spirit exceeds 1,000, one can fly in the air. If strength exceeds 1,000, one can generate fist winds and hidden power. If agility exceeds 1,000, one can create illusions.
Jiang Chen, on the other hand, is quite unique.
His 4 attributes are all close to 2,000, but he doesn't have any awakened biological field. In fact, he doesn't need one at all. His body has integrated the powerful defense attributes of Saitama and Superman, so it's not an exaggeration to call him steel and iron. For flying, he relies on the aerial dance technique of the Dragon Ball world, allowing him to fly freely, perform various high-difficulty maneuvers in the air such as acceleration, sudden stops, and teleportation, making his flight more agile and rapid than that of awakened individuals. However, the cost is to consume one's own breath, but awakened flying also consumes mental power, not much different. The fist wind and dark energy produced by breaking 1,000 forces are even more insignificant to him. Teacher Chiyu's ordinary attacks, a serious punch, he can only exert 1/millionth of the power until now, and no one can stop him on the blue star. Teleportation is even more unnecessary for him, his speed is already so fast that he produces afterimages in an instant. It has long surpassed the limit of human visual capture. The blessing of the three major talents allows him to not need to follow the same path as ordinary awakened individuals. He has long walked his own path. But now, on the surface, he has not activated any biological force field.
Jiang Chen can only tell the truth. I have not activated any biological force field. Wow!
There was an immediate burst of waves from the audience. Everyone looked up in disbelief at Jiang Chen.
How could it be? He has obtained more than 4,000 potential points, yet he has not awakened any biological force field. Isn't that a waste?
Yes, with 4,000 potential points, anyone should be able to fly now, except for the strengthening type awakened individuals. Strengthening type awakened individuals, because their physical bodies are too strong, even with added mental power, they cannot fly. This is a consensus in the awakened world. Basically, there will not be any strengthening type awakened individuals with added mental attributes. Even powerful individuals like Wang Zongshu and Su Hao, if they want to fly, they still have to rely on Yu Ling. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. How could ordinary people know the wonders of my talents? The simultaneous advancement of the four attributes is my path. In another year, I will be invincible on the blue star. These things are not easy to explain to journalists who are not familiar with them, and there is no need to explain too much.
Another male journalist asked, so Jiang Chen, if you haven't awakened any biological force field, how did you achieve such brilliant achievements in the fourth and fifth spiritual realms?
Jiang Chen smiled and said, in the fourth spiritual realm, I was temporarily blessed by the gods of that world, and activated the dragon form, which was at least 50 times more powerful than me now. As for the ultimate boss in the fifth spiritual realm, it may seem powerful, but it is only at the level of the fourth rank, not very useful.
The giants have a fatal weakness. As long as you destroy their neck, they will die immediately.
I relied on Ning Tong's flying ability to make a single fatal blow. Since the fifth spiritual realm has been completely closed, even if he says the final boss is just a fluttering moth, the journalists can only believe him. This is called having no evidence to the contrary. And the weakness of the giants, the journalists actually heard about it from other awakened individuals. It was Jiang Chen who discovered this weakness of the giants, which allowed them to survive, and everyone received a generous reward of potential points.
Everyone whispered to each other. If that's the case, he's just lucky. The fourth spiritual realm was inexplicably favored by the gods, enhanced by 50 times, and suddenly discovered the fatal weakness of the giants in the fifth spiritual realm. Isn't it still luck? It seems true. He hasn't even activated a biological force field. How powerful can he be? Damn, being handsome allows you to do whatever you want. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, as for the biological force field, whether it is activated or not, it is irrelevant to me.
True strength comes from my daily perseverance in training and the belief in always winning. If Jiang Chen had said this before, he would have been ridiculed and mocked. A D-grade waste like you dares to talk about a biological force field, a skill that only fourth-rank strong individuals can possess, is an irrelevant thing? But now, when Jiang Chen said these words, the journalists below began to contemplate. After all, the brilliant record is there, and no one can deny Jiang Chen's strength. Among the awakened individuals who reached the fourth rank in their freshman year, besides Ning Tong, there is only Jiang Chen in the whole world.
Could it be that the biological force field is really just a flashy and impractical thing? Isn't it possible that D-level talent cannot activate the biological field? Someone suddenly raised this speculation, and everyone suddenly realized, oh, right.
Previously, because no D-level awakened person could reach the height of the fourth order, so everyone naturally assumed that as long as they became awakened, with a single attribute exceeding 1,000, they would definitely trigger the biological field.
Could it be that D-level talent really has an inherent defect and cannot activate the biological field?
Everyone suddenly realized, looking at Jiang Chen's eyes with a hint of regret and pity. Originally an awakened D-level talent, relying on luck and charm, made it to the fourth order awakened.
But unexpectedly, the talent had a flaw and couldn't activate the biological field. Doesn't that mean it's useless? Jiang Chen understood how they were thinking, and he didn't bother to explain too much.
The fifth level spiritual realm is just the beginning, and in the future, he will continuously use his strength to make them shut up completely.
Those who misunderstood him as a talentless person today will definitely be shocked in the future.
People are always blinded by what they think in their hearts and cannot see the truth clearly.
After answering the reporter's questions, Jiang Chen's gaze deepened.
He slowly made up his mind. It was time to speak out about what he had in mind. He was willing to participate in today's press conference for an important reason. He had endured it for a long time. Previously, he was insignificant, and even if he spoke, no one would pay attention.
But now, it's different.
Having saved the Blue Star, he had gained great fame. It was time to challenge the unfairness of awakening. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, scanning the room.
Everyone, instead of worrying about my talent issue, why not think about it carefully? Why is it that my talent, when at D level, only required 10 talent points to awaken, but at B level, it takes 100 talent points to awaken? The same talent, why is there a tenfold difference in talent points? Jiang Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed into a hot pan. The entire hall erupted in excitement. In fact, some people had previously questioned the awakening talent points, but it didn't cause much of a stir in society.
But now, Jiang Chen, as the newly acclaimed savior of humanity, speaking these words was challenging the authority of the Awakening Bureau, slapping the face of the Awakening Bureau. Yeah, why is it that the same talent, at D level, only required 10 talent points, but at B level, it requires 100 talent points?
Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. When I awakened back then, limited by talent points, I could only awaken a D-level talent. I want to ask the Awakening Bureau, is the existence of talent points really reasonable? What does talent mean? Does it refer to a person's innate ability bestowed by nature, or can it be called talent acquired through later means? He even threw out a bombshell. By chance, I learned that the first generation of awakened individuals did not need talent points and could freely choose talents, and talents were not divided into levels. Jiang Chen's voice was light, but it rang in the ears of the reporters like a bell. I want to ask the Awakening Bureau, in the face of talent, everyone is equal. Why did you artificially shackle it? What is your intention? Wow! The entire hall exploded, all the reporters widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. What did we just hear? The first batch of natural awakeners didn't need talent points to awaken. What does this mean? Doesn't it mean that talent awakening doesn't actually require talent points? In fact, can everyone naturally awaken talents?
This is a huge news of the century, and everyone rushed towards Jiang Chen in a frenzy.
Jiang Chen, where did you get this information from? Jiang Chen, what level do you think your talent should be at?
Jiang Chen shook his head, no longer answering any questions. He pushed past the reporters and left the grand hall. Actually, from the moment he just woke up, he had this question, but at that time, he was too weak and easily prone to accidents, so he could only choose to endure silently. Until today, he successfully saved the Blue Star and became a great hero admired by thousands.
With formidable strength, enough to protect himself, he could now bring this issue to light. He believed that many people must have had the same question before. However, this issue has never been understood by the public, and no one has even mentioned it in society. Those who raised questions must have been dealt with. If the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who raised the question, which is a straightforward approach. Now, even if he is not considered the strongest on the Blue Star, he ranks in the top 10. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have to think twice before challenging him. With the 3 top inheritances on his shoulders, he can confront any challenges head-on. Anyone who wants to mess with him must seriously consider whether they have the strength to do so. Lao Ning and Lao Wang stood outside the hall, witnessing all this. They both looked complex, showing a hint of shock. Lao Ning asked angrily, "Why didn't you stop him?" By saying such things, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. His path ahead will probably become even more difficult. The angry emperor, with a face full of green stubble, twitched a few times and chuckled. In Jiang Chen, I see the future of humanity. I am old, but he is just getting started. With this courage, his future will definitely not stop here. Lao Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as he said coldly, "With me here, whoever dares to touch him, they better think twice whether their head can withstand my punch." Lao Ning shook his head helplessly and said, "I thought I found a sheep for my daughter to accompany, but it turns out my daughter is the sheep." Angry Emperor, what kind of talent is Jiang Chen after all? I increasingly feel that something is not right about him. Wang Zongshu chuckled. From his daily training methods, you can tell that his talent is still the same. It's just that he may have obtained all the original sources, meaning he is likely the legendary soul inheritor. As the first generation of natural awakeners and the oldest among the 3 emperors, the angry emperor knew many secrets that he couldn't share with outsiders. Lao Ning opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. He had heard of the soul inheritor, but he was not sure about the specific abilities of the soul inheritor. The soul inheritor? It seems like there is nothing special about him except being handsome and lucky. Lao Wang shook his head with a smile. I'm not sure either. Let the soul inheritor develop on his own. Our older generation will do our best to support the children and the future lies in their hands. After finishing the press conference, Jiang Chen didn't waste a moment and immediately started training. It's strange to say that after coming out of the 5th spirit realm, he faintly felt that there was something different about himself. Sure enough, after completing a Chiyu training session, he found that the daily increase in his real attribute points reached 12 points. That is, each time he trained in 3 attributes, he gained 4 attribute points in each.
And his superhuman talent also increased again, reaching 10 points per day. This way, Jiang Chen's daily attribute points income reached 22 points, totaling at least 660 points per month. His leveling speed soared again. Jiang Chen analyzed that his actions in saving the world of Attack on Titan and battling the colossal monster, Founding Titan, further gained recognition from teacher Chiyu and Great Super, aligning with the spirits of the two heroes. Therefore, the speed of advancement of his two talents increased again. However, this was also good. The appearance of the dragon-level beast last time made Jiang Chen more vigilant. If a dragon-level beast is so powerful that it can go head-to-head with him using all his energy waves, he will not be at a disadvantage. If it is really like Nicholas Cage's prophecy said that the god-level ferocious beast will descend on Blue Star in 3 years. With his current strength, he is probably not even a match. Moreover, in the 36th spiritual realm, there is still the terrifying cosmic emperor, Frisia. Once the 36th spiritual realm invades reality, there won't be time for the god-level ferocious beast to descend on Blue Star. With just one energy wave from Frisia, Blue Star would be gone. Jiang Chen suddenly thought, wondering how the angry emperor that Yu Ling mentioned is doing now, probably already cooled off. He didn't want to help, he just couldn't win. With his current attributes, even with temporary additional attributes, he only has a real attribute of 16,000, he can't win, he simply can't win. Frisia doesn't even need to transform, in his first form, he can defeat him in one move. Jiang Chen estimates that if he really wants to compete with Frisia, all 4 attributes must be at least over 20,000, and then activate the Scion talent during the battle, transform into a super earthling, and increase his combat power by 50 times. Only then is there a slight possibility of defeating Frisia. If that angry emperor really entered the 36th spiritual realm to fight for a chance, his ashes should have been scattered by now. Rest in peace, angry emperor, a moment of silence for you. Lao Wang was drinking wine, suddenly feeling his nose itching, couldn't help but sneeze a few times, he rubbed his nose and cursed. Damn, I'm almost dead, is my physical fitness declining too? I used to be a strong man who could sleep with 2 snow women in the icy snow. After the press conference, most of the media began to wildly praise Jiang Chen. The strongest new student combination in history, a human future star with both luck and strength. A young man's road to counterattack, talent and background cannot limit his achievements. The advanced educational concept of Sanjiang University is worthy of promotion nationwide, and Ning Zhang, the new principal, is pioneering in the education sector. Of course, there were still some who continued to mock Jiang Chen. Bald little white face, although he became a 4th-order awakener by relying on thigh-hugging potential points, he has not awakened any biological field. According to the latest information we have received, it is very likely that he has a D-level talent and cannot awaken any biological field. We advise everyone to be cautious when choosing the talent. I become bald and stronger. Jiang Chen is a cautionary tale for you all. Only a few media outlets dared to publish the original words criticizing Jiang Chen's talent points, causing a significant backlash in society. Talent is the ability given to humans by heaven. The first generation of awakeners awakened naturally. How many dark secrets are behind this? Comments on the news were filled with anger. Talent is the ability given to humans by heaven. Why should it be increased by talent pills? How did the first batch of awakeners awaken? Strongly demand the truth be made public. Trash Awakening Bureau, give back our hard-earned money. For the same talent, why does the required talent points increase tenfold when the level changes? Strongly demand an explanation from the Awakening Bureau to the public. Jiang Chen saw this news and was able to publish it. He suddenly understood that it must have been the instructions of the angry emperor, the ancient emperor, and others behind the scenes. Jiang Chen nodded to himself. It seems that there is still a glimmer of hope for humanity. Jiang Chen remained calm in his heart, quietly waiting for the situation to develop. He wanted to see who made the decision in the first place to turn the awakening of all humanity into a business, profiting greatly from the blood and sweat of the people. In a luxurious villa in Modu, several men dressed in luxurious clothes and living in luxury were sitting in the hall. Their faces were indifferent, and one fat old man slammed the table and roared, "How dare he openly provoke the Awakening Bureau? I suggest he be arrested immediately on charges of spreading rumors." Another white-haired old man shook his head. "This kid has 3 emperors protecting him from behind, especially the Wrath Emperor. I even suspect he might be the Wrath Emperor's illegitimate child. I'm afraid we can't touch him openly." Another man with a black beard and white face said coldly, "Then let's find someone to take him out. If white doesn't work, we'll resort to black." A thin-faced man at the bottom sneered, "Take him out? You're quite bold. When the Wrath Emperor speaks, no one dares to touch this kid, or they'll lose their lives." The fat old man pounded the table. "This won't work,
That won't work. Are we just going to watch him disrupt this awakening business completely?
The thin-faced man sneered.
Do we have to resort to extreme measures? We've made money for so many years, it's time for a change.
The man with the black beard and white face sighed.
The reality is, you know it too.
Without the talent pill, many people don't even have the qualifications to awaken. Initially, the intention was to cultivate a large number of awakeners, and everyone agreed to it at the beginning.
How did it end up being blamed on us now? Moreover, that thing was taken away by divine punishment. I always feel it's not safe.
Calculate the time. Gabriel is also close to the level of the Wrath Emperor. When he dies, that thing will be freed.
Who can escape then?
Hearing this, the room fell into a terrifying silence. After a while, the thin-faced man sneered.
It's not all that great. The talent pill is not a good thing.
The man with the black beard and white face lay lazily on a large chair, saying,
The world was supposed to collapse 20 years ago. We've kept it going until now, that's enough. Let it come when it's time.
Besides, we have the talent stones in our hands.
What can they do? Steal them? Forget it, this business belongs to everyone. Let's put it to a vote.
Those in favor of opening up the talent awakening ceremony, raise your hands. After a while, no one raised their hands. The man with the black beard and white face chuckled, his face filled with sarcasm.
I knew it would end up like this. Since that's the case, let's not bother with him for now.
If he dares to speak out of turn again, we'll take care of him. Anyone blocking our path to wealth must die.
Someone hesitated. What about the Wrath Emperor?
The man with the black beard and white face laughed heartily.
The Wrath Emperor is just an old man on his last legs.
Rest assured, someone will deal with him when the time comes.
Let's not worry about him for now. Let's see how things unfold. If it really comes to it, we have that thing. As long as we use its power, the three emperors are nothing but ants.
The thin man sneered. Be careful. The old man has repeatedly warned before his death that we shouldn't use that thing until the survival of humanity is at stake. The man with the black beard and white face sneered.
Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. It's not time to use it yet. When the time comes, brother, you're too weak.
With the wealth we've accumulated over the years, we can buy the entire Hua country.
Anyone who dares to stand in our way will face a dead end.
Several people in the room burst into laughter at his words, and the laughter spread further and further, drifting up to the clouds. Over the Three Rivers City University, dark clouds gathered, with thick lightning bolts, like greedy pythons, spitting out snake signals, swirling around, occasionally revealing a fierce moment. The sky kept emitting low, muffled thunder, and a fierce storm was about to arrive.
Jiang Chen's words caused a major stir in society, and the Awakening Bureau also responded with a message.
The talent pill can help more humans who do not have the qualifications to awaken, complete their awakening.
The current awakening method is safe and reliable, the best solution tested by countless ancestors. Those who do not want to purchase the talent pill can try natural awakening. The Awakening Bureau is shameless. They say that everyone can try natural awakening without buying the talent pill.
But it is well known that the talent stones, this important strategic resource, are firmly controlled by the Awakening Bureau. Occasionally, one or two awakening stones circulating outside are also collected by major forces and noble families.
Where can the common people go for natural awakening? Comments below were filled with anger. Don't monopolize all the talent stones. Talent stones are gifts from heaven to humanity. Why should you claim them as your own?
Controlling all the talent stones while letting everyone try to awaken naturally, shameless to the extreme. Strongly demand that talent stones be provided as free resources to the public. Cancel the unreasonable talent pills.
The Awakening Bureau no longer responded, showing a proud face.
The implication was that they monopolized the talent stones, which must be used with money, and they dared others to challenge them. Jiang Chen saw the attitude of the Awakening Bureau, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
Very well, I'll give you a chance.
If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future.
It will be at least half a year before the large-scale awakening of students next year.
At that time, he didn't mind acting as a superhero to uphold justice and bring balance to the world. Even if the Awakening Bureau said that not using talent pills, many people don't even have the qualifications for awakening, this is true. He also believed that talent stones must have their own screening mechanism. Forcing unqualified individuals to become awakened would only harm themselves and others in the end. The wealthy can accumulate a large number of awakening points through talent pills, directly squeezing out the awakening resources of common people's children.
Where is the justice? Where is the fairness?
Talent is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Why should it be completely monopolized by some people? When he takes action, all the hidden hands behind this matter will pay the price they deserve. But he didn't have time to deal with these scoundrels now.
because he had more urgent matters to attend to. Just now, Yuling, Su Hao, and Zhang Anping visited Sanjiang University again, and after a brief discussion in Lao Ning's office, he and Ning Tong were called in. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the room, he felt a terrifyingly oppressive atmosphere. He thought his remarks had caused pressure from the higher-ups on the three. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why so serious? I'll take responsibility for what I did, or are you here to arrest me?" Yuling's delicate eyebrows almost furrowed together, and she said in a deep voice, "It's not about what you said about talent points. Although it's a bit troublesome, with us and Uncle Wang around, they dare not touch you. This time, there's something else they want to discuss with you." Ning Tong couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the matter? If you can't handle it, why ask for our help?" Zhang Anping said, "As usual, Ning Tong, you first unfold your spatial ability. The following matters are currently top secret on a global scale." Ning Tong nodded and slowly opened the concealed space. As the azure water ripples spread out, everyone found themselves in an isolated space. Zhang Anping opened his laptop and said, "Next, the content I'm about to play is top secret. Please do not disclose it to anyone present." As the video started playing, a huge monster resembling a walking lizard with sharp thorns on its back, eyes filled with bloodlust and indifference, was seen slowly emerging from the sea onto the shore, causing the ground to tremble continuously. Its body emitted immense heat, causing water vapor to rise, and then a large dark cloud formed above its head, with lightning raging within. With the giant monster's massive body, it seemed like doomsday had arrived. Zhang Anping explained, "Dragon-level beast No. 001, possessing super defense and beam-spitting abilities, previously used a huge static electric field ability. This is footage of its attack on the Indian Ocean island nation of Skaran yesterday. The huge monster opened its tooth-filled mouth and began spewing thick blue beams. Wherever the beams hit, explosions and towering flames erupted continuously." Yuling said lightly. According to the spectral analysis results, its radiation temperature has reached 100,000 degrees Celsius. As the video continued, this monster continued to rampage among the crowd. The Awakeners of Skaran went to snipe, their attacks pounding on the monster's rough and tough skin, unable to even injure it. Some of the Awakeners who harassed the monster made it angry, and a blue light emitted from its body surface, followed by a burst of a blue electric field. The Awakeners flying in the air were like flies, charred all over, emitting white smoke, falling to the ground one after another, all dead on the spot. The monster gradually moved out of the camera's range, and soon, a vast expanse of red flames swept through, and the screen fell into darkness completely. Zhang Anping looked solemn and said slowly, "Yesterday, under the attack of dragon-level beast No. 001, Skaran was annihilated." Jiang Chen watched the video, his mouth wide open in surprise, not because Skaran was annihilated, but because he recognized this monster. The monster in the video is Godzilla, and judging from the final map cannon skill, it should have evolved into Crimson Lotus Godzilla. Although it has not yet transformed into the form of Planet Godzilla, it is in a very powerful stage. Jiang Chen was suddenly puzzled. Could it be that the beast space is not the Pacific Rim, but the monster universe? If that's the case, it explains that the Pacific Rim and Godzilla are both part of the monster universe. Ning Tong couldn't help but widen her clear eyes in surprise. Didn't Skaran set up a beast dispersal force field? Why did dragon-level beast No. 001 suddenly land from the sea and attack Skaran? The ranking of the beasts is based on strength, and as of now, Guzong is undoubtedly the NO1, and there are currently no other beasts that can shake its position. She then remembered something and exclaimed, "Could it be that the Divine Punishment Organization has intervened again, destroying Skaran's beast dispersal force field?" Yuling shook her head slowly and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we wouldn't be so nervous." According to the investigators who arrived at the scene afterwards, the beast dispersal force field was intact from start to finish, and the attack of beast No. 001 contained a large amount of radiation. Skaran will no longer be suitable for human habitation for the next few hundred years. Ning Tong immediately, like Jiang Chen, widened her mouth, realizing the seriousness of the problem. "So?" Zhang Anping nodded and continued the topic. "It means that it is very likely that beast No. 001 may have the ability to ignore the beast dispersal force field, although it is not yet clear whether only No. 001 possesses this ability or if all dragon-level beasts have this ability. We must be prepared for the worst when the dispersal force field fails." Jiang Chen, listening on the side, couldn't help but ask, "Even so, it's useless for you and Ning Tong to come to me, we are only at the 4th level." When he said he was only at the 4th level, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, his current actual combat power should be close to the 8th level, and with various powerful talent skills, he could temporarily burst out a strength surpassing the 8th level.
Fortunately, he mastered the method of concealing his aura in the turtle immortal flow, otherwise, he would likely be seen through by Yu Ling at first sight.
Zhang Anping continued. Let me finish.
After the beasts invaded Blue Star, 5 years ago, humans once organized a team composed of the most powerful awakeners at the time to enter the beast space, seeking a way to completely solve the crisis of beast invasion. This matter is not a secret among the top officials of various countries, and the operation was named Hope for Tomorrow. Zhang Anping paused, a hint of light flashing in his eyes, his voice tinged with sorrow. But unfortunately, humans failed, and in the end, only a few dozen people managed to escape back to Blue Star, but they did not return empty-handed. They were in the savage beast space, brought back 2 huge mechas, one of which was snatched by the Divine Punishment Organization, and the other one remained dormant in the underground research institute of the Hua Science Institute. In recent days, it suddenly regained its mobility. According to our assessment, this mecha has reached at least the peak level of the 8th rank.
Zhang Chen's mind was a bit confused. Godzilla, mechas? These two don't seem to match. What kind of world is the savage beast space, where Godzilla and huge mechas appear at the same time? Zhang Chen asked Zhang Anping. Director Zhang, do you have any information on mechas for me to see?
Zhang Anping nodded and said, in the future, you will also become the backbone of Hua country. It's better to know the technological level of the savage beast space earlier.
Their technological level exceeds our imagination.
The Hua Science Institute has repaired most of the damage to the mecha, and it can now move easily.
Let me show you the power of the repaired mecha. After that, Zhang Anping played another video.
The screen showed a red and blue mecha nearly 100 meters tall, with a slender and powerful figure. It lightly waved its arm, and the defense fortifications in front of it crumbled like paper. Then the blue mecha, with a white single eye turning red, opened its mouth and emitted a black and red beam. This beam, similar to the ray that invaded the dragon-level savage beast in Sanjiang City that day, was almost identical.
Anything touched by the beam was instantly vaporized. Next was a test of the mecha's defense capabilities.
Dozens of tanks and aircraft fired at the mecha, and a black and red rhombus-shaped field appeared on the surface of the mecha, blocking all attacks and leaving the body unharmed. After Zhang Anping finished playing the video, he looked at Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. When he saw Jiang Chen frozen like a statue, his gaze became somewhat fixed. He nodded satisfactorily, feeling quite content inside.
Kid, you will also know what fear is one day. Little did he know that Jiang Chen's expression was because this mecha was clearly the EVA unit.
The breath attack method and the force field on the surface were unique abilities of the EVA world. Moreover, although this mecha had undergone some modifications, as a senior EVA fan, Jiang Chen immediately recognized that it was clearly the exclusive biological unit of EVA. In the EVA world, mechas were actually modified from the bodies of the angels, not artificial weapons but biological weapons. The outer steel, rather than being called a mecha, was more like a restraint device to prevent the angels' abilities from going berserk. The EVA world was a world with explosive combat power. Although not as powerful as the Dragon Ball world, it was enough to outclass the awakened beings on the Blue Star now. The 18 angels of the EVA world possessed power close to that of gods. If what was brought back by humans was Unit 00, part of Lilith's body, one mishap in operation causing her to go berserk would lead to the premature end of human civilization.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but look repeatedly at Zhang Anping.
Big brother, you guys are really bold,
bringing Unit 00 to the Blue Star. Do you know how high the upper limit of combat power in that world is?
Fooling around like this, with another angel attack, the human race on the Blue Star would be finished.
Jiang Chen suddenly felt exhausted. These people really didn't understand anything.
Driving fast with eyes closed on the edge of a cliff, sooner or later, they would drive the small, broken-down carriage of human civilization into the abyss. From the information he currently had, the savage beast space should be a composite spiritual realm that integrated the monster universe and the EVA world. Based on the events of the fifth spiritual realm, Jiang Chen also had a faint speculation about the invasion of the Blue Star by the savage beast world in the past. It was very likely that some awakened being had caused chaos in the spiritual realm, leading to a disruption in the monster universe and the EVA world. The spiritual realm eventually couldn't bear it, completely collapsed, and the endless invasion of savage beasts on the Blue Star triggered the savage beast turmoil that lasted for decades. Jiang Chen covered his forehead, groaning in pain, and gave a sincere suggestion. I think at this stage, we should not disturb the savage beasts in the savage beast space. Otherwise, it may trigger a bigger disaster.
Su Hao spread his hands helplessly. We all know this truth.
You and Ning Tong are in a rapid growth period. With your strength, the spiritual realm before the 10th level will not cause you much trouble. He smiled bitterly. But I'm afraid Huagua can't afford to wait.
Su Hao revealed a shocking message to everyone present. According to the underwater sonar display, the dragon-level Savage Beast 001 is swimming towards the Huagua mainland. If nothing unexpected happens, in a week, it is likely to land on the west side of the Magic City. Ignoring the Savage Beast force field, once it lands, it will cause at least tens of millions of casualties. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen was shocked. The Magic City is less than 200 kilometers away from Sanjiang City, a distance that Godzilla can cover in an hour. By then, even if he could join hands with Yu Ling and Su Hao to drive away Godzilla, Sanjiang City would probably be reduced to ashes. Moreover, Godzilla ignores nuclear bombs, and nuclear radiation is a nutrient for him. Even if Huagua uses nuclear weapons desperately, it may not work. When Ning Tong heard Yu Ling's words, she also understood the seriousness of the situation and turned to Jiang Chen with a questioning look. Jiang Chen knew that this matter was related to all of humanity, as well as the safety of his family and the Three Rivers University, which he had come to regard as his second home. A man must know when to act and when not to act. What's the use of being so strong if you don't act when you should? Yu Ling suggested. So it's best to just take Ning Tong this time. We will do our best to ensure her safety. We only need Ning Tong's gifted abilities to help. For example, the hidden space she can use now. When faced with insurmountable danger, we can hide in the space to temporarily avoid the danger. Ning Tong was straightforward and firm. If Jiang Chen doesn't go, I won't go either. Where he is, I'll be there. Although the others had thought of this possibility before, hearing Ning Tong say it out loud now, they could only look at each other and shake their heads with a bitter smile. Ning Tong was great in every way, except for her love-struck brain, which really left people speechless. However, Ning Tong was disdainful in her heart. You are no better than Jiang Chen, and my intuition tells me that you may not be as powerful as Jiang Chen. He has various magical talents like transformation and turtle school qigong. If he really goes all out, it's hard to say who will win. Moreover, Ning Tong has always suspected that Jiang Chen has the ability to foresee the future, otherwise how to explain his various miraculous predictions in the spiritual realm. We are about to reach the 6th level spiritual realm, and I cannot afford to have an accident at this time. The long-standing rapport she had developed with Jiang Chen allowed her to trust him wholeheartedly. She couldn't trust others the way she trusted Jiang Chen. Thinking of the upcoming 6th level spiritual realm, Ning Tong took a deep breath and prayed devoutly in her heart. Wait for me, Mom, I'm coming to save you. Yu Ling kindly advised Ning Tong. This mission is very dangerous. Even Su Hao and I have to be careful to take care of you. If we bring Jiang Chen along, we may not be able to take care of you properly. If something goes wrong, everyone will regret it. Ning Tong shook her head. No need to say more. I'll listen to Jiang Chen. If he says go, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I won't go. Everyone could only helplessly look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew it was time for him to make a decision. He put away his faint smile and said in a deep voice, if this mech is fully repaired, what strength will it have? Can it defeat a dragon-level savage beast? Zhang Anping answered him. The significance of mecha lies in our ability to confront dragon-level ferocious beasts head-on. Currently, we do not lack the means to harm dragon-level ferocious beasts. Originally, the Wrath Emperor served as the main force and could directly confront dragon-level ferocious beasts. With his retreat to the second line, the Virtue Emperor and the Destiny Emperor were unable to directly confront dragon-level ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen understood that the Wrath Emperor belonged to the main tank role on the battlefield, while Yu Ling was the mage role and Su Hao was the rogue role. Only by complementing each other could they withstand dragon-level ferocious beasts. With the retirement of the Wrath Emperor, the Iron Triangle was missing, leading to the lack of the ability to directly confront dragon-level ferocious beasts in the Hua Kingdom. Zhang Anping understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded. On Blue Star, there are 13 dragon-level ferocious beasts, with only records of being repelled so far and no precedent of being killed. If mechas can operate for a long time, perhaps we can attempt to kill dragon-level ferocious beasts and completely end the crisis of ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen, as someone familiar with the performance of EVA mechas, was well aware of the biggest issue with EVA mechas, which was their insufficient endurance. The internal structure of EVA mechas was actually a clone of Lilith, attempting to touch the power of gods with human wisdom, destined to end in failure. However, in the world of EVA, there was a valuable artifact, the Lance of Longinus. This lance nailed the first apostle, Adam, in the Antarctic, until humans pulled it out, triggering the second impact. It seemed that the Lance of Longinus possessed sealing power, sealing off all abilities of the beings pierced by it, rendering them completely silent. The next sentence from Zhang Anping made Jiang Chen decisively determined. Moreover, the two mechas that were brought out initially have interoperability. If one of the mechas suddenly self-repairs, it is very likely related to the other mecha. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The other mecha taken by the divine punishment suddenly began to recover, indicating that their attempt to acquire Ning Tong's talent did not end with the previous failure. If the divine punishment took 0 or Unit 01, their combat power would be comparable to the apostles, surpassing the awakeners, who were likely at the 8th or even 9th tier. Not to mention the stance, if he could not use the same punch that Saitama-sensei used to break through the barrier, he would probably be helpless against the EVA mechas. Jiang Chen immediately made up his mind that the ferocious beast space must be visited, partly to investigate what happened back then. On the other hand, he needed to obtain the Lance of Longinus, which was the supreme weapon against the apostles. Jiang Chen nodded to Ning Tong and said in a deep voice, "When we set off, we will go with you, but let's make it clear that if we encounter insurmountable danger, Ning Tong and I will prioritize our own safety." He looked at Ning Tong, who smiled and nodded. The tacit understanding between the two of them meant they did not need many words, a single glance was enough to understand each other. Ning Tong unconditionally trusted Jiang Chen to bring her safely back to the real world. Seeing the scene of mutual understanding between the two, Yu Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly as she looked at the carefree Su Hao. She then spoke seriously, "Let's go early tomorrow morning." The ferocious beast space used to be a spiritual realm, but the coordinates were blocked. Director Zhang will open the permissions, and we can directly reach the entrance of the ferocious beast space through the teleportation circle. Jiang Chen nodded and said to Ning Jingxin, "Principal, please rest assured. I will bring Tong Tong back safely." Old Ning looked at his determined and handsome face, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust, and nodded. "Both of you, take care and come back together." As the concealed space was lifted, urgent knocking was heard at the door. "Principal, something bad happened. Ren Peng has been captured." Ren Peng, captured? Jiang Chen and Principal Ning's first reaction was that the Awakening Bureau had targeted his classmates. Jiang Chen opened the door and saw Tang Yu at the door, looking anxious. He asked Tang Yu, "What's going on? Who took Ren Peng away, and for what reason?" Jiang Chen clenched his fists, thinking, "Finally, the scum of the Awakening Bureau, are you finally making a move on the people around me? It's time to strike back with thunderous force." Tomorrow he was going to the savage beast space. Even if he pierced the sky today, Yu Ling and Su Hao would have to cover for him. Tang Yu lowered her head, looking shy and hesitant to speak, slowly uttered a sentence. Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly. "What? Is Ren Peng crazy to do such a thing?" Half an hour later, Jiang Chen saw Ren Peng at the Sanjiang City police station, covering his face with his hands, curled up in a temporary cell. Jiang Chen was explaining to Officer Zhang, "He is a freshman at our Sanjiang University, definitely a moment of confusion, let it go this time, don't tarnish his life." Officer Zhang had just received a call from Shangfeng, to avoid tarnishing this young man's future, let it go this time, but if he repeats it, he will be severely punished. His solemn face was filled with dissatisfaction. "If you want to find a lady, just find one, don't deceive me." He said he was his high school classmate, owed him 1,000 yuan before, and today he made an appointment to pay him back, so he booked a room for convenience? Isn't this insulting our intelligence? Jiang Chen laughed and tried to explain, "Even if we say so, there is still a possibility, maybe things are just that coincidental." When Officer Zhang heard this, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Jiang Chen. "Is your high school classmate 2 years older than you?" Jiang Chen was also stunned. "How much older? 2 years. Peng Peng, your taste is quite heavy. What happened during the days you lost Kuan Kuan?" Jiang Chen hesitated whether to reveal the transformation of Ren Peng into Ren Peng, so that his PC crime would naturally be resolved. Without any tools for the crime, how to convict him? After much thought, he sighed and chose to conceal everything for Ren Peng. He could also understand Ren Peng's feelings, a promising young man, losing his brother, who wouldn't be able to accept it. If people knew he had turned into a flying youth, his psychological problems would probably worsen. After a series of complex procedures including signing and sealing, Jiang Chen finally took Ren Peng out of the police station. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask Peng Peng, "What were you thinking, going to PC, have you returned from the dead?" Ren Peng shook his head in despair and said, "I just wanted to experiment, to see if I could change my brother's mind by stimulating him." When Jiang Chen heard this, he immediately stopped and looked seriously at Ren Peng. "So, did it work?" Ren Peng gritted his teeth and showed a fierce expression. "No, I didn't even finish taking off my pants. I don't know which animal reported me. I want to know who did it. I'll kill him." Ren Peng's expression changed, and he said with a smirk, "Langu, you don't know, that girl was really hot, tall with long legs and black stockings. TSK, now that I think about it, I feel excited for my brother." Jiang Chen couldn't help but cover his face. Officer Zhang said, "That fallen woman is at least 40 years old, how can she be considered hot?" Pang Pang, you just lost Koan, you're not blind.
It's a good thing your brother ran away from home, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life once he goes deep behind enemy lines.
Jiang Chen sighed and patted Ren Pang's shoulder. Grieve, there are many magical items in the spirit realm, you will have a chance to bring back your brother in the future. Ren Pang grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist in excitement. Really, Longo?
Jiang Chen nodded. Just like the 7 Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball world, make a wish, and Pang Pang will naturally become Pang Pang.
However, using the Dragon Balls to do this, I don't know if Shenlong will be so angry that he will commit suicide.
Ren Pang immediately burst into tears, knelt on the ground and hugged Jiang Chen's thigh.
Brother, you are my real brother. In the future, whatever you say, I will do it. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to eat shit, I will never drink urine.
Jiang Chen was originally accepting Ren Pang's praise, but when he heard the last sentence, he quickly kicked Ren Pang away in disgust. It's too disgusting. I don't have that kind of fetish.
It's better to stay away from Ren Pang in the future.
Men without younger brothers are inevitably a bit abnormal in their hearts. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen, Ning Tong, Yu Ling, and Su Hao stood in the teleportation circle. Zhang Nanping connected a complex instrument next to the teleportation circle and operated it a few times, saying solemnly, "The 4 of you are the present and future hope of Huaguo. If you find that the situation is untenable, please abandon it in time, with self-preservation as the top priority." Yu Ling nodded and closed her eyes.
No need to say more, let's begin.
With a flash of light, the 4 people in the teleportation circle turned into streams of light, flew directly into the sky, and disappeared.
Principal Ning and Uncle Wang stood in the principal's office, watching them leave. Old Ning couldn't help but sigh. Aren't you going to see them off?
Old Wang's face stiffened.
His current identity is very awkward.
If he shows up rashly,
Jiang Chen might spot a flaw, and then where should he put his old face? He coughed and said, no need to see them off.
Ling Ling and Xiao Hao have come to help.
With Ning Tong's talent, they can definitely complete the mission safely.
It's you, Old Ning. How can you bear to let Ning Tong do such a dangerous thing? Old Ning smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Once you step on the path of the awakened, you can only move forward. If you encounter danger, let her give up. It's better to give up the talent directly. He then looked serious and asked Nu Huang, are you okay?
Nu Huang smirked, his eyes filled with a sense of killing intent.
I am a shape-shifting awakened. Maintaining normalcy will greatly delay my disability time. I still have one last chance to go all out. I am waiting for him. The sudden revival of the mecha means he can't wait any longer.
There was no difference with the spirit realm teleportation. Jiang Chen only felt a blackness before his eyes and arrived in a blood-red world. The air was filled with a black-red aura, the sky was dark red, and even the breeze carried a hint of decay. The whole world seemed to be at the end of life, like an old man on the verge of death, constantly groaning heavily. Jiang Chen was shocked and quickly looked at Ning Tong, worried that they would appear naked again, but then he saw that everyone was dressed properly, which relieved him. Yu Ling's voice came from beside him.
Remove all items. It's the mechanism of the spirit realm.
In this world, the spirit realm has completely collapsed, so there is no need to worry about being candid.
Su Hao smiled and said, awakened ones are always on the edge of life and death. What does it matter if you're naked?
You have experienced several spirit realms.
Jiang Chen, you are so handsome, you must be very popular, right? How are those foreign big bear girls, do they have a lot of water?
Yu Ling coldly interrupted him, her voice sounding as if it came from hell. If you make another lewd joke, you can roll back to Blue Star on your own.
Su Hao's face stiffened, and he whispered to Jiang Chen, Yu Ling is like this.
I didn't do anything to her, but she always watches over me. Every time I try to communicate with foreign girls, she interrupts me several times.
Jiang Chen didn't know what expression to put on at this moment. This is the enmity between the second princes of Huaguo. Tell me, are you trying to find an opportunity to shut me up?
In the beast space, due to the lack of human activity, the vegetation grew wildly, with wild grass reaching the height of a person and ordinary trees growing to tens of meters in height. Humans appear particularly small in this world.
Yu Ling used mental power to create a map in the air, marking their current location and the destination they were heading to. This is the route explored by our predecessors with their lives 5 years ago.
Our mission is to enter the underground base, obtain detailed information on the mecha, and investigate the truth of the savage beast space invasion of Blue Star back then. After speaking, Yu Ling did not look back and walked into the jungle, while Su Hao spread his hands in a helpless gesture and followed into the jungle. Leaving behind the awkward pair, they glanced at each other, and Ning Tong pouted, saying fiercely, if you dare to be like Su Huang, I will cut your hair while you sleep.
Jiang Chen approached her, smiling mischievously. You can try, I'm just afraid the scissors aren't big enough.
Jokingly, trying to harm my steel with a small pair of scissors, I can only say you are dreaming. Unless you bring out your Taiji circle, there is a possibility of making him vomit. Anyway, before graduation, Jiang Chen had no plans to do anything substantial with Ning Tong. After all, the mechanism of the spiritual realm is a pain.
If you accidentally have it, is the fetus considered an item or an awakened one? You can't just strip it before going in and return it afterwards.
Jiang Chen was puzzled by this question and vowed to consult someone in detail when he had the chance. After all, the child is innocent. Until there is a definite answer, he did not plan to have any substantial progress with Ning Tong. At most, reaching the level of kissing and touching the car lights. Acting according to emotions and stopping at propriety, I am truly a gentleman.
Jiang Chen thought to himself contentedly. Ning Tong couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, looking at Jiang Chen, her raised eyelashes blinking. What were you thinking just now?
Why do I feel like you look very lewd?
Jiang Chen's face stiffened. Can she even see that? Having heightened mental power is shameless. Can I have some personal privacy?
Yu Ling's voice came from afar. Hurry up, it won't be good if discovered by the dragon-level savage beasts. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong hurried into the jungle, only to find that the insects in the savage beast world were unusually large, as if they had eaten pig feed. Even mosquitoes were the size of a human head, buzzing and hovering in the air with sharp mouthparts like a dagger. If one of these things sucked blood, even if they didn't die from excessive blood loss, they would die from an open wound.
In a world full of giant terrifying creatures, ordinary people would probably not survive even an hour.
Yu Ling took out several single-sided eyeglass-like devices and distributed them to everyone. These are from the Hua Science Institute, based on the combat power detector you brought back from the fourth spiritual realm, the latest XR detector replica, which can detect the enemy's combat power. There are only a few of these, so be careful when using them. Jiang Chen took the glasses, put them on, pressed the switch, and rows of green characters quickly loaded in front of his eyes, finally displaying a prompt.
Combat power detector loaded. Produced by the Hua Science Institute, leading the way. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ling, and detailed information about Yu Ling appeared instantly.
Yu Ling, S1 talented awakened, combat power 25,876.
Su Hao, S2 talented awakened, combat power 22,987.
He turned to look at Ning Tong. Ning Tong, S0 talented awakened, combat power 1274.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod. The detector was surprisingly useful.
He didn't expect the Hua Science Institute to replicate the combat power detector to this level in such a short time.
He noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why do you all look at me so strangely?"
Ning Tong leaned in and whispered to him, "Your combat power is too low, only around 300.
Ning Tong knew the real situation of Jiang Chen.
Ever since he became a disciple of Master Wu Tian in the fourth spiritual realm, Jiang Chen had learned how to control his own breath. In her perception, he was almost on the same level as Ren Pang and the others in normal times.
Jiang Chen's face suddenly turned pale.
He was used to suppressing his own aura to the lowest level. On one hand, it could prevent others from detecting any clues, and on the other hand, it could reduce his own consumption and alleviate hunger. So he was used to displaying his level as third tier, but the detector showed abnormalities.
He slightly released some aura and asked Ning Tong, "How strong am I now?" Ning Tong nodded and said, "Over 1400.
Jiang Chen thought he shouldn't be stronger than Ning Tong, so he lowered his strength a bit more.
"And now?" Ning Tong nodded again. "Now it's good, 986.
Jiang Chen nodded, maintaining this level was reasonable. Even if his talent was rubbish, with almost zero natural attribute amplification, and relying solely on the potential points gained from the 5 spiritual realms, he should have reached the 4th tier level. It didn't make sense for his combat power to be only in the 300s, at the 3rd tier level. Yu Ling and Su Hao watched as Jiang Chen's combat power fluctuated in the detector, unable to resist tapping the detector a few times until the value finally stabilized.
They both thought, "This thing is unreliable. Why does the value keep changing without him transforming?"
Among the awakened, only a few talents could transform, causing fluctuations in combat power values. For example, the furious Emperor Wang Zongshu, his combat power value differed by more than 10 times before and after transformation. However, awakened individuals whose combat power values fluctuated in their normal form were unheard of by Yu Ling and the others. After all, the mystical martial arts of the Turtle Immortal School were beyond their imagination. They thought it was normal for the detector to have issues. After calibrating the combat power detector, before they could move forward, they noticed a red exclamation mark on the detector. Warning! A creature with a combat power of up to 38,354 is approaching. Warning! Yu Ling and Su Hao quickly crouched down,
telling Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, "Stay down and keep quiet, do not make any noise, as the hearing of ferocious beasts is very sharp." The group lay in the bushes, and a few minutes later, a huge lizard-like monster with massive wings flew across the sky, with a wingspan of up to 100 meters. As it passed over Jiang Chen and the others, it caused a huge air disturbance, making the towering trees and bushes in the forest rustle loudly. After the dragon-level ferocious beast flew away, Yu Ling, still trembling, warned them, "The ferocious beast space is extremely dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, do not take to the air. If you provoke such a flying dragon-level ferocious beast, even I and Su Hao would surely meet a tragic end." Jiang Chen was also shocked. Wow, this was a true dragon-level ferocious beast, even a flying dragon had appeared, with a combat power reaching an astonishing 30,000 plus. After the flying dragon moved away, the group continued on their way. When they encountered ferocious beasts they couldn't avoid, they hid in Ning Tong's concealed space. Thankfully, they passed the first day safely. At their current speed, they would reach the underground base marked on the map by noon the next day. However, Jiang Chen's mood grew heavier as they encountered various bizarre ferocious beasts along the way, making it difficult to describe in words. It was like monsters from a monster world, offspring born from the breach of reproductive isolation, just like the apostles from Eva, their appearances often surpassing Jiang Chen's imagination. For example, one had 7 or 8 koan on its head, and another had 9 eyes all over its face. Faced with this situation, combined with the technological capabilities of the EVA world, Jiang Chen had a faint guess in his heart, but everything had to wait until they entered the underground base to make a final judgment. Jiang Chen could only hope that the underground base was well preserved and not too heavily damaged by ferocious beasts. That night, the group found a cave to rest in, as some ferocious beasts were unusually active at night. Yu Ling and Su Hao had brought a lot of ferocious beast jerky, as they had very good appetites and quickly devoured most of the jerky in a short while. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong each ate a small piece and were full. Yu Ling and Su Hao exchanged a subtle glance. In fact, they had always doubted Jiang Chen's strength. It was unreasonable for a fourth-order awakener to achieve his level, repeatedly creating miracles in the spiritual realm, setting unprecedented records. To be honest, Yu Ling and Su Hao were also geniuses when they were in school, but their level of genius was no different from counterfeit goods in front of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong. Once or twice could be explained by luck, but 3 or 5 times were definitely not a coincidence. Ning Tong's talents seemed mysterious to others, but to them, there was no secret. After all, at their level, many things were no longer mysterious, and they were well aware of what Ning Tong could achieve. During this exploration of the savage beast space, they also had the intention of testing Jiang Chen's strength. Unknowingly, they had conducted 2 tests in total. The first test was using a combat power detector. Although the initial values were abnormal, they later stabilized at over 900. The other test was to observe Jiang Chen's appetite. If Jiang Chen was hiding his strength, his appetite would betray him. 7th and 8th order powerhouses needed a terrifying amount of energy daily. Eating other foods would only make them hungrier, but only savage beast spirit meat could barely fill the daily deficit. Jiang Chen was full after eating only a piece of savage beast spirit meat jerky. This indicated that Jiang Chen's daily consumption was very low. In fact, Jiang Chen's appetite did not become as terrifying as theirs. There were 2 reasons for this. One was the Turtle Immortal School's technique of concealing aura, which kept him in a low consumption state at all times. The other reason was his constantly upgrading superhuman talent, which could meet his body's daily energy consumption by absorbing sunlight. Both tests indicated that Jiang Chen was just an ordinary 4th order strengthening awakener. Besides being handsome and lucky, he really wasn't anything special. Although there were still many doubts, at this moment, the results seemed to be so. The 2 nodded at each other and no longer paid much attention to Jiang Chen. They rested until midnight when suddenly they heard a huge fight in the distance, the earth shaking, and rocks falling from the cave roof. They were all startled, walked out of the cave, and saw a huge gorilla fighting a deformed monster under the full moon in the distance. The 2 monsters were at least 100 meters tall. The deformed monster had the upper body of a fish and dozens of tentacles forming the lower body, allowing it to float in midair. The gorilla held a bronze axe, roared, jumped up, and fiercely struck the deformed monster, but was blocked by the black and red barrier that appeared on the surface of the deformed monster's body. Ning Tong widened her eyes in surprise and asked Jiang Chen, "Is that gorilla the 4th level spiritual realm Vegeta? How did he come to the savage beast space?" Jiang Chen shook his head. Although the 2 gorillas looked very similar, the one in front of them was obviously not a scion. It was another big shot in the monster world, King Kong. The other deformed monster looked like a mutant of the apostle. Judging from its attack methods, it had an it field and a death ray, which were extremely powerful,
threatening King Kong's life several times. The bronze axe in King Kong's hand was also a magical weapon that could block the apostle's death ray without being damaged.
When the bronze axe struck the apostle, sometimes a red light would appear on its surface.
Once the red light appeared, that strike would definitely break through the apostle's field, leaving a deep wound on its body. The battle between the two giant monsters lasted a long time, from dawn to sunrise.
The apostle's endurance clearly exceeded King Kong's by a lot.
After a long struggle, King Kong gradually exhausted his strength and turned to retreat. However, he was entangled from behind by the huge deformed apostle, and its tentacles stabbed towards King Kong's chest and heart. The King Kong went through a series of fierce battles, feeling exhausted, roaring in anger, tightly grabbing the tentacles with both hands, but gradually being pierced in the chest by the tentacles, emitting a helpless wail.
Jiang Chen's eyes sank. He knew that King Kong had goodwill towards humans, and if he could help at once, could he not gain a powerful beastly ally? He solemnly said to Yu Ling and Su Hao, "Can you two go help that gorilla?"
Yu Ling and Su Hao widened their eyes in surprise.
"What are you thinking? Helping a dragon-level beast?
They kill each other, we are happy enough, these two. If any one of them enters the blue star through the spatial entrance, it will be a disaster for humanity, especially that gorilla, obviously intelligent, likely not affected by the dispersal force field of the beasts." Jiang Chen saw that King Kong was about to collapse. He had no time to waste with them. He turned to Ning Tong and said,
"Tong Tong, take me over there."
Ning Tong nodded, and both of them lit up with a blue light, flying towards the battlefield.
Yu Ling and Su Hao were afraid that their power fluctuations would attract stronger beasts, so they did not dare to intervene, and in a few breaths, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong flew far away. The two martial emperors glanced at each other, feeling helpless and angry. Jiang Chen had been so reckless and arrogant on the first day he entered the beast space, he should not have brought him along. What's even more infuriating is that Ning Tong accompanied him in his nonsense to save some beast. It should be noted that history has proven that all beasts are enemies of humanity. Wouldn't it be better to both suffer losses? And who knows what these two freshmen are thinking? What the most powerful freshman? The name does not match the reality. But now that things have come to this, they have no other choice. Fearing to attract powerful beasts, Yu Ling did not dare to trigger the biofield, and could only quickly jump from the ground to follow up, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Arriving above the apostle, Jiang Chen saw King Kong in pain, mouth wide open, blood spraying from his chest. He had no time to explain. He said to Ning Tong, "Put me down."
Ning Tong widened her eyes in surprise, but out of trust in Jiang Chen, she just anxiously reminded him, "Be careful." Then she let go of Jiang Chen, and he fell freely from the sky towards the apostle's huge single eye. Yu Ling and Su Hao saw this scene from afar, their pupils contracting sharply, shouting loudly, "Don't!" Jiang Chen only had the strength of the 4th rank. If he was grazed by a dragon-level beast, he would be crushed to pieces, not even a complete corpse. Yu Ling, disregarding hiding her strength any longer, her whole body revealed a green biofield, flying up, trying to prevent Jiang Chen from falling onto the apostle. But it was too late. Her mentally transformed green giant hand missed catching Jiang Chen by a few meters. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen fell freely onto the huge beast. That sense of powerlessness instantly enveloped her body. Yu Ling bit her lip tightly, feeling despair in her heart. Damn it, such a good person, how could he be so foolish as to seek death on his own? How can I explain this to Uncle Wan when I go back? Before they left, the furious emperor specifically instructed them to take good care of Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, and repeatedly mentioned Jiang Chen, saying he was the son of an old friend of his, and asked them to look after him more. But on the first day, Jiang Chen was about to die at the hands of a dragon-level beast. Although it was his own fault, she also had the responsibility for inadequate supervision. Jiang Chen felt the surging airflow around him, as if he were an eagle flying in the sky. His eyes flashed with determination. He couldn't afford to be clumsy. He had to break through the apostle beast's stance with this strike, in order to possibly deliver a fatal blow and save King Kong's life. Jiang Chen's whole body burst out with white energy, like an arrow leaving the bow, flying towards the apostle beast. As he was about to approach the stance on the beast's body, a glint of determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. "Teacher Saitama, watch my punch. Have I inherited your true teachings?" Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, his left hand formed into a fist, and he shouted lowly, "Take this seriously. Just die." A fist wearing a red glove, carrying supreme power, fiercely struck the apostles at field. With a loud bang, a huge muffled sound, a ring of airwaves spread out from under the apostle. Its field instantly collapsed, flickered a few times, and could no longer maintain its strength. The apostle's fierce beast, with a body as huge as a mountain, stood still for a while. Then, like a piece of rotten meat, it collapsed on the ground, its tentacles twitched a few times, and then there was no more movement. Jiang Chen landed on its body, closing his eyes to carefully experience the punch just now. The serious punch just now seemed to break through the limitations of time and space. Under his fist, the field shattered inch by inch, and then the fist force directly penetrated the Apostle's fierce beast's brain, smashing it to pieces, achieving a one-hit kill. Compared to mastering the punch of Teacher Chiyu, he had taken another step forward. Yu Ling and Su Hao arrived at this time, standing in front of Jiang Chen, vigilantly watching King Kong, whose huge palm was waving towards the three of them. Su Hao gritted his teeth and roared, flowing rock-shattering fist. He hugged his hands in a circle, a blue light shining in his hands, ready to block King Kong's attack. Jiang Chen grabbed his arm and said in a deep voice, "Don't act." Just then, King Kong's huge palm swept past them, grabbed the Apostle's tentacles, pulled out a large piece, put it in its mouth, and began to chew. Jiang Chen let go of Su Hao and smiled. "Don't be so nervous, it's just hungry." Then he called Ning Tong. "Come down, it should be safe now." Jiang Chen then pulled out a large tentacle, lit a pile of flames, and started happily grilling the Apostle's tentacles. Yu Ling and Su Hao stood aside, staring in amazement at Jiang Chen. After they recovered, they looked at each other in disbelief for a long time, unable to figure out what to say. They were raging inside. What did we see? Jiang Chen descended from the sky and killed a dragon-level fierce beast with one punch. Are we crazy? Or is this world too crazy? A fourth-order enhanced Awaken person can actually kill a dragon-level fierce beast barehanded? They thought Jiang Chen was going to die, but they didn't expect the dragon-level fierce beast to die. Su Hao admitted that he could never produce such a powerful punch. If Jiang Chen had this kind of strength, then everything that happened before had a reasonable explanation. Su Hao swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and asked Ning Tong, "Has he always been this strong?" Ning Tong blinked a few times, showing a sly smile. "Well, you guess." Su Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What do you mean guess? How am I supposed to guess?" Yu Ling looked serious and asked Jiang Chen in a deep voice, "So you've been hiding your strength all along?" Jiang Chen took a big bite of the Apostle's tentacle, his mouth full, and said unclearly, "Hey, what are you guys thinking? It wasn't my credit just now. This fierce beast fought to the limit with the gorilla. My punch didn't even break its force field." Su Hao sneered. "Do you think Yu Ling and I are blind? Based on the airwaves generated by your punch, you have at least the level of an 8th order high stage." Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "It reached its limit, was knocked down by me and the gorilla's combined force. Calculate the weight of the gorilla and it together?" Jiang Chen did not intend to hide his strength from the two emperors, but they carried battle power detectors, which likely had cameras inside. Once his strength was exposed, he would be subjected to despicable attacks from the Divine Punishment Organization. He needed to enter the spirit realm and could not always protect his family, so before the Divine Punishment Organization was destroyed, Jiang Chen chose to hide his strength. However, the day when he appeared invincible in front of the world should not be far away. Su Hao looked up and down at the huge body of the Apostle's fierce beast, which was as large as a hill, estimated to weigh hundreds of tons, plus the huge body of King Kong, which was almost over 1,000 tons. Adding the punch that Jiang Chen descended from the sky, it was indeed possible to make such a scene. He suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Jiang Chen's words seemed to make some sense. When he saw his fist at that time, it indeed did not touch the Apostle's body. He cast a doubtful look at Yu Ling, who also shook her head, indicating that she did not see clearly what happened at that time. At that time, they were both thinking about saving people, but they saw the person who should have been saved turning into an extremely fierce person, killing a dragon-level fierce beast with one punch on the spot. The two of them were instantly shocked, their scalps tingling, their eyes still somewhat dazed, and their hearts completely in chaos. Who had the time to care about whether Jiang Chen killed the dragon-level fierce beast or not? In fact, Jiang Chen also took advantage of the situation. The attention of the Apostle's fierce beast was mostly focused on King Kong. It did not think that Jiang Chen, a small thing not much bigger than a sesame seed, could cause it any harm. In addition, after continuous fierce battles with King Kong, it had greatly depleted its force field and was at its weakest moment when Jiang Chen struck it down with one blow. Just as the two emperors were in a dilemma, King Kong slowly extended a huge fist, startling Yu Ling and Su Hao. They quickly assumed a defensive posture. Even they, if they were hit head-on by this gorilla's fist, would probably not be able to handle it. But to their surprise, the gorilla did not launch an attack. It just placed its fist next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen casually raised his fist and touched it, and King Kong retracted its fist, its huge eyes shining with joy like a giant clock. It looked at Jiang Chen, breathing heavily through its nostrils, grinned widely, and then chuckled. Jiang Chen also smiled satisfactorily, realizing that King Kong did indeed harbor goodwill towards humans. Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This dragon-level fierce beast actually has goodwill towards humans? Jiang Chen, how did you know?
Jiang Chen gave her a look. It's obvious. It's not on the same side as the fierce beasts. When have you ever seen fierce beasts attacking each other? Yu Ling and Su Hao glanced at each other, both showing regret in their eyes. Indeed, on Blue Star, they had never seen fierce beasts attacking each other. How could they forget even this common sense in the fierce beast space? However, even so, Jiang Chen calmly observed that the gorilla and the fierce beast were not allies. He then dared to leap from 100 meters high and won the friendship of the gorilla. This level of observation and courage also secretly impressed them. It could be said that as long as he did not die prematurely, Jiang Chen's future achievements were limitless. As the tentacles of the apostle were cooked, emitting a unique fragrance, Su Hao, who was also a foodie, eating only fierce beast jerky could satisfy his body's needs, but the taste was lacking. He leaned over, smiling. Is it delicious? Give me a taste too. Jiang Chen gave him a look. The meat of the apostle's fierce beast, a monster like this, was not suitable for everyone to eat. Even if it was just the meat of an ordinary fierce beast, it was poisonous and not suitable for everyone to eat. Only he, with the three great talents of Chiyu, Scion, and Superman, could eat it. Perhaps there was no monster meat in this world that he could not eat. Although Su Hao inherited the talent of Bangu, he was essentially human. If he ate it, he might mutate. He shook his head and kindly advised, forget it. My talent has been certified by the Hua Science Institute. I can eat roasted demon meat. Does your talent have this ability? I advise you to take care of yourself and not regret it later. As one of the three emperors of Huagua, Su Hao had always been the one to question others, never being questioned by others. Jiang Chen's words were like pointing at his nose and saying, you can't do it. How could a man be questioned by others as unable to do it? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh in anger. Come on, give me a piece. If I die from eating it, it's my own fault. Well, since it's come to this, not giving him a bite would make Jiang Chen seem a bit ungrateful. He could only silently tear off a large piece of apostle beast meat and hand it to Su Hao. Su Hao took it and took a big bite, praising Jiang Chen's cooking skill as he ate. It's really good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a hint of primitive flavor. He even called Ning Tong and Yu Ling over. Why don't you guys have some? Jiang Chen's cooking is really good. Yu Ling and Ning Tong looked at the still wriggling apostle beast corpse, their faces turning pale, shaking their heads in unison and stepping back. Ning Tong looked at Su Hao with a hint of sympathy, silently watching him. She knew very well how strong Jiang Chen's talent was, and Su Hao, being so stubborn, eating the same kind of monster meat as Jiang Chen, was like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. As Su Hao swallowed a few bites of apostle beast meat, his face suddenly turned black and green. He rolled his eyes, quickly started scratching his throat, seeking help from Yu Ling. Ling, help! Help me! Yu Ling shook her head. A green light enveloped Su Hao's body, helping him vomit. Su Hao had just swallowed it down, and now he was spewing it out, like a spectacular fountain. The scene immediately turned Jiang Chen's stomach. He simply fed all the roasted apostle beast meat to Kong. Kong took a bite, immediately pounded his chest and feet, making a mournful wailing sound. It grabbed Jiang Chen and wouldn't let him go, asking Jiang Chen to help it roast and eat the remaining half of the apostle beast, only then would it be completely satisfied. Looking at Su Hao, who looked like he was about to die, his lips devoid of color, his whole body in convulsions, having diarrhea and vomiting, completely losing his fighting ability. It was only because of his high physical attributes that he didn't drop dead on the spot. If it were someone else, they would probably have to stay here. Seeing him like this, the three couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Useless. If you don't have the ability, don't force it. Trash talent, can't even handle a piece of monster meat. How did he make it to S2? Battle trash. In short, the already not very powerful team, now crippled, and encountering a monster again, Jiang Chen might really have to show his strength. To prevent this situation from happening, Jiang Chen expressed to Kong whether it could join them and kill more monsters, and they could roast meat for it to eat. Kong didn't know if it understood, but it nodded, gently placing its big hand on the shoulders of the four. Jiang Chen checked the map, pointed in the direction of the underground base, full of spirit. Let's go! Kong obediently followed, leading the four towards the underground base. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It seemed that he could bring Kong back to Blue Star. By then, let's see who dares to show off to me. Just take Kong and go straight to their door. Dragon-level monsters have their own territories, and in this area, it is like a dominant presence, with a smooth road, scaring off any monsters that dare to come and die. Although the journey was very peaceful, there was only the huge vibration caused by Kong's movements. But Yu Ling and Su Hao, looking at each other, could see the shock in each other's eyes. They were screaming inside, damn, what happened? Jiang Chen actually tamed a dragon-level monster. What does this mean? Since the crisis of the monster occurred on Blue Star, countless people have also tried to tame monsters,
but the end result was always a failure, and many people ended up in the belly of the monster.
And Jiang Chen, who had just arrived in the monster space, tamed a dragon-level monster in less than a day.
What does this mean? On a small scale, humans may have an additional monster helper. On a larger scale, will a new profession emerge, beast tamer? And on an even larger scale, is it possible to tame all monsters? Damn it, after careful consideration, Jiang Chen is very likely to have ushered in a new era for humanity single-handedly. If Jiang Chen could hear their thoughts, he could only helplessly smile and say, "Big brother, big sister, you two are overthinking it."
The reason why Kong is obedient is because Kong originally belonged to the human camp.
In the world of monsters, only two creatures have special characteristics.
One is Godzilla, absolutely neutral, whoever provokes it, it fights back.
The other is Kong, naturally lecherous. Once, for the sake of his beloved woman, he publicly pleasured himself on top of a skyscraper. In Jiang Chen's team, there are two beautiful women. Even if Jiang Chen doesn't save it, Kong will follow along happily.
Ning Tong really likes Kong. She strokes Kong's thick fur and admires. Its fur is so dense, fluffy, and soft to the touch.
Kong, this old lecher, being touched by a beauty, immediately shows a look of enjoyment, emitting a grunt, causing Jiang Chen to roll his eyes. He knows Kong's character too well. Kong is the only one of his kind in the world, lonely for many years, craving affection from the opposite sex. That's why he would risk his life for a human beauty who is not compatible with him, truly a giant pervert. If they could bring him back to Earth, apart from eating more, there would be no risk of him going berserk, much stronger than those crappy EVA mechas.
After half a day's journey, they finally arrived at the area indicated on the map and found a dilapidated gray-white building in a patch of grass.
The huge steel gate had been violently broken from the inside, leaning and cracked on both sides. Yuling's gaze was solemn as she said, "This is it, almost no different from the photo 5 years ago." When Kong approached the entrance to the underground base, he refused to move forward. He put down the 4 people and lay on the ground, whimpering with fear in his voice.
Ning Tong asked Jiang Chen, "What's wrong with him? Did he eat something bad?" Jiang Chen shook his head.
Kong has always hunted fierce beasts for food, so he should be accustomed to the toxins carried by apostles and fierce beasts.
And the instincts of wild animals would tell him what he can eat and what he can't.
His digestive and detoxification abilities are thousands of times better than Su Hao's, so he couldn't possibly have an upset stomach. The only reason Kong would stop moving forward is that there is great danger in the underground base. If even dragon-level fierce beasts feel the presence of danger, the 4 of them together probably wouldn't stand a chance. Yuling noticed Jiang Chen's serious expression and asked him, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Since Jiang Chen killed the apostle fierce beast with one punch and then tamed Kong, Yuling had unknowingly developed more trust in him.
Jiang Chen said to Yuling, "Kong told me that there is great danger in the underground base. Did the exploration team 5 years ago find anything unusual in the underground base?"
When Su Hao heard the words "big chest," he sat up in shock from his sickbed and leaned in.
"Big chest?
Where?" Jiang Chen and Yuling glared at him, unable to resist the urge to kill him.
Yuling scolded, "Go back and lie down."
Su Hao was very stubborn, didn't say a word, and obediently went back to lie down, even rolling over a couple of times. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong widened their eyes, staring blankly at the scene. Suddenly, Su Hao's tall and mysterious image completely collapsed in their eyes. Yuling also covered her face and, after a while, squeezed out a few words.
"Sorry for making you laugh." This is his usual character.
He can pretend for a short time, but his true colors will show in the long run. Yuling summed up helplessly, "Every team has 1 or 2 teammates who are like pigs."
Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He didn't think Ning Tong was a pig teammate, but he remembered the other 4, the lowly foodie Tangyu, the birdless Yuthrin Pang, the restoration-type brute Zhang Xinghe, and the super bright headlight Wan Rui. These 4 guys, they can't do anything except eating, and they are the best at messing around during meals. Especially Wan Rui, even when running away, he is slower than others by a few minutes. As for Su Hao, he is quite impressive, as he is either eating or messing around, almost like a super combination of Tang Yu and Ren Pang. Yuling sorted out her emotions, furrowed her delicate brows, pondered for a while, and shook her head. At that time, the exploration team discovered 2 huge humanoid mechas in the underground base. They tried their best to bring the mechas out of the underground base. As for the danger, it all came from the dragon-level beasts outside, and there was no mention of any danger in the underground base. Once we enter, we will focus on finding relevant information about the mechas.
If we can increase the mecha's activity time to over half an hour, we will have the ability to drive the beasts out of the country's borders. Just as they were about to enter, Su Hao suddenly bent over and started vomiting again.
With his current condition, entering the underground base rashly would undoubtedly lead to certain death if danger arose.
At least on the surface, there was the deterrent of King Kong against the beasts, making it safer than underground. Seeing Suhao looking pale and about to collapse, it was obvious that he couldn't be left alone on the surface. Someone had to look after him. Although there was danger in the underground base, they had already reached the entrance. How could Jiang Chen be willing to return empty-handed? He had to get his hands on the Lance of Longinus. As long as he had the Lance of Longinus, if the Divine Punishment Organization dared to come causing trouble in EVA mechas, he would nail them with a shot, letting them know what true despair feels like. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Ning Tong and I will go down to investigate, while you and Suhao stay outside and alert us if there's any danger." Yu Ling shook her head. "No, it's better for Ning Tong and me to go down. Your strength. Well, it's safer for us to go." The reason for bringing Ning Tong along was for this moment. Her hidden space was like a divine skill, with no other drawbacks except for the inability to move. It had low consumption, long duration, and strong concealment. If the enemy didn't have the ability to disrupt space, there was no way to deal with Ning Tong's move. Those unfamiliar with the characteristics of the hidden space might think that the enemy had used some magical method to disappear. Those who understood this innate skill had to wait patiently until Ning Tong's mental power was exhausted and she revealed herself. Ning Tong's current mental attribute had exceeded 4,000, allowing her to maintain a hidden space the size of a classroom for over 24 hours. If she only needed to maintain a hidden space for 2 people, the time could reach at least 60 hours. Most beasts wouldn't have the patience to wait for over 20 hours in one place just for a bite of meat slightly larger than a sesame seed. Ning Tong smiled gently. "Sister Yuling, let Jiang Chen and me go. You stay on the surface to protect Suhao. If we encounter danger that we can't resist, we will quickly hide in our hidden space, so you don't need to worry about us." Yuling thought of Jiang Chen's punch just now and his extraordinary judgment. She was moved and didn't insist on her own opinion, nodding and reminding them, "Be careful, prioritize your own safety. If you encounter danger, retreat quickly or notify me through the detector, and I will come to assist you immediately." Jiang Chen waved his hand at her, indicating that it wasn't necessary, not at all. If the two of them encountered danger they couldn't handle, involving Yuling and Suhao would be futile. Holding Ning Tong's hand, the two walked shoulder to shoulder and entered the abandoned underground base gate, gradually disappearing into the darkness. The cozy feeling was like a young couple going to do some indescribable things in a small grove. Upon entering the underground base, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong had high mental strength, and with Jiang Chen's X-ray vision and aura sensing, even though it was pitch black, they had no obstacles, and were even somewhat relaxed. Ning Tong exhaled and said, "Finally got rid of the two of them. It's really troublesome. In the future, if there is such a thing again, the two of us can handle it ourselves. Bringing them along is really a burden." Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod. The two martial emperors of Huagua were beside him, not only unable to provide any help, but also hindering him from fully exerting himself. There were also various misjudgments. If it weren't for him holding back today, he might have fought with King Kong. It's really more comfortable with just him and Ning Tong. If others heard that the two of them actually considered the strongest in Huagua as a burden, they would definitely laugh at them. The fact is, after entering the savage beast space, Suhao lay down the whole time, and Yuling was also timid, not showing any martial emperor aura. On the contrary, Jiang Chen first killed the apostle savage beast with a punch, then subdued King Kong. In the eyes of others, his luck was simply exploding, worthy of being called the son of fortune. But only Ning Tong and he himself knew that his so-called good luck all along actually stemmed from his strong power and calm judgment, enabling him to create miracles repeatedly at critical moments of life and death. Jiang Chen immediately activated the superhuman perspective eye upon entering the underground base. Under the physical perspective of the superhuman, as long as there were savage beasts or humans in the underground base, they could not escape his scan. After a moment, Jiang Chen discovered hundreds of motionless human skeletons, all already broken and fragmented, seeming unlikely to be alive. Apart from that, no living creatures were found. Jiang Chen then tried sensing the breath but did not detect any strong aura. Even so, he remained vigilant, because a strong sense of crisis always lingered in his mind. King Kong stopped at the door, also giving him a warning. Sometimes, instinctive warnings from deep within are more sensitive than any other means. What exactly would be in the underground base that could make him feel a hint of danger at this moment? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out for a while. Anyway, since no living creatures were found, he continued down with Ning Tong. Along the way, they encountered many white bones wrapped in work clothes, with the skulls facing the ground. It seemed that a sudden disaster had occurred in the underground base in the past, causing everyone to die underground before they could escape. Jiang Chen saw a room resembling an office and broke in directly, hoping to find some information, but unfortunately, they found nothing.
The technology of the EVA world is very similar to that of the Blue Star. Most of the information is stored in computers.
The underground base has been abandoned for many years, without electricity, so how could they turn on the computers? Jiang Chen found a skeleton lying on a desk in a separate room, with a notebook under his body, with long passages written in Japanese on it.
The first page read,
Ning Tong studied Japanese as her second foreign language in university, and she was intelligent, so learning these was very simple for her.
She picked it up and translated it for Jiang Chen as she read. Adam descended to this world, bringing about the last day of the flood. Humans discovered Adam, out of ignorance, casually pulled out the Langnuski gun, causing the second impact. Lilith EVA. Fortunately, we obtained Lilith. Through decades of experiments, we gradually mastered the power of God. Lilith's body is very strange, possessing the ability of infinite reproduction and growth. Based on this, we started manufacturing EVA mechas. Lilith EVA. Damn it, Lilith's genes are completely uncontrollable. EVA frequently goes berserk. The government and corporations have raised doubts about the feasibility of this plan. Lilith and the apostles are all scum. Essentially, they are enemies of humanity. We need even greater power. There are such wonderful creatures in the world, with genes completely synthesized by technology and the ability to travel through space. If I combine their genes with Lilith, what wonderful reactions will occur? I can't believe it. I actually succeeded. The newly born species, incredibly magical, I named it Heracles, a perfect combination of human and god genes. The world will be under my control. No, how could this happen? Heracles has escaped from the restraints, taking Lilith with it. It's over, everything is over, endless monsters, all descendants of Heracles and Lilith. Pandora's box has been opened. What have I done? I am the sinner of human civilization.
It's all over, the descendants with the abilities of Heracles and Lilith, their growth will be unstoppable. Beast, that man named Kalam Eber, he is not from this world at all, he led me to create Heracles, he planned it all. Lilith has taken over the entire world, there is no hope left, destruction. If in the future, any survivors of humanity can see this diary, warn the future generations, do not attempt to touch the power of the gods. The Lance of Longinus, I have hidden it in the deepest level of the underground base. If humanity still has a glimmer of hope for a comeback, it should be there. The diary ends abruptly here. It seems that this person's life also ended at that moment. Jiang Chen, through Ning Tong's narration, combined with the EVA plot, probably understands what happened. Humanity discovered the body of Adam, the first angel, in Antarctica, pinned down by the Lance of Longinus. They pulled out the Lance of Longinus, triggering the second impact. But humanity also obtained the body of Lilith, brought it back to the base, and used its infinite splitting characteristic to clone it as biological material for the EVA mechas. Then followed the normal EVA plot. This skeleton in front of them is likely the commander of the EVA project, Ikari Gendo. He was tempted by the Awakened, combining the genes of the Pacific Rim world monsters with Lilith, the second angel, creating a new monster, Heracles. The Pacific Rim monsters were likely brought to the EVA world by the Awakened named Kalam Eber. Through the powerful technological capabilities of the EVA world, Heracles was created, the son of gods and humans in Greek mythology, an immensely powerful monster. This monster broke free from the restraints, took Lilith's body, Lilith herself possessing the ability to infinitely multiply and reproduce as an angel. According to legend, the human race was born from a reproduction, the 18th angel in the EVA world being in human form. Afterwards, Heracles and Lilith began an unabashed life, giving birth to endless monsters, which are the origins of the ferocious beasts in the human world today. The ferocious beasts directly destroyed the entire civilization of the EVA world, so powerful that they ignored the spiritual realm mechanism, leading to the collapse of the spiritual realm and the tragedy of the ferocious beasts invading the Blue Star. If the diary is not deceiving, Lilith has already taken over the entire world, and eliminating her would be an incredibly difficult task. Ning Tong also looked grave, having finished reading the diary. Although she sensed the despair in the diary, she did not have a clear understanding of the whole situation. She was unaware of how terrifying the second angel Lilith and the Pacific Rim monster, the creature created through artificial genetic combination, truly were. Jiang Chen saw a mobile computer on the desk, which should contain the information that Hua research needed. With the surge in attributes, Ning Tong's current storage space can now accommodate a laptop, which can be perfectly stored without worrying about damage. Jiang Chen threw the computer to Ning Tong and asked her to put it away. The sense of urgency in his heart became stronger, and he hurriedly took Ning Tong straight to the lowest level of the base. According to the diary, the Langnuski gun should be hidden there. This thing is the supreme weapon against apostles, and it should have the same effect on the ferocious beasts that combine the genes of apostles and Pacific alien monsters. Arriving at the bottom floor of the underground base, Jiang Chen saw a huge cavity, where something seemed to be constantly wriggling on the cavity wall.
Jiang Chen couldn't see clearly and asked Ning Tong, "You have a high spiritual power, can you see what is on the wall clearly? Why do I feel like it's a living creature?"
Ning Tong sensed it for a moment and also felt a bit blurry, mainly because the things she saw with her spiritual power were hard to describe. With one hand, she conjured a blue light ball and threw it into the cave. The scene in front of them immediately made her and Jiang Chen wide-eyed in horror, with their hair standing on end. The rock wall was replaced by countless black-red flesh, inside which looked like a uterus with countless embryos moving inside. If someone with a fear of crowds were here, they would definitely go into shock on the spot. The ferocious beasts, wrapped in thin uterine walls, were waiting to develop fully and be expelled through the birth canal one day. Taking advantage of the faint light, Jiang Chen flew into the cave. When he looked down, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn!"
He finally understood why he hadn't noticed anything unusual before.
The ground beneath his feet extended endlessly, all filled with endless flesh and embryos. Through his sense of breath, Jiang Chen discovered a black-red light deep in the Earth's core, emitting endless light but also exuding a sense of fallen evil. If nothing unexpected happened, that would be Lily's core, and the entire planet had been eroded by Lily, leaving only a thin layer of surface rock. Jiang Chen saw a huge and ancient gray spear inserted into Lily's body under his feet, with only the tip of the spear exposed. To get this spear, he had to pull it out of Lily's body. Although Jiang Chen had not seen the true face of the Langnuski spear before, he sensed the desolate aura emanating from it and immediately knew that it was the god-killing spear he was looking for. Legend has it that when Jesus was nailed to the cross, a centurion stabbed his side with a spear, and the centurion's name was Langnuski. The spear he used was stained with the holy blood of Jesus, thus becoming the god-killing spear. Regardless of the truth of the legend, judging from the condition of the surrounding flesh and blood that could not regenerate, this spear indeed had its unique features. The large pieces of flesh near the spear turned into gray-white, as lifeless as rocks, indicating that the Langnuski spear sealed their vitality, preventing normal regeneration. In the current situation, the entire planet's core should be occupied by Lily, who was lurking in the core, constantly hatching ferocious beasts. Most of the spears were inserted into Lily's body. If Jiang Chen wanted to take them away, he would definitely alarm Lily, and even the first-generation gene beast named Hercules would appear. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen made up his mind and said, "Damn it.
Anyway, in 3 years, the god-level ferocious beasts would also descend on Blue Star. If he did not grow up by then, humanity would ultimately face a dead end. If he didn't seize the opportunity to obtain powerful artifacts, how would humanity fight against god-level ferocious beasts, especially those carrying the genes of apostles?" Jiang Chen made a gesture, letting Ning Tong go up first. He flew above the long spear, grasped the tip of the spear, and a silent and extinguishing breath instantly eroded Jiang Chen's flesh. But for Jiang Chen's strong body, it felt like holding an ice pillar, just feeling a little cool in the palm. He estimated that Ning Tong should have returned to the ground, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Rise." As the sound of chirping rang out, the spear of Langnuski was slowly pulled out by him. Gradually, Jiang Chen's gaze became serious, and the situation seemed a bit wrong. Yu Ling and Su Hao were anxiously waiting on the ground. Yu Ling couldn't help but grit her teeth, feeling extremely anxious inside. It had been over an hour since they went in. Why hadn't they come out yet? Did something go wrong?
She made up her mind that if they didn't come out in another 10 minutes, she would go in to find them. At least she wanted to see them alive or see their bodies. Su Hao's eyes were calm, his gaze distant as he looked at the sky, thinking to himself, "Youth is good." Back in the day, with that blonde, blue-eyed American girl, in the 19th spiritual realm, after one night, the whole room was as clean as if it had just been swept. Suddenly, a graceful azure figure flew out from the underground base. Yu Ling felt relieved, they had finally returned.
Did they find the data needed by the Hua Science Institute?
But her eyes narrowed as she suddenly noticed that only Ning Tong was there.
"Where is Jiang Chen? Why are you alone?"
Yu Ling and Su Hao quickly asked together.
Ning Tong didn't have time to say much.
She had already sensed the abnormality underground and shouted loudly, "Run, run!" Before her words had even faded, the ground began to shake violently. Several huge black-red tentacles emerged from the ground, each tentacle alone half the size of the apostle's fierce beast from earlier. The tentacles fiercely slammed down on the ground, making a loud sound.
Boom!
Su Hao, who was half lying on the ground, was directly shaken up into the air by this impact, flying more than 10 meters high. A loud muffled roar came from underground, and more tentacles began to squeeze out from the cracked ground. The scene was as if there was a giant fierce beast underground, about to come to the surface. Judging from the force of this blow, Yu Ling immediately made a decision that they couldn't let it come out, otherwise their side of 3 people and a beast would have no chance in battle. Yu Ling's whole body lit up with a green light. She extended her hands left and right, gathering psychic power to form a huge sword, trying to cut off one of the tentacles. But the tentacle automatically generated a rhombus at force field on its surface, deflecting her attack directly. This level of attack couldn't even break through the it field. Yu Ling was even more astonished. The force field on the dragon-level fierce beasts on Blue Star wasn't this powerful. It seemed that if she wanted to harm the tentacle, she had to use her ultimate move, the meteor shower, but that move required time to build up power, and at this moment, there was no one to help her withstand the tentacle's attacks. Now it seemed that they could only retreat first and think of another way.
Yu Ling anxiously asked Ningtong, "Where is Jiang Chen? Why hasn't he come out yet?"
Ningtong was about to answer when she suddenly heard a roar, "Get out of my way." In the middle of the tentacles, a huge blood-red fountain suddenly spurted out, and a figure wearing a yellow combat suit with a white cape, carrying a thick gray pillar, jumped out from it.
All the tentacles trembled, and a huge painful wail came from underground. Yu Ling looked at the unidentified pillar-like object on Jiang Chen's shoulder, resembling a large tree, and couldn't help but ask him, "What is this thing? What did you do down there?" Jiang Chen patted the Langnuski spear satisfactorily and introduced, "This is the supreme divine weapon, killing fierce beasts with just one strike." He was in a very good mood now that he finally had the Langnuski spear in his hands. Although its size was a bit too large, it didn't affect its functionality. This size was very suitable for dealing with fierce beasts. If designed according to human size, facing ferocious beasts is like facing toothpicks. How can Adam be nailed to the South Pole? The at position of the second apostle Lilith, in front of this long spear, is as fragile as the pure proof of an 18-year-old girl, easily torn apart like a newspaper. Behind Jiang Chen, the tentacles rose high, trying to wrap Jiang Chen in them and swallow him back into the ground. But with a gentle poke from Jiang Chen using the Langnuski gun, a large hole was directly pierced, and the tentacles violently slapped the ground, emitting a huge sharp scream from underground. Roar! Su Hao's face turned pale with worry. What kind of monster is this after all? Don't provoke it anymore. Be careful, it might rush out later. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I guess she can't come out. Her belly is full of seeds. What does it mean, full of seeds in the belly, fish? Before Yu Ling could ask more, a furious roar came from a distance. Roar! Several people are all experts. Their sixth sense in their brains is frantically warning.
A few seconds later, a huge golden beam of light, with supreme power, swept through the sky and the earth directly. The power of this blow was so strong that several mountain ranges along the way were swept over by this beam of light, and the entire mountain range turned into ashes.
Even Jiang Chen, his mind kept issuing warnings.
He shouted at the 3 of them, "Get out of the way quickly, can't stop it." In fact, there was no need for his warning. The combat power detectors warned by everyone, the values skyrocketed crazily, finally settling at 289,962. Su Hao was shocked. Could it be that this is the legendary divine-level ferocious beast? Jiang Chen estimated that this blow was shot by the genetic bio-beast, Hercules. Judging from the values on the detector, its combat power is indeed terrifying. Even the gorilla transformed by Vegeta is not its opponent. But this combat power value should not be considered a divine-level ferocious beast. At most it is a powerful dragon-level ferocious beast. It is estimated that King Kong has seen this kind of attack method before. Just now, after Jiang Chen and Ning Tong entered the underground base, it started digging holes, and with such skill, it had already dug out a hole several tens of meters deep. Yu Ling and Su Hao were still puzzled. Why did the gorilla start digging holes frantically? Haven't heard of gorillas having the habit of digging holes. Could it be hungry, wanting to dig up earthworms or sweet potatoes to eat? At this moment, they suddenly realized that the gorilla had a hard time surviving in the ferocious beast space over the years. Several people quickly hid in the hole with King Kong, barely avoiding this blow. But poor King Kong, because its size was too large, could not completely hide in the hole, its butt sticking out. Its fur on the butt was lifted by the beam of light, instantly becoming bald, turning into a bare-butt gorilla, surprisingly white. King Kong couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Roar! Su Hao also roared in anger. What kind of ghost did you two provoke? Jiang Chen knew that for the time being, he couldn't explain to them the grudges between humans and apostles in the EVA world. He could only command King Kong to retreat first. Let's talk about it later, there's no time to explain now, run first, once it comes to kill us, we'll all die. Yu Ling projected a map and shouted to everyone, evacuate at full speed. Once you reach the teleportation point, you can return to Blue Star. Jiang Chen jumped onto King Kong with the Langnuski gun, relying on his keen intuition to help King Kong, jumping and rolling all the way, narrowly avoiding more than a dozen huge beams of light. Wherever the gaze reached, almost everything was destroyed by the immense energy of the beams of light. The entire ferocious beast space was burning everywhere, looking like the end of the world.
On the way to escape, Jiang Chen asked Yu Ling, "What about King Kong? It's so big, can it be transported out with us?"
Yu Ling was also unsure. She could only spread her hands helplessly.
"It should be possible, otherwise how was the mecha taken out back then? Do you really want to take it back to Blue Star? It's so big, where do you put it?"
Kong seemed to understand, running away while grumbling at Yu Ling with a raised middle finger. Ning Tong smiled and comforted Kong.
"Don't worry, I won't leave you behind." They provoked the two strongest bosses in the beast world. Kong might not be able to survive in the beast space, so they had to return to the Blue Star together to have a way out. Otherwise, once the monster that emits golden light beams finds Kong, it's its death sentence. The super monster in the distance, for some reason, seemed unable to move and could only attack the group with its rays. It fired dozens of rays, but none hit the agile gorilla Kong. After realizing that its rays were ineffective, it let out a roar and stopped attacking Jiang Chen and the others with light beams. However, Kong suddenly perked up its ears, anxiously lowered its body, and accelerated its pace, causing tall trees to collapse like weeds under its feet. Weaker beasts were even trampled to death by it.
Jiang Chen was wondering when he suddenly heard a rumbling sound in his ears, and even the sound of giant wings flapping in the sky. Looking intently, he saw several giant flying beasts appearing in the distance, including the giant flying dragon they had seen when they first entered the beast space, as well as many other flying apostle beasts of various shapes. Further away, a large cloud of dust rose on the horizon, soaring into the sky, revealing an endless number of beasts. The super beast from earlier had actually mobilized all the beasts in the world to attack them.
Teleportation takes some time and cannot be interrupted during that time.
Otherwise, the teleportation device may be damaged lightly, or only part of the body may be teleported back. Once surrounded by these endless beasts, even with Jiang Chen's full strength, it would probably be impossible to escape from the beast space. If they were unfortunately surrounded by beasts and then attacked by the super beast in the distance with its light cannon, even the strongest force in Hua country would suffer losses.
Hurry, faster.
Yu Ling and the others also realized the urgency of the situation and no longer held back their strength, using all their power to help Kong run faster. However, the flying beasts were much faster than Kong, and a few minutes later, they were about to catch up with the group. They condensed black and red light beams in their mouths, attacking Kong from above. Kong had no stance, and in previous battles with beasts, it had relied on its ancestral giant axe to block the rays. Now, in a frantic escape, it had no strength left to defend against the ray attacks. For a moment, Kong roared continuously, facing imminent danger. Seeing that they couldn't continue like this, Jiang Chen said to the others, "I'll go stop them for a while, you guys take Kong back first." Yu Ling said in a deep voice, "Don't be reckless. You're still young, the future of Hua country ultimately depends on you.
If anyone should go, it should be me. You guys go back."
Su Hao stood up unsteadily.
"Let me go.
I haven't contributed this time, it's time to show my true skills." Everyone turned their gaze to Su Hao, with complex expressions. If this useless guy could be of any help, they would let him go. But he looked ashen-faced, and if he went, he probably wouldn't be able to stop them for even a second and would end up as a meal for the beasts. Ning Tong gritted her teeth, frustrated that she was so close to entering the sixth spiritual realm. She couldn't die at this moment. Her mother was still waiting for her to save her. But how could she bear to leave Jiang Chen alone to face the beasts? Without Jiang Chen's help, how far could she go in the dangerous spiritual realm? For a long time, the two had supported each other in the spiritual realm and in life. She had long regarded Jiang Chen as her closest companion. Her heart was filled with Jiang Chen's figure, and of course, a part of it was engraved with Jiang Chen's superhuman form. Only children make choices. As an adult, Ning Tong wanted both of them. Ning Tong made up her mind, "The man I have set my eyes on, none of you can take away. One's own happiness must be guarded by one's own hands." She raised her head, clenched her fists, bit her red lips, and looked at Jiang Chen with a firm gaze.
"No need to say more. If we walk together, we die together."
Before the words fell, Ning Tong suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the ground, followed by Su Hao. Based on past experiences, Jiang Chen had long estimated that Ning Tong would not leave him behind to escape alone. But this time, he was not sure if he could return to Blue Star alive. Now is not the time to indulge Ning Tong. She is not strong enough. Staying behind, she might still be a burden to him. Since gaining the three major talents, Jiang Chen has not had a good fight yet. This time, he will confront the whole world properly. Let's see if you hybrid beasts are powerful. or my 3 major inheritances are stronger.
Jiang Chen easily knocked out the 2, smiling at Yu Ling.
Sister Yuling, the mecha data is in Ning Tong's storage space. Take good care of King Kong when you return to Blue Star. It has no hostility towards humans, and may even become a powerful aid to humanity in the future. Yuling enveloped Jiang Chen in a green force field and said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, you are strong, but you are still young, with more potential than me. Let me handle this time. You take them back to Blue Star. The future of Hua country is in your hands. Before the words fell, her green force field was directly torn apart by a huge force. Jiang Chen stood proudly, an endless powerful aura erupted from his body. His muscles quickly grew larger, his hair grew back, and his face became more mature and stable. In the blink of an eye, he turned into another man, the legendary 8th Order Awakening Superman of Sanjiang City. Jiang Chen's yellow combat suit also turned into a tight gray-blue bodysuit, with a bright red letter S on his chest, highlighting his strong chest muscles.
His well-developed and agile muscles showed the infinite power contained in his body. It was Jiang Chen who activated his talent skill, the Superman form, the body of steel. If she hadn't seen Jiang Chen transform, she wouldn't have believed it was him. Yuling's eyes widened, covering her lips, she screamed in her heart. What, Jiang Chen is actually Superman, that handsome and mighty 8th Order Awakener?
She had seen videos online about the classification of Superman levels before, and was shocked by Superman's power at that time. Moreover, the mysterious talents of Superman also made her very eager to explore. After all, her talent ranked first in the S-level talents. Although she said she didn't care, she still wanted to protect the ranking of her talent.
Last time she went to Sanjiang City, she tried to find Superman, but to no avail.
Unexpectedly, today, Jiang Chen, a bald university student beside her, actually transformed into Superman, with a thick head of hair that made her jealous. Yuling couldn't say a word at this moment, her heart filled with endless shock. How is this possible? Jiang Chen can still transform. His talent actually has the ability to transform. What is his combat power now?
My god, 38,927. Isn't his talent I become stronger even when I'm bald? Why can he grow hair when transforming? This is unreasonable, this is unscientific. How much power does his talent actually have?
If she didn't have good manners, Yuling would definitely be swearing non-stop at this moment. Jiang Chen's current combat power is already more than double what it was in the Dragon Ball world, and if he were to unleash a turtle destruction wave attack, his combat power would be even more exaggerated.
Am I hallucinating? Is he Jiang Chen, or Superman? Which one is his true self?
Yuling trembled all over. Jiang Chen's strength made her unable to stop trembling all over. Although her combat power value was only 10,000 less than Jiang Chen's, at this moment, Jiang Chen in her perception was as dazzling as the sun, making her dare not even look directly at him. Although Jiang Chen's various irrationalities before also made her have some guesses.
But when Jiang Chen really showed all his strength without reservation,
Yuling still couldn't help but produce the idea that this world is too crazy. Am I dreaming?
After Jiang Chen transformed, he turned around and smiled, showing his white teeth. Ling Jia, remember to help me keep the secret.
He looked up at several huge fierce beasts in the sky and sneered.
If there is a way to heaven, you don't go. If there is no door to hell, you break in. If the tiger doesn't roar, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty?
Jiang Chen burst out with a white air wave all over his body, flying effortlessly from the shoulder of the gorilla into the air, blocking several huge dragon-level flying fierce beasts. Although Yuling knew that superhumans could fly, at this moment she knew that Jiang Chen was an enhanced Awaken person, suddenly showing flying ability again, which surprised her and made her mouth wide open. Seeing Jiang Chen's flying speed, which was no slower than hers, it meant that once the two clashed, if she was approached by Jiang Chen, she would probably be defeated immediately.
Jiang Chen had no time to care about Yuling's astonishment.
He struck his fists in the air, releasing a huge sound wave.
With a thud, sound in the air.
The dragon-level fierce beasts also realized the terror of the human in front of them. They flapped their wings one after another, roared in the air, and stopped moving forward. Jiang Chen suddenly rose in the air, his figure disappearing instantly in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the huge head of a dragon-level fierce beast. He shouted coldly, "Die!" A fist enlarged infinitely in front of the dragon-level fierce beast's eyes, and although the dragon-level fierce beast couldn't read, it seemed to see a big danger. It let out a piercing roar, its whole body revealing a black-red it field. Jiang Chen's fist touched the it field, and a huge sound burst appeared in the air. The dragon-level fierce beast was hit by this punch, flying several kilometers away, flapping its wings repeatedly to stabilize its figure. Jiang Chen regretted that he couldn't produce the miraculous feeling of the punch that saved King Kong. Although the strength was the same, even stronger than the previous punch due to the enhancement of the steel body, but it lacked that feeling of breaking everything,
still a bit lacking. But it didn't matter, although the It power was tricky, he had a divine weapon in hand, holding the gun of Landrusky, he would become the #1 playboy in the world. The It field of the fierce beast, for him, was not much more difficult to enter than the boudoir of a lonely widow. Jiang Chen's figure blurred again, and the gun of Landrusky in his hand was directly inserted in front of another fierce beast's eyes. This flying dragon-level fierce beast was more like an apostle. It sensed danger and immediately manifested a dense It field on its body, but in front of the gun of Landrusky, it was like butter meeting a hot knife. Without any hindrance, with a crisp sound, the entire long spear was directly inserted into its brain. The gun was an extension of the fist, and Jiang Chen's strength was unleashed. Without the protection of the It field, the flesh of the fierce beast was extremely fragile in front of Jiang Chen. Its huge head burst open like a watermelon. After a loud bang, the huge body of the fierce beast fell directly to the ground. Yu Ling, who was still frantically escaping in the distance, brushed the green silk blown by the wind behind her ears, revealing her fair-side face. She stood on the shoulder of King Kong, closely watching the battlefield, her face solemn and her expression mixed. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded her imagination. In just a brief encounter, he repelled a dragon-level fierce beast and killed another one. This kind of strength, even in the most violent state of the furious emperor, cannot compete with him. Yu Ling witnessed with her own eyes that in just a few seconds, Jiang Chen killed a dragon-level fierce beast, which was not much stronger than a little chick in front of him, and she, along with Su Hao and Nu Huang, teamed up to deal with a dragon-level ferocious beast, only managing to force it back without being able to kill it. After all, the It force field on the surface of the dragon-level ferocious beast was too powerful. Humans have never found an effective way to destroy the It force field, relying on slowly wearing down the physical strength of the dragon-level ferocious beast to make it retreat automatically. Even her strongest move, the meteor shower, could not shatter the It force field of the dragon-level ferocious beast. However, Yu Ling is also a seasoned warrior, and she keenly noticed that Jiang Chen should be able to easily kill the ferocious beast with the huge spear in his hand. If it was solely based on his own strength, there was no reason why the previous punch couldn't break the It stance of the dragon-level ferocious beast. Several dragon-level ferocious beasts sensed the danger and scattered, attacking Jiang Chen from a distance with red rays, coordinating with each other. Just as Jiang Chen was about to approach one of the ferocious beasts to kill it, he was forced back by several breath attacks, unable to make a move. He still dared not directly face the dragon-level ferocious beast's rays with his physical body, as these rays carried a powerful destructive force that could seriously injure him. Even in his current superhuman steel form, he would probably be seriously injured. And in this world full of ferocious beasts, once he was injured, there would probably be no chance of survival. The situation fell into a stalemate for a while, and countless ferocious beasts on the ground were about to arrive at the battlefield, creating a spectacular scene of hundreds of death rays shooting simultaneously. Jiang Chen single-handedly held off a total of 7 flying dragon-level ferocious beasts. Yu Ling finally reached the teleportation point, and when they arrived, everyone had a teleporter on their wrist, so as long as they pressed the operator at the teleportation point, they could safely return to the blue star without interference. Yu Ling was straightforward and activated the teleportation device, gradually fading away as she held one person in one hand and stepped on King Kong barefoot, thus being able to send everyone and the gorilla out of the ferocious beast space at the same time. In her last glance, Yu Ling saw Jiang Chen dodging amidst the siege of many ferocious beasts. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he should be able to hold on for a short time. What kind of talent does he have after all? In the last video of the 5 Elements Alliance, it said he seems to have the talent of I can get stronger by sunbathing, another D-level talent? How is that possible? Are D-level talents all this strong? She shook her head. Now was not the time to dwell on Jiang Chen's talent issue. If Jiang Chen could survive, everything else would be fine, and Huaguo would have another martial emperor. Yu Ling took a deep look at the figure in the sky wearing a tight gray-blue suit, draped in a red cloak, with a heroic and imposing figure, silently praying. Jiang Chen, you must survive, wait for me, I'll be back to help you soon. Then, the 3 of them and the gorilla disappeared completely from the ferocious beast space. Jiang Chen had no worries, holding the giant Langnuski gun in his hand, standing proudly in midair, shouting angrily, and rushing towards the ferocious beast. Since there was no way out, he would fight with all his might. The death rays in the air and the It force fields kept colliding, erupting with loud bangs. Countless ferocious beasts on the ground were approaching, and in a few minutes, Jiang Chen would be within their range, at which point he would be facing the entire planet of ferocious beasts alone. Not to mention the entire Lilith and Hercules, watching from the sidelines. Hercules' combat power was close to 300,000. Once Jiang Chen was entangled by the ferocious beasts, Hercules would launch golden rays to attack him, and he would surely perish on the spot. Where would Jiang Chen's path lead to next? Sanjiang University,
after the 4 people were transported into the savage beast space, the Border Defense Army had already set up a cordon around the university, completely sealing off Sanjiang University. Lao Ning, Nu Huang, Zhang Anping, 3 old men, looked worriedly at the teleportation circle, their emotions complex. Lao Ning's 2 most proud students, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, Lao Wang's 2 most proud students, Yu Ling and Su Hao, are currently in the savage beast space, seeking a glimmer of hope for the people of Huagua. The 2 looked at each other, their rare understanding evident, and simultaneously let out a heavy sigh.
Ah, why haven't they come back yet? Lao Wang comforted Ning Zhangxin. Principal Ning, don't worry too much. Yu Ling and Su Hao, these 2 kids, I know them the best. They are very clever, have experienced countless storms. Even if they haven't found the key information, bringing Jiang Chen and Ning Tong back safely should not be a problem. Lao Ning nodded. I hope so.
Actually, I also know that with Jiang Chen and Ning Tong's abilities, there should be no major problems.
I am just overly concerned. Come, Nu Huang, have a cup of tea.
Lao Wang shook his head, took out a small wine flask, and took a sip of strong liquor.
I still like to drink. My time is running out, why not enjoy it now? Lao Ning knew that his situation was indeed not good.
For a moment, he couldn't think of any comforting words, so he could only sigh deeply. At that moment, the teleportation circle suddenly emitted a bright light.
They're back.
The 3 of them widened their eyes, staring straight at the teleportation circle, and shortly after, a figure as solid as a mountain appeared in the teleportation circle. The 3 were instantly dumbfounded, looking at this figure. It didn't quite look human. They had never heard that among these 4 people, there was one who could transform into such a huge being.
Ah, this is?
As the figure in the teleportation circle gradually solidified, their eyes gradually filled with disbelief, and Lao Ning even exclaimed, "A savage beast, how could a savage beast be transported back?" Moreover, judging from this size, it was at least a dragon-level savage beast, with a huge bronze axe in its furry giant hand.
Nu Huang couldn't help but curse. Damn, how did they do it, allowing a savage beast to be transported back through the teleportation circle? What have they been eating? Sanjiang City has a resident population of nearly 6 million.
Once a dragon-level savage beast breaks through the savage beast dispersal force field and directly enters the urban area, the number of casualties would be at least in the millions. He took a step forward, his face gradually turning green, his whole body expanding, the expensive suit on him bursting inch by inch. Although in a crisis, he remained calm and orderly as he instructed Zhang Anping. Quickly issue an emergency alert, evacuate all the people in Sanjiang City, request the capital to send Awaken once to support. It must be quick, judging from this guy's size. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long.
Zhang Anping, however, calmly held him back. Wait a moment, Nu Huang, look at the shoulder of the savage beast.
The group looked up at the shoulder of the savage beast, only to see a slender figure standing on the savage beast, not being attacked or restrained, emitting a green light all over her body. The green signified a biological force field. It was none other than one of the 3 emperors of Huagua, Yu Ling. Waiting for the teleportation to complete, Yu Ling regained her senses and immediately shouted loudly, "Stop, do not launch any attacks, this is Kong, our friend." Yu Ling was afraid of causing unnecessary conflicts, so she directly used her telekinesis to form a huge green protective shield on Kong's body surface. This avoided a tragedy. After all, Kong was only a bit friendly with Jiang Chen, not so much with the others.
Once provoked and gone berserk, humans might not be able to control Kong.
Yu Ling landed on the ground with Ning Tong and Su Hao, and Principal Ning and the other 2 immediately surrounded them. Principal Ning saw Ning Tong and Su Hao unconscious. When they left there were 4 people, now 2 were unconscious, and 1 person was missing. He immediately realized that something was wrong, his face heavy with concern.
What happened? Where is Jiang Chen?
Yu Ling threw Ning Tong to old Ning, Su Hao to old Wang, and walked towards the teleportation circle.
No time to explain, Director Zhang, teleport me back immediately.
Jiang Chen is still in the savage beast space, I need to go help him. Zhang Anping looked complicated, pointing at the teleportation circle and shaking his head.
I'm afraid you can't go back in a short time.
Yu Ling was shocked. She focused on the teleportation circle and saw it completely burst open, revealing complex circuits and chips inside, emitting blue smoke and small flames burning. Yu Ling waved her hand, enveloped Zhang Anping in green light, her eyes burning with anger.
What's going on? Why did the teleportation circle suddenly malfunction at this time?
Zhang Anping helplessly said, Yu Huang, it's probably because the size of this savage beast is too large, causing the teleportation circle to overload and completely break down. You should be grateful that it didn't break down halfway through, otherwise you would all be dead.
Yu Ling clenched her teeth and asked, when is the earliest it can be repaired?
Zhang Anping pondered and said,
This device is definitely beyond repair. Teleportation circles are strategic control resources. Even if we request one from the Huaka Institute, it will take at least a day. Or we can go to the Magic City, where there are 3 universities with teleportation circles that we can borrow, which should be faster. Yu Ling immediately agreed. Then let's go to the Magic City. We can't afford to delay even a moment. She turned her head and saw King Kong. Her face stiffened, almost forgetting about this gorilla. If she left, and King Kong caused trouble in Sanjiang City, perhaps only the angry emperor could somewhat control it. But Uncle Wan's body couldn't withstand intense battles anymore. There was only one way, to let King Kong go with her. Yu Ling flew in front of King Kong, revealing a pair of snow-white, shapely, and fleshy long legs from her cheongsam. King Kong's eyes bulged out, staring at Yu Ling's thighs intently. In the savage beast space, it had been lonely for too long, causing it to not be picky now, as long as it was a female primate. Although the sizes didn't match, it was still a great sight to behold. Yu Ling was a mature beauty, with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. In the past, due to her strength, she never needed to resort to seduction tactics. But in today's emergency situation, she had to compromise and use some tricks to deal with this simple-minded old pervert gorilla, which was an easy task. Yu Ling first gave a flirtatious look, then said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Gorilla, can you take me to the Magic City?" The gorilla's saliva almost dripped down, pounding its chest and nodding repeatedly. Yu Ling landed on its shoulder, pointed in a direction, and the gorilla leaped out of Sanjiang University, heading towards the Magic City. Yu Ling sneered inwardly. Males, all the same. In the savage beast world, Jiang Chen was surrounded by several dragon-level flying savage beasts, in a dangerous situation. He glanced at the ground, where the savage beasts had also arrived at the battlefield, all opening their mouths towards the sky, forming black and red energy balls. One could imagine that the next moment would be a spectacular scene of a barrage of attacks, aiming to turn him into a sieve. Jiang Chen was not foolish enough to stay in place as a target. The current solution was to fly up high, take out the dragon-level flying savage beasts first, and then find a way back to the blue star. He exerted all his strength and quickly flew towards the sky, with several dragon-level flying savage beasts roaring angrily, following closely behind him. Soon, Jiang Chen broke through the troposphere and entered the middle layer, where the temperature was around -100 degrees Celsius, causing the flying speed of the dragon-level savage beasts to slow down. However, Jiang Chen seemed unaffected. He even suddenly realized that he didn't need to breathe at all and could move normally. Jiang Chen knew that this was an advantage brought by his superhuman abilities. As a Kryptonian under the radiation of a yellow sun, he could freely move in space without needing oxygen. His steel body also ignored the low temperature, without any impact. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. As expected, on the ground, there were many fierce beasts. Coming to the universe, that is my home field. My superhuman talent is not just for show. Jiang Chen's speed increased even more, continuously triggering huge sonic booms in the thin air, breaking through the limits of the naked eye. Soon he arrived at the warm layer, about 800 kilometers above the ground, with extremely thin atmospheric content and a temperature of over 1000 degrees due to intense solar radiation. If humans do not wear protective suits, they cannot survive in the warm layer for more than 3 seconds. After arriving here, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a shock throughout his body, and endless power surging from within him. His 4 attributes continued to climb to 3720, 7440, 14800, finally settling at 18600. Jiang Chen was shocked by himself. What on earth happened? Why did all my attributes suddenly increase tenfold? Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the endless power in his body. He opened his hands, closed his eyes, ignored gravity, and floated gently in the air. Flying no longer required the use of aerial techniques to maintain. For him, flying was instinctual. After a few minutes, 7 flying fierce beasts slowly caught up, sensing that the man in front of them seemed different. He floated in the air with his eyes closed. But it seemed as if the whole world was revolving around him, the planets bowed beneath him, and the stars revolved around him. He was the king of the world, with a domineering attitude, ignoring everything. A fierce beast attempted to attack, opening its mouth full of interlocking fangs, emitting a black and red death ray towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, made no attempt to dodge. He simply extended a hand and effortlessly blocked the death ray that once threatened his life. The ray slowly gathered in his palm, eventually turning into a black and red light sphere. The sphere contained immense energy, but Jiang Chen put it in his mouth and swallowed it effortlessly. Jiang Chen said lightly, "Even the light of a grain of rice can shine? A dragon-level fierce beast is nothing." He opened his eyes a deep blue, shooting 2 blue rays directly at the fierce beast. The fierce beast's expression showed a hint of panic. It roared fiercely, and a layer of diamond-shaped field appeared on its body surface. But under Jiang Chen's blue rays, it was instantly pierced through. The blue rays directly penetrated the fierce beast's body from head to tail.
The rays seemed small, but the damage it caused was terrifying. The fierce beast's body showed radioactive wounds. The beast's body was instantly frozen and charred. It did not make a sound, and turned directly into a huge block of ice, falling from the sky, clearly unable to survive. Jiang Chen was completely shocked by the power of his own heat ray attack.
What exactly happened? Why did my heat vision turn blue? And why did it carry both freezing and super high temperature damage attributes at the same time?
And how could a single strike easily penetrate the fierce beast's field?
Jiang Chen looked at his attribute panel, causing his pupils to contract instantly. Constitution, 1860 by 10, plus 2190, Spirit, 1860 by 10, Strength, 1860 by 10, plus 2190, Agility, 1860 by 10, plus 2190, Potential Points, 22 Talent 1, Saitama Talent Talent 2, Superman Talent, Blue Star Form, Talent 3, Scion Talent Talent Skill 1, Absolute Perspective Talent Skill 2, Super Laser Vision Talent Skill 3, Steel Body, Blue Star Form, Talent Skill 4, Turtle School Qigong Talent Skill 5, Absolute Zero Breath Talent Skill 6, Sublight Speed Flight Key to the World, Dragon Ball World. Not only did the attributes increase dramatically, all talents and skills related to Superman turned into super skills. The original perspective eye became Absolute Perspective, and the heat ray became Super Laser Vision. Additionally, 2 new talent skills were added, Absolute Zero Breath and Sublight Speed Flight. The most crucial discovery was a term in Jiang Chen's attribute panel, Blue Star.
It is well known that Superman's power comes from stellar radiation, becoming stronger when exposed to sunlight. Superman's home planet, Krypton, had a red star, resulting in Superman and his kin being ordinary people. However, when Kal-El arrived on Earth, with its yellow sun, he immediately gained various super abilities, becoming the world's strongest. As Jiang Chen knew, Superman had many forms, with his current steel body form being the most common. Among Superman's various forms, one is when the star is blue, amplifying all abilities several times and achieving a qualitative leap in skills. Jiang Chen suddenly became stronger because he absorbed the radiation from a blue star, making him invincible instantly, as if he had activated a cheat code. The tenfold enhancement is only from an attribute perspective. Considering his other talent skills, he has become much more powerful than just tenfold.
Is the sun in the EVA world a blue star?
Jiang Chen looked incredulously towards the sun and noticed a hint of blue light in the yellow sun in the universe, indicating that it was transitioning to a blue star but had not completed the transformation. Jiang Chen was amazed that even in an incomplete blue star form, he became so powerful.
What if it were in a complete blue star form?
Previously, the blue star radiation was blocked by a thick blood-red curtain in the EVA world, preventing him from entering the beast space and transforming into a super form immediately. It was only when he flew out of that blood-red curtain to avoid the beast's rays that he discovered the sun in the EVA world was actually in a transitional phase to a blue star. Although he didn't know why the star in the beast space was transitioning to a blue star, at that moment, Jiang Chen felt elated. With his 4 attributes totaling nearly 80,000, he was invincible in the beast space. He looked at the remaining 6 dragon-level beasts and said, "You shot at me just now and had fun.
Now it's my turn. You can all go die."
Jiang Chen's body remained still as 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of the 6 flying dragon-level beasts, flashing and disappearing. He seemed to have not moved at all, but the 6 flying dragon-level beasts stood still for a moment before simultaneously emitting muffled sounds. The tough bodies of the beasts turned into blood mist in the air, all being instantly killed by Jiang Chen's ordinary attacks. The flying beasts couldn't even react in time. Jiang Chen's speed had exceeded their neural reaction limit. By the time they saw Jiang Chen and tried to react, their bodies were already out of control, torn apart by a tremendous force. Jiang Chen looked satisfied at his fist, standing in midair, using his super perspective eye to look at the planet below. It was only then that it was discovered that the entire planet had been completely eroded by Lilith, and a giant monster with a body length of over 10,000 meters, was none other than Hercules. The golden rays just now were emitted by it. Inside Lilith's belly, there was a huge creature incubating. Judging from the skeletal form, it should be humanoid similar to the EVA mecha, but with 6 pairs of wings growing on its back. The cub in Lilith's belly is probably the divine-level beast prophesied by Nicolas Cage. Jiang Chen understood all this. A smirk appeared on his lips. Just right, take advantage of him being in the super blue star superhuman form, and directly eliminate the future hidden dangers. And the trick of destroying a star, he happened to have mastered it. Jiang Chen formed his hands into a lotus shape at his waist in midair, and slowly said in a low voice, "Ka, mi, ha, mi, ha." A huge ball of light slowly took shape in his palm. Now with the blue star shining on him, Jiang Chen felt his whole body filled with power, so he decided to inject all his breath into the turtle school energy wave at once. Ha! Jiang Chen shouted loudly. A thick dazzling beam of light shot directly towards the beast planet from space. Below, Lilith and Hercules also felt the crisis. They simultaneously emitted black-red rays and golden rays, clashing with Jiang Chen's turtle school energy wave, creating a deafening roar. Boom! A violent hurricane suddenly swept across the entire beast planet. Countless weak beasts were blown away, emitting miserable howls. Jiang Chen's turtle school energy wave was barely blocked. Jiang Chen sneered, if it were on the blue star, maybe I would still struggle against you too. But now, he was in the state of the blue star. The energy in his body was constantly replenished by the blue star's radiation. Jiang Chen felt that he was always at his peak, tireless, and full of energy. He shouted angrily, die! Continuously compressing the breath in his body, injecting it into the turtle school energy wave, the beam became larger and thicker, gradually pushing Lilith and Hercules' rays downwards. Hercules let out a thunderous roar. All the beasts on the ground looked up at the sky, gathering energy in their mouths, emitting rays, joining the side against Jiang Chen. The immense energy of both sides formed a huge flare in the sky, dazzling like a star. The value on Jiang Chen's battle power detector kept soaring. 500,000, 700,000, 800,000, 1 million. With a snap, the battle power detector he was wearing directly shattered into pieces. Under the collision of huge energy, the space began to rupture. Jiang Chen faintly saw the blue star. On the other side of the spatial crack, he could see many people, looking over here in horror. At the same time, some of the energy began to dissipate to the blue star, irregularly scattering, indiscriminately attacking the ground. Once the humans on the blue star were hit by these rays, they wouldn't even have a chance to struggle, they would immediately turn into ashes. Jiang Chen realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, destroy this sinful world. He increased the output power again. The huge turtle school energy wave, with a loud bang, struck the beast planet. The strong impact completely dispersed the blood-red light curtain of the entire planet. With the blessing of the blue star, Jiang Chen's vision also made great progress. He suddenly saw that Hercules, a dragon-like beast with a human face, actually shielded itself under the turtle school energy wave. Its body surface, the field was golden. It could temporarily resist the turtle school energy wave, and Lilith also extended countless tentacles to help it resist the energy wave. But under absolute power, it was still ineffective. First, the field completely shattered, like broken glass, making a crisp sound, then turned into golden fragments, disappearing in the air. Next is the powerful body of Hercules, which shattered inch by inch under the turtle school's energy wave. It let out a final unwilling roar and was crushed under the huge energy wave of the turtle school, then completely disappeared from the world, with no possibility of revival. The turtle school's energy wave blasted into the ground, penetrating deep into Lilith's body, causing her to let out a miserable scream, and the entire planet experienced a violent earthquake in an instant. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and continued to infuse his entire body with turtle school's energy. As long as the core of Lilith is destroyed, the threat of the savage beast crisis to Blue Star will completely disappear. The god-level savage beast that was gestating also no longer had the possibility of being born. At a critical moment, Jiang Chen saw through his perspective eye that the giant humanoid creature inside Lilith's body moved. Its 6 pairs of bone wings spread out behind it, creating a black hole in front of the turtle school's energy wave, sucking all the huge energy waves into it. At the same time, a small but indifferent voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Human, you are strong, but it is not yet time for our decisive battle. Go back, our world does not welcome you. Next, the entire savage beast planet was enveloped in a transparent light field, visible to Jiang Chen but imperceptible to him. Jiang Chen chuckled. Trying to escape, have you asked me? Jiang Chen quickly flew towards the planet, and in his blue river star state, he almost instantly arrived at the savage beast planet. But the next moment, he actually passed directly through the planet, as if the entire planet was in a different dimension from him. Even Jiang Chen's super perspective I could no longer find any trace of Lilith and the humanoid savage beast, as if the whole world had completely disappeared from his sight. Jiang Chen's gaze remained steady. A god-level savage beast, indeed quite skilled, but he had only used this level of power from the moment he awakened until now, which was only half a year. By the time 3 years passed, when the god-level savage beast descended on Blue Star, it would be a simple matter for him to deal with it. Inside the savage beast planet, Lilith screamed madly. Achilles, why didn't you kill him? The voice weak and indifferent replied, Mother, I have not been born yet. I have just used the power of the gods continuously, which has exhausted my strength. I need to rest.
That man is very strong. Wait a few more years, after I am born, I will avenge father and our people one by one. That will be the time for him and the humans to die.
The voice reassured Lilith, Mother, don't worry.
Blue Star is a node space, and we can find it at any time.
Once we occupy Blue Star, the entire universe will be ours, and you will become the supreme mother goddess.
For now, let's leave here.
Lilith helplessly screamed as the entire planet's surface churned up, with huge black and red tentacles wrapping around the entire planet. A few minutes later, it became a planet entirely made of flesh and blood. A flash of black and red light passed, and the savage beast planet disappeared completely from its original location, leaving only Jiang Chen floating in the vast expanse of space.
Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Oh, no, did the savage beast planet run away?
Family, who would believe it, a planet just ran away right in front of their eyes. In the current situation, it was like some developers who took the money but hadn't delivered the houses, then declared bankruptcy. Jiang Chen immediately became a homeless person. Indeed, no matter which world you go to, unscrupulous capitalists always have the same tricks.
It's fine if you run away, but in this situation, how can I return to Blue Star? Blue Star's Yu Ling and Zhang Anping, with the help of King Kong's power, successfully arrived in the Magic City.
To avoid causing panic, Yu Ling had King Kong wait outside the Magic City, while she and Zhang Anping flew into the city. Along the way, Zhang Anping had already learned from Yu Ling what had happened in the savage beast space. Not to mention, just by subduing such a large dragon-level ferocious beast, which seems to have the potential for communication, this time the ferocious beast space of Hua country is also a sure win. The only regret is that Jiang Chen may have been lost in the ferocious beast space. After all, no matter who thinks about it, no one would believe that a fourth-order strengthening system awakened individual could survive under the siege of millions of ferocious beasts.
Even Yu Ling, who knows Jiang Chen's true strength, deep down does not hold out hope for Jiang Chen's survival. But she will not give up.
Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, she will try to bring Jiang Chen back to Blue Star, alive or dead. In order to keep Jiang Chen's situation confidential, Yu Ling could only say that Jiang Chen was entangled by a magic-level ferocious beast and could not retreat in time, so he was left in the ferocious beast space. Zhang Anping fell silent for a moment and advised Yu Ling, Yu Huang, although I don't want to say this, even if we rush to the ferocious beast space, Jiang Chen cannot survive, right? After all, he is just a fourth-order strengthening system awakened individual. Faced with so many ferocious beasts, he is probably already in the belly of a ferocious beast.
Yu Ling glanced at him coldly and said, Jiang Chen was left behind to stop the ferocious beasts and prevent interference with the transmission. In any case, today I want to see him alive, or see his body. Your strength is too low, so don't go in later.
Zhang Anping's face stiffened.
After all, he was also a sixth-order awakened individual.
How could his strength be considered low?
But since Yu Ling said so, he could only obediently listen. And indeed, his sixth-order strength was not enough to be on the table. With the invasion of dragon-level ferocious beasts, he was only fit to be cannon fodder. The two arrived at the Magic City University and made it clear that they wanted to use the teleportation circle. Facing the Emperor Yu and the director of the Spirit Realm Management Bureau, the president of Magic City University dared not say no. A few minutes later, Zhang Anping opened the teleportation permission, and Yu Ling stood in the teleportation circle, her expression serious.
Jiang Chen, wait for me, I'm coming, you must hold on.
She had already made up her mind. Today, she would rather sacrifice herself than let Jiang Chen, the future star of humanity, die young in the ferocious beast space. After all, at this age, among awakened individuals who have reached the 8th order, there is only Jiang Chen. Although it is unknown whether he can cross that threshold, Jiang Chen's chances are countless times greater than theirs. After Zhang Anping finished setting up, he nodded to Yu Ling.
Yu Huang, it's ready.
Yu Ling stepped into the teleportation circle, her whole body gradually fading away, but after a moment, the light of the teleportation circle dissipated, and she was still standing there, motionless.
Yu Ling opened her eyes, looking confused, and asked Zhang Anping, what happened? Why am I still on Blue Star?
Zhang Anping quickly operated the instrument and his face turned ashen as he shook his head slowly. The data shows that the teleportation coordinates have failed, which means we have lost contact with the ferocious beast space from now on.
Upon hearing this news, Yu Ling was instantly at a loss.
She staggered out of the teleportation circle, almost falling to the ground.
How could this happen? What exactly happened? Damn it, I should have stayed behind.
Yu Ling blamed herself deeply. At this moment, the handsome and confident smile of the superhero was deeply imprinted in her heart. Yu Ling gritted her teeth and turned back to the circle, instructing Zhang Anping, continue trying until you succeed.
Zhang Anping's face showed reluctance, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something,
But in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and start operating the instrument in silence.
Yuling's figure kept fading and failing in the teleportation circle.
Repeatedly attempting teleportation in a short period of time causes extreme harm to the body. After more than a dozen attempts, Yuling finally couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood and kneeling on one knee. Zhang Anping went up to support her and said, "Yu Huan, Jiang Chen's departure is also very regrettable to me, but since the sudden change on Blue Star, countless heroes have sacrificed their lives for the continuation of human civilization.
We have to learn to accept it."
Yuling shook her head.
"No, you don't understand.
The significance of Jiang Chen alone is more important than all the awakened individuals combined." Cough. As she spoke, Yuling once again spewed a large amount of blood. After all, she was not a strengthened awakened individual, her physique was not strong, and the continuous teleportation had caused severe internal shaking.
Continuing like this would inevitably leave behind lifelong health issues. Zhang Anping's face showed a look of reluctance as he instructed the staff of the Magic Capital University.
"Take Yu Huang to the medical room, quickly." Yuling tightly clenched her fists, the corners of her mouth were bitten, but she didn't notice.
Why am I so useless?"
She closed her eyes in pain. Although she had experienced many life and death separations in countless battles before, none had hurt her as much as this time.
Jiang Chen's handsome and cheerful superhuman form always lingered in her mind.
Yuling was lifted onto a stretcher by medical personnel, ready to leave in a hurry, when suddenly someone exclaimed,
"Look, what is that in the sky?"
Yuling opened her eyes, looked up, and saw a sudden appearance of a blue light spot in the sky, which then became brighter and larger, appearing as if there were two suns in the sky above the magic capital. Everyone present dared not look directly at it, covering their eyes. Only a few could persist in looking at the light ball in the sky. Then, a cracking sound was heard in everyone's ears, like the sound of glass shattering. Although the sound was faint, it seemed to resonate in people's minds, sharp and unstoppable.
Even ordinary people had their eardrums burst, oozing blood.
As one of the three emperors, Yuling's strength was there, so she did not have this problem and was one of the few who could directly observe the anomaly in the sky. Soon, her pupils contracted sharply. She saw space being shattered by an immense force, a muscular figure wearing a tight gray-blue suit, a red cape draped over his shoulders, holding a huge pillar-like object, flying over from the other side of space. Although his face was not clear due to the intense light, his explosive physique and the fluttering cape made Yuling instantly recognize him. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, exclaiming in her heart, "It's him! How did he come back? He actually broke through space. This is impossible." That's right, the one who returned from the space rift was Jiang Chen. He saw that the world at the other end of the space was not the familiar Sanjian University. This surprised him, thinking he had arrived in an unknown world or a parallel universe.
Fortunately, he saw Yuling and Zhang Anping, which put his mind at ease. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? How did Yuling and Zhang Anping change places in just a few hours? But it's good to be back. Although with his superhuman abilities, he could survive in space without eating or drinking, relying solely on stellar radiation. However, he didn't want to drift alone in the universe for the rest of his life. There are too many beauties in the world that he has yet to experience. How could he grow old in loneliness like this? Although he didn't know where he was at the moment, he had returned to the Blue Star after all. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he was still in his steel Superman form. With a single thought, his clothes changed in a few seconds. And he himself turned back into that yellow-clothed bald-headed freshman, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fell directly from midair, landing heavily on the ground with a loud thud, creating a spiderweb-like large pit on the hard cement playground of the Magic Capital University. Yuling's eyes shimmered as she stood aside, looking at him with a complex gaze. Zhang Anping was shocked, his mouth wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Damn! What did I just see? Jiang Chen actually shattered space and returned from the world of ferocious beasts to the Blue Star. This is impossible, he's a fourth-order strengthened awakened individual. How could he accomplish such a heaven-defying feat? Don't talk about being a fourth order, even now, I haven't heard of any eighth-order strongmen who can shatter space with their bare hands. Jiang Chen remained calm, contrasting sharply with the two who widened their eyes in disbelief. He greeted Yuling and Zhang Anping with a smile. Oh, long time no see, where are we? And why do you both look so complicated? How long has it been since Sister Yuling returned to Blue Star? Jiang Chen was worried that he had lost track of time in the savage beast space universe. He felt that it might have only been a few hours for him, while on Blue Star, it could have been days or even months. Ning Tong and his family must have been worried sick. Fortunately, Yuling's answer relieved him. It's only been an hour since we left the savage beast space. This is Demon City. The teleportation circle at Sanjian University was completely overloaded and damaged due to the Diamond King,
so we had to come here to try to teleport to the savage beast space.
Zhang Anping asked Jiang Chen, how did you return from the savage beast space?
I don't know if it's my illusion, but I just saw you shatter space with a punch.
Jiang Chen chuckled.
Of course, it was your attempt to open the teleportation point in the savage beast space that caused spatial fluctuations, allowing me to return by chance.
Otherwise, could it be that I shattered space?
Yuling couldn't help but roll her eyes beside him. Her intuition told her that the latter situation was probably true. If Jiang Chen could hear her thoughts, he would surely marvel at how terrifying a woman's sixth sense could be.
Yuling sighed, saying, let's calculate the time.
Ning Tong and Su Hao should have woken up by now. First, call President Ning to report safety, and we'll talk in detail later. Jiang Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. He knew that this time, he must have been completely exposed, but it wasn't a big problem. After traveling together in the savage beast space for a few days, he had figured out the personalities of Yuling and Su Hao. Yuling was the cool and aloof type, while Su Hao was the playful scoundrel type. They were unlikely to be spies for the Divine Punishment Organization, as the three emperors of Hua country were already at the peak of power. They had no need to join the Divine Punishment Organization. Even if someone were to join, it would probably be the dying Fury Emperor. Yuling and Su Hao were in their prime, so they didn't need the technology of the Divine Punishment to prolong their lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought. If the Fury Emperor could use the technology of the Divine Punishment, could he avoid losing his talents? He never believed that scientific technology had a moral distinction, it depended on how it was applied. Jiang Chen called Sanjiang University and learned that Su Hao had already woken up, but Ning Tong, due to her weak constitution, had been knocked out by him and had not yet regained consciousness.
However, Ning Tong was fine.
He had mastered the control of force to perfection. The blow he had delivered had only caused rapid vibrations in Ning Tong's brainstem area, leading to unconsciousness, without harming her body in the slightest. When Ning Tong woke up, she would only feel like she had a good sleep, without any discomfort. After repeatedly instructing President Ning to explain clearly to Ning Tong that he had safely returned, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. As he turned around, he saw Yuling's pretty face staring at him with a sly smile, as if there was gold on his face.
Yuling showed a cunning smile.
May I ask the great hero Jiang Chen if he has time to chat with a weak woman like me for $10? Zhang Anping, seeing the usually aloof Yuling suddenly looking so charming and speaking to Jiang Chen in a coquettish tone, was completely stunned. He opened his mouth wide, looking back and forth between Jiang Chen and Yuling. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind, causing his whole body to tremble in shock.
Oh my, what did I see? Emperor Yu has always been straightforward with everyone. What's going on today? Could it be that Emperor Yu was also captivated by Jiang Chen's flourishing beauty and 8-pack abs?
Damn, I become bald but stronger. This talent is truly terrifying. If I could be 20 years younger, I would definitely choose this talent. Whether you are strong or not doesn't matter, the main thing is having beautiful thighs to hold on to.
Jiang Chen paid no attention to Zhang Ju's thoughts.
He sighed helplessly. At the critical moment in the beast space crisis, he had no choice but to go all out and reveal his other identity.
Now he needed to have a good talk with Yuling.
The two arrived at a room with excellent soundproofing. Yuling set up a biological barrier and enveloped the entire room with her psychic power before calmly speaking.
So, who are you really, Superman or Jiang Chen?
Jiang Chen shrugged.
I am Jiang Chen himself. Superman is my transformed form.
Yuling widened her eyes in surprise and hesitated.
So, this I become bald but stronger talent not only allows you to eat cooked monster meat but also transform?
Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. After all, he possessed 3 major talents, with the Scion talent not being recorded on the talent stone, for now. The Saitama talent and Superman talent, he planned to rank them first in the future, attributing all abilities to the Saitama talent, which might be somewhat unfair to Dacre. Previously, when he reclassified in his Superman form, he reported his talent as I get stronger when I sunbathe.
Continuing to hide it from Yuling would not make much sense.
He said solemnly, in fact, I awakened with dual talents.
You can check the recording of the day I awakened twice.
At that time, everyone thought it was a bug in the awakening chamber, but it wasn't.
I am a dual talent awakener.
Upon hearing his words, Yuling looked puzzled. Even if your 2 talents are powerful, it doesn't make sense for you to grow into an 8th order awakener in just half a year. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, talents are not graded, it's all about how you use them. Each of my 2 talents, if taken alone, surpasses your S1 talent.
Yuling smiled awkwardly.
In the face of facts, she could only choose to remain silent. Yuling changed the subject, not wanting to delve further into the matter. She said seriously, by the way, what's the situation in the beast space?
We tried to open the beast space portal but failed, and how did you return? Honestly, I don't believe your explanation just now.
Jiang Chen knew that he could deceive Zhang Anping with those words, but he couldn't afford to do so with Yu Ling. But his current strength.
Sigh, it's hard to explain.
Under the weak blue star blessing in the beast space just now, the invincible him had already returned to his normal state. The sudden tenfold enhancement disappeared completely after he returned to the blue star and was exposed to the radiation of the yellow star. Even the greatly enhanced talent skills all regressed, and the newly awakened absolute zero breathing and supersonic flight disappeared, leaving Jiang Chen feeling helpless. It was too ruthless, at least leave me with one or two skills. Jiang Chen now felt a sense of loss like when a temporary premium player experience card expires.
Jiang Chen's attribute panel had now returned to normal.
Constitution, 1860, plus 2190, Spirit, 1860, Strength, 1860, plus 2190, Agility, 1860, plus 2190, Potential Points, 522 Talent 1, Saitama Talent 2, Superman Talent 3, Scion Talent Skill 1, Perspective Eye Talent Skill 2, Heat Vision Talent Skill 3, Steel Body Talent Skill 4, Turtle School Qigong Key to the World, Dragon Ball World. However, Jiang Chen also learned about the activation method of the Superman talent. If used properly, it can be comparable to the Scion talent. Looking at it this way, the 36th Lingjing is not so terrifying, because he remembers that Namek seems to have 3 suns. As long as it's not a red star, under the illumination of 3 stars, how powerful he will be, he himself dare not imagine.
Moreover, under the illumination of the blue star in the beast space, in less than an hour, he gained 500 potential points, finally not empty-handed.
If he wasn't afraid of being stuck in the beast space for a lifetime, he really wanted to stay under the radiation of the blue star for a few more days, accumulate tens of thousands of potential points, and then return to the blue star. Since Jiang Chen confessed, he was too lazy to continue nonsense and simply told Yu Ling the truth. After you left, I suddenly got a tenfold increase, and even awakened powerful talent skills, almost completely destroying the beast star, cutting off the future troubles for humanity.
It's a pity that at the last moment, the god-level beast still in Lilith's womb made a move, neutralizing my star-destroying blow, carrying the entire beast star, and disappearing completely in the universe.
Finally, based on the spatial fluctuations caused by your teleportation, I located the blue star, punched through space, and finally returned to the blue star. Yu Ling stared at him with wide eyes, didn't speak for a long time, and finally said lightly, "Forget it, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. After all, everyone has their own secrets." Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He chose to tell the truth, but others didn't believe it, making him feel helpless. If he wasn't afraid of being stuck in the beast universe for a lifetime, he really wanted to stay for a few more months before returning to the blue star. But being able to return to the blue star is also thanks to Yu Ling's persistent efforts. At that time, Jiang Chen was drifting in the universe, completely losing his sense of direction, until he observed the spatial fluctuations. He had a reference point. Then he sensed the breath of the blue star from the spatial fluctuations. In the vast universe, once lost without a reference point, it would be almost impossible for him to find the coordinates of the blue star again. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen decided to return to the blue star first. He knew almost nothing about space, and if he missed this opportunity, even if he cultivated to be invincible and could freely shuttle through space, it would be very difficult to find the blue star again. And the only way he could break through space was with Saitama-sensei's serious punch. The feeling of breaking the space barrier before was always engraved in his heart. Today, under the blessing of the blue star, he was at least 20 times stronger than when the Divine Punishment Organization attacked last time. He felt he could try again. Jiang Chen gathered his strength for a long time, his eyes flashed with determination, full of longing for his family and friends, earnestly requesting, "Help me, Saitama-sensei, break it." A serious punch. A yellow battlesuit, a bald man with a white cape merged into his body, and struck towards the space in front of him. This punch was unparalleled. Jiang Chen used Saitama-sensei's serious punch. Under the blessing of Saitama-sensei, he instantly found that feeling of destroying everything. The spatial barrier shattered inch by inch under his fist like glass. Back on the blue star, without the radiation of the blue star, Jiang Chen couldn't muster the punch to break through space again. So it's understandable that Yu Ling didn't believe him. After all, breaking through space is not something that ordinary 8th or 9th tier strength can achieve. Yu Ling patted her full chest muscles and sighed.
"Jiang Chen, you really are so lucky."
She now believed in Jiang Chen's talent and luck even more, with no more doubts, but rather secretly regretful. Why did her mother end up with Su Hao, such a pitiful person back then? She really wished she had been born 10 years later and could be classmates with Jiang Chen. So, Ningtong always insisted on bringing Jiang Chen as a teammate wherever she went, not because she coveted his good physique and handsome face, but because Jiang Chen's thick and hard thigh made her feel safe when she hugged him.
In fact, Ningtong was the one who truly understood Jiang Chen's extraordinary strength and godlike luck.
Yu Ling was so angry that her teeth were almost crushed. She was afraid of having a teammate like Jiang Chen. Now she was probably the best in the world. Ningtong was really living off others, lying down and already reaching the 4th level. At Sanjiang University, Ningtong, who was still in a coma, suddenly sneezed a few times. Lao Ning quickly took off his coat and covered her, muttering to himself,
Jiang Chen, you brat, why did you hit Ningtong so hard?
If you make Ningtong stupid, I'm telling you, my daughter will rely on you for the rest of her life. Yu Ling suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Chen, wait, why is your appetite so small?
Considering your current physical consumption, it should be more terrifying than mine and Su Hao's.
Jiang Chen's low consumption actually came from 2 aspects. One was the Qi convergence technique of the Turtle Immortal School, and the other was the absorption of solar radiation by his superhuman talent, which replenished his daily consumption. They had both awakened their superhuman talents, which they could no longer control, but as a martial arts school, Yu Ling and Su Hao should be able to master the Turtle Immortal School. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided to try teaching the martial arts of the Turtle Immortal School to Yu Ling and Su Hao. After all, in the 4th spirit realm, Master Wu Tian's wish was for the Turtle Immortal School to be passed down, so he was following Master Wu Tian's instructions. If Yu Ling and Su Hao could master the martial arts of the Turtle Immortal School, it should greatly reduce their daily consumption. Jiang Chen made up his mind, his eyes gleaming as he slowly said, in the 4th spirit realm, I learned a technique called the Turtle Immortal School, which can help you control your own qi, reduce daily consumption, and has many magical techniques.
You've seen the move I used against the dragon-level beast, that's a skill of the Turtle Immortal School.
Yu Ling was instantly amazed and speechless, hesitating for a while before saying, so you obtained such a powerful talent in the 4th spirit realm?
Are you really willing to share this magical talent with us?
Jiang Chen nodded and said, you can call it a talent, and once you master this talent, you should be able to go further on the path of awakening.
At least personally, I feel that daily consumption has been greatly reduced. Yu Ling exclaimed, Jiang Chen, do you know what it means if this method can be popularized? Jiang Chen frowned, uncertain, to save the spirit meat of the beasts? Knowing the terrifying appetite of Yu Ling and Su Hao, he knew how much spirit meat they consumed in a day. If he used the god-slaying spear to exterminate all the beasts this time, what would happen to these high-level awakened humans?
Yu Ling exclaimed, no, do you know why all awakened humans in the world are stuck at the 8th level and dare not reach the 9th level?
Jiang Chen hesitated, is it because of insufficient attribute points and potential points?
Yu Ling shook her head, it's not what you think.
Do you think only you and Ningtong will conquer the spirit realm?
After we become powerful, there are also high rewards for the dozen or so spirit realms behind us.
Su Hao and I have saved many potential points and dare not add them to our attributes.
She paused and revealed a secret known only to 8th level awakened individuals. Before, there were 8th-tier awakeners who attempted to break through to the 9th tier, but suddenly discovered that once they broke through to the 9th tier, they would automatically awaken their leadership abilities. At this time, the energy consumption of the human body is hundreds of times that of the 8th tier. No matter how energy is replenished, the deficit cannot be compensated for, and ultimately, due to energy shortage, they will die. From the 8th tier to the 9th tier is known as the barrier of human advancement, and so far, no one who has crossed it has survived.
Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief.
It turned out to be an energy issue.
With his superhuman talent, he might naturally not have this problem.
In other words, the barrier of awakeners does not exist for him. However, he currently does not have an awakened biological field and has already embarked on a path completely different from that of awakeners. It is becoming increasingly inappropriate to define him based on the level of awakeners. Yu Ling's big tired eyes suddenly became bright. Jiang Chen seemed to see a morning star named Hope rising among them. The more Yu Ling thought about it, the more excited she became, unable to contain herself. She clasped her hands together, her eyes full of anticipation, pleading with Jiang Chen. Please, Jiang Chen, you must share this method with all of humanity. Yu Ling, who was usually aloof and elegant, suddenly became so proactive. Jiang Chen was somewhat overwhelmed by her sudden enthusiasm and quickly said, there is no need to rush for all of humanity.
Let's start with you and Su Hao.
Once you two have mastered it, then consider promoting it to all of humanity.
It's actually quite simple. The first step is to try to sense the breath.
Jiang Chen remembered the appearance and smile of Master Wu Tian, and his voice also carried a hint of solemnity as he earnestly taught Yu Ling. Under Jiang Chen's calm voice, Yu Ling gradually focused her mind, and as she concentrated, the green mental force protection gradually dissipated. However, soon after, Yu Ling opened her eyes, her face filled with a look of regret, and shook her head at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood that Yu Ling must have encountered the same problem as Ning Tong, where the talent mechanism of Awakeners conflicted with the Turtle Immortal School's Qigong. He himself had only broken through that barrier with the help of Sun Wukong at a critical moment, and now it seemed that breaking through that barrier might not be so easy. Awakeners are like stone women, requiring perseverance, great strength, and external assistance to have even a slight chance of transforming the stone woman into a normal woman. Jiang Chen was about to have Yu Ling try again when he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the door. He saw the door suddenly fly open, and a white-haired beautiful girl, emitting a sky-blue energy field all over her body, flew in and directly threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She choked up, holding Jiang Chen tightly. "It's so good that you're okay. From now on, you're not allowed to leave me alone again." Seeing that Jiang Chen was unable to guide her for a short time, Yu Ling could only shake her head, with envy in her eyes, slowly leave the room, and casually use her mental force to pull the door back and close it. Ning Tong clung to Jiang Chen like a koala bear, refusing to let go for a moment. Jiang Chen's softest spot was touched. He had given up the opportunity to become a god on the spot and return to Blue Star. At this moment, he felt that everything was worth it. He stroked Ning Tong's soft long hair and comforted her, saying, "It's okay, I'm a superhuman, nothing will happen to me. You're back safely now." Ning Tong sobbed, "You know how dangerous it was this time. You didn't let me go first before, but this time, you don't even have the certainty of surviving." Jiang Chen knew that the two of them had been inseparable for a long time, and his thoughts at the time must not have escaped Ning Tong's notice. He didn't want to deceive Ning Tong, just kept comforting her. "It's okay, I'm fine. You have to have confidence in me." Ning Tong held him tightly and whispered in his ear, "When I was young, my mother often disappeared and I didn't want to lose anyone I love again." Upon hearing this sentence, Jiang Chen's heart was pounding like a bell. He pinched Ning Tong's delicate chin with his fingers, and his clear eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars as he smiled and said, "What did you just say? Does that count as a confession to me?" Ning Tong whimpered, her face blushing like a ripe apple in autumn, burying her head in Jiang Chen's broad chest, unable to speak for a long time. Outside, Yu Ling leaned against the red outer wall of the Magic City University, the warm winter sun shining on her, casting a slender figure. Her long hair danced in the breeze, her white cheeks revealing a hint of sadness, and she sighed inwardly. Youth is really good. Jiang Chen and Ning Tong then sat on King Kong's shoulder and walked back to Sanjiang City. Yu Ling couldn't stand their affectionate behavior, so she flew back to Sanjiang City with Zhang Anping first. Ning Tong leaned on Jiang Chen's strong arm, her smile tinged with sweetness, murmuring, "Jiang Chen, in a few days, it will be the 6th spiritual realm. I want to introduce someone very important to you." Jiang Chen didn't think much about it, still immersed in the sudden confession of Ning Tong's happiness. He wrapped his big hand around Ning Tong's shoulder and slowly slid towards the bright headlights of the car. Suddenly, Jiang Chen cried out in pain. "Ouch, it hurts. Tong Tong, stop. My ear is about to fall off. Do you dare not to behave yourself with your hand? Oomph, you underestimate me, I have 2 hands." Ning Tong twisted Jiang Chen's ear with one hand, while the other hand blocked his claws, causing a moment of confusion. Ning Tong's whole body went limp, her small hands no longer able to resist, and now not only her face but her whole body turned pink. Happy times always pass by quickly. It took King Kong 2 hours to return to Sanjiang City, but the two of them felt like only a few minutes had passed. Back on the outskirts of Sanjiang City, Jiang Chen felt that King Kong's size would be stifling in the city, as its movements were like building blocks, easily collapsing with a touch. Since the crisis of ferocious beasts, human living spaces were like gold dust. Arranging a zoo for King Kong, charging admission, seemed a bit inhumane. So it was decided to have King Kong stay on the outskirts of Sanjiang City and promised to visit it often. King Kong's gloomy expression was evident to anyone, until Ning Tong blew it a kiss. King Kong's mood improved, pounding its chest and stomping its feet, then went hunting ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen smiled as he watched the old ape King Kong go far away, thinking to himself that he was raising a giant ape as a pet, although it was a bit large and had a terrifying appetite. After world peace, gathering it with Godzilla for a film would surely be profitable. Without the need for special effects, just a daily dose of bananas would do the trick. The news of a dragon-level ferocious beast appearing at Sanjiang University spread like wildfire, driving the whole country and even the world crazy. And someone filmed it and posted it online. In the video, Yu Ling stood on King Kong's shoulder, directing it to leave the city. The online community was instantly shocked. Damn, Yu Huang is amazing, he actually tamed a dragon-level ferocious beast. This is a dragon-level ferocious beast with what number?
Why have I not seen it in the Ferocious Beast catalog? I just checked the Ferocious Beast catalog. Indeed, this ferocious beast is not listed, and its sudden appearance at Sanjiang University means only one thing. There is only one truth. Hey, tell us quickly, if you keep teasing us like this, I'll kill you. This ferocious beast is a transformer, an awakened individual who can transform into a ferocious beast. Hey, after your analysis, I really want to praise you, Spider-Man riding a horse. Spider-Man's talent was ranked A level 33 on the talent list, widely known for being able to shoot webs from his body, used by some criminals for evil purposes. What do you mean, am I quick-witted? Go swing, Peter. When Jiang Chen returned to Sanjiang University, he found that the entrance was already crowded with reporters. Countless reporters begged the gatekeeper Shaoli, "Let us in, we want to see you Huang." "Hey handsome, here's my phone number, let me in and call me tonight, sister will come to warm your bed." Shaoli, the gatekeeper, completely ignored the female reporters. He detested his biological father, Old Wang, for his past actions that caused his childhood unhappiness. He swore to be an upright person in his life and not be influenced by the evil in his bloodline. That's why he never changed his surname and insisted on using his foster father's surname, Li. Shaoli sneered. "What do you take me for? Leave your number, come to my place, the guard room is not convenient." He revealed a secret to the female reporter. Yu Huang ordered that without her consent, no one can enter. Moreover, Yu Huang also said, "If there's anything, let Jiang Chen handle it, she's busy now." When Yu Ling returned to Sanjiang University, she was busy sensing the aura with Su Hao. She didn't have time to deal with these reporters. The female reporter was surprised and widened her eyes. "It's Jiang Chen again. Could it be that this time's fierce beast is also related to Jiang Chen?" It seems that bribing the gatekeeper was the right move. She gritted her teeth, increased her efforts, spent a lot of money, and extended 3 slender fingers. "Then help me find Jiang Chen, I'll warm your bed for 3 nights. Shaoli suddenly felt dry in his mouth. This female reporter, Xiong De, looked like she was well-nourished and had a regular menstrual cycle. She was the goddess in Shaoli's heart, and he was about to agree. The female reporter looked up and suddenly saw Jiang Chen and Ning Tong surrounded by a blue biofield, flying back to the sky above Sanjiang University. She let out a piercing scream. "Ah, it's Jiang Chen! Ah, my idol!" Many reporters also noticed Jiang Chen and Ning Tong, and they were filled with infinite power, breaking through Shaoli's defense line and rushing into Sanjiang University. Shaoli was pushed to the ground by everyone. He reached out his hand, reluctant and roaring. "My number, you haven't left me your number. Ah, who the hell stepped on my waist?" Jiang Chen and Ning Tong were about to land, but they found the playground crowded with reporters. Due to rumors that Jiang Chen preferred female reporters, most of the reporters in Sanjiang City were now female. They jostled each other, trying their best to use their microphones to get in touch with Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Under the crush, various sizes of spherical objects deformed and leaped out. Jiang Chen was enjoying the scene when Ning Tong covered his eyes with her soft hands and whispered in his ear, "If you dare to look at what's in the bowl and covet what's in the pot, don't expect any benefits when you enter the spiritual realm in the future." After silently comparing the height of the mountains in his mind, Jiang Chen reluctantly closed his eyes. The truth is the truth. Later, Jiang Chen held a brief press conference and announced to the reporters, "This gorilla-like dragon-level fierce beast, named King Kong, is our friend. It was rescued by me and Yu Huang from the fierce beast space and will reside near Sanjiang City in the future as the guardian beast of Sanjiang City." Jiang Chen had no intention of handing King Kong over to the country. Instead of letting it be used as an experimental subject by some people, he preferred to let it stay in the fierce beast world. He would take care of his own gorilla. Of course, King Kong didn't need much care from him, as there were fierce beasts everywhere outside the city. With King Kong's strength, as long as it didn't encounter the top 3 dragon-level fierce beasts, it could roam freely on Blue Star. Even if it did encounter them, it didn't matter, as he was there. There were not many people or beasts on Blue Star with the strength to bully his gorilla. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the numerous reporters were all stunned, their mouths wide open, showing expressions of disbelief. Since the crisis of ferocious beasts descended upon Blue Star, everyone's concept of ferocious beasts has been brutal, bloodthirsty, and absolutely impossible to coexist peacefully with humans. This is because the ferocious beasts have integrated the genes of extraterrestrial monsters from the Pacific Rim and Apostles. From the beginning of their creation, these two have been implanted with the command to completely exterminate humanity. Therefore, despite a series of brave, suicidal attempts by the Awaken in the past, they were unable to subdue the ferocious beasts. Only King Kong, as the intellectual figure in the monster universe, the only giant monster that can approach humans, is one of the few exceptions.
It was fortunate that Jiang Chen and Yu Ling went to the ferocious beast space and rescued it, otherwise King Kong would have eventually died at the hands of the apostles and ferocious beasts. The reporters below couldn't help but whisper to each other. What's going on? Can even a dragon-level ferocious beast coexist peacefully with humans? Is that even possible? Why did all the previous attempts fail? Could it be that someone has the talent to communicate with ferocious beasts? Now that you mention it, I feel like it might be Jiang Chen, after all, only he has such incredible luck. Damn, could his talent really include the ability to communicate with ferocious beasts? That's too incredible. Could it be his handsome appearance that also affects the ferocious beasts? It's possible, but I think that gorilla-like ferocious beast seems to be male, with such a big, down there. Jiang Chen's charm is irresistible to both men and women. I told you, it's definitely not just me who finds him handsome and cute, even the male gorilla seems to think so. Upon hearing this, many female reporters rolled their eyes and silently left the male reporter applying lipstick, instantly clearing a large area. Jiang Chen also heard the discussions of the reporters below and helplessly said, "Please don't misunderstand. King Kong is the only ferocious beast that can coexist peacefully with humans. We saw it fighting against a dragon-level ferocious beast in the ferocious beast space, which is why we decided to rescue it." Jiang Chen was afraid that these unscrupulous reporters would go back and write all sorts of nonsense, like, Jiang Chen's charm is irresistible to both men and beasts. Jiang Chen has the talent to tame ferocious beasts. If he didn't clarify, there would definitely be all kinds of absurd news flying around. Saitama's talent would also be embellished with a series of nonsensical abilities related to incredible luck and the ability to eat cooked ghost monster meat, such as the enchanting ability to charm both humans and beasts, the ability to tame ferocious beasts. The reporters, upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, suddenly realized the truth. But they also envied Jiang Chen's luck even more. With this incredible luck, he could bring home a dragon-level ferocious beast every time he goes out. What are he and Yu Huang doing in the ferocious beast space? With this guardian beast in Sanjiang City in the future, we no longer have to fear beast tides, right? Go back and quickly buy a house in Sanjiang City. It should appreciate in value. From now on, apart from the imperial capital and the magic capital, Sanjiang City is probably the safest place in the country. His talent is fixed at B level, I'm the first one to disagree. After thinking about it, Jiang Chen repeatedly reminded the reporters, although King Kong is very friendly to humans, everyone should not approach it closely, as it is easy to be accidentally injured. Also, I must advise all awakened individuals in the country not to make futile attempts to tame ferocious beasts. Despite his repeated reminders, there would inevitably be some stubborn fools who would not give up and try to tame ferocious beasts. But for those who refused to listen to good advice, he had said all he needed to say. Whether they listened or not was up to them. After addressing the reporters' most pressing concerns about King Kong, Jiang Chen announced the end of the meeting as he had many other matters to attend to. The Spear of Deicide and the EVA World Mech data of the Divine Punishment Organization were all top-secret information that needed to be quickly converted into combat power. The EVA mechs of the Divine Punishment Organization were about to be revived, and preparations had to be made. Anyone who dared to invade Sanjiang City would surely be dealt a fatal blow. Godzilla is advancing towards the direction of the magic capital. Jiang Chen considered intercepting it on the sea as much as possible. Once Godzilla lands, with its tough skin and thick flesh, even if it can be repelled, Huagua will pay a very painful price. Of course, if possible, Jiang Chen still wants to try to coexist peacefully with Godzilla. After all, in the world of monsters, several giants have already appeared, such as King Kong and Godzilla, and there should also be terrifying monsters like Ghidorah and Rodan. If Godzilla does not die, then Jiang Chen does not need to take action at that time. As the king of monsters, it can solve these monsters on its own, saving Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. After clearing the reporters, Jiang Chen and Ning Tong came to the rest area and saw Yu Ling and Su Hao still meditating, trying to sense the aura. Jiang Chen smiled and asked them, "How is it going? Any gains?" Su Hao opened his eyes and nodded, saying, "The method you mentioned should be feasible, but every time I try to enter that state, my innate power will automatically emerge. But I believe that as long as I persist, I will definitely be able to master this technique." Jiang Chen understood that they should be like himself at the beginning, with innate power too strong. Trying to add another path beyond innate power would be much more difficult than for an ordinary person. If it weren't for a coincidence, undergoing millions of training sessions in the mental time room, and receiving help from Sun Wukong at a critical moment, he would not have been able to master the turtle immortal style so quickly. Jiang Chen comforted them, saying, "Don't be impatient, practice diligently when you have time. You should know that in the fourth spiritual realm, it took me more than 2 years to achieve some success.
Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuling and Su Hao couldn't help but glare at him. It took you 2 years in the fourth spiritual realm? It's only 3 months at most, you're exaggerating, aren't you?
Jiang Chen saw their expressions and suddenly realized that he had misspoken about the time, as spending 2 years in the mental time room was only 2 days in the outside world.
However, they could no longer enter the fourth spiritual realm, and even if he told them about the mental time room, it would only increase their regret.
And not everyone who enters the mental time room can be effective, it depends on individual talent. For example, he has 2 talents, only the Saitama talent can greatly enhance the use of the mental time room.
Going in with the Superman talent would just be a waste of life. Early the next morning, the world's major news media were dominated by the appearance of a mysterious dragon-level beast in Sanjiang City. Human's good friend, the dragon-level beast King Kong. Jiang Chen has set a precedent for taming ferocious beasts. Here we call on Jiang Chen to share his experience in taming beasts.
Although Jiang Chen repeatedly emphasized that taming King Kong had nothing to do with luck or appearance, and warned everyone not to approach King Kong, the fragile human body under King Kong's feet is no more difficult to crush than an ant. However, he underestimated human curiosity and thirst for adventure.
Many news media outlets reported without any limits to attract traffic.
Jiang Chen, his charm has surpassed races, he can communicate with both humans and beasts.
Jiang Chen is the legendary son of destiny.
Some businesses also seized the opportunity to launch peripheral products due to the huge traffic brought by King Kong.
King Kong is fluffy and looks very cute.
Our company has urgently produced a limited edition King Kong figurine.
Welcome everyone to buy.
King Kong brand comfort stick, as fierce as King Kong, makes you feel genuine awe in the late night.
Online users mocked, what kind of products are these? Who would use them?
Exactly, fluffy, can't stand it.
But humans are creatures who are honest with their bodies even if they say otherwise.
On the day this product was released, it was sold out and experienced a phenomenon of being out of stock.
Jiang Chen was angry and anxious.
That night, he contacted a lawyer and patented the image of King Kong.
This IP must be exclusively monopolized.
There was also a segment on Douyin, where enthusiasts of fierce beasts captured videos of King Kong hunting using drones. In the calm and peaceful forest, a large number of fierce beasts lazily lay on the ground enjoying the sun, or paired up in public places to breed young fierce beasts. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Roar! Giant towering trees of tens of meters high began to collapse, and a huge gorilla-like fierce beast, King Kong, suddenly appeared in the picture. The once terrifying ghost-level fierce beasts, under King Kong's feet, fled like small cats in a frenzy. With a roar, King Kong created visible ripples in the air. With a punch, dozens of fierce beasts lost their balance, were knocked into the air, fell to the ground, howled in pain, and were then grabbed by King Kong. With a powerful force from its huge fingers, the bodies of the ghost-level fierce beasts snapped like broken branches, spewing out a large amount of blood from their mouths, and then fell silent. After squeezing one fierce beast to death, King Kong stuffed it into its mouth, tore off a thigh, and slowly chewed on it.
The comments section below was boiling. Damn, if I'm not mistaken, it's eating a ghost-level fierce beast. Too powerful, my whole body is trembling.
A ghost-level fierce beast that can easily kill thousands of people appears weak in front of it, like small cats and dogs. I envy tears flowing from the corners of my mouth. With such a guardian beast in Sanjiang City, it may become a safer city than the imperial capital and the magic capital. I want to travel to Sanjiang City and touch the dragon-level fierce beasts up close. Seconded, strongly demand the opening of a Sanjiang City dragon-level fierce beast sightseeing tour. Are you guys sure you want to go? Won't you become Hungry Mom's delivery? Still want to touch dragon-level fierce beasts? Why don't you fly to the sky? You guys are really not afraid of death. Jiang Chen said yesterday that although King Kong has a good impression of humans, everyone should not get too close to it. Otherwise, in case of any casualties, no responsibility will be taken. Just let Jiang Chen take us there, that's it. Yeah, you can see the male god and the male god's little brother at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upstairs, when you say little brother, it's better to be a gorilla. Jiang Chen handed the EVA World computer to Zhang Anping, and after sending off Yuling and Su Hao, who always had a grasp on him, he did not delay for a moment. The matter of the fierce beast space made him realize that he was still too weak. If it weren't for the blue star giving him a boost, whether he could return to the blue star this time was still unknown. To become stronger, at all costs. Following the Saitama training method, Jiang Chen planned to have Ning Tong stack him with a super gravity state, as there was great potential to be tapped from his superhuman talent. Originally, he couldn't fly and could only passively receive sunlight for 6 to 8 hours a day. However, after the trip to the fierce beast space, he unlocked the correct usage of his superhuman talent. At this moment, Jiang Chen was transforming into a superhuman form, hovering in space, receiving unobstructed stellar radiation. As long as he was within the gravitational field of the blue star, avoiding the obstruction of the blue star's huge planet, he could receive a massive amount of solar radiation, and his potential points visibly increased rapidly.
Seeing the potential points increase 3 times faster than before, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips.
He could now escape the dilemma of sunrise and sunset, receiving 90 potential points per day from the yellow star radiation for 24 hours, a 9-fold increase in speed compared to before.
However, he still had another identity, a student at Sanjian University.
This behavior of sunbathing for 24 hours could only be done occasionally on weekends, or when flying to the outer space of the blue star to rest at night. Jiang Chen closed his eyes contentedly, entered dreamland, and if there was danger, his keen sixth sense would instantly awaken him. But he didn't notice that the behavior of sleeping in space was captured by the outer space monitoring satellites of major countries on the blue star and sent to the space agencies of various countries. NASA staff rubbed their eyes a few times, confirmed that they were not mistaken, and were shocked one after another.
What the F?
President Trump of the United States, with a fat face full of surprise, asked his 5-star general, MacArthur, in English.
Mac, please tell me, which talent in the talent stone can survive in a vacuum?
MacArthur thought for a long time but got nothing. In the spirit of sharing blessings and facing difficulties together, he called the director of the United States Awakening Bureau, George Martin, and also called the director of the United States Spirit Realm Management Bureau, St. Louise. The president's office was full of people. Everyone looked at the man sleeping in space, and their hearts were in turmoil. They were all experts in the awakening field, but had never heard of a talent that could allow an awakened person to sleep in space. In the end, modern technology saved the embarrassing situation.
MacArthur received a report from below. Through global facial recognition, this man is an awakened person from Sanjian City, China.
He had previously undergone talent reclassification, and the talent he submitted is called I Can Become Stronger by Sunbathing. Several talent experts in the room heard MacArthur's words and widened their eyes in an exaggerated manner.
George Martin sneered. What, that famous talent of a useless vegetable, can achieve flight ability by sunbathing, and can even survive in outer space without a protective suit? Are you kidding me? You should know that his current location is in the exosphere, with temperatures close to absolute zero. Even an 8th-order strengthened awakened person can only last less than a minute in such an environment. And he can sleep in outer space. My God, the world is too crazy. Arthur, have you lost your mind? How can you believe such obvious lies?
Similar scenes also occurred in other countries.
Everyone had heartfelt doubts. What exactly is Superman's talent?
The Chinese Space Administration also captured Jiang Chen sleeping in space through satellites for the first time.
They immediately sent the video to the military.
The military confirmed through facial recognition that the man was the powerful 8th-order awakened person who had repelled the beasts in Sanjiang City a few days ago, Superman. As of now, he is the only awakened person discovered who can freely move in outer space.
Superman's actions are extraordinary, as no talent has been found to support human survival in outer space without a protective suit.
Yuling has done tests before, forming a protective shield with telekinesis, allowing her to briefly leave the blue star without a protective suit, but in the absence of oxygen and temperature, she can only support for a maximum of 3 minutes. So far, no one has been able to do what Jiang Chen did, lying in space and sleeping soundly. Superman's actions indicate that he has at least the following abilities: survival without oxygen, resistance to extreme cold, resistance to outer space radiation, extremely powerful physical body, and no risk of blood vessel rupture due to pressure imbalance.
Jiang Chen's unintentional actions can be said to have opened the way for awakened people.
Sleeping and alarming the world, he is also the first human. An emergency meeting was held within the country that night, and after evaluation by expert groups, it was unanimously agreed that Superman's current strength is likely to have reached the peak of the 8th order. The reason why they did not dare to evaluate to the 9th order was because of the issue of the 9th order barrier. Although Superman's current abilities are shocking, everyone does not believe that he can break through the barrier of awakened people. The assessment results were out, shocking the senior officials of Hua country.
What, 8th tier peak?
That's a powerhouse on par with the 3 emperors.
How is it that no one knows his true identity until now?
We must immediately investigate the identity of this man. The military immediately dispatched a powerful team of awakened individuals, preparing to head to Sanjiang City early tomorrow morning to uncover the true identity of the superhuman.
But soon, this order was blocked by Yu Huang.
Yuling's face appeared cold and frosty on the large screen in the hall as she calmly said, "Superman is my friend. His identity needs to be kept confidential for now." You don't need to investigate. If there's anything, you can directly contact me, and I will convey it to him."
The experts in the meeting room were shocked on the spot. What, Superman is actually friends with Yu Huang? When did this happen, and why were we not aware of it? But with Yu Huang as the intermediary, many things became easier. The senior experts were immediately excited, leaning on their canes, pleading, "Yu Huang, what is his talent?
The ability to freely move in outer space is too incredible. Please make him tell us. Even if the awakening probability is low, we need to produce several awakened individuals with this ability." Yu Ling was moved, as she seemed to recall Jiang Chen mentioning the name of his superhuman form's talent. She carefully thought for a moment and said, "His talent should be I get stronger when I bask in the sun." Yu Ling had high moral standards and never stooped to lying. With her long-established good reputation, her words were much more credible than the other two war emperors, and basically no one would doubt the truth of what she said.
Everyone was dumbfounded. What, is it really that famous D-level plant-based talent? So it seems that Superman's request to reclassify his talent was not unfounded.
But how is it possible? Previously, not even 1 billion, but millions of people awakened that talent. In the end, due to the low growth of attributes, they either died in the spirit realm or eventually became ordinary people, and in recent years, no one has chosen that talent.
When did someone awaken this talent and become a powerful awakened individual at the 8th tier peak?
The experts and scholars requested, "Yu Huang, can you arrange for us to have a meeting with him? Even an online meeting will do. His ability to freely move in space has great scientific value, which is very important for all of humanity. If he can freely move in space and retrieve extraterrestrial minerals from the Moon and Mars, it will not only promote rapid development in basic material science in Hua country but also save billions in aerospace research and development costs." Yu Ling said calmly, "I will ask him, but I'm not sure if he will be willing. I warn you, do not do anything to provoke him." Before ending the video call, Yu Ling casually added, "Oh, and don't waste time trying to awaken his talent with a large number of people. He has his own uniqueness. Just awakening one talent won't allow you to reach his level." She tried to contact Jiang Chen, but the call went unanswered. Yu Ling suddenly slapped her forehead, laughing at herself. "Right, he's sleeping in outer space. How could I possibly reach him?
Let's talk about it tomorrow."
Yu Ling hung up the phone, her gaze showing a hint of seriousness. Even she, upon hearing the news that Superman was sleeping in outer space, was completely shocked. Previously, she knew Jiang Chen could fly, but she never imagined he could fly to outer space.
And to sleep directly in a zero oxygen, absolute zero environment. Even she couldn't achieve that. Jiang Chen's talent is too powerful. Can he still be considered human?
Yu Ling thought for a moment and decided to connect with the expert group. "He is now in outer space, and I can't reach him either.
Let's talk about it early tomorrow. Don't try to investigate him. If we anger him, both Su Hao and I are probably not his match."
She said this not out of modesty. Jiang Chen brought back the long spear from the Blue Star, which Su Hao tried but couldn't use at all. Once he held the spear, with Su Hao's physique, he instantly felt completely frozen from body to mind. Without a strong physical condition, he couldn't even pick up the god-slaying spear, let alone withstand a blow from that long spear. Previously in the EVA world, only mechas and angels could use this divine spear. In the end, they could only leave the Longinus spear in Sanjiang City, under Jiang Chen's care, and agreed to intercept Godzilla on the coast of Huagua 3 days later.
Jiang Chen now has the god-slaying spear and the dragon-level beast King Kong as a helper.
Even if Yu Ling and Su Hao team up, they are probably not Jiang Chen's match.
A slight mistake could easily result in being killed by Jiang Chen in one blow.
Yu Ling hung up the phone, not paying attention to the matter, and continued to practice breath control technique. In the hall, many experts looked at each other, and after calming down, they felt a sense of fear.
Did we lose our minds? How could we have thought of investigating a Tier A top awakened individual so openly?
If we anger him, the consequences would be unimaginable, as he is an awakened individual with long-range attack skills. Thinking of the talents that Superman had previously displayed, everyone shuddered. If they angered this mysterious strongman, one day, walking on the street, 2 red beams could shoot down from the sky and evaporate them, leaving no trace of their bodies, disappearing without a sound. The atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly became awkward. On one hand, everyone wanted to contact this strongman, but on the other hand, they were afraid of angering him. Suddenly, an old man spoke up.
"Isn't the Furious Emperor also in Sanjiang City? Let's ask him for help."
Many experts and scholars brightened up.
Yes, the Furious Emperor is also in Sanjiang City.
It is said that he has become a special teacher at Sanjiang University.
He has been in Sanjiang City for some time and should have some information about Superman. Well, please ask the Furious Emperor to pay attention to information about Superman. Didn't he fight alongside Superman before? Maybe they are friends. However, after dialing the furious emperor's phone, no one answered for a long time. At this moment, it was late at night in Sanjiang City. Lao Wang was escorted by a policeman with a square face towards a police car. Before stepping into the police car, he hesitated. "Comrade policeman, can I make a phone call? Let me secretly tell you a secret. I am the furious emperor. If you arrest me, the Huagua authorities will not be able to pass this off." The square-faced policeman pushed him into the car fiercely and sneered. "That's great. I am the Su Emperor. That woman who said she was the sister of the Yu Emperor, let's have a showdown in the bureau later." Lao Wang sighed deeply, and was smoothly taken into the police car, squatting obediently. Soon, another young man was brought in. His chubby face was full of disappointment as he sat opposite Lao Wang. The young man with a sly look looked around and greeted Lao Wang proactively. "Nice to meet you, we are all in the same boat, brother. Which number technician did you choose?" "Let me tell you, technician no. 38, that bear push is really something." Lao Wang impatiently raised his head and saw the face of the young man. His face turned pale instantly, and the scar on his face kept twitching. The young man also widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. "Lao Zhao, teacher Zhao, how come you were also arrested?" He suddenly realized. "Oh, as a teacher, you actually went to." Lao Wang gritted his teeth, looked at the chubby Anirun in front of him, and whispered in a low voice. "Shut up, pretend you don't know me. Don't tell anyone about this when you go back, or I will kill you." He sneered. "It's you, Rin Peng, daring to come to a place like this. When I go back, I will have a good talk with Principal Ning and give you a disciplinary action." Ren Peng hurriedly pleaded with Lao Wang. "No, Zhao teacher, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to massage a foot," but she pushed the door open and came in. "Guess what happened?" Lao Wang chuckled. "What, is she your long-lost relative?" Ren Peng was stunned, and Lao Wang sneered with a grin. "All these are leftovers from my old days, don't try to be clever with me." The square-faced policeman added. "And you, chubby guy, I let you go last time, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson. This time I must inform your principal and family." Ren Peng wailed and pleaded. "Please, Officer Zhang, the lady just now is really my long-lost sister. She cried to me about her difficult life, so I gave her 800 yuan in relief. When you came in, I hadn't even taken off my pants." Officer Zhang's eye twitched a few times. Ren Peng may not have had time to commit a crime, but not taking off his pants twice was strange. Could it be that he couldn't perform at such a young age? No, why did he go looking for it? And this scar-faced middle-aged man named Zhao teacher was also strange. When they barged into the private room, this scar-faced man did nothing but let the fallen woman repeat her words over and over. "I love you." It had to be with full dedication and emotion. Thinking of this, Officer Zhang couldn't help but shiver. Those in his line of work weren't afraid of fierceness or cunning, but of perversion. And the old and the young in front of him seemed a bit mentally disturbed. What kind of people were they at Sanjiang University? Forget it, they were too much trouble. He decided to call their principal to come and pick them up. As he was about to leave, suddenly someone walked up to him, their eyes turning pitch black with no whites, whispering in his ear. "You don't remember anything, you didn't catch anyone today." Officer Zhang's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. "I don't remember anything, I didn't catch anyone today." As he said this, he walked home, resembling a zombie. The person smirked, got into the police car, stepped on the gas, and disappeared into the city with Ren Peng and Lao Wang. Ren Peng and Lao Wang noticed this scene, exchanged a glance, and both revealed a sly smile. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Idiot, you're laughing, but without me, you're doomed." Jiang Chen woke up feeling full of energy, even more energetic than when he had just explored Mount Everest and Mount Kilimanjaro with Ning Tong. After receiving radiation from a yellow star all night, his potential points increased by 30 points. Although it was quick, it was incomparable to the radiation from a blue star. In a few days, he would have to prepare to face Godzilla. To be safe, Jiang Chen evenly distributed the potential points to his attributes. His current attributes were Constitution 1998, plus 2190, Spirit 1998, Strength 1998, plus 2190, Agility 1998, plus 2190, potential points, 0. Seeing that he was just a little short of breaking 2000 in all 4 attributes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head in regret. But he should be able to achieve it tomorrow, breaking 2000 in all 4 attributes at the same time, so there was no need to rush. He stretched lazily and used the skydance technique to return to Sanjiang City. Jiang Chen landed on the outskirts of Sanjiang City and saw King Kong sleeping soundly, surrounded by a pile of monster carcasses, presumably waiting for him to barbecue the monsters. Jiang Chen looked at the snoring King Kong with snot bubbles and didn't wake it up.
Instead, he used his heat vision to create a pile of flames and started preparing a barbecue feast for King Kong with the monster carcasses.
Feeding pets regularly can deepen the pet's dependence on the owner.
King Kong woke up to the smell of barbecue and saw a man in tight clothes and black hair barbecuing a fierce beast. Just waking up, not very clear-headed, King Kong immediately became furious, roaring angrily and smashing his fist towards the man. Jiang Chen, holding barbecue in one hand, did not even look up, effortlessly catching the punch with his other hand. The ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed more than half a meter, cracking in a radial spiderweb pattern. A circle of air burst out around him, blowing up countless dust.
Jiang Chen looked at King Kong with some surprise and calmly said, "Why are you suddenly attacking me? Are you still half asleep and don't recognize me?"
"Oh, right.
You may not be familiar with this form of mine."
Although Jiang Chen's words were calm, a strong aura suddenly emanated from his entire body. Instantly, King Kong felt a big danger in front of him, and a cold feeling surged from the depths of his heart, making him shiver all over. Although King Kong was fierce, it was not a mindless monster. It suddenly had a flash of insight, remembering the bald man in yellow clothes on its shoulder before leaving the space of fierce beasts. Suddenly, it recalled the scene of another human wearing a red cape flying into the air and killing a dragon-level fierce beast with one shot before leaving the space of fierce beasts, and that human wearing a red cape was the man barbecuing in front of it. In other words, this human in a red cape was the same as the bald man in yellow clothes, the powerful man who descended from the sky and killed the dragon-level apostle fierce beast with one punch. Beads of sweat suddenly oozed from King Kong's forehead.
King Kong arrived on this safe and beautiful planet less than a day ago.
It saw countless mini hairless female gorillas, although their size did not match its own. But it was always good to feast one's eyes. After all, hairless female gorillas were 1,000 times more pleasing to the eye than those fierce beasts. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to howl for mercy, but found that its language was completely incomprehensible to the human in front of it, which made it feel frustrated.
King Kong's huge eyeballs rolled around, and its heart was crazily howling.
What to do? Who will come and save me? As the last King Kong, I have not yet given birth to offspring. I do not want to die.
Ah!
King Kong's brain quickly turned, and it immediately knelt down, stretched out its hands, and spread them on the ground, a gesture of submission to the superior in the gorilla clan. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently. This time King Kong had just woken up and didn't recognize him, so he let it go. Next time, it wouldn't be so easy to pass. It had to taste the iron fist of love. Jiang Chen grilled all the fierce beasts into skewers, leaving them for King Kong. Patting its furry head, looking at the obedient King Kong, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He teleported a few times, jumped to the edge of the city, and transformed from the form of Superman's steel body back into the handsome bald guy Jiang Chen. As soon as Jiang Chen returned home, he found dozens of missed calls on his phone, some from Yuling and some from Tangyu.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Women, they are really troublesome. Luckily I didn't bring my phone, otherwise I wouldn't even sleep soundly. He didn't even think about it. At that height in space, not to mention whether there was a signal, what phone could work at over 200 degrees below zero?
Jiang Chen called Tangyu back first.
As soon as he answered, Tangyu said anxiously, "Langu, something big happened. Run Peng and teacher Zhao had been taken away by someone." In the morning, a police officer named Zhang came, and after reviewing the police records from last night, he found out that he had been mentally controlled, and the police car detaining Ren Peng and teacher Zhao had been taken away.
They still haven't returned. Jiang Chen frowned and hesitated. How did they both get arrested by the police officer at the same time? Where did they go? Tangyu helplessly replied on the other end of the phone. What else can I do?
Just go to that kind of place, and end up getting caught by the police.
Let's not worry about that for now. Officer Zhang suspects that the person controlling him is not simple.
The entire police station has mobilized, but they have found nothing.
Jiang Chen chuckled. Alright, I got it. Leave it to me.
As long as they haven't left Hua country, I can find the two of them.
He closed his eyes, slowly sensing Renpeng's aura.
Since being parasitized by the bizarre insect, Renpeng's aura was very unique, and Jiang Chen could instantly locate him in a crowd of thousands. After a moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, with a playful look on his face as he smirked.
Interesting, let's go take a look. Jiang Chen transformed into a superhero form and flew towards the outskirts of Sanjiang City.
In his senses, Renpeng's aura was surrounded by several strong and evil auras, but the strongest was only at the 5th or 6th level. Jiang Chen arrived at Renpeng's location and, using his X-ray vision, discovered a massive underground base where many other humans, besides Renpeng, were present. Renpeng seemed to be immobilized in a spread eagle position, possibly unconscious. Before Jiang Chen could figure out how to sneak in, the ground suddenly opened up on both sides, revealing a huge underground plaza with hundreds of variously shaped creatures. They glared menacingly and looked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange as he found some of these creatures very familiar. There was one with a crab-like upper body that resembled the Crabranti from One Punch Man, and another creature covered in seaweed that looked like the seaweed monster eaten by Saitama-sensei. Jiang Chen slowly descended into the plaza, and the bizarre creatures around him stuck out their tongues, emitting disgusting laughter as they closed in on him.
Human, you have courage to come here alone. Kill him, chop him into pieces and eat him, he he he.
Don't rush, let me play with him first, then we can kill him. Seeing these creatures, who were no longer human in both body and mind, Jiang Chen's face turned as calm as water as he asked, "Were you all humans before?
Why are you here? Who did this to you?"
The creatures completely ignored him and made even more disgusting and terrifying noises.
Hee hee, the pretty boy has a nice body. I'll be the first to play with him.
Jiang Chen's red cape fluttered without wind as his expression turned stern, and he said calmly, "I'll give you one last chance. I'll count to 3, those who crouch down and cover their heads can live." Jiang Chen deduced that these creatures must have lived in this underground base for a long time, as they didn't recognize his superhero form and dared to challenge him here.
Jiang Chen decided to give them one last chance to save their lives. But it seemed to be futile, as some of the creatures had already started attacking him with tentacles, beams, and weapons. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. A powerful gust of wind completely lifted the ground, turning the flat grass into a huge black hole. Some of the creatures, with tougher bodies, did not turn into powder. Creatures like the seashell monster and the crab monster had their remaining limbs and bodies flying into the air. If viewed from space, the sky above Hua country looked like it had been split open by a giant axe. Looking back at the underground base plaza, all the creatures around Jiang Chen were left with only their lower bodies, with some of the larger creatures having only 2 legs remaining on the ground. A few creatures who were lucky enough to survive huddled in the corners, wide-eyed, mouths gaping open, trembling all over. What happened? Why did all the seniors die in an instant? It seems they were all instantly crushed by that man with an S on his chest.
We have gone through difficult transformations, thinking we were invincible, but before we even got started, we encountered such a monster.
Compared to him, we are the normal ones, right?
Jiang Chen approached a dragonfly monster with wings on its back and compound eyes, asking him, "Can you tell me the specific situation now?" The dragonfly monster nodded frantically.
In the distant magic city, in the basement of a luxurious villa,
a man with a black beard and white face, wearing a white coat, watched everything through surveillance cameras. He pushed up the gold wire glasses on his nose and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
Hee hee, Superman, I was just thinking about finding you, and here you are, coming to me on your own? With your immense living material, how powerful of a monster can I create from you? I am really looking forward to it, ha ha. Madness flickered in the man's eyes as he pressed a button from afar.
In the underground base, a heavy alloy door in a cell slowly opened, and the intersecting lasers outside also dissipated slowly. In the cell, there was a dark, shiny, unidentified creature that suddenly turned around, a hint of red light flashing in its eyes.
Finally, can I go out now? It's been 5 years. Who knows how I've been living these past 5 years? Fresh air, beautiful women, pure white snow, I'm here.
Its body made a buzzing sound, and in the next moment, it disappeared from its original position. From the dragonfly monster, Jiang Chen learned that this underground base had existed for at least 10 years.
The dragonfly monster was originally a human who committed theft.
It was also kidnapped to this underground base while being transported to a detention center.
After 5 years of inhumane and dark transformations, it completely turned into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. Its 2 large compound eyes blinked, wanting to shed tears to show its misery, but unfortunately, dragonflies do not have tear ducts.
In the end, the dragonfly monster could only kneel down and wail, "Hero, spare me, I have an 80-year-old mother and a child in swaddling clothes at home." After hearing this, Jiang Chen punched him into a pulp. It's not that he didn't want to spare him, it's just that the life of the dragonfly monster was too tragic, enough to make listeners shed tears and feel heartbroken. For a minor theft, being taken to an underground base, undergoing 5 years of body modifications, and ending up with an infant at home who is not his own child, it's definitely a strange and tragic life.
Another monster, unexpectedly becoming a father. What's the point of living in this world? It's better to reincarnate early. Jiang Chen sensed Rin Peng's location, punched through the wall, and walked in.
There were many humans in white protective suits in the base.
When they saw Jiang Chen, they acted as if nothing was wrong, calmly doing their tasks.
Jiang Chen stopped one person, pulled off his mask, only to find that the person's face was pale, with black pupils shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. No matter what he asked, he received no response. Obviously, all the staff in the base were controlled by some force. The underground base was filled with strangeness, and Jiang Chen dared not stay longer. He found the room where Ren Pang was located and saw Ren Pang stripped bare, tied to the operating table like a slaughtered chicken, in a cruciform position. Especially in that area, it was exactly the same as the colossal titan, making Jiang Chen unable to look directly at it. Ren Pang had a mask on his face, with yellow-green gas being input into the mask to anesthetize him. His body seemed unharmed, indicating that he had not yet undergone any modifications. Fortunately, the people in the underground base had not modified him. Otherwise, if harmed, Ren Pang could transform into a terrifying existence, the colossal titan. Jiang Chen removed all the tubes and slapped Ren Pang a few times.
He finally came to his senses and asked softly, "Where am I?"
Just dreamed that I was at the Green Apple bathhouse and ordered a Roman massage, with technician No.
38 serving me.
Suddenly, she used a pair of large fans to slap my face. Hiss, it hurt so much. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that she is a silicon-based life form?
Huh, Superman, why are you here?
When the Divine Punishment Organization attacked Sanjiang University, Jiang Chen saved his classmates in his Superman form. Ren Pang knew that Ning Tong and Superman knew each other, so he wasn't too surprised to see Jiang Chen in his Superman form at this moment. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even when he was anesthetized, he could dream of these messy things. Pang, you are really hopeless.
He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ren Pang and asked him, "Where is Lao Zhao?"
This base is suspicious, let's go back and talk. Ren Pang finally woke up a bit and said, Teacher Zhao seems to still be in the underground base's deepest prison cell. Superman, be careful, they have a mysterious gas that can temporarily inhibit the use of awakened abilities. Jiang Chen nodded, but he didn't care at all. After his Superman talent was deeply developed, he didn't need to breathe oxygen on Blue Star, so he wouldn't inhale any unknown gas and get poisoned. Jiang Chen grabbed a white robe and threw it to Ren Pang. You go out first, wait for me in the square, I'll find Teacher Zhao and then take you back to Sanjiang City together. Jiang Chen was afraid of delays causing changes, so he exerted force under his feet, directly piercing through the reinforced concrete ground and falling straight down. Along the way, he casually glanced and saw various strange creatures, some resembling a combination of humans and fierce beasts, and others were huge and bloated giant monsters. Some creatures soaked in formalin liquid were indescribable to Jiang Chen. What's even more bizarre is that they were still alive, constantly emitting miserable howls. Looking at the traces of time invading the white walls, this underground base had been in existence for at least 10 years. Who on earth was using living people to conduct such cruel and inhumane experiments? Human civilization is like a small boat in a stormy sea, and there are idiots who keep drilling holes in the bottom of the boat and breeding worms. Jiang Chen's feet sank, and he had reached the last level of the base, where there was no daylight, and the air was filled with a rotten smell.
Jiang Chen activated his X-ray vision and instantly found where Teacher Zhao was. Teacher Zhao's bones were slightly larger than normal people, making him easy to identify.
Jiang Chen punched open the thick alloy door of the cell, carried Teacher Zhao on his back, and there were many other peculiar creatures detained here. Judging from their bones and breath, they should no longer belong to the human category.
Jiang Chen didn't have time to meddle in other matters, so he carried Lao Zhao and quickly flew to the square.
He saw Ren Pang pale-faced and trembling all over. When he saw Jiang Chen flying up, he staggered over, full of fear. Superman, there's a monster eating corpses. Jiang Chen looked in the direction he pointed and saw a lump of dark brown stuff holding a huge monster's corpse and gnawing on it, the slurping sound echoing in his ears. The lump of stuff turned its head and looked at Jiang Chen, grinning with blood-stained teeth. A voice in my head tells me that if I kill you, I'll be free.
Come on, let me kill you. He.
It dropped the corpse and turned around, revealing its full appearance. It was entirely black-brown, with well-developed muscles forming a tight armor covering its body, and a long horn on top of its head.
Jiang Chen's gaze instantly became serious, not because he was afraid of it.
It was because this monster was clearly a dragon-level monster from One Punch Man, Azura Rhino Wrestler. If even the Azura Rhino Wrestler from the monster world could be artificially reproduced, then what about the Centipede Elder, Carnage Kabuto, Vaccine Man, Deep Sea King, and even the Beast King, Boros? Once these monsters were all resurrected, his current strength might not be enough to suppress them all. Jiang Chen increasingly felt the urgency of enhancing his strength, and the time left for him was running out. Azura, the unicorn demon, made a move, with a cold gaze.
It's been a long time since I've used my hands. I hope that this time, you can let me have some fun. Its figure instantly disappeared from the spot.
Ren Pang looked around in horror and whispered,
Where did it go? How did it disappear all of a sudden?
We should retreat first.
We definitely can't defeat this kind of monster.
Jiang Chen cast his gaze towards the roof, where Azura, the unicorn demon, was lying at the junction of the underground square in the ground, sticking out its crimson tongue, licking its own lips, with the horn on its head shining brightly. The next moment, it would use its horn to completely pierce Jiang Chen's heart, delivering a fatal blow.